Chapter 1. In Douluo, without a system, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in the martial arts arena. The weather was fair, with a gentle breeze. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the faces of the young boys and girls, who gazed intently, their expressions filled with admiration, fixated on the center of the arena. There, two agile figures engaged in a fierce duel, dazzling light erupting from their hands, exploding in the air, eliciting gasps of awe and bursts of applause. Yet none of this concerned Ning Xiaotian. He stood apart from the jubilant crowd, accompanied only by two companions, feeling somewhat solitary. Unlike the others who cheered and celebrated, Ning Xiaotian's demeanor was rather solemn. His eyes narrowed slightly, lips pressed together in silent murmurs, resembling a devotee in earnest prayer before a statue of Buddha. Today, he resolved to make one final attempt. System? No sound of a notification rang out. System, it is time to appear. Ning Xiaotian's eyes widened with anticipation, his expression tinged with urgency. Still, silence reigned. On the 1095th day of calling for the system, from initial fervent whispers to profound supplication, there was no response. That it was evident that he truly lacked a system. Ning Xiaotian understood fully what this entailed. Unlike Tang San, who had crossed over from a martial arts sect equipped with skills and knowledge of rare herbs, he had been an ordinary university student, leading a mundane life. Post-graduation, working an 9-to-5 job with a meager salary and merely 4 days off each month. Due to financial constraints, he seldom ventured outside. After all, succumbing to temptation would mean spending a considerable sum such a heartache. He could only stay home, indulging in anime to pass the time. It was on one fateful night he found himself binge-watching, only to oversleep, a dream that turned into an eternal farewell. Upon awakening, he discovered he had arrived in the Douluo Continent, becoming the son of Ning Fengzhi, the esteemed young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. A promising lineage, indeed. However, understanding the school's history, Ning Xiaotian was painfully aware that the direct descendants of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School awakened their martial spirits. At the tender age of 6, all manifesting as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. Moreover, due to inherent flaws in their martial spirits, they could only cultivate to the 79th level of Soul Sage, thereafter making no further progress. This was disheartening. Ning Xiaotian's gaze became vacant, his heart lamenting, "My dream was to be a warrior. Why was I assigned a support role instead? A flawed one at that. If only he had a system, these issues would be trivial. Dual martial spirits, formidable skills, innate full soul, power wouldn't those be simple matters? Resolving a martial spirit flaw would be a mere trifle. But now he possessed none of that. No system, no skills. Am I truly destined to be a mere support? In the Douluo Continent, targeting the support soul masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School first in team battles was a widely accepted truth. I am not a charming, nurturing maiden. When the battle begins, my adversaries will show no mercy. Thus, would I face countless soul masters targeting me, ruthlessly overpowering me, my delicate form subjected to relentless torment, my exquisite visage profaned? Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Without deep contemplation, Ning Xiaotian already felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. I cannot remain passive any longer. I must devise a strategy to extricate myself from this predicament. While being a supportive presence is tolerable, I absolutely cannot accept being overshadowed. A support that can decisively dominate the opposition is the true embodiment of support. With this thought, Ning Xiaotian clenched his small hand tightly, hastily calming himself to contemplate a solution. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile is a gem-like auxiliary martial spirit, aptly named for its glass-like qualities, which indicates its rather inadequate defensive capabilities unless supplemented with multiple defensive spirit rings. Such a martial spirit's auxiliary ability would be significantly diminished. What a waste and utter waste. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile is an auxiliary martial spirit with remarkably comprehensive ability speed, strength, defense, and soul power. Each ring enhances a specific attribute, interlinked and interdependent. This implies that with the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, my teammates' attributes would overwhelmingly surpass those of our opponents. What about enhancing myself? Ning Xiaotian's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization as he pondered thoughtfully. It seems I could explore a path akin to physical cultivation. Indeed, the body is the true foundation for resurgence. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile possesses insufficient defensive prowess, its exceptional auxiliary capabilities may provide an opportunity for my physical attributes to rival those of beast martial spirit soul masters. As long as my innate soul power is not too low, coupled with the reinforcement from celestial herbs, I can ensure that my soul power cultivation progresses in tandem with physical training during the golden age of cultivation. There even lies the potential for surpassing my peers in physical prowess. A higher innate soul power level not only signifies a quicker rate of soul power cultivation for the soul master, but also suggests a shorter journey to reach the 10th level of soul power. Reaching the 10th level sooner means I can benefit from the attribute enhancements bestowed by the first spirit ring earlier, thereby creating a significant gap in cultivation levels compared to others. To be ahead by a single step is to maintain an advantage at every turn. This is why soul masters in the Douluo Continent place such great emphasis on innate soul power levels. Human lifespans and optimal periods for cultivation are exceedingly brief, making it challenging to strike a balance between competing priorities. It seems I cannot avoid celestial herbs. Ning Xiaotian sighed inwardly. Only such divine entities can enable me to harmonize soul power and physical cultivation, thereby maximizing the advantages of my martial spirit. Fortunately, my family is wealthy. Ning Xiaotian thought with a tinge of relief. With the ability to invest, I should not worry about my innate soul power level. Based on observations over the past 3 years, Ning Xiaotian discovered that the so-called innate soul power levels in the Douluo Continent can be accurately divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the innate soul power, which is the level of soul power a child possesses upon birth. The quantity of the soul power is entirely contingent upon the cultivation levels of the parents. The higher the cultivation of the couple, the greater the soul power the child inherits at birth. This is also why soul masters in the Douluo Continent tend to marry and bear children later in life. The second stage is the natural soul power, which refers to the growth phase of the child prior to martial spirit awakening, where the body naturally accumulates soul power through nutrient absorption. The most direct factor influencing the amount of this soul power is the quality of a nourishment provided by the parents. The higher the nutritional value of the sustenance, the faster the child absorbs it, resulting in a greater total of natural soul power. Thus, although children in the Douluo Continent may only undergo their martial soul awakening ceremony at the age of 6, within certain ancient, well-funded sects and affluent families, it is common for children to begin preparations for their martial soul awakening as early as 3. Why hunting or raising gentle soul beasts to create nourishing food, complemented by herbal baths to enhance nutrient absorption, and allowing adept soul masters to cultivate their bodies with soul power. The natural soul power and physical strength of the child can be enhanced without damaging their foundational abilities. This ensures that the child can progress further along their path of cultivation. This disparity explains why offspring of sects, noble families, and royalty in the Douluo Continent generally possess a higher innate soul power level after awakening compared to commoners. All individuals are born with a level 3 soul power. However, upon awakening, the commoners remain at level 3, while the nobility ascends directly to level 6. Undoubtedly, this is the harsh reality. Chapter 2. The harsh reality. Titanium saves the day. Common families simply lack the wealth and resources to provide their children with such opportunities. Purchasing soul beast meat requires money. Acquiring medicinal herbs demands funds. Even obtaining the formulas for herbal baths is often beyond the reach of the common populace. Moreover, hunting soul beasts is a daunting task unless the common youth possess extraordinary talent and choose to join a continental faction. They must rely on the assistance of high-ranking soul masters dispatched by sects to secure optimal soul rings. For those of mediocre aptitude, they must pay. As long as the remuneration is substantial enough, there will always be high-ranking soul masters eager to assist, as hunting a soul beast of several hundred years of cultivation is not insurmountable. Yet, can commoners afford such remuneration? The answer is glaringly clear. They cannot. Consequently, most common soul masters are left to rely on the aid of their academy instructors or even venture into the soul-hunting forest to hunt less formidable soul beasts. If they cannot find suitable soul rings for their martial souls, they must reluctantly resort to absorbing inferior soul rings. Take Xiaotian from the original story. For instance, as the son of a city lord, he may be considered a minor noble, but his first soul ring was a mere white ring. The plight of those in lower social strata is even more dire. This is a brutally unforgiving world. Without wealth, one cannot advance. Of course, none of this pertains to me. My father, Ning Fengzhi, is exceedingly wealthy. So why was Tang unable to awaken with full innate soul power, despite his impoverished upbringing in Holy Soul Village? Because of the Xiantian skill. Ning Xiaotian scoffed, his heart heavy, as if he had consumed a mountain of lemons. Practicing the Xiantian skill not only significantly enhances the boat's ability to absorb nutrients, but also allows practitioners to actively draw in the ambient spiritual energy and soul power from the environment to nourish themselves. The difference between active absorption and passive absorption is monumental. Although Tang San's parents possessed noble bloodlines, without the Xiantian skill, given his childhood circumstances, relying solely on thin porridge and forage vegetables for sustenance, his physical strength and internal soul power would have been wholly inadequate to support the awakening of full innate soul power. If one is not careful, they might end up like Yu Xiaojiang, whose bloodline, soul power, and physical strength fell short of the quality of their martial soul, leading to degradation and, as a consequence, an awakening that resulted in a mere half-level of soul power. The original text mentions that Tang San discovered at the age of 6 that he could no longer advance in his Xiantian skill. Why? It was simply because, having cultivated his soul power to level 10, the rules of the world began to impose restrictions, necessitating the absorption of soul rings for further breakthroughs that in the Douluo Continent. Soul masters rely on passive absorption of soul power before their martial soul awakens, which is inherently inefficient. Thus, possessing innate soul power of 7 or 8 levels is already commendable, while achieving full innate soul power is exceedingly difficult. Of course, exceptions do exist. The so-called martial soul bloodline is predetermined, and its quality is inherited from one's parents. There are alternative paths, such as the luck of a fortunate few leading to mutations. Those relying on bloodlines, like Qian Renxue, benefit from parents with formidable martial soul qualities and cultivation realms, with ancestry that boasts divine beings, allowing for an awakening that directly grants innate soul power of level 20. A classic example of a wealthy descendant. Conversely, those who experience mutations, like Feng Xiaotian, have seen their family martial soul, the Gale Demon Wolf, undergo a beneficial transformation into the Gale Two-Headed Demon Wolf, awakening with innate soul power of level 10, a paradigm of success through mutation. Alas, I am not so fortunate. Ning Xiaotian pouted, jealousy causing him to feel utterly disheartened. Competing in bloodlines, our family martial soul carries inherent flaws. Competing through mutation, there has been but a single instance in the past few centuries. The individual, Ning Yun, possessed a mutated 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul and was endowed with formidable mental prowess, perishing at level 79. That's all there is, nothing more. A non-lucky individual should not rely on probabilities. Ning Xiaotian sighed inwardly. No amount of skill can save the unfortunate, only wealth can pave the way. Realizing my dreams seems insurmountably difficult. Fortunately, the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, though characterized by its inherent deficiencies, is not without its merits. Perhaps due to these inherent flaws, fate has bestowed a window of opportunity upon it. Descendants of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect have, over the years, maintained a legacy of innate soul power without faltering. Among those who awaken the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, none have possessed innate soul power below level 5. Let's not even mention full innate soul power as a transmigrator. Surely, I must have at least level 9. Ning Xiaotian felt a flicker of anxiety. Never mind, as long as it's not a malignant mutation unseen for a millennium, he'll consider it a success. He lowered his expectations further. That a life of misfortune has robbed me of my confidence. At least I still have celestial herbs. These wondrous plants not only enhance soul power and strengthen martial souls, but also accelerate cultivation speed, benefits that are vividly illustrated in the original text. The Shrek's 7 monsters, including Tang San, owe their rapid rise in no small part to the efficacy of celestial herbs. And this happens to be something I can scheme for. After all, who is my father? Ning Fengzhi. We possess ample wealth. Do I lack celestial herbs? That's inconsequential. Do I lack the means to identify and harvest them? That's also inconsequential. After all, others do have them. Unfortunately, Qian is still alive, and while I must bide my time. Ning Xiaotian felt a twinge of disappointment. Only after Qian falls will the spirit hall be entirely opposed to the Haotian sect, thus allowing my plans to have a chance as soon as the Haotian clan makes a foolish decision to neglect the safety of the clan and declares a complete withdrawal. The clan will inevitably fall victim to the soul hall's targeting, leading to their families' decline and the suffering of its members. Yang Wudi will harbor an intense resentment toward the Haotian clan and Tang Hai. In such a scenario, one could seize the opportunity to purchase miraculous herbs and knowledge of toxin removal from Yang Wudi, with guaranteed success. money, protection, and divine herbs. These are precisely what Yang Wudi requires. And there is even the possibility of winning over the Paklan, and one can withstand the law of monetary influence. If there is resistance, then simply offer more. Moreover, even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, contemplating certain possibilities, Ning Xiaotian's gaze flickered. For the sake of the sect, and for myself, I must resort to certain extraordinary measures. As long as I possess information about miraculous herbs and understand the methods of detoxification, I can deliver soul bones to Dugubo before Tang San does, thereby winning him. Over to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. With my financial resources, acquiring 2 pieces of millennium-old soul bones is not a challenge. As long as the plan succeeds, I could even utilize the abundant miraculous herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang to significantly enhance the strength of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. I wonder if there are any suitable herbs for Dugubo and his granddaughter within the ice and fire yin-yang. Ning Xiaotian scratched the hem of his pants, feeling a tinge of regret. After all, Dugubo is the original master of the ice and fire yin-yang. It would be rather unreasonable not to prioritize his needs. Unlike Tang San from the original narrative, who harvested all the herbs without leaving any for Dugubo, this is something Ning Xiaotian would never consider. Oh, but wait. Tang San did not completely strip it bare. He left a root and some seeds. When confronted with Dugubo's furious inquiries, he unapologetically retorted, "You agreed that I could take whatever I wanted. You never specified how much I could take. I merely chose to take it all." He later assured Dugubo that with the nourishment of the ice and fire yin-yang the area would soon flourish again within a few decades. Yet, he conveniently omitted the fact that the precious herbs he extracted would require hundreds of years to have any chance of regrowth, even within the ice and fire yin-yang. Regrowth? What about the maturation period? Good heavens. I must inquire, given Dugubo's qualifications. Will he still be around in a few hundred years? Chapter 3. Direction of Advancement: How to Deal with Xiao Wu. Furthermore, while it is true that Tang San helped Dugubo rid himself of toxins, to claim it as a life-saving grace seems somewhat forced. The original Tang San himself acknowledged that Dugubo's longevity was primarily due to the ice and fire yin-yang suppression of the toxins, allowing him to live without issues for many years. Although his body occasionally suffered from the backlash of toxins, hindering his cultivation, his life was never in jeopardy. If Dugubo can achieve longevity, then naturally, his granddaughter can as well. Thus, can Tang San's actions truly be deemed a life-saving grace? Perhaps it would be more fitting to describe it as alleviating a chronic affliction. However, Tang San shamelessly exploited Dugubo's ignorance of miraculous herbs, taking advantage of his verbal missteps to abscond with all the herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang akin to an act of deceit. While it is true that one must prioritize their own interests, to such an extent is rather excessive. Moreover, if one were to speak of the life-saving grace between the two, it would be that Dugubo saved Tang San's life. Furthermore, it was not merely a single life at stake. Without the assistance of the divine herb, could Tang San truly ascend to godhood? Even if he could, would the Shrek 7 monsters also attain divinity? Certainly, with Ning Rongrong's innate talent. If her martial spirit does not evolve into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, she would undoubtedly be incapable of achieving godhood. The very notion of attaining a title would be utterly impossible. What does this signify? It signifies that Tang San would inevitably be defeated in the divine battle and would have no chance of resurrection. It implies that the Spirit Hall would emerge victorious. And would they spare those around Tang San after the dust settles? Clearly, they would not. Moreover, without the Xinxi Duanchong Hong herb, Xiao Wu would be incapable of resurrection following her sacrifice. This too can be considered a debt of gratitude for saving his beloved. As for Tang San's mother, Yin, without entering the ice and fire yin-yang who knows how long it would take for her to reconstitute. This is another act of gratitude towards his mother. So, when it comes to the cause and effect, who really owes whom? Poor honest person Dugubo, until the end, is still being deceived by Tang San, not knowing the effects of the celestial herbs and having never consumed any to enhance himself. It seems that by the end of the original work, it doesn't even mention any improvement in Dugubo's cultivation, not even reaching level 95, and his granddaughter is already 24 years old and only at level 50. Is this the level one should have after consuming celestial herbs? Wholeheartedly helping others. Yet what he gets in return can only be described as selling himself and still counting others' money. It's tragic, truly unbearable. Dugubo is a person of deep feelings and righteousness, and he is not pretentious. Ning Xiaotian nods in agreement, thinking that if there's a chance in the future, he must befriend him. As for Tang San, Ning Xiaotian's brows furrow slightly, seemingly with disdain. Someone who doesn't understand how to repay deep kindness shows that he cannot distinguish right from wrong and is not worth forming a deep friendship with. However, since Chenxin and Gu is still alive and well, Tang San should not have been born yet, so it's not necessary to care. Twisting his neck, Ning Xiaotian once again follows the clues to find out what celestial herb would be suitable for Dugubo Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. Ice Fire Dragon King? Ning Xiaotian's pupils widened as if he had realized something. The Ice and Fire Eyes were the place where the two Dragon Kings of Ice and Fire had fallen. Logically speaking, there should be many immortal herbs growing around that could enhance the Dragon Clan's bloodline. Moreover, Dugubo's martial soul is of the serpent type. So if he could consume such immortal herbs, it would greatly benefit his martial soul. Unfortunately, Ning Xiaotian's gaze dimmed again. He did not understand how to identify or utilize immortal herbs, let alone any methods for detoxification. In fact, he didn't even know where Dugubo was. Ning Xiaotian frowned for a moment, but then relaxed, thinking, what am I afraid of? With two super Douluos at home and my familiarity with the plot, am I really scared of these things running away? Fortunately, we have money and strong support. So what am I lacking now? There shouldn't be any issues with my martial soul and innate soul power. Dugubo and the celestial herbs are already within my grasp. Ning Xiaotian suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth, his expression turning bitter again. He still lacked offensive soul skills. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, Martial Soul, seems to produce only support-type soul skills, regardless of the type of soul ring absorbed. Moreover, each soul ring can only correspond to one soul skill, which appears to be an inherent flaw of the martial soul, something even Ning Rongrong, who possesses a divine soul ring, cannot avoid. Of course, it could also be that the divine soul ring itself can only provide one soul skill. The divine soul rings obtained by the Shrek 7 monsters on Sea God Island seem to each only provide one soul skill, although they are the most suitable for themselves. To have a single soul ring possess multiple soul skills, it seems one can only rely on hunting soul beasts or soul beast sacrifices. The 100,000 year soul rings hunted by Tang San in the original work all come with 2 soul skills. And each piece of soul bone dropped can also carry 2 soul skills. What a blow. And sacrifices are even more powerful. Sacrificing fierce beasts can directly provide 3 to 4 soul skills. A 100,000 year soul beast, oh my. Hard to find and hard to fight, this path seems blocked. With the strength of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, going after the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python is too risky. Should he go and cut down Xiao Wu? It's likely he wouldn't find her in the Stardoe Forest now, especially since she is accompanied by 2 strong men. He'd probably have to wait until the plot kicks off, but by then, she would have transformed into a human and be in the process of recultivating. It's hard to bring himself to attack a human form. Deeply influenced by 9 years of compulsory education, the good student Ning Xiaotian found himself in a dilemma, having no deep-seated hatred. Besides, how is killing a human any different? Should he try to create a few soul skills himself? Ning Xiaotian felt bitter in his heart, lacking confidence. In his previous life, he had once been obsessed with martial arts films, dreaming of being a martial artist, practicing military boxing for a while by mimicking his uncle's sports textbook. Later, he idolized Long Gu and self-taught Wing Chun and Jeet Kune Do through online videos during elementary and middle school, even fantasizing about acting heroically and upholding justice. Unfortunately, during a school cleanup, he mopped the tiled floor too well and ended up injuring himself, fracturing his elbow, which was in a cast for half a year. His martial arts dream came to a brief end. When he entered university, the first physical education class he attended was taught by a teacher who taught Tai Chi. Since it was for credit, he studied it seriously for a year, but then in his second year, he fell into the obsession of playing online games. Led astray by a morally questionable roommate, he became addicted. His martial arts dream was completely over. There was no way. The girls in Valorn were just too stunning. Now, nearly 8 years later, the martial arts dream he once had was buried deep in his heart, and the bamboo sword at home had long since been destroyed. With most of the boxing techniques in his mind now vague, the key point was that he had learned everything by himself, without a master to teach him. He had only scratched the surface, focusing on looking cool rather than practical fighting ability. He probably couldn't even be considered a beginner in martial arts. However, having studied for a long time, he still knew the basic characteristics and simple routines of each boxing style, though his understanding was quite superficial. Besides, better than nothing. Ning Xiaotian felt a bit frustrated, thinking he should have searched for more manuals online back then. Maybe he could have practiced them in Douluo Continent. Practicing boxing is much harder than cultivating techniques. Just practicing the core and lower body, didn't he know how many times his legs had trembled, or how many times he had knelt down while walking, still remembering kneeling at the bathroom door. At that time, the male and female bathrooms were on either side, and his kneeling attracted countless girls' glances. He experienced social death on the spot. Looking back now, he felt a little shy. P.S. The author's real experience. Don't mention how embarrassing it was. Chapter 4 Ning Rongrong, gone just like that? Regardless, he should just practice for now. Ning Xiaotian felt a bit sentimental. It could be considered a former Chinibi dream. If he could carry it on in this world, that would be nice. Moreover, if these close combat techniques could be combined with soul power in battles, they might yield unexpected results, and that would be a real gain. Unfortunately, he hadn't awakened his martial soul yet, so he couldn't put it into practice, nor could he test it on the two titled Douluos in the sect. He might end up being dissected. Better safe than sorry. He could use the excuse of studying to cover for himself, while also absorbing the practical experience of the two big shots to enrich and refine his untested skills. Being too young is also a hindrance. It seemed he thought of something, as Ning Xiaotian felt troubled and helpless. The seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect had taken in quite a few civilian disciples over the years, and his father, Ning Fengzhi, had even purchased several at the Heaven Do auction house, including catgirls and bunny-eared girls, each one charming and alluring. Ugh, learning bad things at such a young age. Ning Xiaotian deeply despised his lewd thoughts from 3 seconds ago. He straightened his posture, glanced sideways, and seeing that the two big shots beside him hadn't noticed, Ning Xiaotian continued pondering. That left only one last question: how to solve the flaw of the martial soul. After he arrived in Douluo Continent, he spent over a year learning the language, only to discover that the spirit hall was still under the rule of the titled Duo Qian. In other words, Ning Rongrong hadn't even been born yet. Or is it that she simply never existed? Ning Rongrong is really gone. He can directly intercept the fairy herb Chilua tulip and try to solve the soul ring defect. If Ning Rongrong is born sister, what else can he do? I'm afraid he will have to seek other methods. According to the original work, after Ning Rongrong consumes the Chilua tulip, it should ensure the evolution of her martial soul. Is Ning Xiaotian going to eat? That's hard to say. It's a bit risky. According to the original timeline, Ning Rongrong should be the same age as Tang San, and when Tang San was being hammered by Qian Renxue, he was still in swaddling clothes. It seems like Qian Renxue has to wait a bit longer. It was previously confirmed that Ning Rongrong was born, and Ning Xiaotian had even activated with his mother, hinting multiple times that it would be great to have a younger sister. His mother, Zhang Fenghua, has the martial soul of a fire sword, innate soul power of level 8, over 40 years old, and is a level 74 soul sage. Achieving such a level at this age makes her a genius in the continent, especially since the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school is wealthy. The resource supply is well guaranteed. However, more than a year has passed, and not to mention a younger sister, his mother's once slim waist hasn't shown any signs of bulging. Instead, it has become even more curvy. Though she's over 40, she still looks like a young girl, graceful, with skin whiter than snow, and beautiful like a fairy. Ahem, none of this is the point. The focus is still on his mother's martial soul. So in Bibi, Ning Xiaotian's face is filled with sorrow, his eyes full of envy, and his heart feels as if it is stuffed with 100 pounds of pickled vegetables. Sometimes, he can't help but think privately that it would be better if his father's last name wasn't Ning, for example. If he had the last name Chun or Qian. Actually, Tang sounds pretty good too. It's no wonder Ning Xiaotian has such thoughts. It's all because his mother's martial soul is a strong attack type, weapon martial soul, a sword. A sword. And it looks just like the one he liked the most in his past life, resembling the burning sword from a certain game. How can this not be described as handsome? Ning Xiaotian, upon opening his eyes to see the world for the first time, was immediately captivated by his mother's martial soul. Which boy hasn't fantasized about wandering the world with a sword in his youth? Although Ning Xiaotian practiced boxing in his previous life, he had always yearned to learn swordsmanship. He had once donned a nylon plastic belt, crafted a bamboo sword, and dashed across the fields, cutting down weeds along the way. Of course, it was common to accidentally cut a few inches of rice, and getting punished was just part of the experience. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to be beaten now, he had no chance. His father, Ning Xiaotian, was somewhat silent. Since he had arrived in this world, returning was no longer an option. Tiana, look, your grandpa Chun is about to win. Just as Ning Xiaotian was lost in his thoughts, this sudden shout startled him awake. He turned his head toward the source of the voice, and his little face immediately brightened. It is well known that traversers who have lost their parents are extraordinary, but with his parents alive, Ning Xiaotian felt even more at ease. After all, living with attachments makes life complete. Mom, I'm watching. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaotian leaned forward, resting his head to look at the center of the martial arts arena. In front of him, the spirit power of the bone Duo manifested. Dark and chilling, a skeletal dragon, formed from a white bone structure, swam around the bone Duo, with ghostly flames flickering in the gaps of its bones, exuding a sinister aura. On the other hand, the sword Duo was enveloped in sharp, glimmering white sword energy, which he skillfully wielded with his hand. Not to mention, it was so cool. In the Douluo Continent, being able to observe the duel between two titled Douluos from afar was indeed a great enjoyment. In his past life, he had never had the chance to witness such a scene. The experience of watching it in person was incomparable to any movie special effects. Old Bone, you can't do it. The sword Duo slowly retracted the 7-killing sword martial soul, which was pressing against the bone Douluo's neck, then waved his hand to remove the martial soul manifestation. With his arms crossed over his chest, he wore a beaming smile. This time I won again. Although the words were spoken, the sword Duo did not slow his pace, proudly striding toward Ning Xiaotian, as if to say, Tian'er, your grandpa Chun is the best. On the side, the newly defeated bone Douluo was filled with indignation upon seeing the sword Douluo's smug demeanor. He quickly stood up, brushed off the dust from his body, and defiantly retorted, You sword wielder, you just rely on having one more level of spirit power than me. Just wait until I catch up, and I'll make you kneel and call me brother. Hearing the bone Douluo's words, the sword Douluo chuckled, quickly turning back to give him a provocative look, and said, Old Bone, just talking without action is worthless. I'm waiting for you to challenge me again. Although he was verbally sparring with the bone Douluo, his body was quite honest. Seeing that the bone Douluo had approached, the sword Douluo also stopped, waiting for him to come beside him. What great friends! Ning Xiaotian looked at the sword Douluo and bone Duo walking side by side, feeling pleased about the strong bond between them. It was time to showcase his true talent. As the two titans approached, Ning Xiaotian shamelessly displayed his Oscar-worthy acting skills, eager to flatter them, his eyes full of admiration. Grandpa Sword. Grandpa Bone. You are amazing. Confirming their gazes, he recognized these were two strong figures. What is a face? Can it be eaten? Chapter 5. Ning Rongrong is born. Qian Renxue gets hammered. Tian'er, who do you think is stronger, me or your Grandpa Bone? The sword Duo raised an eyebrow, glancing at the bone Duo beside him, eager to ask first. This question could be a matter of life and death. Ning Xiaotian's small eyes darted around, his tone soft and cute. Both are very strong. I want to be as strong as you two grandpas in the future. The two great figures were very satisfied, beaming with smiles. The timing was just right. Ning Xiaotian found a gap to insert himself, tilting his head back, his eyes shimmering with admiration on his face. Grandpa Sword. Grandpa Bone, can I learn sword skills and fist techniques from you? Sword Duo and Bone Duo both trembled all over, feeling greatly valued and encouraged. They exchanged glances and then simultaneously turned their hopeful eyes towards Ning Fengzhi beside them. Ning Fengzhi's scalp tingled. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has a professional team and training methods for cultivating direct-line auxiliary soul masters. It cannot be changed casually. Ning Xiaotian understood that this path was blocked, and he turned his gaze toward his mother, Zhang Fenghua, his eyes straining to hold back tears. Perhaps a roundabout way to save the country could work. The tone of Zhang Fenghua's voice was both tender and sorrowful. The gentle breeze causes the branches to tremble, and the once straight body is no longer upright. Ning Xiaotian's eyes lit up with excitement. Sword Duo looked up at the sky, while Bone Duo looked down at the ground, ignoring everything, closing his eyes to listen, and remain silent. Since Tian'er wanted to learn, let him learn. After all, Tian'er is already 3 years old and should start nurturing his body in preparation for his martial soul awakening. Let him train with Uncle Chun and Uncle Gu, and consider it as physical exercise. Additionally, Zhang Fenghua's jade-like cheeks suddenly flushed with a rosy hue, as she gently extended her delicate hand to cover the corner of her mouth, tiptoed closer to Ning Fengzhi's ear, and whispered softly, Hasn't Tian'er always wanted a younger sister? Suddenly, Sword and Bone Duo's senses were fully awakened, their ears twitching, and they glanced sideways at Ning Fengzhi with meaningful looks. Ning Xiaotian was confused and a bit anxious. Ahem. Ning Fengzhi felt a surge of strength, straightened up, and spoke with righteousness. All right then. Sword Douluo. Bone Douluo. It's getting late. You two have been sparring for quite a while, so you must be a bit tired. Why don't you come with me to the hall to sit and rest for a while? We can also discuss Tian'er as upcoming study matters and his training with you too. Yes, let's go. Okay, this really needs to be discussed properly. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo replied in unison. Ning Fengzhi took the opportunity to wave his hand and dismiss the surrounding crowd, then led his wife and the two Douluos toward the sect's conference hall. After a heated discussion, the powerless Ning Xiaotian found himself clearly arranged by the 4 big shots in front of him. Wake up at 8 in the morning for breakfast. Cultural classes in the morning, alternating schedules on odd and even days with the following study content: a general history of Douluo Continent, detailed explanations of the powers in Douluo Continent, a complete guide to soul beasts in Douluo Continent, etiquette of the nobility in the Tiando Empire, the ladies of Douluo Continent, and the 38 techniques of flirting from a Ning family. Afternoon martial arts classes, learning basic boxing techniques with Bone Douluo on odd days and basic sword techniques with Sword Douluo on even days. In the evening, soak in a medicinal bath. And after that, professionals will use soul power to nourish the body. And finally, there will be free time. Is the schedule really this packed? The more Ning Xiaotian listened, the more his scalp tingled, as if he had returned to that miserable time when he attended a full-time school, especially the kind where he lived on campus. The most crucial part was that he had been sent away from his parents' home and moved to a separate courtyard close to Qian and Bone Douluo. What kind of operation was this? Ning Xiaotian was a bit confused. A year later, who would have thought? After urging for so long, there was no movement from his mother's belly, and just 2 months after he was thrown to learn from Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, his mother was actually pregnant. Can you believe that? Was I the one who was unnecessary all along? Looking at the little one named Ning Rongrong being held in his mother's arms, Ning Xiaotian felt a pang in his heart. The key point is how coincidental. He had recently received news from within the sect that the current pope of the Wuhuan Hall, Chenxin and Gu, had just returned severely injured. This means that Chenxin and Gu was indeed beaten by Tang Hao, and Tang Sin must have just been born not long ago. Calculating this, Ning Rongrong's birth time is not much different from that in the original story. This is really amazing. Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but click his tongue. He originally thought that Ning Rongrong was gone. My family's position seems to be in jeopardy. Looking at his parents in front of him, as well as Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo beside them, and seeing the doting expressions on their faces, Ning Xiaotian felt sour inside. Sigh, forget it. Confirming with his eyes, this is my little sister. Ning Xiaotian comforted himself. So, the question arose. How should he deal with Oscar's matter? Should he agree to this guy pursuing his sister in the future? As a big brother, Ning Xiaotian looked at the little one in the swaddling clothes, revealing the worry of a father. To be honest, he had no objection to his sister marrying Oscar according to the original story. First of all, Oscar is a decent person, has no major flaws, is talented and willing to work hard, and he looks pretty good. In the original story, he was entirely devoted to Ning Rongrong. Overall, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. Additionally, as a food system soul master, Oscar could be said to be able to handle both the hall and the kitchen. At least in terms of food, his little sister would be well taken care of. As for entering Shrek Academy to study, Ning Xiaotian really did not expect Shrek Academy to teach his sister anything, with those teaching methods from Ning Xiaotian's perspective. Knowing the original story, they were just mediocre, even very poor. Moreover, he was quite unhappy with Shrek's academic atmosphere. A soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master, but a mediocre talent. This school motto is simply a path to death. Furthermore, the attitude of Shrek Academy towards commoners also made Ning Xiaotian feel extremely displeased. The admission criteria are so high, why not make it clear right away? Just by feeling a bone, they say the other party is not good enough, and the application fee is non-refundable. What kind of robbery operation is this? The mentors in Shrek Academy are all from commoner backgrounds. Don't they know what a 10 gold coin registration fee means for a common family? Only accepting monsters as students, with an almost laissez-faire education approach. And the most crucial point is that they're short on funds. It's ridiculous. With Flender's martial soul and soul sage strength, even standing at the entrance of the hunting soul forest helping people hunt century-old soul beasts, charging dozens of gold coins for each one would make him rich. With this kind of intelligence lacking in fees, he still dares to be the principal. However, as a tool, Flender could be used to temper his little sister's character, which is feasible. Given the personalities of these 4 big bosses in front of him, Ning Rongrong will most likely still be spoiled and willful like in the original story. And it seems he can't stop it. After all, Ning Xiaotian is also someone who dotes on his sister. Also, in terms of friendships, Zhu Zhuqing from Shrek Academy is a good potential friend. If his little sister can learn well from this big cat and understand her tenacious and hardworking character, the whole family can directly celebrate. Of course, it would be even better if she could bring her home. P.S. Among Shrek's 7 monsters, only Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar seem okay. The others, in the author's opinion, are really increasingly unreliable. What do you think? Chapter 6, Mysterious Qian Renxue. Let's go with the flow. Regarding his still young sister, Ning Xiaotian decided not to intervene for now. He thought of those unfortunate kids he had seen in his previous life, arranged for everything from a young age with tutoring classes, interest classes, and remedial classes. It was simply overwhelming. Before even entering society, they had to endure such hardships. Terrifying to terrifying. The purest age, yet without any happiness to speak of. My sister shouldn't go through such a childhood. Let her be a bit willful. When a girl is out and about, being tough is also a form of protection, as long as she doesn't recklessly harm others. Besides, there's the tool Flender. With his four-eyed, lecherous uncle taking the blame, it can instead highlight my glorious image in front of my sister. Waste utilization. Hard to come by. Ning Xiaotian silently gave himself a thumbs up. Now that Qian Renxue has returned to the spirit hall heavily injured, it seems that death is not far away. Thinking of Qian Renxue's glorious deeds, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. With a hint of envy in his eyes, Qian Renxue, the current pope of the spirit hall, the #1 in the Douluo secret room game, a man who makes countless friends pound their chests and yearn for him, is also the starting point of everything. Without him, there will be no subsequent story. Bibi Dong. What a pity. Qian Renxue is simply ridiculous. Thinking of Qian Renxue's story in the original work, Ning Xiaotian felt a bit frustrated. Once Qian Renxue died, Qian Renxue directly fell out with Bibi Dong, then came to the Heaven Do Empire alone to eliminate Xue Qinghe and take his place, dedicating herself to her career. Before meeting Tang San, she could be considered a patient, decisive woman with great wisdom and beauty. Unfortunately, things got a bit strange afterward. After enduring in the royal family for nearly 20 years, the resilient Qian Renxue first inexplicably exposed her identity to recruit her enemy Tang San, then inexplicably fell in love with him, and then inexplicably let him go multiple times. Absurd, it really is absurd. It's simply baffling. Such a silly and sweet girl. Combining wisdom and foolishness, beauty and infatuation, Ning Xiaotian just wanted to say, boss, please give me a dozen. Unfortunately, Qian Renxue hasn't come to Heaven Do yet. Ning Xiaotian felt a bit disappointed, and moreover, his father Ning Fengzhi doesn't seem to have taken Xue Qinghe as a disciple yet. That's right, if Xue Qinghe had become his father's disciple before being replaced, even if the disguised Qian Renxue pretended well, with his father's true merchant's insight, Qian Renxue would most likely be exposed. Ning Xiaotian pondered, having a deep understanding. Ning Fengzhi has led the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school for many years, interacting with various major powers. His insight into human relationships and matters is fundamentally incomparable to that of Flander, a fake merchant who only knows how to slack off and can't even make money. Furthermore, the family of the emotionless emperor is really something, compared to Ning Fengzhi. Ning Xiaotian suddenly feels that the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire is just a useless person. Just think, if the Snow Knight Emperor had been more involved and concerned about his child's daily life, how could he not even notice when his own son was replaced? There are no 2 identical leaves in the world, let alone living people. Even if Qian Renxue disguises herself perfectly, she cannot perfectly mimic someone. The Snow Knight Emperor is truly a scumbag who only knows how to give birth and not care. Ning Xiaotian silently despises him in his heart, and his overall impression of the Tiando Empire worsens. Speaking of fathers, Ning Xiaotian ponders. Before Tang Xiao of the Haotian school ascended to the position, it should have been his father who was the sect leader, right? This means that Tang Hao will soon be expelled from the sect by his own father. Moreover, Yu Xiaojing was also expelled from his family by his own father due to his poor talent and the pressure from his clan. The top 3 sects? Are they really that cowardly? Not even protecting their own flesh and blood? Fortunately, his own dad, Ning Fengzhi, is still reliable. Ning Xiaotian looks at his affectionate father, his beautiful and charming mother, and his petite and cute sister Ning Rongrong beside him, feeling quite satisfied. Then he glances at the bone Douluo and the sword Douluo next door. Ugh, 2 old geezers. From the very beginning of standing in a horse stance for half an hour, holding a sword for half an hour, doing 1,000 straight punches, 1,000 straight stabs, Enduring this for several months, Ning Xiaotian feels like his waist is about to break and his legs are almost crippled. This difficulty is incomparable to his past life. After all, he practiced without supervision and could slack off. The following months were even worse, with sword techniques and fist and foot training. Ning Xiaotian's but got beaten into a monkey face. In order for Ning Xiaotian to apply what he learned, the Bon Douluo now even drags him to closely observe his battles and drills with the sword Douluo every day, encouraging him to ask questions directly if he doesn't understand. Sometimes he even lets Ning Xiaotian personally step onto the stage to practice and deepen his impression, but poor him being under one. For meters tall, how could he withstand being handled by such a strong man? His joints are still sore. As for practicing sword, the sword Douluo is even more straightforward. 2 days ago, he threw an unopened fine iron sword directly to Ning Xiaotian. Since he has already learned the basic sword moves, it's time to start comprehending the sword. From now on, carry the sword with you every day, meditate, sleep, and constantly feel the weight, length, texture, and structure of this sword. Get familiar with everything about it with your heart. Then, use the basic sword moves you have learned to wield it. Once this sword completely becomes a part of your body, the first step of comprehending the sword will be considered complete. That's exactly what he said. Ning Xiaotian listened and found no reason to refute. After all, it sounded quite impressive. Could it be that my aptitude is truly this poor? Ning Xiaotian often doubted himself, wondering if he was really not cut out for martial arts, and if in his previous life he was just indulging in self-satisfaction. Sigh. Reading is so much easier. Perhaps it was due to the more than 20 years of academic life in his previous life that he had accumulated a talent for studying. Compared to practicing martial arts, Ning Xiaotian felt that reading was simply a pleasure. Well, actually, it was because reading wouldn't get him a spanking. Ning Xiaotian instinctively rubbed his perky bottom. It must be said that the knowledge inheritance in Douluo Continent is truly lacking. There are no 4 books and 5 classics, no Tang poetry or song lyrics, and no 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of mock exams. There's not much difficulty. It's rather dull. Perhaps due to the unique characteristics of the cultivation system in Douluo Continent. Most of the books Ning Xiaotian has come across are related to soul masters and soul beasts. And there aren't many of them. Of course, the current situation is also due to various forces on the continent prohibiting the external transmission of sect classics. Even so, as a top sect proficient in commerce, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect collection of books is probably only slightly inferior to that of the Spirit Hall's library. I really don't know how Yu Shaojing dares to boast. Ning Xiaotian's mouth twitched slightly, and he raised an eyebrow in a manner that seemed dismissive. He had also read Yu Shaojing's theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, and much of the content could be described as extremely unrigorous, with vague wording and ambiguous statements. The level of writing in this paper could probably be easily outdone by any high school student with decent grades in his previous life. And he calls it the 10 theories. It's simply short and powerless. In this world, martial souls are varied and involved in all aspects of human life. Randomly choosing a direction to study cannot be summarized by just 10 theories. Ning Xiaotian could rely on the soul master data within the sect to directly come up with dozens of theories, guaranteed to be very practical. It perfectly echoes that saying, "I'll go, I'm really capable." Chapter 7. Qian and Gu really died. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Backyard. The morning glow was slightly intoxicating, mixed with gentle orange light, radiating from the distant horizon, winding around the eaves, avoiding the tightly drawn curtains, and shining through the gaps onto the bedside. It was warm, like a soft hand brushing against him. "Schwerer, don't scratch there, it's itchy." "Hey, Zhuqing, Nana, you two are not behaving." Bang, bang, bang. "Damn, who is it?" Ning Xiaotian suddenly sat up, wiped the glistening corner of his mouth, his tone slightly angry. Since his younger sister Ning Rongrong was born more than 5 months ago, his delicate body had been subjected to the torment and manipulation of 2 old men every day. He was already exhausted, both physically and mentally. Today was a rare day off, and he just wanted to enjoy a nice sleep in. Just as he was having a wonderful dream, he was suddenly awakened by someone. How could he not be annoyed? He was truly angry, and it was not easy to soothe him. "Young Master Xiaotian." Was that Xiao Chui's voice? Ning Xiaotian's anger was instantly extinguished, and he hurriedly lifted the blanket to get out of bed. Xiao Chui was his mother's personal maid, and her messages were like his mother's golden rules. He couldn't afford to offend her. Moreover, she was calling him at this hour. Ning Xiaotian was startled and, without hesitation, quickly put on his clothes and stumbled towards the door. "Xiao Chui, aren't you serving my mother? Why are you here so early?" Ning Xiaotian asked as he saw the pretty maid Xiao Chui standing at the door. Young Master Xiaotian, Madam sent me to summon you to the conference hall. The young maid said in a soft tone, her body trembling slightly, as if she had been frightened by something. Xiao Chui, you should go rest, Ning Xiaotian said, not caring about his own fatigue and soreness, and left the maid behind as he rushed directly to the conference hall. Dad, Mom, and even Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are here. It seems something serious has happened. Without further hesitation, Ning Xiaotian quickly stepped into the room, politely greeted the prominent figures present to gain their favor, and then walked to Ning Fengzhi's side, standing tall. In this situation, it was not his turn to speak. Ning Fengzhi saw that everyone had arrived and did not delay, speaking loudly, his voice echoing through the hall. Just received the news that the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Qian Renxue, has passed away, and the former saint Bibi Dong has succeeded to the position of Pope. His Majesty has sent for me to bring Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle to the palace to discuss countermeasures. Normally, he would attend the royal meeting while leaving Bone Doa to protect the sect, but this time it concerns a significant change in the Wuhuan Temple. And he did not refuse. After all, with the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple dead, the anger would likely be directed at the Haotian sect, and there was no reason to target the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect or any other forces. The wrath of the 2 super Douluos, currently in the entire continent, besides the Haotian sect and the Wuhuan Temple, no other forces can withstand this. What? Qian Renxue is dead? Wasn't he just severely injured? It seems the Wuhuan Temple will not let the Haotian sect off easily. What a troublesome time. A few months ago, the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Qian Renxue, was only severely injured, and now he has suddenly died. Upon hearing this change, everyone in the hall found it hard to believe. Everyone, please be quiet. Seeing the crowd in such a state, Ning Fengzhi frowned and quickly intervened. In an instant, one could hear a pin drop in the hall. Once everyone quieted down, Ning Fengzhi continued, this matter is indeed a bit strange. The Wuhuan Temple is filled with talented individuals, and there are definitely healing-type soul masters within. Qian Renxue was only severely injured a few months ago, and now news of his death has emerged, which is truly baffling. Additionally, according to the reports, the Haotian sect has already led the entire sect into hiding, and the Wuhuan Temple is currently suppressing the affiliated sects and industries under the Haotian sect with all its might. Upon saying this, Ning Fengzhi's expression turned grim. The 3 upper sects are closely linked, but after the news of Tang Hao injuring Qian Renxue was spread, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect has not received any information from the Haotian sect. Later, after Tang Hao was expelled from the Haotian sect, he obtained information through his own business channels. The details of the matter are still completely unknown. Now that Qian Renxue is dead and the Haotian sect has directly retreated, even neglecting their affiliated sects, this truly catches him off guard. What kind of teammates are these? Ning Fengzhi felt quite troubled, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. It seems the mainland is about to fall into turmoil again, and it's uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Regarding this, His Majesty also finds it hard to make a decision, which is why he sent someone to summon us. There can be no delay at this moment. I must set off for the palace immediately with Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fengzhi turned to Zhang Fanghua and Ning Xiaotian beside him. Moreover, there are already 10 disciples below Soul Saint in the sect who need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. I've decided to let my wife lead the team to the Sunset Forest for the hunt. What? Mom just gave birth to my sister a few months ago. Her body hasn't recovered yet, and she's going out to lead the team? How can this be acceptable? Upon hearing his dad say that his mom will lead the hunt for soul beasts, Ning Xiaotian instantly became unhappy. The Sunset Forest even has the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Who knows if there are any powerful soul beasts lurking around? The unknown is the greatest risk. Tianer, why are you so anxious? His mom, Zhang Fanghua, pouted, her smile fading, showing her displeasure. It's not like we're going to the Star Doe Forest. It's just the Sunset Forest, which has long been proven to have no powerful soul beasts. Don't forget, your mom is now a level 74 battle soul sage. I'm quite strong. Besides, this time I'm accompanied by 1 soul Daw for soul kings and other guards. Tianer won't be in any danger. Seeing her son trying to stop her, Zhang Fanghua felt sweet inside. But then she thought about how she hadn't gone far from home in over a year and was getting a bit depressed at home. This opportunity was something she had fought hard for with her husband, Ning Fengzhi, and she couldn't miss it. Tianer, you just stay home and keep Rongrong company. Otherwise, that little one will wake up and pester your mom again. Zhang Fanghua pinched Ning Xiaotian's cheek, Using a cute tactic, her eyes glistening, Ning Xiaotian wore a face. Yet he remained tight-lipped. Seeing her son's hesitant expression, Zhang Fanghua quickly turned to her husband Ning Fengzhi with a pleading look in her eyes for help. Ning Fengzhi had a helpless expression on his face. He didn't want his wife to go out so early to lead a hunt for soul beasts, especially since their daughter was still crying for milk all day. He was also busy with many affairs and had no time to take care of her. But with his wife's lively and active personality, it was indeed a challenge for her to stay in the sect for a whole year. She had already complained to him more than 10 times during this period. Sigh, let's just indulge her this once. All right, Tian, it's settled then. With your mother's strength, leading the team to the Sunset Forest should be safe. No one in the Tiando Empire would dare to provoke the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Well, seeing his father make a decision, Ning Xiaotian knew that the matter was already beyond his control and could only give more advice. Mom, be sure to be extra careful. Don't rush to the front, and if you see mist, stay far away. Chapter 8. Unexpected Change. Thus, the Ning family of 4 completely parted ways. Dad went to the palace with 2 titled Douluos, while Mom led the team to the Sunset Forest. As for Ning Xiaotian, he temporarily took on the role of a babysitter, rocking his sleeping sister's cradle, rocking and rocking, until the world lost its color and the sun went down. It was clear that he inherited the single dog syndrome from his previous life, as he was truly clueless about taking care of children. It was a sad story. In his previous life, even with 3 children, he was still single, unable to afford a wife, let alone children. Poverty limited his imagination. He had embarrassed his country. So, how many should he marry? Ning Xiaotian's pupils gradually became unfocused, his thoughts began to drift, and the curvature of his mouth expanded increasingly, revealing a wild demeanor. The swaying frequency of the cradle beneath him also slowed down. Now he was incredibly wealthy. Young Master Xiaotian. The little maid, seeing Ning Xiaotian like this, felt a bit scared and couldn't help but call out softly. She felt that her young master's symptoms resembled those of a legendary epilepsy attack. Ahem, Xiaotsui. Ning Xiaotian woke up with a somewhat resentful expression. He looked down at his sister in the cradle, who was still sound asleep and hadn't been disturbed. He let out a sigh of relief and stood up. You take over for a bit, I'm going out for some fresh air. After saying that, he stretched his waist and walked out the door. Just as he stepped across the threshold, he bumped into his father, Ning Fengzhi, who was walking towards him. Father, you're back. How did it go? What about Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu? Ning Xiaotian jogged up to Ning Fengzhi, glanced behind him, and found no one there, which made him exclaim in surprise. Looking at his son who had just walked out of the house, Ning Fengzhi felt his restless heart calm down a bit. The recent changes in the Spirit Hall had indeed made him somewhat worried. Matters concerning a top power like the Spirit Hall could affect the entire continent. He had to be cautious. His head ached. It was exhausting. It was already taken care of. Ning Fengzhi smiled, speaking vaguely, as his son was young, and he didn't want to say too much. I've already sent Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu to the Sunset Forest to help. With 2 titled Douluo there, you don't have to worry about your mother anymore. Naturally, Ning Fengzhi was always concerned about his wife's safety. As soon as he finished discussing matters with the Snow Knight Emperor, he immediately sent the 2 strongest forces of the sect to ensure her safety. That's good. Ning Xiaotian finally felt relieved. With 2 super Douluos around, unless a ferocious beast suddenly appeared in the Sunset Forest, his mother's safety should be ensured. Ning Rongrong must have fallen asleep by now. She's already fast asleep. Ning Xiaotian nodded. Then you should go back to your room and rest too. I've already called the nanny in from outside to take care of Rongrong. All right, father. You should also rest early. Ning Xiaotian nodded, went back to the room to pick up the fine iron sword, said goodbye to Ning Fengzhi, and returned to his own room. Next, the Spirit Hall is about to officially enter the era of Bibi Dong. After taking a medicinal bath, Ning Xiaotian lay on the bed, contemplating the news of Qian Renxue's death and Bibi Dong's succession as Pope, and couldn't help but sigh. Lost in thought, he fell into a deep sleep. Taking care of children is really exhausting. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Young Master Tian. It's not good. Who's knocking on the door at this late hour? Ning Xiaotian suddenly sat up in bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes and mumbling indistinctly with some complaints. The knocking on the door was urgent and forceful, like a drum, which startled him. The knocking drowned out his shouts. Ning Xiaotian pulled aside the covers, began to get dressed, and stretched his neck to listen carefully. His mind was filled with doubts. The air in the room was chilly, and it was likely not early. He estimated it was already past midnight. It was the first time he encountered someone waking him up at this hour. It was also Xiaotsui's voice. As he approached the door, He recognized the visitor. Not good. Ning Xiaotian was startled. Xiaotsue wouldn't come all the way here in the middle of the night for no reason, knocking on the door to wake him up. There must be some urgent matter. Ning Xiaotian rushed to the door and opened it, feeling an extremely bad premonition in his heart. Xiaotsue, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Young master. Young master. Madam, she's injured. Lord Jin, just carry Madam back. It's in Madam's room. You should hurry and take a look. What? Mother is injured. Ning Xiaotian's heart sank, and his hair stood on end as he felt a chill rush from his spine straight to his forehead. He couldn't care less about the rosy-faced, sweaty, panting little maid in front of him. Ning Xiaotian took off running, sprinting towards his mother's residence. How could this be? How could this be? Ning Xiaotian's chest felt like it was being burned by raging fire, his body tense, teeth clenched, and his whispers were filled with urgency. Looking at the open door, not far away, the glaring light spilled out, revealing flickering figures inside. He paused for a moment, as if his heart was tugged by something. This was the first time Ning Xiaotian felt scared about entering this once warm house. But it was only a brief pause, and soon his footsteps became even more hurried. With a sudden rush, Ning Xiaotian dashed inside. Mother! Ning Xiaotian's shout came to an abrupt stop. His pale complexion, purple lips, fine beads of cold sweat, and the trembling expression of pain seemed like he was experiencing an inescapable nightmare. How could this happen? Hold on, he had to hold on. Ning Xiaotian held his breath, clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath of cold air, and then exhaled. He must calm himself down now. Anxiety, panic, and being flustered were of no use. What he needed to do was understand the situation, gather enough information, and then resolve the crisis in front of him, rather than being irritable, clumsy, and rambling. Glancing at his father Ning Fengzhi, who was checking his mother's condition by the bedside, Ning Xiaotian did not disturb him. With a serious expression, Ning Xiaotian quickly walked over to the sword Douluo, who had brought his mother back. He quickly recalled the situation when he first arrived. Since the sword Douluo was unharmed, it meant that no battle had occurred. So why was his mother injured? Her lips were purple, indicating signs of poisoning. There must have been some circumstances that even the sword Douluo couldn't resolve, and it was possible that the incident had already happened before the sword Douluo arrived. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have failed to prevent it. Moreover, the Bon Douluo, who had accompanied the sword Douluo, was not in the room, or had he gone? Thinking of this, Ning Xiaotian looked up at the sword Douluo beside him. Grandpa Sword, how come my mother? The sword Douluo looked down at Ning Xiaotian, his expression complex, filled with urgency, sadness, and regret. According to reports from the accompanying Soul Douluo, it was during the night at the camp that they were attacked by a group of abyssal spider. Chapter 9. Seeking Rescue. The abyssal spider, it can't be. Ning Xiaotian found it hard to believe. Over the past year, he had read the related texts about soul beasts in the sect thoroughly, and knew well that the characteristics of the Earth Abyss Demon Spider were stealth and ambush, while its toxins were relatively mediocre. How could it have such a lethal effect? Suppressing his doubts, Ning Xiaotian listened carefully, not wanting to miss a single word from the sword Douluo. This type of soul beast was good at concealment and appeared in large numbers. They emerged from the jungle and underground, and since it was night with rotating night watchmen, although there was a soul Douluo on duty, there weren't many others awake. The sword Douluo spoke clearly and concisely. At an unexpected moment, some demon spiders broke through the defenses. Their target was the children. At that time, your mother was sleeping in the same room as the children and immediately sprang into action to protect them after being awakened by the commotion. After all, there was a soul Douluo present, and they were soon to repel the swarm of demon spiders. But at that moment, a giant purple spider suddenly dashed out of the jungle. Its speed was so fast that even the soul Douluo on the first line of defense couldn't react in time. As he spoke, the sword Douluo clenched his fist tightly. Your mother was on the second line of defense, and when she saw the purple spider attacking, she quickly tried to fend it off, but was knocked away, with her shoulder injured by the spider's pincers. Ning Xiaotian was astonished. His mother was a 74th level battle soul saint. The soul Douluo on duty reacted and immediately attacked the purple spider, but unexpectedly, the purple spider fled as soon as its attack failed, using its speed advantage to escape into the night. When the soul Douluo rushed to help your mother, she was already severely poisoned. The soul Douluo tried to expel the toxin using soul power, but to his surprise, the toxin was actually absorbing your mother's soul power, causing it to spread even faster. Ning Xiaotian was puzzled. What kind of spider produced such a toxin? Therefore, the soul Douluo had no choice but to temporarily seal your mother's heart pulse and all her soul power and hurry back to the sect. By then, I had already reached the edge of the sunset forest and sensed the location of the battle, but by the time I arrived, the purple spider had already escaped. Your great-grandfather, who is skilled in speed and tracking, had already followed its scent to hunt down the purple spider. As for me, worried about other unforeseen events and lacking the means to treat your mother, I'll let the Soul Douluo and the guards protect the children while I carried your mother back to the sect under the cover of night. After finishing, the Sword Douluo sighed deeply, feeling very guilty. If only I had traveled a bit faster. Sword uncle, there's no need to blame yourself. The incident was sudden, and no one could have predicted it, Ning Fengzhi said after checking Zhang Fenghua's injuries, covering her with a blanket and standing up. Father, how is she? Seeing this, Ning Xiaotian quickly asked. He saw Ning Fengzhi suddenly show a look of pain, his expression grim, and his body swayed unsteadily. The Sword Douluo was startled, taking a quick step to support Ning Fengzhi's body, while Ning Xiaotian also looked alarmed and hurried over to grab his father's arm. Ning Fengzhi shook his head, glanced at Ning Xiaotian and Sword Douluo beside him, and said in a sorrowful tone, I have never seen such a toxin. It seems to absorb anyone's soul power to strengthen itself and accelerate its spread. Even healing soul skills are ineffective. It can even worsen the toxin. Fortunately, that elder sealed the soul power and heart pulse immediately otherwise. What about the pharmacists in the sect? Ning Xiaotian asked again if soul power doesn't work. What about physical therapy? They have never seen this toxin either and are at a loss. Ning Fengzhi's body trembled slightly, and he clenched his fists tightly. Recent consecutive changes, and now his wife's life is also in danger. Even as the leader of a sect, he feels powerless and exhausted. What? How could it be like this? There must be a way. Ning Xiaotian, you can't panic. Think quickly. His expression was increasingly sorrowful, but the greater the crisis, the less he dared to let his emotions affect him. Ning Xiaotian kept pondering, continuously filtering the information provided by the Sword Douluo. Purple spider, extremely fast. Toxin absorbs soul power to spread. Could it be? As if recalling something, Ning Xiaotian abruptly turned around and grabbed Sword Douluo's arm. It was like grasping a lifeline. Grandpa Jian, hurry and tell me. What other characteristics did that elder mention about the purple spider? Ning Xiaotian said urgently, his eyes shining like fire. In the darkness, apart from a flash of purple, he vaguely saw 6 glowing purple eyeballs, with many protruding spikes all over its body. Sword Douluo spoke concisely. After finishing, he fixed his gaze tightly on Ning Xiaotian. Although he couldn't believe it internally, there was still a hint of hope in his eyes. And the others in the room also focused their gazes on Ning Xiaotian. Soul-devouring demon spider. This is the soul-devouring demon spider. Ning Xiaotian's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy as he looked up and stared fiercely at Ning Fengzhi, shaking his hand wildly. This kind of toxin, with such speed and form, could only be possessed by the soul-devouring demon spider. And now on the continent, only the current pope of the Wuhuan temple, Bibi Dong, has this kind of martial soul. If it belongs to her, perhaps. Father. Ning Xiaotian's tone was determined, his pupils shining brightly as he fixed his gaze on Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi showed a look of confusion and said, Tianer, are you sure this is the poison of the soul-eating demon spider? This soul beast has been hunted to extinction for many years due to its cunning and brutal nature. I wasn't sure at first, but after hearing Grandpa Jian's additional comments, I can almost confirm that the soul beast that attacked my mother is indeed the soul-eating demon spider. I was the first in the sect to read and study the relevant classics about soul beasts. I know all the details clearly. Although this soul beast has become extinct on the continent, and there are only a few descriptions in the books, they can still be used for identification. Father, the martial soul of the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, Bibi Dong, is the soul-eating spider emperor, the ruler of the soul-eating demon spider clan. Her martial soul will definitely be able to resolve the poison in my mother, and even if there is just a glimmer of hope, we cannot let it slip away. Ning Fengzhi listened and, without hesitation, turned directly to look at Sword Douluo, his tone firm. Uncle Jian, go. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect is willing to pay any price. Just like the child said, even if there is only a glimmer of hope, it cannot be missed. Yes. Sword Douluo immediately manifested his martial soul, the 7 killing sword, and his figure transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from the room. Additionally, it was heard that the former vassal of the Haotian sect, the Puff family, had been researching pharmacology for generations and was skilled in creating poisons. Their clan leader, Yang Wudi, was particularly knowledgeable in this area, and perhaps he could help as well. Father, do you know where their family is located now? Seeing that Sword Douluo had already left, Ning Xiaotian thought of Yang Wudi from the original work. This was the person who even created the poison used by Qian Renxue to harm the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, which was colorless and tasteless. It might be useful to call him over, just in case. The family. Ning Fengzhi pondered for a moment. It was said that they had escaped to the Star Luo Empire. Father, I wonder if we can send someone to contact them. Given their current situation, if we are willing to help them out of their predicament, their clan leader Yang Wudi should be willing to take action. Tianer, you are right. Uncle Yin, you immediately take the 5 fastest soul Douluo from the sect to go. Remember to explain the situation clearly and be sincere. Also, seal off all news regarding the lady's injuries, especially those spies within the sect. Even if it might alarm the snake, they can be dealt with if necessary. As for afterwards, I will handle it. Yes. Sectmaster. Chapter 10. Bibi Dong, please don't be impulsive. On a cold night, 2 anxious hearts, that night. Ning Xiaotian and his father Ning Fengzhi did not sleep. One person, one chair, they just sat there, watching Zhang Fanghua on the bed, observing every change on her face. Both were afraid that if they weren't careful, even the last trace of change would disappear. They remained silent, without words or comfort, just staring intently at the beauty on the bed, until the dawn was still dimly lit. Douluo returned. His return brought some change to the quiet room. More importantly, he brought back the mastermind behind this incident. After returning to the sect, Douluo went straight to this room. Upon seeing Zhang Fenghua's condition on the bed, he was even more heartbroken, his brows furrowing in anger. After calling out, he led Ning Xiaotian and Ning Fengzhi to an open space outside the room. Under their surprised gazes, he waved his right hand, directly conjuring a large, menacing purple spider on the ground. It was this spider that injured Huar. Douluo gritted his teeth. I chased it for most of the night, following its scent. This beast used the complex terrain of the sunset forest and the darkness to keep circling around me. I have to admit, this beast is extremely fast and can release webs and poisonous mist to hinder my pursuit. It took me a lot of effort to catch it, and then I tortured it for quite a while before killing it. Indeed, the torture was quite cruel. Ning Xiaotian looked at the corpse of the soul-devouring demon spider on the ground, its body covered in swollen, pus-filled blisters and crisscrossing cracks exposing bones, with many tiny wood chips stuck to it. Its head was even more pockmarked. It was estimated that it had been smashed to death after being captured. Father, it really is a soul-devouring demon spider. Judging by its size, it must have over 30,000 years of cultivation. According to the characteristics of this type of soul beast, it is almost equivalent to a normal soul beast with 50,000 years of cultivation. Although its death was tragic, Ning Xiaotian felt a sense of relief inside, and the resentment on his face had not dissipated. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could resurrect this spider just to torture it again in the most brutal way possible, like the tortures depicted in his memories of the Jinyui. He never expected that such a terrifying soul beast would still be alive in the sunset forest. Sigh. Ning Fengzhi looked at the limp corpse of the soul-devouring demon spider with a complex expression. Why did it have to be his wife who encountered it? Right, Fengzhi? Tianer, look. The Douluo waved his hand and took out a deep purple, uniquely shaped bone piece resembling 2 bull horns from the soul guide. A soul bone? And it's an extremely rare head soul bone. Ning Xiaotian didn't show any joy. Instead, he felt sorrow and resentment. If it were possible to exchange it, Ning Xiaotian would rather use this soul bone to bring his mother back to consciousness. Regarding the appearance of this soul bone, Ning Xiaotian thought it must be because the Douluo targeted the head when smashing, causing the soul-devouring demon spider to expend a large amount of soul power to focus on its head for self-protection. Coupled with the fact that this type of soul beast inherently possesses soul attack capabilities and has good mental strength, various factors ultimately led to the condensation of this head soul bone. Soul-devouring, soul-devouring. Unfortunately, what it devoured was his mother's soul. The more Ning Xiaotian looked at this soul bone, the more upset and resentful he became. Glancing at his father Ning Fengzhi beside him, he found that his expression was also extremely complex. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Ning Xiaotian, having not slept all night, felt a bit fatigued. But the current situation did not allow him to sleep. Grandpa Bone, please put it away for now. Ning Xiaotian sighed lightly. Seeing the complex expressions on Ning Xiaotian and Ning Fengzhi's faces, Douluo understood something and quickly put the soul bone and the corpse of the soul-eating demon spider on the ground back into the soul guide. Ning Xiaotian saw Douluo retracting the spirit bone and suddenly thought of Douluo, who was on his way to the spirit hall. Some things, although inappropriate, still needed to be considered in advance. After pondering for a while, Ning Xiaotian turned to look at his dejected father. Father, since we have confirmed that this soul beast is the soul-devouring spider, as long as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, can arrive in time. The possibility of Mother being cured is still quite high. What we need to do now is to protect Mother and buy her enough time. However, if Bibi Dong successfully cures Mother, the price that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect needs to pay. Father, I suggest we directly send this head spirit bone out. Keeping it will only bring us bad memories. And it will be better to give it to Bibi Dong as a reward. I'm just afraid that Bibi Dong will ask for too much. This little thing probably won't satisfy her. After hearing Ning Xiaotian's words, Ning Fengzhi was also taken aback, lowering his head to ponder this possibility. Indeed, he had previously told Sword Douluo that he was willing to pay any price as long as the treatment was successful. But if Bibi Dong were to ask for too much, demanding that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect fully submit to the Spirit Hall. Given the current situation and assets of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the stakes would be too high and the implications too broad. It could be said that pulling one thread would affect the whole fabric, and the consequences would be unpredictable. This was essentially wagering the lives of all the sect's disciples. As the leader of the sect, Ning Fengzhi felt a wave of turmoil at the thought of this situation. On one hand was his wife, whom he had accompanied for many years, and on the other was the future of the sect. If this matter were not handled well, he would likely become a historical sinner of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. If it were his wife, she would definitely want him to prioritize the sect. But such a thing. Ning Xiaotian saw Ning Fengzhi's complex expression and understood his difficulties. Being in his position, he must consider his politics. Such matters are hard to decide for anyone. Sigh, if only a deity system could come now, or if I could directly inherit a powerful divine position. With the current timeline, I could completely become a deity before Tang San and Bibi Dong. With absolute strength, there would truly be no worries at all. Unfortunately, there is no system. Ning Xiaotian was getting more and more of a headache as he thought about it. His mother's sudden change had completely disrupted his train of thought. It seemed that this little butterfly who had crossed over was finally stirring up a different kind of wind in the Douluo Continent. Otherwise, should he just delay for a while? Ning Xiaotian, with a heart as pure as the spirit of the phoenix, was lost in thought. At this moment, Bibi Dong had just ascended to the position of Pope, her footing still unstable. She lacked prestige both within the Spirit Hall and across the continent, and she likely hoped for enough time to build her own power. Moreover, Bibi Dong's leadership skills had yet to be demonstrated, and the title Douluo who had joined her ranks were few, making her little more than a figurehead. Additionally, with Qian Renxue just dead, the title Douluo and the worship hall were probably not on good terms with Bibi Dong and would not follow her orders. In the original work, it seemed that Qian Daolu recognized Bibi Dong's leadership potential, believing she could lead the Spirit Hall to greater heights, which was why the worship hall assisted her. Furthermore, due to the previous Tang Hao incident, the relationship between the 3 great sects and the Spirit Hall was somewhat strained, which was not conducive to Bibi Dong's development or that of the Spirit Hall as the continent's police and mediator. Unlike her later prominence, what Bibi Dong needed now was to establish a good image on the continent and create a favorable situation for herself. Unless Bibi Dong had truly lost her mind, it would be absurd to think of using the favor of saving a sect master's wife to win over a top power on the continent. More likely, she aimed to build alliances and foster good relationships, or perhaps to show off to other powers, sowing discord among the 3 great sects to buy herself time, and maybe to gain some benefits along the way. With this thought, Ning Xiaotian glanced at his father, Ning Fengzhi, beside him, hoping that Bibi Dong wouldn't act irrationally otherwise. Given Ning Fengzhi's decisiveness in major matters, he certainly didn't want such a thing to happen. He couldn't bear it. Chapter 11 Bibi Dong's thoughts, let's just tentatively set that head spirit bone as the reward. As for the others, we can discuss them after the successful treatment. Ning Fengzhi pondered for a moment and made a decision. If it can be cured, everything is negotiable. If it can't be cured, no matter how much preparation is made, it will be meaningless, and besides, whether Bibi Dong will come is another matter. Indeed, Ning Xiaotian nodded and fell silent. The room fell into silence again, with only the warm yellow light flickering, casting spots of light on the pale face of the beauty on the bed, who was full of signs of struggle. In front of the bed, 3 chairs, 3 silent men. Time quietly passed, and it had been 2 nights since the mother was poisoned and bedridden. Within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile school, everything remained the same. The disciples trained hard, sweating, and the guards fulfilled their duties, standing watch, with laughter and shouts echoing in various places. Yet, in this elegant courtyard surrounded by lush greenery, it was terrifyingly quiet. And at this moment, the 3 men in the room Ning Fengzhi gripped his hands tightly, his face pale, his eye sockets sunken, and his expression grew increasingly anxious as time passed. His body was tense, and he paced back and forth in the room. Douluo squatted at the threshold, staring blankly at the open gate of the courtyard ahead. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaotian remained seated in his chair, his face oily, his expression dim, and his gaze fixed vacantly on the beauty on the bed, who was already barely hanging on to life. What does it matter that the clan is prestigious? What does it matter that they are as rich as a nation? What does it matter that they dominate the continent? In the face of this insurmountable pain, as his mother lay on the brink of death, Ning Xiaotian felt so powerless and helpless. When he first arrived in the Douluo Continent, Ning Xiaotian also had infinite fantasies. He wanted to make up for the regrets of those characters. He thought about showcasing his talents to achieve wealth and beauty. He considered relying on foresight and hard work to reach the peak, and he dreamed of solving the long-standing issues between soul masters and soul beasts. He even wanted to resolve the conflicts between nobles and commoners, to make life better for the people of this continent. But reality gave him a harsh slap. The future is ultimately just the future. Ning Xiaotian now has only one wish, which is to see his mother recover and wake up immediately. As for those grand aspirations of the spring and autumn, go to hell. After 2 sleepless nights, his mind is restless, and everyone in the room is already close to their limits. Ning Xiaotian's young body is even more so, although Ning Fengzhi has advised him several times. Ning Xiaotian still cannot control himself from falling asleep. Every time he closes his eyes, the horrifying scene of his mother's departure resurfaces in his mind, and an unbearable pain rushes out from the depths of his heart, waking him up. He dares not sleep. Why hasn't Grandpa Qian returned yet? Why hasn't Bibi Dong arrived? Ning Xiaotian's heart is screaming. The face of the beautiful woman on the bed is already as pale as paper, with purple veins crawling like mud-covered spider silk, grotesquely spreading across her neck and the edges of her cheeks. This is definitely not a good sign. If it weren't for her occasionally trembling body and the faint breath coming from her nose, she would have been indistinguishable from a corpse. Ning Xiaotian clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning purple, with his nails deeply embedded in his palms, his expression filled with terror. Ning Fengzhi had stopped moving and sat down at the edge of the bed, gripping the bed's edge tightly with his 5 fingers, his eyes already slightly moist. Bang! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. Douluo unexpectedly stood up from the threshold, his expression serious, staring straight ahead. Fengzhi, the sky. Someone is coming this way. Could it be that old swordman and the others have returned? Upon hearing this sound, Ning Fengzhi, who was closest, trembled all over and took a quick step outside, gazing forward. Ning Xiaotian moved at the sound, wanting to get up. However, after sitting for a long time, his legs had long since gone numb. As he stood up, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and hurriedly supported himself against the edge of the chair, his gaze fixed outside the house. He looked at the 2 disheveled men outside the door, their expressions unusually haggard and their eyes filled with hope as they looked this way. Bibi Dong felt somewhat dazed and surprised. Could these really be Ning Fengzhi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and Douluo Gu Rong, whom she had seen before, although it had been a long time since they last met? In Bibi Dong's impression, Ning Fengzhi was always well-dressed, with a refined demeanor and unmatched wisdom. On the other hand, Douluo was someone with a consistently cold expression, who exuded an unspoken authority that naturally instilled fear in others. Yet now, the appearance of both men was indeed quite different from the image she had in her mind. Was it all for that injured woman inside? Thinking of this, Bibi Dong felt a pang of bitterness and envy, and couldn't he help but mock herself. How nice it would have been if Xiaojing had treated her like this back then. But he, without a shred of doubt or reluctance, had simply fled. After just a moment of distraction, Bibi Dong regained her dignified and imposing demeanor. After all, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she still had some self-control. She had forgotten her purpose for being here today. Seeing the 2 men in front of her, Bibi Dong felt very satisfied with her decision to accept the invitation at the front of the hall that day. She believed today's gains would not disappoint her. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. She was very clear about her current situation, with her actions of killing Qian Renxue. If she hadn't already accepted the trial of the Rakshasa god and revealed a hint of divine aura in front of Qian Daolu that made him wary. Along with her years of enduring humiliation and accumulating a lot of prestige in the Spirit Hall, as well as the shallow and ridiculous relationship with that detestable woman, she would have already been killed by Qian Daolu. Rather than being alive now, having become the Pope of the Spirit Hall, what she needed most now was time, to accumulate strength and wait for the opportunity to take revenge. The death of Qian Renxue had already severely deteriorated the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian school. Although the Haotian school had retreated from the world, the relationship among the three upper sects was still intertwined, and the Haotian school's reclusive nature would inevitably alert the other two sections. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile school clearly supported the Heaven Do Empire, while the Haotian school had once subtly supported the Star Luo Empire, not to mention the ambiguous neutral position of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan in between. Now, it was crucial not to let the three upper sects take advantage of this moment to unite. If the three were to coordinate and stand against the Spirit Hall with both major empires and other continental forces, it would be extremely unfavorable for the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall still needed to temporarily ease its relationship with the other two sects by time, and wait until she had enough strength to deal with them one by one. And those old guys in the offering hall, watching from the sidelines, were just waiting to see her make a fool of herself. She had to find a way to stabilize her current position as soon as possible. The injury of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's matriarch had provided her with a rare opportunity. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with thought. Even if she couldn't win over the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would still be good to use this opportunity to influence the relationship between the three upper sects. At the very least, it could alleviate the relationship between the Spirit Hall and other forces, lowering their vigilance. Chapter 12. Poisonous Disease and the Spirit Hall. Qian Renxue, just killing you isn't enough to quell the hatred in my heart. I will surely destroy your family, your foundation, your everything. Thinking of Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong clenched her teeth. Her heart filled with resentment. And the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If only you had stepped in to protect Xiaojiang back then. Or even united with other sects to put pressure on the Spirit Hall. Then I would have had to suffer such pain. There might have even been a chance to continue being with you, Xiaojiang. You are all at fault, and none of you will have it easy. The more she thought about it, the more ruthless Bibi Dong's heart became. As she saw the two men getting closer to the door, Bibi Dong took a deep breath, stopped thinking too much, and pulled the black robe on her head to cover the oddness on her face. Then she waved her hand, leading the two elders behind her to follow the sword Douluo ahead, approaching Ning Fengzhi and Bon Douluo. These two elders of the Spirit Hall were precisely Ju Douluo Yuiguan and Gue Douluo Gueme. They were currently Bibi Dong's strongest combat power and also her most trusted subordinates. This time, Bibi Dong brought these two along for safety considerations. She felt very assured about the martial soul fusion skill, the two extremes forbidden domain of Yuiguan and Gueme. Your Holiness the Pope, thank you for coming to help. Please come in quickly. The situation of my wife is already not optimistic. Ning Fengzhi saw Bibi Dong approaching and, without any unnecessary words, quickly stepped aside to bow and make way, inviting Bibi Dong to enter and treat his wife. Everything else could wait. Saving a life absolutely could not be delayed. Good. Bibi Dong was not displeased and entered immediately, understanding that it concerned the life of the other party's wife. Moreover, the more anxious Ning Fengzhi appeared, the more serious his wife's injuries were, which would increase her rewards afterward, depending on whether she could successfully treat her. Inside the room, Ning Xiaotian had already stood up after hearing the conversation, making space for Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was not pretentious and directly took the seat that Ning Xiaotian had just occupied, removed her black robe, and extended her right hand to begin examining Ning Xiaotian's mother. At that moment, Ning Xiaotian also had a clear view of Bibi Dong's appearance. Although it was their first meeting, he was struck by her beauty. He had never seen such an extraordinarily beautiful woman. At this time, Bibi Dong was not wearing the 9-turn purple gold crown, but had a delicate golden hairpin on her forehead. It was adorned with pearls and jewels, sparkling brilliantly, shaped like a crescent moon, and intricately carved with phoenix patterns. The hairpin passed through her hair and stood tall, slightly swaying as Bibi Dong's snow-like complexion trembled, adding to her noble elegance. Her light purple hair cascaded like a waterfall, brushing against her delicate earlobes, and her purple willow leaf phoenix eyes sparkled with focus, while her small, delicate nose was as straight as jade. Below it were her full, pink lips, making her unadorned face appear even more fair, perhaps due to a long journey. Bibi Dong's fair cheeks held a hint of blush, mingling with the damp strands of hair at her neck, exuding a faint musk-like fragrance, giving off an unusual allure. Unlike the later imposing demeanor, Bibi Dong looked very young at this moment, probably in her 20s, exuding a sense of determination, dignity, and nobility, like an unapproachable white lotus in the world. What a pity, Ning Xiaotian sighed. Such a stunning woman had a tragic past that could not be mentioned. How did someone like you, Xiaojiang, who lacked both brains and charm, manage to win Bibi Dong's affection back then? Ning Xiaotian admitted that he felt a bit jealous. If he could be accompanied by such a strong golden thigh, it would definitely save him decades of hard work. Moreover, no matter what, if Bibi Dong can cure her mother, it would be considered a great kindness, regardless of her motives. Should I step in to help resolve her complicated relationship with Yu Xiaojiang? Ning Xiaotian pinched his knuckles and fell in a deep thought. The architectural framework of the Spirit Hall is much stronger than that of the two great empires. If Bibi Dong could free herself from her obsession, it would be a good thing for the entire continent. Currently, Bibi Dong can only be considered a pitiful girl whose body and mind have suffered trauma. She hasn't done anything crazy or harmed the innocent. Given her current situation, her main focus should be on enhancing her own strength and expanding her influence. Is it possible? A terrifying thought suddenly emerged in Ning Xiaotian's mind, causing his heart to race and his body to shudder. Forget it. It feels unreliable. Ning Xiaotian immediately rejected it. He was very grateful that Bibi Dong had traveled all the way here to save his mother, but to say that he could change Bibi Dong, let her let go of her hatred and obsession with Yu Xiaojiang, and start a new life was another matter. Ning Xiaotian believes that he currently lacks the ability and the reason to take action. He understands that one should not advise others to do good without having experienced hardship themselves. For Ning Xiaotian, the most important thing right now is to save his mother. This is more important than anything else. As for other matters, they could be discussed later. He is like a clay statue crossing a river, unable to protect himself, let alone save others. One must save oneself before saving others. Not to mention anything else in the current room. He feels completely helpless and cannot help anyone. He can only stare blankly at Bibi Dong and his mother, especially at Bibi Dong, his anxiety growing with each glance. It is not because of Bibi Dong's identity or her beauty, but because his mother is truly hanging by a thread, and Bibi Dong is already his last hope. The journey to the Star Luo Empire is too far. From the sect, not only must they cross most of the Heaven Do Empire, but they also need to traverse the entire territory of the Spirit Hall and finally cut through half of the Star Luo Empire. Time is too tight. His mother on the bed might not wait for Yang Wudi's arrival. Looking far at his mother, Ning Xiaotian can clearly sense that the poison in her body has deepened again, spreading across her entire face. It seems to be encroaching on her brain. Once the poison reaches the brain, there is no solution. Your Holiness, how is my wife's condition? Ning Fengzhi immediately interjected as Bibi Dong withdrew her right hand. There is still time to save her, but my method requires a great cost from the lady. Your Holiness, as long as my wife can be saved. Any cost is worth it. Ning Fengzhi's expression brightened slightly. Not thinking too much, he replied directly. In this situation, who cares about costs? Living is more important than anything else. As long as one is alive, there is hope. Bibi Dong listened to Ning Fengzhi's response and was not surprised. In fact, she knew very well that the woman on the bed had no other choice if she wanted to live. However, out of respect for the continent's top powers, she still needed to give the decision-making power to Ning Fengzhi. Sect Master Ning, you should have tried to understand some characteristics of this poison. Bibi Dong spoke sweetly, her voice clear. This is the innate poison of the soul beast, the soul-devouring spider. This poison can quickly absorb the soul power and even the soul origin of the poisoned individual to strengthen itself and accelerate its spread. Therefore, to completely eliminate the poison in the lady's body, the only way is to use a secret method to first disable her martial soul, then deplete all her soul power, which will completely interrupt the poison's absorption of her soul power and fundamentally suppress the poison spread. Only then can I ensure that under the premise that the poison does not backfire on the lady's body, I can use my martial soul to absorb all the poison from her body. If I only deplete her soul power, the remaining poison will definitely absorb her martial soul origin to resist. Given the lady's current condition, she probably cannot withstand the damage caused by such a resistance to the poison. At this point, Bibi Dong paused slightly. Additionally, the poison in the lady's body has already spread throughout her body and is about to erode her brain and heart veins. Sect Master Ning, you have at most 1 hour to make a decision. If you delay, it will be too late. After speaking, Bibi Dong fell silent, sitting still and waiting for Ning Fengzhi's response. I understand. Ning Fengzhi's expression was complex, but he did not hesitate and immediately stated his choice. Please, Your Holiness, take action. Bibi Dong did not say more, stood up, moved her chair aside, and waved her hand to distance everyone from her, channeling her soul power to summon her martial soul. It was a terrifying-looking spider martial soul. The dark purple body shimmered with a metallic luster, 6 pairs of bright purple round eyes arranged neatly, captivating and fearsome, while 8 long spider legs intertwined like razor-sharp blades. The body and the surrounding spider pincers were covered with dense barbs, glinting coldly and sharply. as if ready to shred any being that attempted to approach. This was definitely an extremely aggressive beast martial soul, previously only heard of. Today was Ning Xiaotian's first real experience of what it meant to feel fear, his hair standing on end. The oppressive feeling from this martial soul was too strong. So, he shrank back, moving his body again. He kept a distance from Bibi Dong. No wonder it was a top-tier beast martial soul of the continent. And Bibi Dong had too. Impressive. Having read the original work, Ning Xiaotian knew very well that Bibi Dong also had a martial soul called the Death Spider King, which was also a top-tier beast martial soul. However, this martial soul looked truly evil, and so did Bibi Dong, immensely wicked. Although her body was hidden under a black robe, the curves were still astonishing. Others present, upon seeing Bibi Dong's martial soul form, also felt the oppressive aura emanating from it, their expressions astonished, silently marveling at Bibi Dong's profound cultivation. After Bibi Dong manifested her martial soul, her expression appeared somewhat heavy, as what she was about to do was also somewhat dangerous for herself. Calm the soul, Bibi Dong called softly, and the soul-devouring spider martial soul behind her immediately reacted, rapidly bringing its 8 pincers to various parts of Zhang Fenghua's body. This scene left everyone shocked, fearing that these spider pincers might pierce through Zhang Fenghua's body if not stopped in time. Once the pincers reached their designated positions, Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened. Everyone then saw the tips of those pincers suddenly emit a strange purple glow. As this glow appeared, Zhang Fenghua's entire body on the bed was slowly enveloped by a layer of purple halo. During the gradual spread of this purple halo, everyone clearly felt that the web-like toxins on Zhang Fenghua's face began to rapidly retract, as if they had encountered some terrifying enemy, retreating until they stopped in front of Zhang Fenghua's neck, even changing color to a lighter shade. After a few breaths, Zhang Fenghua's complexion also noticeably softened as the toxins receded, no longer displaying the previous signs of pain and struggle. Seeing that the toxins had retracted and ceased to spread, Bibi Dong's expression still showed no signs of easing. Instead, it appeared even more serious, and even her flawless forehead began to glisten with fine beads of sweat. Everyone noticed this, and their expressions tightened, even holding their breath. It was evident that Bibi Dong's rescue had reached the most critical stage. Guide the soul. Bibi Dong once again uttered a soft command, and her originally purple eyes suddenly glowed with a ghostly light. With this command, the pincers placed on Zhang Fenghua's forehead suddenly unleashed a tremendous suction force. Along with this suction, Zhang Fenghua's face once again displayed a pained struggle, as if she were fighting against something. Seeing this bizarre situation, the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect were all alarmed, their bodies tensing up. While Ning Xiaotian looked flustered, his small hands tightly twisted together. Beside them, Douluo and Ghost Douluo noticed the unusual expressions of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect members and worried that they might do something out of line and disturb Bibi Dong. Quickly moved to stand in front of her. As Ning Xiaotian and the others witnessed the hurried actions of Yueguan and Guimei, they also calmed down. But the worry on their faces did not fade. Instead, it grew even more intense. Seeing that everyone had settled down and made no unusual movements, Yueguan and Guimei also sighed in relief, but they still maintained their defensive positions. Meanwhile, on Bibi Dong's side, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. It was observed that a mysterious red light suddenly appeared on Zhang Fenghua's forehead, and this red light became increasingly dazzling over time. Within just a few breaths, the red light had grown to the size of a thumb, and then it burst forth with an extremely intense heat. With the emergence of this heat, the temperature in the entire room rose sharply. As the temperature continued to climb, everyone felt as if they had entered a sauna, with fine beads of sweat continuously pouring out from their pores. Bibi Dong, who was closest to the red light, was now drenched in fragrant sweat. The heat clinging to her delicate skin, her slender phoenix eyes rippling like waves, and her perky eyelashes adorned with numerous tiny droplets. Her tender face was flushed, and from a distance, she looked like a young girl just out of the bath. Although she was draped in a long black robe, the prominent curve in front and the rounded outline of her figure on the chair still made her graceful form discernible. Ning Xiaotian merely glanced and then withdrew his gaze. The other party has already devoured Qian Renxue at this stage, and their cultivation level is probably at the title level. If he accidentally gets noticed and disrupts his mother's treatment, Ning Xiaotian wouldn't even have time to cry. Fortunately, although Bibi Dong here showed a hint of embarrassment, she did not display any signs of distraction. Her gaze remained focused on the red light at the forehead of Zhang Fenghua. From a distance, Ning Xiaotian could see a red light that was originally only the size of a thumb, now continuously flowing, changing, rippling, expanding, and condensing. After a quarter of an hour, this red light surprisingly began to take on a concrete form in the astonished eyes of the crowd, transforming into a round rock body resembling lava. As this rock body materialized, the temperature in the room instantly rose even higher. At the same time, Bibi Dong's expression also became more serious. The fine sweat on her delicate nose became denser, slowly merging into water droplets the size of mung beans, flowing down her cheeks to her chin, and finally dropping to the ground, splashing up a faint mist. P.S. Starting with 3 updates. The update time is 8 p.m. Chapter 14. Healing. The debt has grown huge. After another quarter of an hour, when everyone looked again, the rock body had already grown to the size of a fist and was continuously stretching vertically as time passed. This process was extremely slow, lasting a full quarter of an hour before it stopped. At this point, the originally lava-like rock body had transformed into a blood-colored sword with a bright red hue and a unique shape. It was still burning with rolling red flames. This was the Mother's martial soul, the Flame Sword. Ning Xiaotian was extremely surprised. In a moment the sword condensed into shape, he recognized it. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, seeing the long sword martial soul completely take form before her, showed no hesitation. She quickly controlled her soul-eating spider emperor martial soul to take action, allowing the pincers that had been hovering in front of Zhang Fenghua's forehead to swiftly touch the peculiar blood-colored long sword. Soul-eating, Bibi Dong shouted lightly, her pupils contracting sharply, as fine as wheat spikes. The pincers that touched the long sword martial soul immediately erupted with an extremely deep purple light. As soon as this purple light appeared, the sharp sword in front reacted violently, its body trembling as if facing a formidable enemy. Streams of fiery red light, resembling clouds and mist, continuously surged from around the sharp sword, then rapidly flowed towards the pincers in front, causing the sword body to gradually become ethereal. As the sword body continued to fade away, Bibi Dong's expression did not show any sign of relief. Instead, it revealed a painful and distorted look. Her delicate red face seemed about to be cooked, exuding waves of heat, and her body also began to tremble uncontrollably. Ning Fengzhi couldn't help but take a glance at the sword Duluo and bone Duluo beside him, exchanging glances with a somewhat complex expression. Soon after, he returned his gaze to Bibi Dong, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes flickering as if deep in thought. Meanwhile, the 2 Duoluos guarding Bibi Dong's sides, the chrysanthemum Duo and the ghost Duo, had expressions as grim as if they had just eaten a fly before a meal, their brows tightly knitted together, as if they were about to stick together. Could it be that their martial soul characteristics were in conflict? Ning Xiaotian's pupils widened slightly as he pondered. It is a common consensus on the continent that spider-type soul beasts are afraid of fire, not to mention someone like Bibi Dong, who directly absorbs fire attribute soul energy through her martial soul. What is the difference between this and a moth flying into the flame? Bibi Dong had previously mentioned that to save her mother, she must first abandon her martial soul. Now it seems that what Bibi Dong is absorbing should be the essence of her mother's fire sword martial soul. Once the essence is lost, the martial soul will perish. Could it be that Qian Renxue was drained by this move? Ning Xiaotian subconsciously flicked the hem of his pants and bit his lip, feeling a hint of admiration in his heart. This originally lethal move is now being used to save a life, which is a much greater challenge. It's like having a watermelon knife meant for cutting fruits, and suddenly someone insists that it must be used to perform heart bypass surgery on a patient. The difficulty is unimaginable. Today, the debt of cause and favor is huge. Ning Xiaotian sighed, feeling somewhat complicated inside. He originally thought that Bibi Dong's soul-devouring spider emperor martial soul, as the ruler of the soul-devouring spider clan, should have an absolute suppressive effect on the toxins in her mother. The process of saving her mother should have been simple. He initially planned to have Ning Fengzhi give away the head soul bone dropped by the soul-devouring spider as a reward, and then casually deceive a bit to drag it out. But now it seems impossible. Now Bibi Dong is in such a predicament to save her mother, and it even looks like she is in danger of losing her life. He suddenly felt that his previous thoughts were no different from that scumbag Yu Xiaojiang. Free rides must have limits. Otherwise, the outcome is usually not good. A head soul bone over 30,000 years old is probably no different in the eyes of the spirit hall than a few thousand cash in the hands of a millionaire. They simply don't lack it. Moreover, compared to her mother's identity and life, it is far too unequal. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school also has its pride. Most importantly, If they really only send out a soul bone, with Bibi Dong's personality, she would definitely hold a grudge. Headache. Bibi Dong is truly working hard to build her career. She is indeed the only character in the original story who can achieve godhood, relying solely on her own strength without any cheats. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but glance at Ning Fengzhi beside him, wondering how his father would handle this matter. He couldn't speak out actively now. Just slice it, it's deadly. Just as the father and son of Ning Xiaotian were deep in thought, Bibi Dong's actions continued. She was enduring the pain, continuously channeling her soul power to maintain her martial soul state, allowing the soul-devouring spider Emperor Martial Soul to keep absorbing the essence of the Fire Sword Martial Soul. As the essence continued to drain, the form of the Fire Sword Martial Soul became increasingly difficult to maintain. The sword body grew more and more illusory, and its brilliance dimmed. Ultimately, after a moment, it completely vanished from everyone's sight. At the instant the Fire Sword Martial Soul disappeared, the soul-devouring spider Emperor Martial Soul behind Bibi Dong suddenly moved. The pincers that were close to Zhang Fenghua's body emitted a strange sucking force simultaneously. Soon, the toxins on Zhang Fenghua's skin, especially on her cheeks, flowed upward along the spider legs like thin streams of water. What was even more astonishing was that the soul-devouring spider Emperor Martial Soul behind Bibi Dong appeared to be invigorated, as if it had just taken a powerful supplement, its entire body trembling slightly. The purple-black shell became increasingly profound over time, and even the form of the martial soul grew a bit larger. Seeing this, Ning Xiaotian speculated that Bibi Dong must have absorbed both the toxins of the soul-devouring spider and the soul power from his mother. And since the toxins of the soul-devouring spider are of the same origin as Bibi Dong's martial soul, it is no wonder it is so nourishing. The full soul power of a 74th level soul sage can only be considered a minor supplement for super Douluo. The gap in realm is too significant. On the other hand, as the toxins were continuously absorbed, Zhang Fenghua's complexion gradually became rosy. Her expression softened significantly, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up, as if she were having a pleasant dream. Only the pillows soaked with purple spots beneath her head continued to remind everyone in the room that the beautiful woman on the bed had just escaped from the grasp of death. Mom is finally out of danger. Ning Xiaotian let out a deep breath, and his tense body relaxed. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, feeling relieved, suddenly felt dizzy and was about to fall. After standing for a long time and being highly concentrated, even she, with her profound cultivation, could not hold on any longer. Your Highness the Pope. The two elders, Yu Egwan and Gu Mei, who were standing closest, were startled by this sudden change and immediately rushed to Bibi Dong's sides to support her, then helped her sit steadily in a chair. Ning Fengzhi and the others suddenly hit the brakes, straightened their leaning bodies, and exchanged awkward glances. Chapter 15. It seems we can't defeat the Spirit Hall. Thank you, Your Holiness, for your assistance today. This favor, Ning will surely repay generously. Ning Fengzhi adjusted his appearance slightly, turned to Bibi Dong, and politely bowed, saying, however, given our current state, he glanced at his wife on the bed. How about we ask Your Holiness to rest in the next room for a while? I will send someone to invite you later so we can discuss the matter of compensation in detail. Bibi Dong, who was sitting in a chair, feigning sleep, opened her eyes, followed his gaze to the sleeping Zhang Fenghua on the bed, and understood. She turned her head and nodded. Then, as if she suddenly sensed something, she instinctively moved her slightly sticky body from sweating, lifted her fragrant shoulder to smell, and found an inexplicable fragrance. Looking up at the people in front of her, she noticed that they all had beads of sweat still glistening on their faces, and her delicate nose twitched. Realizing they were a group of sweaty chickens with a strange smell, we should wash up first. Bibi Dong quickly concealed her embarrassment, slowly stood up, and elegantly bowed in return. Ning Fengzhi replied succinctly, of course. It's sticky and uncomfortable. I'm a clean person too. Sir Uncle, please take His Holiness the Pope to the next courtyard to rest, and also arrange a room for Elder Ju and Elder Gue to rest. Sword Law had been in the warm room for quite a while, and was also thinking of going out for some fresh air to dispel the humidity. Hearing Ning Fengzhi asking him to lead the way, he thought it was just right as he wanted to go out for a stroll and get some fresh air. Your Holiness the Pope, Elder Ju, Elder Gue, please follow me. As Bibi Dong and the others left the room, Ning Xiaotian quickly twisted his body. There were too many big shots, and he was feeling nervous. Uncle Bone, could you please set up a soundproof barrier? Ning Fengzhi said softly after seeing Bibi Dong had walked far away, without stopping his steps, quickly walking to the door to close it tightly. In addition to discussing important matters next, It was also to prevent the cold wind from blowing in and affecting his wife, who was just recovering from serious illness. If she caught a cold, it would be troublesome. After closing the door, Ning Fengzhi's expression became somewhat serious. Seeing that Bone Douluo had set up the barrier, he casually said, "Uncle Bone, what do you think of Bibi Dong?" "Very determined," Ning Xiaotian instinctively replied. Ning Fengzhi nodded, his expression one of surprise. "My son, he is quite knowledgeable? It seems that studying wasn't in vain." Bone Douluo felt a mix of emotions and sighed. "Indeed. Your Bone Grandpa didn't expect this newly appointed Pope of the Spirit Hall to have such ambition. He must have grand plans. Fengzhi, that 30,000-year-old Bone now seems insufficient." Bone Douluo forced a smile and said in a serious tone, "If things go wrong, we might completely offend the Spirit Hall." "Tianer, you have been studying the history of the continent for over a year, right?" Ning Fengzhi did not immediately respond to Bone Douluo, but instead patted Ning Xiaotian's head and said softly, "Is this a test or a doubt?" Ning Xiaotian was a bit flustered. "Yes, father." Ning Xiaotian answered with a stiff neck, his face slightly red and his heart pounding. "So what do you think about the Haotian sect, the blue electric tyrant dragon family, the Wuhuan Hall, and the four major powers of the two empires?" Ning Fengzhi looked at him with hope and smiled. "Tianer, there's no need to be nervous. Just share your own thoughts." It seemed that he was just testing Ning Xiaotian, who breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Fengzhi's gaze was very much like his father's when he sent him into the examination room in his past life, filled with encouragement and expectation. Ning Xiaotian lowered his head, squinting his eyes slightly, then shook his head as if deep in thought. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, as if gathering his courage, and slowly began to speak. "Father, I feel that the Haotian sect is too conservative. It is said that when Tang Hao injured the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the Haotian sect didn't even bother to clarify the reason and expelled Tang Hao from the sect. Moreover, they are very rigid and care about their reputation. After the incident, they didn't seek help from our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and they haven't even proactively disclosed any information." As he spoke, Ning Xiaotian lowered his head, hesitating, stammering, looking as if he wanted to say more but held back. "Tianer, just speak your mind." Ning Fengzhi's eyes sparkled with encouragement. "Father, I feel that they have no sincerity at all and don't see us as allies." Ning Xiaotian said unceremoniously, "What about the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family?" Ning Feng frowned and spoke again. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. The child felt that they were not very united, and it seemed that the people in their family were quite arrogant, looking down on their own kind. Ning Xiaotian curled his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. The most useless and also the most arrogant was undoubtedly Yu Xiaojing. His father had heard people mention in the clan that their current patriarch, Yu Yuanjin, had expelled his own son, Yu Xiaojing, from the family simply because Yu Xiaojing had poor aptitude and was ostracized by the clan members. Ning Xiaotian pondered. Why could the patriarch Yu Yuanjin not prevent such a thing? Moreover, why should one's own people disdain their own? Even if Yu Xiaojing had no martial soul, their family could still afford to support him. Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has never looked down on its disciples. Even if someone awakens a martial soul but lacks soul power, the sect would still train them to do other things. The reason why the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is so wealthy is largely because of this group of people helping manage the industry. These people may be poor fighters, but they can work and make money. Tian are not bad, Ning Fengzhi said with a satisfied expression, then solemnly added, "Tunner, you must always remember, only unity can take the sect further." As a pure support-type soul master, Ning Fengzhi had managed to develop the sect to its current state over the years by uniting all the forces that could be united. "I understand," Ning Xiaotian said seriously. "What about the Spirit Hall? Tianer, tell me." When the Spirit Hall was mentioned, Ning Fengzhi's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his expression became even more serious. "Father, regarding the Spirit Hall, I feel that they have a good impression among the common people, and their overall strength has been growing very rapidly in recent years. The number of soul masters under their command now accounts for nearly 60 of the total on the continent. With such a large number of soul masters as a foundation, how many high-level soul masters does the Spirit Hall actually have? I haven't heard an accurate number of this in the sect." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengzhi and Bone Douluo exchanged glances, both with extremely heavy expressions. "I feel that if the new pope next door, who has just taken office, is not much less capable than my father, then in a while, the strength of the Spirit Hall will likely be very formidable, surpassing any sect." "So," Ning Xiaotian hesitated again, as if afraid of being punished, looking eagerly at Ning Fengzhi. "Tianer, don't be afraid. Go on." Ning Fengzhi's expression changed from cloudy to sunny as he encouraged. Ning Xiaotian seemed to gather some courage, but he was still a bit shy, twisting his little finger and awkwardly saying, I feel like we can't beat the Spear Hall. Chapter 16. Forget it with Tang San. Do we even need to say that? Ning Fengzhi and Bon Douluo both twitched their lips. Although our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect has 2 title Duo, Bone Grandpa, and Sword Grandpa, the direct disciples are all support-type soul masters and not strong in combat. If, and I emphasize if, the Spirit Hall actively attacks us in the future, we won't be able to resist at all, and the disciples under us may suffer heavy casualties. Moreover, when that time comes, the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect may not necessarily come to our aid. These words are not nonsense. They are facts depicted in the original plot, and Ning Xiaotian is just taking this opportunity to speak out in advance. As for helping Tang San in the plot, I can only chuckle. In the original battle of the twin gods, Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo both died to buy time for Tang San's resurrection. And what was the result? The bodies were all collected by Ning Fengzhi alone, and by the end, Tang San didn't show any gratitude. After all, the original work never mentioned it. Did he save a thankless wolf? Furthermore, after a normal war victory, there's supposed to be a memorial service to honor those who sacrificed. At least there should be some semblance of it. But Tang San didn't do it. Do crocodiles not have tears? Moreover, he later proclaimed that he had become a god and could no longer interfere in continental affairs. Yet immediately afterward, he used the excuse of recuperation to call for a ceasefire between the 2 empires. Is that what you call non-interference? Doesn't he know that the coexistence of the 2 empires means that the war will inevitably continue? There are no eternal friends between nations, only eternal interests. Even a fool understands this. Additionally, afterward, he solemnly declared that during the process of exterminating the Spirit Empire, innocent civilians must not be harmed. Then what do we make of the previous battle at Jiaoling Pass? Tang San tacitly allowed the Poison Douluo to poison over 500 civilians of the Spirit Empire in the city without saying a word to stop it. Qian Renxue questioned Tang San as the instigator. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution for doing this? Tang San replied without thinking. The ones who died are all from the Spirit Empire. What does it have to do with me? Must he play double standards so smoothly? It's shocking that such shameless people exist in the world. The key point is that even if the Spirit Empire is destroyed, can't Tang San finish his business and clean up afterward? After destroying the Spirit Hall, then what? Who will awaken the Soul Masters for the civilians? Who will provide subsidies for the civilian Soul Masters? Who will help the civilians hunt suitable soul rings? Who will control the Soul Masters' wanton killing of soul beasts? Who will prevent soul beasts from leaving the forest and harming the populace? After destroying the city of slaughter, who will curb the emergence and wrongdoing of evil soul masters? Previously, these were all responsibilities of the Spirit Hall. After it is destroyed, what then? Although there are interests involved, at least the Spirit Hall did something, indirectly protecting soul masters and civilians. All these aftermath matters require an organization to manage, right? He prides himself on being born a commoner, yet ultimately stands on the opposite side of the commoners. I'm really impressed. Speaking of which, Tang San's early living expenses were still reliant on the subsidies from the Spirit Hall, although this money came from the 2 empires. Without the Spirit Hall managing and distributing it, would Tang San have received it? Would the 2 empires send people to do this? If they truly wanted to do such good deeds, would the Spirit Hall dare to stop them? It's clear that they didn't want to do it themselves. They eat from the bowl and curse the mother when they put the bowl down, and if they feel dissatisfied, they directly overturn the table. This is exactly the kind of person Tang San is. Not to mention the dirty things Tang San did after ascending to the Divine Realm. The rule that the Divine Realm should not interfere with the lower realms is a joke in his case. Since I have come to the Douluo Continent, I will try my best to prevent these things from happening. Ning Xiaotian also sighed. Although he is not a person of great compassion, he still has principles and bottom lines when it comes to being a person. As for Tang San, although he is extreme, hypocritical, and selfish, he is still decent to those around him. Such a person poses no harm as long as he does not hold a high position. As long as he doesn't provoke Ning Xiaotian, he can't be bothered with him. If Tang San insists on offending him, Ning Xiaotian is not a person who will be polite. If he really seeks death, he will not hold back. As for becoming a god, without the divine herbs and many opportunities, let's see how you can achieve that. Even if you're lucky enough to succeed, Ning Rongrong is my biological sister. If she cannot be resurrected, what will you use to confront Bibi Dong? The key is, how could I, Ning Xiaotian, allow someone like you, who poses greater harm the higher they stand, to become a god? On the side, Ning Fengzhi, after hearing Ning Xiaotian's response, did not ask him about his views on the two great empires, but fell into a brief contemplation. Meanwhile, Duoluo seemed to think of something and spoke candidly without hesitation. Fengzhi, what Tiana said makes sense. Tang Hao is the younger brother of the current sect master of Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, and he himself is exceptionally gifted. It is said he is already cultivated to the title Douluo level. Such a genius who surpasses the continent would put Haotian sect at risk if something happens. In the future, if our 7-treasure glazed tile school encounters difficulties, it will be hard to rely on them for help. As for the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, although the Yu Xiaojing had poor talent, he is still the son of the sect master. Not cultivating him is one thing, but to expel others from the family when such a large sect can't even accommodate an outsider. I can't stand that kind of behavior. Can we really trust such a sect? And what about the Tiando royal family? Back then, when it came to the Tiando royal family, Duoluo did not continue, as it involved Ning Fengzhi's painful past, and he felt it inappropriate to elaborate. Sigh, Uncle Bone, how can I not understand? It is precisely because of this that I have been committed to maintaining the relationship among the top 3 sects over the years, supporting the Tiando Empire to balance the strength gap between the top 3 sects and the Spear Hall. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school has been exposed since the internal strife of the Tiando royal family years ago, and the issue of our martial souls has never been resolved. Our disciples lack the ability to protect themselves, and they even have to rely on intermarriage for safety. These years, it is all dependent on you and Uncle Jian to hold things together. Sigh. Mentioning the painful past made Ning Fengzhi's eyes dim and his tone filled with helplessness. 40 years ago, all the countries and sects on the Douluo Continent, along with the Spirit Hall, were in a certain degree of alliance to jointly hunt down evil soul masters, and they had reached the final stages of this action. Ning Xiaotian's mother, Zhang Fenghua's parents and village were destroyed in the counterattack by evil soul masters. During the joint action against the evil soul masters, the 7-treasure glazed tile school was targeted due to its excellent support abilities, resulting in the deaths of many direct disciples. Therefore, in the eyes of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, adopting orphans like Zhang Fenghua, even if they do not awaken their martial souls in the future, is still good, as they can be trained from a young age to help the sect with other matters. Who would have thought that Zhang Fenghua would later awaken the flame sword martial soul, and even become Ning Fengzhi's wife, after the action against the evil soul masters ended? The emperor of the Tiando Empire began to decline due to age. Naturally, this led to a power struggle for the throne, aimed at the position of the crown prince. The grievances between the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the Tiando royal family also began from there. P.S. There will only be 3 chapters today. Thank you for your support. Chapter 17, Grievances, Apathy. At that time, there were still several princes in the Tiando royal family, all of whom had participated in and led the action against the evil soul masters, each commanding their own supporting and vassal forces. The current emperor of the Tiando Empire, the former Snow Knight prince, was one of the best among them. The outbreak point of that royal internal strife is also the most suspicious place, as the then emperor of Tiando not only allowed the conflicts between the princes at first, but then suddenly fainted in bed and fell seriously ill. Ning Fengzhi once had doubts after the incident, wondering if a certain prince had staged a scene of filial piety. The subsequent developments were evident. The 7-treasures glazed tile school, which was already weakened by the actions of the evil soul masters, was severely affected. The most troublesome part was his father, who was the then leader of the 7-treasures glazed tile school and a childhood classmate and close friend of the current emperor of Snow Knight. Their relationship was so good that it had become a consensus on the continent, making it impossible to distance themselves from the situation. This directly led to the 7-treasures glazed tile school being unable to remain neutral in that internal struggle. Therefore, his father firmly decided to publicly support his good friend, Prince of Snow Knight. But the problem arose. Although the overall strength of the 7-treasures glazed tile school was decent at that time, unfortunately, all the direct descendants were auxiliary soul masters, and their combat and self-defense capabilities were inadequate. Although there were several soul masters of the soul, Douluo level stationed in the 7-treasures glazed tile school, they were not titled Douluos, so their deterrent power was very limited. It could be said that they were strong on the outside but weak on the inside, bearing a heavy burden, which was the best interpretation of the situation of the 7-treasures glazed tile school at that time. As the struggle for imperial power escalated, And with the emperor of the empire bedridden and unable to manage the situation, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School directly became a common target for other imperial princes' forces within the empire. The direct disciples of the sect, lacking combat capabilities, became victims of this internal strife, with many disciples being assassinated when they went out. The shortcomings of auxiliary martial souls were fully exposed in that conflict. Furthermore, his father's character was too rigid. He was unwilling to take ruthless measures out of concern for the royal status of the other princes. When he realized something was wrong, he intended to lead the sect out of the conflict, but it was ultimately too late. At the center of the storm, the already weakened Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was like a piece of fat meat. If they chose to escape, they would definitely be attacked by various forces. And perhaps even the Prince of Snow Night might join in. In that situation, his father chose to close the sect and recall all direct descendants for self-preservation. Was this another very bad decision? The outer disciples are also human. Thinking of this, Ning Fengzhi sighed inwardly. What use is it to close the sect? With so many people in the sect, they still need to eat. Because of his father's decision, the sect's industries, the affiliated families, and the non-direct disciples who went out to procure supplies all suffered. They faced pressure and persecution from all sides. It was not uncommon for affiliated families and forces, even disciples, to flee the sect at that time. Under such circumstances, his father was exhausted by this sudden change and fell ill. At that time, Ning Fengzhi was traveling far from the empire with his newlywed wife, Zhang Fenghua. By the time he received the news and returned, the situation had become very serious. The foundation of the sect was in jeopardy. He hurried back to the sect, saw his father for the last time, hastily arranged his father's funeral, and began to address the difficulties facing the sect. Unlike his father's policy of appeasement, after taking over as the sect leader, he directly reversed the previous strategy of retreating and self-preservation, no longer caring about the royal status of the other princes, and directly intervened and took charge of that royal internal struggle. After some discussions with the then Prince of Snow Night, he secretly contacted the Prince of Snowstar, who still maintained neutrality and had always been loyal to the Heavendoe Empire. He explained the current internal and external situation of the empire, with the current emperor in a coma and unable to preside over the overall situation. If this struggle for the throne was not quickly resolved to determine a new emperor, the empire's strength would be greatly weakened due to ongoing internal strife. If the Xingluo Empire and the Spirit Hall reacted at this moment, joining forces to attack the Heavendoe Empire, the danger of national destruction would be imminent. The words were rough but reasonable, and Prince Snowstar was persuaded to agree to assist the most powerful Prince of Snow Night. The three, Snow Night, Snowstar, and Ning Fengzhi, secretly met, and, under Ning Fengzhi's suggestion, they decided to use a coup to quickly end this internal strife. Let Prince Snowstar take the lead, using national affairs as a reason to persuade the other princes to enter the palace together. They proposed that everyone discuss peacefully in front of their father's sickbed to determine which prince was suitable to be the emperor of the empire. National affairs first, filial piety second, and the throne as the outcome, with all princes participating together. This seemingly harmless open move successfully persuaded the other princes. The final result was clear. Snow Night became the emperor, and the forces involved in the turmoil within the imperial city were purged. As for the former emperor of the empire, who was bedridden, he remained in a daze until the moment of his death. As for Prince Snowstar, he became the only surviving prince of the Heavendoe royal family, having played a key role in helping Snow Night seize the throne. After all, he was the only remaining brother. It seemed that everything had come to a perfect conclusion. Unfortunately, it was not. The wisdom and decisiveness displayed by Ning Fengzhi during that turmoil successfully aroused the suspicion of the newly appointed Emperor Snow Night. And the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was at its weakest since its establishment. Who could withstand such pressure? Thus, the newly appointed Emperor Snow Night, using the excuse that the former leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had just passed away and that Ning Fengzhi was still young and unable to manage the situation, expressed his willingness to send personnel to help the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School deal with the aftermath, enabling the sect to recover quickly. The words sounded grand and noble. But what was the true intent? The real purpose was to take advantage of the weakened state of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to intervene in the sect's industries, wooing the non-direct disciples, elders, and affiliated forces, ultimately stripping the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School of its privilege to operate independently within the empire and completely controlling it. He indeed had a good plan, but unfortunately, Ning Fengzhi was already on guard and fended him off with various reasons. The person who poisoned the former emperor of the empire might very well be this filial son, Snow Knight. When the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was targeted, could it also be that Ning Fengzhi carefully recalled and suddenly opened his mind, his brow gradually furrowing? No wonder Ning Fengzhi's expression was dark. No wonder Snow Knight still harbored ulterior motives, allowing various nobles and family forces under his nose to find trouble with the industries under the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. When things were exposed, he would come out to downplay the situation. P.S. The original work's description of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is too brief. This is a secondary setting that does not affect the main storyline of the original work. Chapter 18. How about collaborating with the Spirit Hall? If it weren't for him later withstanding the pressure, exploring the tidal Douluo who were wandering outside the continent through various channels, personally visiting to make contact, offering substantial benefits, and persuading them, he might have really been swallowed up by Snow Knight. As for continuing to support the Heavendo Empire, at the beginning, he also considered that the foundation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was mainly within the territory of the Heavendo Empire, and supporting the Heavendo Empire would help maintain the balance of power on the continent. This was more beneficial for the development of the sect. Therefore, for a long time, he maintained a cooperative relationship between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Heavendo royal family. The facts also prove that his decision back then was correct. Now the strength of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School continued to grow, and its business and connections spread across the continent. But now, this stable situation was about to be disrupted. Ning Fengzhi pondered, then looked at Bone Douluo, Uncle Bone. What do you think of the Spirit Hall? Bone Douluo's expression changed in shock as he thought of a certain possibility and said in disbelief. Ning Fengzhi did not answer immediately, but lowered his head to glance at Ning Xiaotian and said, Uncle Gu, tell me, if we're no longer around, what will happen to the children? The information in these words was a bit shocking. Ning Xiaotian felt a bit dazed, lowering his head and not daring to breathe loudly, thinking to himself, I just casually typed on the keyboard, and it has such power? Bone Douluo fell silent, lost in thought. If he, Qian Douluo, and Ning Fengzhi were no longer around, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would lose its ability to protect itself. And with the existing wealth and accumulation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the situation they would face made Bone Douluo's pupils constrict. Suddenly looking at Ning Fengzhi with a complex expression, it was very likely that they would still have to face the risk of being swallowed by the Heavendo Empire like 40 years ago, or even be eliminated as an obstacle by the ambitious Spirit Hall or other forces. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would no longer be glorious. This was too terrifying. Perhaps it was time to find another way out for the sect. Ning Fengzhi raised his head, his tone heavy. He knew this was a gamble, but if the gamble paid off, the status of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even if it couldn't rise dramatically, would still be protected because of its excellent supporting abilities and very low threat, allowing it to survive without worries. Fengzhi, you are the sect master. Make the decision. Bone Douluo said solemnly. No matter what decision you make, both Jian and I will support you. Uncle Gu, there's no rush on this matter. Ning Fengzhi waved his hand, placing it in front of his abdomen, confidently saying, now that Bibi Dong has just taken office, we still need to observe. Finding good teammates is like sailing with the wind, taking off. But if the teammates are too troublesome, it's like peeing against the wind, splashing all over. He had deep experience with this now. However, there's still things we can do. After pondering for a moment, Ning Fengzhi continued. Using that head spirit bone as a meeting gift is indeed not enough sincerity. It's better to send charcoal in the snow than to add flowers to the brocade. We need to offer something else to demonstrate our value. Only then can the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School secure a good position at this gambling table. With that, Ning Fengzhi paused, narrowed his eyes, and said, I have decided to also tilt the resources of the sect and secretly support Bibi Dong. What we lack the most in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is wealth. With our support, as long as Bibi Dong's abilities are sufficient, she should be able to quickly establish a foothold. Others may not be clear, but how could he be unclear? Since the suppression of evil soul masters ended 40 years ago, the two great empires have gradually reduced the originally promised spirit master subsidy fees year by year, citing their own losses. Now it is just for show. After all, who would be willing to spend their own money to help train talents for a force that could threaten themselves? The Spirit Hall is unwilling to sell spirit bones. And with so many people to support, the sub-halls and spirit master academies are opening everywhere, leading to shocking funding consumption, which is said to have already resulted in a deficit. So now Bibi Dong is short on money. Most importantly, Ning Fengzhi decided it would be discreet. Just periodically swipe a few spirit coin cards, without directly exposing the sect through the disciples' actions. This way, it would neither offend Bibi Dong nor the spirit hall. And after the matter is accomplished, it could bring the greatest benefit to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Why wouldn't we want to make this investment? After listening, Douluo fell into silence. Indeed, the industries of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School are spread across the continent, and there is no need to mobilize manpower from the Heaven Do Empire. Just swipe an anonymous card, and it could be 1,000,000 gold spirit coins. Convenient, quick, and discreet. Seeing Douluo silent, Ning Fengzhi no longer hesitated and directly decided, then it's settled. Uncle Gu, you go back to your room and freshen up. Later, we will go find Bibi Dong together to discuss this matter, and Tier. You haven't slept for 2 nights, so go back to your room and rest well. Father, can I go with you? Ning Xiaotian raised his head, his eyes full of longing. Douluo is just right there. Isn't it a waste not to take the knowledge of the fairy grass that is delivered to our door? His superior, Bibi Dong, is also present. As long as he is sweet-tongued, how could Douluo not hand it over? Yang Wudi is probably on his way here too. A great opportunity. A great opportunity. All right, then you go freshen up too, and later, let your grandpa Gu come to pick you up to go together. Ning Fengzhi nodded. It was good for his son to have more contact with Bibi Dong and get familiar with her, which would make things easier. Each generation has its own tasks, and what he was doing now was merely laying the groundwork for his son. An hour later, everyone gathered and headed to the room where Bibi Dong was resting. Normally, such important matters in the sect should be discussed in the sect's conference hall according to protocol. But the content to be discussed today was crucial to the survival of the sect, and there could be no leaks. For safety's sake, Ning Fengzhi ultimately decided to take advantage of the night and directly brought everyone to Bibi Dong's resting place for discussion. Dong dong dong. Ning Fengzhi tidied his appearance and gently knocked on the door. With a creak, the door opened. It was Douluo who opened it. Ning Zhongzhu. Everyone, please come in, said Douluo, stepping aside and making a very gentlemanly gesture of invitation. One must admit, the action was quite standard, showing that Bibi Dong placed great importance on this meeting. However, seeing such etiquette being performed by a big man like Douluo, combined with his slightly delicate oval face, gave Ning Xiaotian goosebumps. Perhaps accustomed to various formal occasions, Ning Fengzhi had no particular reaction. Douluo and Sword Douluo maintained their indifferent expressions in front of outsiders. As for Ning Xiaotian, he had no authority in front of strangers and simply followed behind his father. With elegant little steps, he entered the room with the others. Bang! Douluo closed the door. Chapter 19, Cooperation. Damn, Ning Xiaotian was stunned. At this moment, Bibi Dong had already taken off her black robe and changed into a luxurious outfit, comfortably seated at the table, her eyes sparkling like clear water as she smiled over at them. Dressed in a light purple formal attire, adorned with golden phoenix patterns along her arms, her figure was truly stunning. Just looking at her right hand resting on the table, with her left hand still holding a cup of tea, her fair skin was slightly revealed, and under her elegant sitting posture, a faint glimpse could be seen, captivating one's heart like a nightmare. Her oval face shone brightly with a phoenix hairpin on her forehead, glimmering under the light. With a charming smile, her delicate and petite nose stood out, her lips slightly pursed resembling a crescent moon, and her long hair cascaded down to her waist, smooth as water, tied up in an exquisite bun at the neck. Under the soft light in the room, the unadorned Bibi Dong perfectly embodied what it meant to be a young woman in her prime, the epitome of beauty. Yet, she was over 30, her aura mature and mixed with the innocence of youth, making it hard to look away. Ning Xiaotian clicked his tongue. Perhaps it was because Bibi Dong was skilled in maintenance, or perhaps it was due to her profound cultivation. After all, soul masters can live for hundreds of years after breaking through to Title Douluo. The original work mentioned that Title Douluo can live around 300 years, and for each level they increase, they can live an additional 100 years. Limit Douluo can live for thousands of years. The sea god conquered the ocean over a millennium, gathering faith, and ultimately became a deity. Being 30 years old is indeed just a fraction compared to several hundred years. It seems that as long as one can cultivate soul power in Douluo Continent, women generally don't age poorly, and the better the talent, the higher the cultivation, the more attractive they become. This is much better than the girls in the previous life who relied on makeup for beautiful skin and filters for photos. Unfortunately, he was born too late. Although Bibi Dong is beautiful, he can only admire her. Ning Xiaotian doesn't have any messy feelings. Of course, using this as a reference, finding a similarly beautiful wife in the future is still possible. For example, becoming Bibi Dong's son-in-law. Qian Renxue seems to be only about 6 years older than him. The two families are about to become partners, and if they take it a step further, it doesn't seem impossible. Hehe, Liena seems like a possibility too. Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but feel delighted, beginning to envision a future of happiness. Tian'er, sitting here. Ning Fengzhi took out a small chair from the soul guide and placed it beside him. The tables and chairs in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's guest room were standardized, meant for adults, quite high, and there were only a few. Fortunately, after Ning Xiaotian was born, Ning Fengzhi specifically ordered a few custom-made chairs, fearing that when his son grew up, these things would no longer be needed and would be cleaned away, so he privately kept a few in the soul guide as a memento. Today was just the right time to put them to use. Thank you, Father. Ning Xiaotian came back to his senses, feeling a sudden emotional touch, and quickly expressed his gratitude. He then cheerfully sat on the small chair, with only his little head visible on the table. Bibi Dong didn't expect that Ning Fengzhi would bring his son, who was not yet 5 years old, to such a meeting, especially when she saw Ning Fengzhi directly taking out a small chair from the soul guide for his son to sit on. She felt a strange mix of emotions: jealousy, resentment, sadness. It was truly a blend of feelings. Ning Fengzhi, sitting next to Ning Xiaotian, could not guess Bibi Dong's thoughts. Seeing that everyone was already seated, he straightened his posture, organized his words, and went straight to the point. Your Holiness the Pope, thank you for risking your life to come and treat my wife. I, Ning, will surely remember this kindness. For the reward for treating my wife, I have made preparations, and I believe it will satisfy your Holiness. After speaking, Ning Fengzhi directly took out a head soul bone and a golden card from the soul guide, opening his left and right hands respectively, with one item in each, floating above his palms. Bibi Dong glanced at them without showing any expression. She could clearly see the head soul bone and sense the fluctuations coming from it, estimating its age to be around 30,000 years. Although soul bones are incredibly precious, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she didn't lack for this age of soul bone and even felt that Ning Fengzhi somewhat underestimated her. As for the golden card, it was worth 5 million gold soul coins, universally accepted on the continent, with no deceit. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, feeling a bit angry, as she felt insulted. She had come all the way from the Spirit Hall, risking her life to save someone, and this was the reward? Ning Fengzhi noticed the change in Bibi Dong's expression and didn't rush to explain. Instead, he reached out his right hand to pat his son Ning Xiaotian's little head, speaking in a gentle voice as if recounting a minor yet significant matter. This is my only son, Ning Xiaotian, who is about to turn 5 years old. In 11 years, he will officially come of age. At that time, I will publicly announce that Tian'er will be the heir to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. When the time comes, I will have him personally visit the Spirit Hall. How about that? Bibi Dong's eyes lit up, her expression brightening as she speculated. Does this mean he wants to cooperate with the Spirit Hall? It's unrealistic to subdue the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, they're one of the top 3 sections. Is the 11-year period a test? Having his only son step forward is a promise? Or is it paving the way for future generations? Or perhaps it's out of consideration for the safety of the sect, making it inconvenient for him to appear in person? In just a moment, Bibi Dong thought of many things. After all, Ning Fengzhi, as the current leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, attracts too much attention with every move he makes. It is normal not to appear in person. But none of this is the point. The important thing is the information Ning Fengzhi revealed, which holds great significance for her. The thought that the future 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could become her ally made even Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, feel a bit excited. No wonder Dad agreed to let me come along. Ning Xiaotian was surprised. He expected Ning Fengzhi to confirm his status as the heir in front of Bibi Dong, and to let him visit the Spirit Hall. Turning to glance at Bibi Dong, he saw her expression was somewhat excited. Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but sigh. After all, she has just ascended to the position of Pope, and, compared to later on, still lacks some maturity and cannot fully control her emotions. However, Bibi Dong reacted quickly, the joy on her face fleeting as she said, Lord Ning, it is our honor for your son to visit the Spirit Hall. I will naturally treat him with great respect. Ning Fengzhi saw Bibi Dong make this promise, no longer speaking in riddles. He glanced at the people from the Spirit Hall, and finally fixed his gaze on Bibi Dong's eyes, saying solemnly, with your Holiness's commitment, I, Ning, can rest assured. Please also rest assured, during these 11 years, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will not interfere with any actions of the Spirit Hall, and will even provide assistance when necessary. Additionally, We will donate 5 million gold soul coins each year to contribute our humble strength. Then thank you, Secmaster Ning. Bibi Dong also suppressed her excitement and replied seriously. This conversation with Ning Fengzhi tonight could be said to be her greatest harvest from this trip. 5 million every year makes a big difference. Providing convenience means being helpful everywhere. Being able to win over the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School makes this trip worthwhile. It was not in vain for her to travel thousands of miles and risk herself to save others. Now, she finally reaped significant rewards. With this thought, Bibi Dong cleared the gloom from her heart. She now had ample confidence in resolving the current predicament of the Spirit Hall. If she still couldn't lead the Spirit Hall to rise, she could only blame herself for being incompetent. Seeing that the discussion was about to conclude, Ning Xiaotian felt a bit restless and thought that if he didn't ask now, everyone would leave. Your Holiness, I have a question. Chapter 20. Duuluo. Bring it on. The room instantly fell silent. What could a small child possibly ask? The big shots all turned their attention to Ning Xiaotian. Looking down at him with puzzled expressions, Bibi Dong became interested, smiling charmingly. It felt like a classroom where a hand was raised to answer a question. Under the gaze of so many people, Ning Xiaotian instinctively shrank his neck, steeling himself to say, Your Holiness, is there any way to help someone reshape their martial soul? His eyes were watery, as if he might cry at any moment. Acting cute is shameful, but it feels so good. Ning Fengzhi and the others' eyes brightened at his question, sparkling with interest as they all looked at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong felt a prickly sensation on her scalp, looking at this child from another family, and inexplicably felt a bit annoyed. Unfortunately, she didn't know the answer to this question either, thinking, this kind of thing probably can only be done by becoming a god. Thinking of becoming a god, Bibi Dong felt somewhat disheartened. The content of her divine examination was indeed a trap. Although her current cultivation was decent, becoming a god was still a distant goal. As for other methods, she possessed 2 toxic spider martial souls and had researched killing with poison. But she was truly not skilled in using medicine to save people, let alone helping someone reshape their martial soul. Medicine. Bibi Dong couldn't help but think of Elder Ju beside her. Elder Ju loved rare and exotic herbs, was good at medicine but not at poison, and was indeed knowledgeable about pharmacology. Why not throw the question to him? This idea was not bad. Bibi Dong straightened her delicate figure and said seriously, I'm afraid I cannot provide an answer to this question, as I am not skilled in pharmacology. However, Elder Ju is quite proficient in this field. Perhaps you can ask him. Swish, 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 swish. Ning Xiaotian and the others instantly turned their gazes toward Duuluo. Their hopeful looks filled with questions, as if to say, please start your performance. Duuluo felt his mind explode with frustration, his body involuntarily shivering, and his heart crying out in despair. This question was profound and unfathomable. He couldn't sit still, but now everyone's eyes were already on him, especially the hungry gazes from Duuluo and Gu Duuluo, making Duuluo's skin crawl. He instinctively sought help from his good buddy, Duuluo, who was watching the show with a nonchalant expression, ignoring him. This world is filled with malice. Duuluo felt overwhelmed, but he couldn't avoid answering. He could only suppress his discomfort and, mustering his courage, said, Everyone, as for the matter of reshaping martial souls, I fear only the legendary gods can accomplish it. Isn't this just stating the obvious? Ning Fengzhi and the others all rolled their eyes. Duuluo's eyes seemed to have a spark of fire. It is well known that Duuluo was unruly and reckless in his youth, fond of fighting and notorious for holding grudges. Duuluo, feeling uneasy, squirmed his seat, thinking that if they could find the legendary fairy herb, there might still be a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Ning Xiaotian seized the opportunity and politely asked, Elder Ju, what is a fairy herb? Seeing that Ning Xiaotian was asking about his area of expertise, Duuluo straightened his back and spoke with more confidence. Fairy herbs are extremely rare medicinal plants, each one possessing the power to harness the creation of heaven and earth. Some fairy herbs can even bring the dead back to life and heal broken bones, as long as they are consumed correctly. Even a heavily injured person on the brink of death can be saved. Such miraculous things actually exist in the world. Ning Fengzhi was astonished. As the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, with connections and influence across the continent, he had never heard of such divine objects. Could it really help people reshape their martial souls? May I ask, Elder Ju, where can such divine object be found? Ning Fengzhi leaned forward and pressed on. Duuluo's expression fell, and he awkwardly replied, I have never seen one myself. The growth conditions for fairy herbs are extremely harsh. and they mostly appear in perilous and extraordinary locations. For hundreds of years, due to the continuous exploration and exploitation by human soul masters, such divine objects have not been seen in the world anymore. The only reason I know this is because my family's inherited martial souls are all related to flowers and plants, and our ancestors were also fond of flowers. Hence there are some records passed down. As soon as Zhu Douluo finished speaking, before anyone else could ask, Ning Xiaotian quickly interjected, "Elder Zhu, can I learn about fairy herb from you?" "Oh, young Master Ning is also interested in learning about these?" Zhu Douluo was surprised. Nowadays, soul masters on the continent were focused on their cultivation, while ordinary people lacked the strength to continue exploring in this dangerous world. Moreover, the trade of medicinal herbs was basically controlled by various factions, used to prepare for the awakening of their disciples' martial souls. Researching pharmacology in the civilian sector had become nearly impossible. There were fewer and fewer people spending time on such studies. Zhu Douluo had initially thought that Ning Xiaotian would ask him for a fairy herb atlas or something to rely on his family's influence to purchase it across the continent. He never expected that he would be willing to learn on his own. Seeing Zhu Douluo's surprised expression, Ning Xiaotian pressed on, "Yes, Elder Zhu, the divine is too ethereal. But if the fairy herb can have such miraculous effects, perhaps it can help my mother reshape her martial soul. So please teach me." After saying this, Ning Xiaotian looked at Zhu Douluo with hopeful eyes, his expression focused and teary, as if to say, "If you don't agree, I will cry for you." The corners of Zhu Douluo's mouth twitched as he turned his gaze to Ning Fengzhi. The child was still young. It was up to the father to decide. He had never seen a fairy herb himself and had long since given up hope. Moreover, with no other heirs in the family, he didn't care about passing down any legacy. Teaching Ning Xiaotian wouldn't hurt. If the other party could find one, perhaps he could also open his eyes to something new. Ning Fengzhi exchanged glances with Ning Xiaotian, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. "Then, I'll trouble Elder Zhu. It's a good thing for a child to have filial piety. Going to the spirit hall to relax can also prevent him from worrying about his wife's injuries, which is beneficial for his son's future development. A win-win situation. It's no trouble." No trouble. After saying that, Zhu Douluo took out a book from the Soul Guide and placed it on the table, pushing it in front of Ning Xiaotian. Ning Xiaotian flipped through the pages eagerly. Zhu Douluo raised his eyebrows slightly and continued, "There are extraordinary things in the world that human effort cannot fully comprehend. This is a record of the immortal herbs passed down from my family. As for whether there are other immortal herbs in the world, I do not know. Furthermore, immortal herbs are different from ordinary medicinal herbs. The same type of immortal herb will exhibit different characteristics and effects depending on the environment in which it grows. Therefore, if you wish to pick and consume them, it must be determined based on the location and the person. Regarding this aspect, I'm afraid you will need to study pharmacology diligently. Young Master Ning, if you have time, you can come to the spirit hall and study with me for a while." After speaking, Zhu Douluo turned his gaze to Ning Fengzhi, as it was up to him, as the father, to make the final decision. Ning Fengzhi did not speak, but instead turned his gaze towards Bibi Dong, his expression already indicating his stance, just waiting to see how Bibi Dong would arrange it. Bibi Dong showed no hesitation and smiled, saying, "The current elite competition of the advanced soul master academies across the continent is still in the selection process at various academies. It is expected that the finals will be held in Wuhuan City in about 6 months. At that time, Lord Ning, you can bring your beloved son to watch the competition. Not only will you witness the grand event, but you can also let your son stay at the Wuhuan Hall to study pharmacology with Elder Zhu. What do you think?" Ning Xiaotian is not yet 5 years old, an age that is easily influenced by external factors. The spirit hall can take this opportunity to subtly manipulate him, tying the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school to their chariot. Why not take advantage of this? Ning Fengzhi nodded in agreement and said, "Then I will trouble your holiness the Pope and Elder Zhu." The two sides then discussed in detail. Seeing that there were no other matters and the sky was getting late, Bibi Dong took the opportunity to bid farewell to Ning Fengzhi. As she had just ascended to the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, there were still too many things that needed her attention, and she could not afford to delay. Moreover, leaving under the cover of night was also more discreet, as their cooperative relationship could not be exposed at this time. Ning Fengzhi saw that Bibi Dong's attitude was resolute, and it was difficult to retain her, so he could only bow and bid farewell. Chapter 21. The other party has given too much. After a night of silence, the blazing sun rose, shedding the cold night and bringing the warm morning light that opened the curtain of dawn. The bright light, like brocade, streamed through the small gaps between the walls and windows of the courtyard, bringing a ray of bright white, mixed with a heartwarming warmth, gently caressing the tender face of the child on the bed. I haven't slept enough yet. The quilt still needs me. Ning Xiaotian rubbed his slightly flushed face, sleepily lifted the covers, turned his head to look at the gap in the door and window, and mumbled with a hint of reproach, "Why did I forget to pull the curtains again?" However, judging by the angle of the bright sunlight, he realized that it was probably already quite late. Helplessly, Ning Xiaotian could only rustle as he got dressed and got out of bed. "Yuji, good morning," he greeted politely, looking at the charming young beauty standing outside his courtyard. This was the little genius of the clan, named Ning Yuji. Although she was not yet 18 years old, her cultivation level had already reached level 39 Soul Master, and with just one more level, she would become a soul sect. Moreover, this girl was a cultivation expert. Despite being from the same clan, she rarely interacted with him, and they would only greet each other out of courtesy. What was going on today? Instead of diligently cultivating, she was standing outside his courtyard. Seeing her slightly sun-kissed, rosy face, which looked fresh and inviting, he guessed she had been waiting there for quite a while. "My little young master, it's getting late. In just another hour, we can have lunch." The young beauty pouted, her round little mouth curling up, looking somewhat angry, yet adorable and charming. Ning Xiaotian was taken aback, secretly thinking it was a pity. They are related by blood. "Sorry, Yuji. I haven't slept well these past few days and got up late today. By the way, why did Yuji come to see me today?" Seeing that Ning Xiaotian was somewhat polite, Ning Yuji's anger had dissipated significantly. Remembering her task for coming today, she didn't intend to linger on the matter any longer and mumbled, "The sect leader sent me here and instructed me not to disturb you. I've been standing here for quite a while. My dad sent me here. Did something else happen? Didn't my mother get cured?" Ning Xiaotian was puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Sister Yuji, I wonder why my father called for me. There are guests in the clan. The clan leader asked me to wait for you to go over. I heard it's Yang Wudi from the famous Pazhi family. He should be with your mother now. Hurry up. If you delay, they might leave." The Pazhi family, well known on Douluo Continent, was a big deal. No wonder Dad Ning Fengzhi asked her to come over. He was worried that this girl would get too engrossed in her training and lose her wits. It was a mistake to delay. She had to hurry over, or the opportunity would be wasted once they left. "Sister Yuji, I'll go first." Ning Xiaotian decisively took off, leaving the girl in a state of confusion. Watching Ning Xiaotian sprint away, Ning Yuji was bewildered. This fiery personality actually matched her style. But what was wrong with his brain? Didn't he think she was pretty? Not even glance. Fortunately, the person hadn't left yet, looking at the burly man in front of her who was checking her mother's pulse. Ning Xiaotian let out a sigh of relief. Turning to look at the beautiful woman on the bed, Ning Xiaotian felt excited. His mother was awake and letting Yang Wudi check her pulse. Although her face was still a bit pale, she no longer looked haggard, probably having had a good sleep last night. That's a relief. Ning Xiaotian felt a weight lift off his heart. As for the broken martial soul, as long as he was still alive, there would be a way to solve it. Even if it required becoming a god, he would definitely make it happen. Ning Xiaotian clenched his fist and made a vow. "How about it, clan leader Yang? It's nothing serious. Just take good care of yourself." The soul master who helped Lady Ling drive away the poison is truly talented. He can even neutralize the poison of the soul-eating spider. I certainly don't have that ability. Ning's sect master. Is that master still around? Please, Ning's sect master, introduce me to him. I really want to learn about detoxification from that master. Yang Wudi retracted his hand after taking the pulse, continuously praising and excitedly saying, "Clan leader Yang, that master left the day before yesterday. Before leaving, he specifically instructed me not to disclose his name to outsiders. However, if fate allows, clan leader Yang will have the opportunity to meet that master." Ning Fengzhi hesitated. It was definitely not something that could be exposed regarding Bibi Dong's visit to the Treasures Glazed Tile school. What a pity. Yang Wudi sighed and did not ask further. For such a remarkable person, it was understandable not to want to reveal themselves. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone come knocking for medical help and drive them crazy? At this moment, Ning Xiaotian saw that the opportunity had arrived and, without hesitation, stepped forward and forcefully interjected. "Elder Yang, may I ask if you are familiar with the matter of the immortal herbs?" Hearing this, Ning Fengzhi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. His son was asking about a healer just because he saw one. However, Yang Wudi, who was ahead, became excited upon hearing Ning Xiaotian's words. Instead of looking at Ning Xiaotian, he turned to Ning Fengzhi and said eagerly, "Does your esteemed clan have such a divine herb?" It seemed that Yang Wudi was quite knowledgeable. Just the thought that the celestial herb might help restore his wife's martial soul filled Ning Fengzhi with excitement. And he sincerely replied, "Patriarch Yang, To be honest, that master once informed me that if I can find a suitable celestial herb, there might still be a glimmer of hope for my wife's shattered martial soul. Unfortunately, that master only heard about it and does not recognize the celestial herbs. Since Patriarch Yang has asked, I believe there must be relevant records in your clan. I wonder if you could share any information you have. I would be most grateful. He didn't mention the book given by the chrysanthemum Douluo, as it was inconvenient to reveal who sent it. The celestial herb was rare, and the fewer people who knew about it, the more hope his wife would have. In this regard, Ning Fengzhi couldn't deny that he had his own selfish motives. Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi's expression hesitated a bit. Although celestial herbs hadn't been seen for a long time, they were indeed part of the ancestral legacy. And Yang Wudi was not like the chrysanthemum Douluo, who was a solitary figure without concern. Seeing Yang Wudi's hesitation, Ning Fengzhi suddenly remembered the current plight of the Pizhi clan and narrowed his eyes slightly. Patriarch Yang, forgive my earlier boldness. How about we make a deal? If you could provide information regarding the celestial herb, I am willing to pay 500,000 gold soul coins as a reward. Additionally, I can also intervene to have the Spirit Hall lift the ban on the Pizhi clan. I believe the Spirit Hall would give me some face. After all, the Pizhi clan hadn't done anything to harm the interests of the Spirit Hall, while the Haotian sect had some questionable actions, and the Pizhi clan was merely an innocent victim. Of course, with your expertise in pharmacology, if you are willing to collaborate with the Treasures Glazed Tile School on their business, I will do my utmost to facilitate it. As long as it can be resolved with money, it's not a problem at all. Father, that's brilliant. Ning Xiaotian secretly gave a thumbs up. This move not only resolved the predicament of the Pizhi clan, but also dealt a blow to the Haotian sect, all while trying to win over Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi's heart was swayed. The other party was offering money and business and was willing to help lift the Spirit Hall's ban on the Pizhi clan to help them through the crisis. With the family having fallen to such depths, what good were those elusive celestial herbs? It was better to exchange them for some tangible benefits to resolve the difficulties faced by the clansmen. One couldn't blame the descendants for being unfilial. It was just that the other party was offering too much. With this thought, Yang Wudi no longer hesitated. He took out a scroll from his soul guide and handed it to Ning Fengzhi, saying, "With your credibility, of course, I trust you. This scroll is entrusted to you." Secmaster Ning. Ning Fengzhi smiled knowingly as he saw Yang Wudi take out the books, and he carefully reached out to receive them, quickly saying, "Chief Yang, not all. We are just meeting each other's needs. P.S. Yuji, taken from the book Friend Yinyu Ji Qingxiu." Chapter 22, Immortal Grass, Spirit Hall City. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 months, Ning Xiaotian finally memorized the 2 books on immortal herbs given by Douluo and Yang Wudi. For safety reasons, after reading these 2 books, Ning Xiaotian handed them over to Ning Fengzhi for safekeeping. There was no other choice. He had not awakened his martial soul yet and could not channel soul power, nor could he use the soul guide. Moreover, Ning Fengzhi had a hobby of visiting major auction houses. Otherwise, how would the cat girl from the original work have come about? It was worth a shot. What if one day Ning Fengzhi came across an immortal herb at an auction house? Immortal herbs, sitting in the carriage. Ning Xiaotian felt a surge of excitement at the thought of immortal herbs. Such divine objects seemed to be within his reach. Unfortunately, he couldn't enjoy them right away. Originally, Ning Xiaotian had thought about sending someone to search the misty land in the sunset forest, where one could likely find the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, he was too scared, not to mention the risk of being sliced up for making a rash proposal. Douluo was also a knowledgeable person, and being Bibi Dong's top errand runner, he could distinguish the type of immortal herb consumed through the special fragrance emitted by the human body. He was genuinely afraid that after giving the immortal herbs to the Treasures Glazed Tile School, Douluo would come to the Heaven Do Empire and expose them on the spot. One herb was fine, but what if there were several? Although the Treasures Glazed Tile School had established a cooperative relationship with the Spirit Hall, as the saying goes, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. What if the Spirit Hall, leveraging their cooperative relationship, demanded immortal herbs from the Treasures Glazed Tile School? Would the Treasures Glazed Tile School comply, or not? If not, it would create a rift. If they did, how much would they give? If they gave too little, would they stop eating the immortal herbs they had hidden away to avoid being discovered? If they gave too much, it would be a huge loss for themselves. What if they just found the Eye of Ice and Fire and were seen by the Spirit Hall's people? That would be even more awkward. Should they develop it together or not? This situation was not impossible. The cooperative relationship between both parties had just been established. Who knew if the Spirit Hall had sent people to lurk around the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to observe their movements? No one could tell. Human hearts are hard to fathom. It was better to be cautious. The key was that both he and his sister Ning Rongrong had not awakened their martial souls yet. Would consuming immortal herbs in advance allow their martial souls to evolve? What if it didn't work? He would have no place to cry. Moreover, there were many people on the other side, and the demand was high. Such a precious item could potentially involve Qian Daolu and the Hall of Offerings, which would be a real headache. After all, Qian Daolu had a granddaughter, and Bibi Dong had a disciple she raised as her own daughter. When good things were in front of them, who wouldn't first think of their own people? In summary, the things were too good. He couldn't guard them. One more thing. Actively giving away something and cooperating in development, or even passively demanding it, were two different matters. Most importantly, Ning Xiaotian also had selfish motives. His mother's martial soul was shattered. What if there were no suitable immortal herbs in the Eye of Ice and Fire? Then he would have to find a way to become a god. But becoming a god was difficult. If he could obtain the divine test early, then if the immortal herbs were exposed, they could be given to the Spirit Hall without worry. He wouldn't fear giving away too much, as it wouldn't guarantee becoming a god. Unfortunately, there was no divine test. If he were to expose it too early, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would likely be in a completely passive position, which was too risky. Even if he really helped the Spirit Hall unify the continent, it would be difficult to predict the consequences. What if Bibi Dong suddenly turned against him? Wouldn't that be disastrous? Given the auxiliary martial soul characteristics of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would be beneficial rather than harmful against Bibi Dong, but their status would be uncertain. In the original work, after Ghost Deluo's death, Zhu Deluo's status fell drastically, completely becoming a tool that could be discarded at any time, which was telling. Equal cooperation was acceptable, but when it came to being a subordinate or a vassal as a time traveler, Ning Xiaotian felt a bit uncomfortable. He still needed to rely on strength to speak. After returning from the Spirit Hall this time, he should focus on cultivating. Once he had the ability to protect himself, he would go to that place, aiming to return before his sister turned 12. By then, the Spirit Hall could give away immortal herbs without issue. If he succeeded, everything would be great and smooth sailing. If he failed, he could wait until the continent was unified and then take his sister to Sea God Island to try again. As for why he wanted to return before his sister turned 12, it was because Ning Xiaotian was afraid that if he returned too late, his little cotton-padded jacket would be stripped away by someone else. Unfortunately, this time he couldn't bring his little sister along on the trip to the Spirit Hall. His mother was too weak to travel far, and Duguyan had to stay behind to guard the house. Coming back to his senses, glancing at Ning Fengzhi and Duguyan in the carriage, Ning Xiaotian sighed. This time, going to Spirit Hall City, he was accompanied by these two big shots. Truly a trio from the Spirit Hall. He wondered what highlights there would be in this elite competition of the continent's Advanced Soul Master Academy in Spirit Hall City. Sigh. The competitions in the Heaven-Do Empire really had no highlights. Ning Xiaotian had also gone to watch the semifinals held in the Tiando Imperial City under Ning Fengzhi's guidance. Although the battles were intense, the spirited appearances of the beautiful women also pleased Ning Xiaotian's eyes. Unfortunately, this time there were none of the girls from the original work. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, and Ho Wu were all absent. Not a single one was there. What a pity. I hope this trip to Wuhuan City will bring some different gains, like who Liena or Qian Renxue. I wonder if that girl went to the Tiando Empire. Ning Fengzhi hasn't taken Snow Qinghe as a disciple yet, and he hasn't entered the Imperial Palace, so it wouldn't make a difference if he did. Secmaster will soon arrive at the Spirit City. Hearing this, Ning Fengzhi and Sword Duo remained unfazed, as they had been here many times before. But Ning Xiaotian was different. Being new here, he was very curious about the Spirit City. Upon hearing the guards outside say that they were nearing the Spirit City, he immediately lifted the curtain. Wow, it's extremely luxurious. Just from a distance, Ning Xiaotian was already deeply shocked. Looking far away, there was a towering hill, with buildings rising up on top, roads crisscrossing and extending along the mountainside. At the peak stood a magnificent palace, resplendent in gold and jade. In the center of the palace, there was a gigantic statue of a humanoid figure, though seen from afar. It could vaguely be discerned as a female statue resembling a six-winged angel. It's so big. Under the sunlight, the features were somewhat blurred, yet it shone brightly, adding a sense of the divine. Overall, the walls, the buildings, and the roads were all made of marble, with a light yellow color, smooth as jade, and inlaid with golden carvings, dazzling beyond compare. It's no wonder that the Spirit Hall, with its ancient heritage, has such profound depth. Looking at this extremely luxurious spirit city with a hint of religious flavor, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but sigh. He was even more looking forward to living in the spirit hall for a while. At least, the food and treatment wouldn't be poor. Who doesn't like a life of lying down and eating? After entering the city, getting off the carriage, and following his father, Ning Xiaotian took a brief rest before the spirit hall sent someone to notify them that the leaders of the major participating teams should attend a meeting. Sure enough, such matters are unavoidable in any world. Ning Xiaotian watched as Ning Fengzhi took Sword Douluo away, secretly sighing. Going would just mean listening to those people boast about each other, praising how amazing their academy students are. What a waste of time. Ning Xiaotian chose to be a left-behind child. At the same time, he was also under house arrest. Nowadays, the Wuhuan city is a mixed bag, and although there are guards watching over, one can never be sure of encountering someone reckless. With no human rights, Ning Xiaotian helplessly ate some snacks from the table to fill his stomach, sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a sword with both hands, focusing and meditating. The soundproofing of this room is excellent, so Ning Xiaotian doesn't have to worry about outsiders coming to disturb him. In the evening, Ning Fengzhi returned and informed him that the competition would officially begin tomorrow. Everyone had nothing important to discuss and chose to return to their rooms to rest. Ning Xiaotian continues to comprehend the essence of humility. The next day, Ning Xiaotian followed his father and, along with the other contestants, took their positions in order. As one of the three major sects on the continent, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect held a prestigious status, and their arranged seating was naturally excellent. Comfortable seats with a commanding view. The only thing that made Ning Xiaotian feel a bit awkward was the contestants from various academies. For no particular reason, they kept glancing over at him. The boys merely looked on with puzzled expressions. However, the girls were blushing and sending him flirtatious glances. Is this what it feels like to be a rich second generation? Ning Xiaotian remained calm and composed, squinting his eyes like a seasoned dog. One must admit that the costume designers from the various academies were quite professional, with beautifully crafted collars. At this moment, he was high up and looking far, witnessing a landscape that appeared as peaks from one angle and ridges from another, with varying heights and distances. Bang, bang, bang. Ning Xiaotian woke up in a daze. He raised his eyes and saw colorful rays of light rising into the sky, then bursting open, creating a dazzling halo. This must be the Douluo version of fireworks. However, these were made of soul power, completely harmless, and much better than the dazzling but dusty and pungent fireworks from his previous life. After just a moment, the fireworks suddenly came to an end. Then, from the door beneath the six-winged angel sculpture, a majestic procession emerged, striding confidently and in perfect unison, all dressed uniformly. Leading the way at the front was Bibi Dong, wearing a 9-turn purple gold crown and holding a golden scepter about 2 meters long, embedded with countless purple gemstones. With fair skin, an almost perfect face, a proud posture, and dressed in a light purple robe adorned with numerous gemstones, the hem of her gown dragged to the ground. Any praise of nobility, elegance, and serenity directed at Bibi Dong at this moment would not be excessive. As Bibi Dong stood still and turned, the hem of her gown fluttered, and the golden scepter struck the ground with a clang. Everyone felt an overwhelming aura sweeping over them, causing their gazes, which were originally fixed ahead, to instinctively retract, and the previously noisy scene instantly fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, the Spirit Hall welcomes you. This damn opening speech made Ning Xiaotian shiver, his expression instantly darkening, and his eyelids entered fight mode. This cursed opening speech was still controlling the sleepiness in his brain. With an internal groan, Ning Xiaotian disinterestedly shifted his gaze from the now transformed Principal Bibi Dong to the lovely girl behind her. The girl was dressed in a silver-tight leather outfit, her slightly orange short hair falling by her slightly chubby face, standing about 1.5 meters tall and looking somewhat frail. A glance at her chest muscles made Ning Xiaotian's eyes light up. Upon closer inspection, the girl appeared a bit shy at the moment, with a delicate nose, slightly pursed cherry lips, a rosy complexion, and her small hands gently fidgeting together, her index finger occasionally drawing circles, likely participating in such an event for the first time. She did have a somewhat boyish appearance, resembling the slightly taller boy next to her. Even so, this girl could be considered a rare beauty, especially her eyes, which were like waves, inherently charming and possessing a unique allure. Ning Xiaotian had never seen such eyes before. The girl simply smiled, her phoenix eyes curved like a crescent moon, shining like stars, as if they could speak. This must be who Liena, Only she has the qualification to stand behind Bibi Dong. Next to her, resembling her closely, was her brother-in-law Xiaoyu. Oh, how did that come up? I am indeed an honest person. As for that burly guy with a rough demeanor, the shamate with red hair, no need to think, it must be the ultimate sycophant of Douluo Continent. Yin, without a doubt. For some reason, Ning Xiaotian now felt a bit of warmth towards Xiaoyu, wanting to get closer, but the moment he glanced at Yin, a hint of displeasure arose in his heart. If it doesn't look good, don't look. Where's the beauty in comparison? Ning Xiaotian shifted his gaze back to Liena, especially her eyes, which made him unable to help but want to look a few more times. Bibi Dong finished her speech, and the screen above began to display the schedule, which meant the competition was about to start. Ning Fengzhi withdrew his gaze, preparing to focus on the match. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his son, who was squinting. Ning Fengzhi followed his gaze and saw a petite girl standing behind Bibi Dong. His child had grown up, and Ning Fengzhi felt a sense of comfort in his heart, but his expression was somewhat strange, and he couldn't help but reach out. A head pat. Ning Xiaotian turned back and met Ning Fengzhi's half-smiling, half-teasing gaze, causing her little face to flush. Her father thought she was staring at that girl because her eyes were unusual, so she looked a few more times. Ning Xiaotian felt guilty. Ning Fengzhi also looked over and nodded. He then turned his head and said softly, "The competition is about to start, so focus on watching the match. It will be beneficial for you." "Yes." Ning Xiaotian nodded, adjusted his posture, and began to concentrate on the arena. Everyone who was able to come here were talented students from various academies, and their soul skill applications and combat techniques were indeed worth learning from. Ning Xiaotian watched intently, carefully observing the details of each student's battles, becoming immersed in it, and his mind began to simulate various scenarios along with the clashes below. His three-legged cat fist technique had made some progress in basic moves, but he still needed to watch and practice more to respond effectively in real combat. The tournament lasted a full 3 days, and in the end, the Spirit Hall emerged victorious. During these 3 days, Ning Xiaotian greatly benefited, learning the application of many techniques and response skills, just waiting for opportunities in the future to practice and solidify them. For the next year or so, he would be spending time in the Spirit Hall until the awakening of his martial soul and absorbing his first soul ring. Watching Ning Fengzhi and Sword Douluo leave, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. Ning Fengzhi had to hurry back to proactively report to the Snow Knight Emperor about leaving Ning Xiaotian at the Wuhuan Hall for study. As for what excuse to use to fool Snow Knight, that was not something Ning Xiaotian should worry about. P.S. The book is signed. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 24. Moving into the Wuhuan Hall, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Rare herbs clustered together, paths crisscrossed. Orioles sang and swallows danced, clouds steamed and rosy clouds spread. Everywhere was covered with grass. The chrysanthemum Douluo is truly extravagant. This is not just a residential courtyard. It is clearly a small mountain. Ning Xiaotian was shocked. No wonder the chrysanthemum Douluo was so obsessed with flowers and cherished grass. Other families might just surround their courtyards with flower beds and place a few flower pots, but the chrysanthemum Douluo directly took over a mountain to grow flowers and plants, which is quite impressive. Ning Xiaotian looked around, seeing the flowers and grass swaying in the wind. The variety was exceptionally abundant, and it was not uncommon to see clusters of rare medicinal herbs, many in number. These herbs were clearly categorized and separated by countless small paths, appearing in a dazzling array of colors from a distance, truly vibrant. Jealousy made me feel isolated and torn apart. After all, he didn't have any at home. Ning Xiaotian suddenly felt a bit envious of Zhu Douluo. The pastoral life is wonderful, although the outside world is bustling and beautiful. It cannot compare to gathering with friends and family, enjoying wine and tea. It cannot compare to spending time with a loved one, arranging flowers, playing music. His greatest wish upon arriving in this world was to marry several wives and concubines, to work at sunset and rest at sunrise, to lie flat every day, enjoying abalone and sea cucumbers, savoring the flavors of the sea. As long as there is no old Wong next door, life would be perfect. Unfortunately, this is a world ruled by strength. Having money without power means wealth is just stored for others, and wives are raised for others. He can only work hard to improve himself. How about it, young Master Ning? This residence of mine isn't bad, right? Zhu Douluo said, hands behind his back, head held high, quite proud. From now on, you'll live up here with me. It is indeed quite nice, especially these herbs. Ning Xiaotian nodded, squinting his eyes, and humbly clasped his hands, saying, Teacher, You can just call me Tianer or Xiaotian. This place is beautiful, and I like it very much. It's my territory, and I make the rules. Because I have a strong backing. If it's not my territory, I need to find a strong backing. Teacher? Zhu Douluo stared at Ning Xiaotian with a strange expression. This title held significant meaning on the continent. Zhu Douluo felt a bit pleased about the other party's identity, but also sensed it was inappropriate. He said lightly, "It is the Holy Emperor's instruction for me to teach you pharmacology, so there's no need for the title of teacher. Just call me Elder Zhu." Ning Xiaotian remained unmoved. Although he had a slight prejudice against the somewhat effeminate image of Zhu Douluo, the fact was that he would be taught by him for the next year. This was an undeniable truth. In his previous life, he wouldn't have called it teaching for just a month, but he still had to call the teacher as teacher. He understood the principles of respecting teachers and valuing the way, and that those who are accomplished should be regarded as teachers. Moreover, there must be a bottom line even when taking advantage of something for free. The medicinal texts of Zhu Douluo were given as a gift, and his knowledge of pharmacology was too. What harm was there in calling him teacher? After all, he wasn't calling a master. Without the word father, it didn't count as taking advantage. Thinking this, Ning Xiaotian leaned slightly towards Zhu Douluo, placing his right hand on his abdomen, and bowed in a gesture of respect. He said, "However, my father often tells me that one must not forget the grace of teaching. Elder Zhu is willing to teach me the pharmacology he has learned throughout his life, which is a great favor. It is only right for a student to address you as teacher." After saying this, Ning Xiaotian maintained his posture without moving. Elder Zhu felt a bit at a loss. His expression somewhat conflicted, and he couldn't help but turn to look at Ghost Douluo beside him. Sure enough, the attacker was Ghost Douluo, and the receiver was Zhu Douluo. Ghost Douluo touched his chin, gave Ning Xiaotian a deep look, then turned his head to nod at Zhu Douluo. If Zhu Douluo could take Ning Xiaotian as a student, it would complete the task of winning him over that Bibi Dong had entrusted to him. Moreover, with this bond and relationship, Zhu Douluo's position in the Spirit Hall would be more secure in the future. It was a win-win situation. Encouraged by this, Zhu Douluo beamed with joy, quickly reached out to help Ning Xiaotian up, and said happily, Good child. I agree, get up quickly. I also have a disciple now." Zhu Douluo, unable to contain his excitement, squatted down and carried Ning Xiaotian on his back, saying, "Today, I will personally carry you up the mountain. Old ghost, keep up." After saying this, Zhu Douluo transformed into a wisp of spring breeze and soared up towards the villa on the mountaintop. Seeing this, Ghost Douluo quickly followed. What was happening? Ning Xiaotian was taken by surprise. This teacher seemed not so bad after all. A warmth inexplicably surged in Ning Xiaotian's heart, and he no longer felt awkward about calling Zhu Douluo teacher. Thus, after a short while, Ning Xiaotian found himself swaying on Zhu Douluo's back as they reached the mountaintop. Glancing ahead, he saw an extremely spacious clearing with a broad, low tree that 5 people could hug around standing amidst it. Under the shade of the tree was a delicate small courtyard. The courtyard was surrounded by a fence, intertwined with green vines, and further inside was a spacious yard filled with various flower beds, leaving only a small path in the middle. The flowers and plants in these flower beds were vibrant and colorful, many of which Ning Xiaotian couldn't even recognize, suggesting they were likely Zhu Douluo's most cherished collections. Zhu Douluo stopped in the courtyard, leisurely entered the door, and turned into an inner room filled with bookshelves piled high with books, probably numbering in the hundreds. He set Ning Xiaotian down from his back and pointed to the bookshelves in the room, saying, "These are all the pharmacological texts collected by your teacher. Some are part of the family heritage, which I have reorganized, and some are what I have collected over the years on the continent. Moreover, your teacher and Old Ghost have the responsibility to help the talented disciples of the Spirit Hall obtain soul rings. The books on the shelf are all related to soul beasts. Your teacher has already arranged your study time for this year. In the morning, you will read these books in this room, and you can ask your teacher anytime if you have questions. As for the afternoon, although you have not yet awakened, you must not neglect your cultivation, so your teacher will guide you in your training together with Old Ghost. By the way, in the afternoon, there will be 3 other talented disciples from the Spirit Hall training with you, and tomorrow your teacher will take you to meet them. In the evening, your teacher will still prepare a medicinal bath for you. My formula is even better than the effects of your 7-treasure glazed tile school," Zhu Douluo said confidently. Ning Xiaotian also didn't expect Zhu Douluo to be so considerate towards him, arranging everything meticulously. He felt grateful inside and thought it would be troublesome for the teacher. It seems that in the future, when it comes to the Eye of Ice and Fire, he also needs to consider Zhu Douluo. Ning Xiaotian pondered, for example, the Qirong Tontian Ju, being from the same lineage, should be able to help Zhu Deluo's martial soul advance further. All right, let's go. Zhu Deluo waved his hand at Ghost Daw, signaling him to do as he pleased. He patted Ning Xiaotian's shoulder gently and said, I'll first take you to see your room. You can rest for a while, and I will prepare the medicinal bath for you tonight. Yes, teacher. Ning Xiaotian replied obediently. Ghost Deluo left the room with a dark expression, remaining silent. Chapter 25. Can't be low-key anymore. The next day, in the morning, just as Zhu Deluo mentioned yesterday, Ning Xiaotian stayed in the guest house's inner room, studying diligently. Meanwhile, his free teacher, Zhu Deluo, was outside taking care of the delicate flowers and plants. Only when Ning Xiaotian encountered something he couldn't understand and shouted outside, would Zhu Deluo quickly return to the room to help him with the answers. This was an incompetent teacher. At first, Ning Xiaotian thought so, but after asking a question once, he dismissed that thought and even found Zhu Deluo's teaching method very suitable for himself. In his previous life, he was someone who liked to study alone. When faced with problems, he always tried to solve them himself first, searching for answers through his own contemplation and exploration. He loved the exhilarating feeling of flipping through a few pages of a textbook and finding the answers consistent. Who wasn't competitive in their youth? He believed this was an excellent quality, but many people just lacked proper guidance. Only when one hits a wall and the inner doubts peak does one seek out the teacher with a heart of inquiry. In that way, the answers gained can be firmly remembered. Of course, the premise is that you need to encounter a patient and good teacher. And Ning Xiaotian thought Zhu Deluo was quite good. Zhu Deluo's explanations were extremely detailed, even able to extend one question into related knowledge, greatly expanding Ning Xiaotian's thinking and giving him a sense of sudden enlightenment every time. He really liked this feeling. As for Ghost Deluo, it was said he went to help Bibi Dong with administrative affairs. Ever since returning from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school, Ghost Deluo had been entrusted with more responsibilities. Zhu Deluo was quite pleased with this, as Ghost Deluo was either training or recording office work when he was in the guest house, which Zhu Deluo found rather dull. Ning Xiaotian, surprised to hear that someone who wasn't being valued could remain so composed, wondered if he had misheard. Wasn't Zhu Deluo not a vain person in the original story? It seems that Zhu Deluo's desire for a high position was perhaps just to gain some privileges. For example, this medicinal garden. If it were elsewhere, these rare herbs would have been stripped clean long ago. Only within Wuhuan City could they grow so abundantly. Anyone who dared to steal here would be like a rat entering a cat's den or a hungry dog in a latrine, looking for poop. It seems that this was also a freeloader. Ning Xiaotian looked deeply at Zhu Deluo, who was leaving, his expression somewhat strange. This Zhu Deluo clearly didn't seem very clever. Could be that Ghost Deluo. Ning Xiaotian realized that Ghost Deluo was likely the one in charge of this guest house. What a strange family. Ning Xiaotian shook his head and continued to study hard. In the afternoon, at the Spirit Hall training ground, Ning Xiaotian squinted his eyes, watching the 3 people in front of him who were struggling to run while carrying stone blocks. Their footsteps, their breathing, their waist, and their body coordination made him speechless. Is the training method of the Spirit Hall this rough? Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but think of the training program that Yu Shaojing devised for the Shrek 7 monsters in the original work, which was strikingly similar. So, who copied whom? They didn't even make improvements. It's a terrible review. Really a terrible review. Especially that little red-haired Yin, running without any self-awareness, speeding up and slowing down erratically. In front of Liena, his bouncy appearance was quite reminiscent of a certain character. Is this the future golden generation of the Spirit Hall, training like this when they were young? Seeing the weighted running training of Liena and the others, Ning Xiaotian shook his head. Their foundation is too poor. The core is unstable, the waist is weak, the lower body is unsupported, the footsteps are chaotic, and the body coordination is extremely poor. They are too stiff, relying entirely on physical quality to withstand it. Among them, Yin is the standout fool. Among the 3, only Liena is slightly better. As expected of a little fox, her steps are light, and her coordination is not bad. Unfortunately, her core strength is lacking, and she doesn't utilize other parts of her body for power while running. Standard running training requires not only the thighs, but also power from the core, hips, and glutes. Otherwise, over time, the ankles, knees, hip joints, and even lumbar vertebrae may suffer injuries, harming their foundation. Fortunately, the Spirit Hall is wealthy and should have medicinal baths to support recovery, avoiding physical damage. However, if the 3 continue to run like this, no matter how many laps they run, the gains will be minimal, and the more soul power they have, the worse the effects will be. So running more laps with more soul power? What's the use? It cannot be denied that this chaotic running will indeed improve their stamina and endurance. But the improvements in other aspects can be described as tragic. Moreover, it will leave hidden dangers. Seeing this, Ning Xiaotian could no longer bear to watch. He looked up at his chief master, Zhu Douluo, and asked in confusion, "Teacher, have they always trained like this? Otherwise?" Zhu Douluo smiled, thinking Ning Xiaotian was complimenting him, proudly saying, "These three are our spirit hall's most talented disciples. How about it? Not bad, right? Not bad, my ass." Ning Xiaotian rolled his eyes. A small mistake can lead to a big loss. For martial artists, the core strength, limb coordination, and lower body strength are particularly important. If the foundation is not solid, it's easy to expose flaws when facing an opponent, especially when fighting someone like Tang San, who possesses the purple extreme magic eye. It's easy for the opponent to respond in advance, and no matter how fierce your attack is, it won't cause fatal damage. A combo of 999 with a damage of 25, isn't that embarrassing? In the original work, Xiaoyu was like this. He used the martial soul fusion technique, and after hacking away for a long time, he only managed to cut Tang San's spider spear. "Teacher, let them stop. Their training like this is not okay." Ning Xiaotian felt frustrated and said unhappily, "Not only does it not yield results, but it will also leave hidden dangers." "Xiania, it can't be that way, right? Don't say random things." Zhu Douluo's expression instantly dropped, looking bewildered. Ning Xiaotian stared at Zhu Douluo and said, "Teacher, this is a bit complicated to explain. If you trust your students, let them come over here first. No matter what I say later, please be sure to support me." Zhu Douluo looked even more puzzled and turned to look at Gu Douluo, who shrugged and then nodded. Receiving the signal, Zhu Douluo shouted sharply. Xiaoyu was the first to sense something and, hearing Zhu Douluo's call, quickly stopped and led the team over. Once the people arrived, Zhu Douluo did not hesitate, exchanged a meaningful glance with Gu Douluo, then took a step back, standing behind Ning Xiaotian along with Gu Douluo. Xiaoyu and Yin looked at Gu Douluo's actions with confusion, their minds filled with question marks. Why are the two elders voluntarily standing behind a little kid? At this moment, Liena also wore a puzzled expression, her rosy cheeks flushed, her eyelashes fluttering as she shyly looked at Ning Xiaotian in front of her. At this moment, Liena, seeing a stranger, actually felt shy, and Ning Xiaotian realized he had discovered a new world. He can no longer be low-key. Chapter 26, Battle with Liena. Ning Xiaotian stepped forward, hands behind his back, tilting his head up. "Is this how you usually train? Just running? A warm-up and then some sparring? That's it?" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised an eyebrow and swept a calm gaze over the three, pausing meaningfully for 0.5 seconds on Yin. Yin was indeed furious, his body trembling slightly, his voice booming. "You little brat, what do you mean? Everyone trains like this. Don't pretend you don't understand." Ning Xiaotian smiled at the good cooperation, but then suddenly his expression turned serious. He raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air, his gaze sharp as he looked at Liena and the others. "I don't want to waste more words. No soul power, a full battle. Who is coming?" At this, everyone on the scene was shocked. Such arrogance at such a young age. Even the spirit Douluo and ghost Douluo behind him were stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. "You're facing three soul masters. You little brat, speaking so arrogantly." Yin's eyes blazed with fire, pointing at Ning Xiaotian, gritting his teeth in anger, then suddenly turned, fists clenched, saying, "Elders, let me take him on." Xiaoyu said nothing, glancing at Ning Xiaotian before looking away. He still had some dignity, not wanting to bully a child. Liena's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, looking incredulous. She had never seen such an arrogant child before, especially one who seemed even younger than her. Zhu Douluo looked troubled, shifting his hands and feet, unsure where to place them, and couldn't he help but glance at Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo stroked his chin, pondering, recalling Ning Xiaotian's earlier instructions. No matter what was said later, he and Zhu Douluo had to support him. However, looking at Ning Xiaotian's small stature of less than 1.5 meters, then at Xiaoyu and Yin, both over 1.7 meters tall, and a huge difference in their builds, he thought, the spirit hall should still have some face. He then turned his gaze to Liena, who was also around 1.5 meters tall and relatively slender, and, on the surface, they didn't seem too different besides their soul power. Ghost Douluo nodded. In that case, let Na compete with Xiaotian. No soul skills or soul power allowed. As expected, Ning Xiaotian's expression remained unchanged, but his anxious little heart found a place to settle. "Elder Ghost, is this really okay? Liena expression showed some hesitation, her small hands twisting nervously. Ning Xiaotian remained silent, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he stepped forward directly to the open space ahead. Liena, seeing Ning Xiaotian walk past her, had a questioning look on her face and turned to glance at Ghost Duguyan. Ghost Duguyan nodded in response, and Liena also knew that this battle was unavoidable. So she followed him to the open space, standing at a distance, blushing as she faced Ning Xiaotian. Bowing slightly, she spoke softly. Liena, 8 years old, martial soul, demon fox, soul power, level 18, please give me your guidance. Ning Xiaotian, squinting his eyes, replied. Ning Xiaotian, 5 years old, has not yet awakened his martial soul. Please give me your guidance. Fortunately, he only had one soul ring, so his physical quality shouldn't be too high, and his size wasn't a big disadvantage, so he might not lose. Although his martial arts skills were still mediocre. He had practiced for about 7 or 8 years in total across 2 lifetimes, and had received training from Bon Duo and Sword Duo in the sect. In terms of technique, he was much better than Liena, not to mention that he had been training his body using methods he summarized from his past life for the past 2 years, making his foundation much more solid than Liena's. What? 5 years old? This kid hasn't awakened yet? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Liena, Evil Moon, and Yin were all stunned. How could he dare to challenge a soul master without awakening? What is happening in this world? Are kids nowadays so bold? Ning Xiaotian remained unfazed. Seeing Liena still not making a move and not forgetting the purpose of this battle, he said directly, no need for doubt. I can issue a challenge, which naturally means I have my confidence. Liena, make your move. Hold nothing back. Underestimating me will only make me look down on you. Liena was momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Ning Xiaotian's expression was solemn, his fighting spirit evident, as if he was looking forward to a real battle, which moved Liena as well. My dream is to stand shoulder to shoulder with teacher Bibi Dong. Acting so coy. Am I not falling short, even compared to this child who's younger than me? With this thought, Liena no longer hesitated, clenched her fists together, assumed a fighting stance, and said seriously, then I must offend you. As soon as the words fell, Liena exerted force with her right foot, pushing off violently, her figure turning into a shadow. Her left hand transformed into a claw, and her right fist was tightly clenched, launching a straight punch aimed directly at Ning Xiaotian's face. She wanted to end this unequal battle as quickly as possible. Such a direct attack, relying solely on speed to win, is truly underestimating me. Ning Xiaotian felt helpless in his heart. He indeed was underestimated. But how could one be distracted in battle? Ning Xiaotian was speechless. But he had already made his calculations in his heart. After all, Liena was not and her cultivation was only at the first ring, so her speed was not fast enough. It was far from the point where Ning Xiaotian could not see with the naked eye. At first glance, he noticed Liena's right foot exerting force, her left hand open and her right fist clenched, with her body slightly leaning forward in a preparatory stance. Ning Xiaotian already understood her attack pattern and direction of assault. His body had naturally prepared itself. He pivoted on his right foot, drawing a circle with his left foot, and his body leaned back slightly, effortlessly evading Liena's incoming straight punch in an instant. When Liena saw her attack, so easily dodged by Ning Xiaotian, she was also startled. Without stabilizing herself, she intended to swing her left fist in a horizontal sweep. A flaw. Ning Xiaotian's gaze sharpened. Before he could stabilize himself, he intended to change his attack. This was a major taboo in close combat. Without hesitation, Ning Xiaotian used his fingers like a sword, sidestepping to stab at Liena's soft ribs. The gap between her ribs was struck, and Liena immediately felt a wave of numbness wash over her. Her waist involuntarily freezing for a moment, followed by her body being thrown off balance, causing her to stumble. Seeing that Liena had lost her balance and exposed a flaw, Ning Xiaotian stepped forward, closing in on his opponent, combining punches and kicks, determined not to give Liena a chance to counterattack. In an instant, Ning Xiaotian transformed his right hand from finger to a palm, attacking the oblique muscle of her right shoulder, retracting his palm to strike her scapula, then stepping forward with his right foot to knee her calves' oblique muscle. Immediately, he pulled, grabbed, yanked, and pushed to disrupt her stance, attacking her vital points with fists, palms, arms, knees, and fingers. One move after another, she was completely restrained. Liena felt her body's vital points being continuously attacked. Her abdomen, ribs, shoulder blades, and arm muscles. Though the force wasn't great, it caused an unbearable tingling sensation. Trying to break free felt impossible. Her body was completely out of her control, and she couldn't muster any strength, not even to focus her soul power. Especially with Ning Xiaotian's close-range attacks. The two were extremely close, sometimes even pressing against each other, and she could feel his breath, his heartbeat, even that faint sound of his pulse. From childhood to now, she had never had such close contact with any boy other than her brother. And this was with a stranger she'd just met, albeit someone younger. Thinking of this, Liena felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Her pretty face flushed, her eyes shimmering as if they could drip water. P.S. A humble author, seeking recommendation votes online. Chapter 27. Let's run together. Why isn't Liena resisting anymore? Ning Xiaotian was confused and looked up, their eyes meeting. The girl was slightly lowering her head, her face flushed, and her eyes glistening with tears. Could she be about to cry? Feeling the distance between them, the girl's slightly warm skin and the fragrant scent coming towards him, Ning Xiaotian also understood something, and his little face couldn't help but turn red. It couldn't continue like this. Ning Xiaotian steadied his foot, relaxed his hand, and with a sideways palm pressed against Liena's abdomen, he gently pushed her into the open space ahead, creating distance between them. He couldn't care less about Liena, who was already a bit unsteady, her face flushed, burying her head in her chest. Ning Xiaotian stood up straight, shook off his hands that had just committed evil, and took the lead in shifting the blame. Did you notice the signs? Your fundamentals are too weak. Your waist is weak, your lower limbs are unstable. Your steps are light, your strikes are hesitant, and your moves are rigid. Forget it. There's simply too many flaws. If I keep going, it will only make you look foolish. In short, a small mistake can lead to a huge error. With such poor fundamentals, you will inevitably have many flaws. And in battle, you will naturally be at a disadvantage. Also, in future battles with others, please give it your all. If you lose a fight or even die because of a moment's negligence, that would really not be worth it. After saying this, Ning Xiaotian put his left hand behind his back, pressed his right hand against his abdomen, and looked up at the sky, striking a pose of a wise person. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, Liena can't blame me for this. It was just a normal sparring session. By the way, Bibi Dong won't come looking for trouble with me because I fought her disciple today, right? I'm a little worried. What should I do? After Ning Xiaotian finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. However, Xiaoyu reacted quickly. Seeing his sister Liena standing unsteadily, he hurried over to support her. Yin, noticing Xiaoyu running away, also came to his senses and quickly followed, mumbling incoherently. At such a young age, you don't know how to cherish a lady. Bullying a little girl is nothing to be proud of. This voice was very soft. Only Xiaoyu heard it clearly, and he was a bit speechless. Just a moment ago, he was so arrogant, and now he didn't dare to speak loudly. Zhu Douluo stood there dumbfounded, still not having recovered. Gue Douluo's expression was somewhat serious. Are these three really that weak? Does this count as my failure? Will I get punished if Bibi Dong finds out? With her brother's support, Liena gradually calmed down. After all, Ning Xiaotian didn't hit too hard. It was just some vital parts that were attacked, causing some swelling for a short time. Feeling her body recovering, Liena gently pushed her brother away, indicating that she was fine. Then, she took small steps to Ning Xiaotian, lowered her head, and shyly said, I'm sorry, I was too useless. Also, about what you said earlier, could you help us correct our training methods? Ning Xiaotian admired Liena's intelligence, realizing so quickly his intention. Seeing that she had seen through him, he no longer beat around the bush, glanced at Liena, and then at Yin and Xiaoyu. Your talents are good, but the training methods are too rough to tap into your potential. If this continues for a long time, not only will your strength not improve much, but it will also leave your physical foundation unstable, posing a risk for future battles. After the previous fight, you should have some understanding. If you were to fight at the same level, I had many opportunities to defeat Liena just now. In life and death battles, every flaw can cost a life. Upon hearing this, Liena's pupils constricted, and her body couldn't help but tremble. If she continued training in the way Ning Xiaotian described, forming habits with many shortcomings and flaws, their outcome in future battles would only lead to death. The more Liena thought about it, the more frightened she became, and her admiration for Ning Xiaotian grew. However, recalling Ning Xiaotian's earlier actions during the fight made her feel shy again. This bad guy doesn't understand how to cherish a lady at all. If he had gone a little further, it would have been a serious matter. Liena's heart raced, her little head buried even lower, and she whispered, Thank you, Xiaotian brother. Ning Xiaotian's eyes lit up at the cuteness. Yin was also rarely seen in such a shy state in front of outsiders, staring in disbelief, then suddenly looked up at Ning Xiaotian, gritting his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. Xiaoyu looked at his sister, who was burying her head, then at Ning Xiaotian, lowering his head in contemplation. Zhu Douluo came back to his senses, overjoyed. His disciple hadn't even awakened yet, and her combat experience was already so skilled. Gue Douluo stared at Ning Xiaotian, lost in thought. Today, Ning Xiaotian helped 3 people identify their training shortcomings. If there are effective solutions, and they yield remarkable results, it would be a great thing to promote it throughout the Spirit Hall in the future. However, just thinking about how Ning Xiaotian beat the Pope's disciple today after he started training at the Spirit Hall made Ghost Douluo twitch his mouth. Should this be reported or not? Glancing at Zhu Douluo, both understood the situation. Life is precious, but it wasn't said that it needed to be reported today. Xianya, well said. I wonder if you have any good methods to address the training errors of these 3? Zhu Douluo said to Ning Xiaotian with a series of eyebrow movements, pouting and glancing at Liena ahead, implying something. You dealt with Bibi Dong's disciple, so you figured out. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you. Ning Xiaotian understood immediately, looking at the nearby Xiaoyu and then deliberately glancing at his neighbor, classmate Yan. Teacher, I naturally have a solution. However, before that, I need to ask the other 2 seniors for their information to formulate a targeted training plan. Xiaoyu didn't hesitate, speaking quickly. Xiaoyu, 11 years old. Martial Soul Moonblade, Soul Power level 25. Yin felt a bit nervous under Ning Xiaotian's gaze, his body tense and a bit stiff. His voice no longer as loud as before. Yin, 10 years old. Martial Soul Flame Lord, Soul Power level 22. Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin, pretending to think, and then turned to look at Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, saying, Teachers, Elder Ghost, could you please prepare 2 logs for me, each about 3 meters long and 30 centimeters in diameter, soaked in the pool water? I have great use for them tomorrow. Additionally, prepare 1 log of the same length, about 20 centimeters in diameter, and 1 long stick of the same length, about the size of 3 fingers. As for the rest, I will organize it tonight and give it to you to prepare tomorrow morning. Also, I hope to get permission to freely enter and exit the Wuhuan Hall's library to see if I can come up with some additional training plans for the 3 of us based on our martial souls. Since I'm here, it would be a pity not to take advantage of it, right? That Yu Xiaojing also benefited from the Wuhuan Hall's library, right? A flash of inspiration crossed Ning Xiaotian's mind, and he subconsciously stroked his chin, thinking, if I write a theory and publish it under the name of the Wuhuan Hall, wouldn't that be fun to watch Yu Xiaojing's performance? He chuckled to himself. What about our training this afternoon? Liena mustered her courage and looked up at Ning Xiaotian. Of course we need to train. Let's go for a run together. Didn't you say running has no effect? Liena tilted her head, looking puzzled. She just said this method was ineffective, and now she was saying to run. What was going on? Who said it has no effect? It's just that your running form has mistakes. You should do it like this, and apply the strength of your waist, hips, and glutes. As he spoke, Ning Xiaotian demonstrated right there, casting a glance at Yin beside him, making sure not to accelerate and decelerate like someone else, or else it would look like they were on a sightseeing trip. As everyone watched, Yin could only endure in silence. Ghost Douluo was an action-oriented person. He patted Zhu Douluo's shoulder and said, You stay here and watch. I'll go chop some wood. After Ghost Douluo left, the 4 of them, under Zhu Douluo's watchful gaze, began their running activities, with Ning Xiaotian correcting them by the side. Liena and the others gradually mastered the knack of running, their breathing and body coordination becoming more orderly. However, since Ning Xiaotian had not yet awakened his martial soul and had not obtained a soul ring, his physical strength and endurance were indeed weaker than those of Liena and the others. After only running for half an hour, he had already reached his physical limit, feeling the moisture in his body starting to deplete excessively, realizing he could no longer continue running. As soon as he stopped, a wave of intense fatigue hit him. He felt sticky all over, but couldn't immediately squat down or sit to rest. He could only walk in small steps on the spot, shaking his thighs and applying slight pressure to relieve the swelling in his legs. Once he felt a little better, Ning Xiaotian began to do warm-up exercises, leg stretches, vertical jumps, squats, and frog jumps, each performed one by one. Liena was the second to stop. Ning Xiaotian walked over and repeated the warm-up positions he had done, and casually asked Liena for a bottle of water. Liena blushed the whole time, taking out her thermos from her soul guide device and handing it to Ning Xiaotian. Ning Xiaotian took the opportunity to teach on site. informing her to drink water in small amounts multiple times, and advised her to add a little salt to the water cup next time to replenish the salt lost by the body. Liena lowered her head and responded with a soft HM. Yin, on the other hand, was in great physical shape, being the last to stop. Seeing Ning Xiaotian and Liena engaged in a close conversation, she stared blankly, speechless, and just drank water continuously, gulping it down. After a brief rest, Ning Xiaotian proposed to divide the groups by height, Yin and Shiyue in one group, and he and Liena in another for practical training, to build a solid foundation. None of the three used their soul power. Ning Xiaotian was quite happy about this. Without soul power, he had an advantage, allowing him to teach directly on the spot, continuously pointing out everyone's shortcomings and providing careful guidance. He paid particular attention to Liena, ensuring she learned everything. As for the other two, due to the significant height difference, Ning Xiaotian felt that verbal instruction was more appropriate. That afternoon, Yin displayed exceptional bravery during his battle with Shiyue. Meanwhile, Liena occasionally stole glances at Ning Xiaotian, only to hurriedly look away, lowering her gaze to her toes, her eyes shining with increasing brilliance. As the blazing sun began to set, the afterglow still lingered, and a gentle breeze rustled through the hair, creating an inexplicable ripple. Nightfall approached, and everyone stopped their actions, tidying up and preparing to return to their accommodations for rest. Zhu Douluo naturally took his precious disciple Ning Xiaotian with him, while the returning ghost Duo protected Liena and the others, each heading back to their rooms. As for the logs, they were probably tossed into some pool by ghost Duo, soaking there. Tomorrow, they would witness the new future of the Wuhuan Temple Trio and leave behind a poignant story. Back in his room, after taking a shower and a bath, Ning Xiaotian greeted Duo and began preparing to formulate their training plans. First and foremost were body balance, core strength, and lower body strength, which were definitely the priorities. Ning Xiaotian pondered, what training items should he add? Slope frog jumps, tree resistance horse stance, tree resistance squats, and tree resistance long distance running could train the core, lower body, and shoulder strength, while also improving body balance. Group tree resistance could enhance coordination. Hanging ladders, pull-ups, and push-ups could improve arm strength, wrist strength, and waist strength. Obstacle long-distance running, deep pits, hurdles, high walls, curves, slopes could train overall fitness. Alright, wilderness survival could be attempted too. He could casually find a low-level, soul-hunting forest, confiscate their soul tools, and throw all three of them in. They also needed practical experience, maybe a trip to the soul-fighting arena. Better jot this down. Ning Xiaotian became more and more clear-headed as he thought, and his writing speed was astonishing. Soon, he had sorted and listed all the various comprehensive training methods he knew from his previous life. He even sketched some gym equipment he had seen in his past life, labeling the parts, materials, usage instructions, and the training effects that could be achieved. As for targeted training, Yin, the martial soul, was the flame lord, possessing both fire and earth attributes, which made him a defensive soul master. Practicing his ability to withstand blows was only natural. He took notes. There should be a guideline. After all, he needed to join the training plan himself. He couldn't let himself down, and Nana couldn't become a victim either. With this in mind, Ning Xiaotian pulled out a blank notebook again and began to write carefully and meticulously. After all, he had done homework for over 20 years, so writing the training plan was smooth and effortless. His handwriting was neat, organized, comprehensive, and effective, making it look like a work written by a professional. After finishing, he blew on the still wet ink and then burned the rough draft. Ning Xiaotian hugged this new version of the Martial Soul Hall Genius Youth Training Plan and went to sleep peacefully. The next day, Ning Xiaotian got up early in the morning and found Zhu Douluo to hand over the work he had written the night before. Zhu Douluo looked at the thick book in his hands, silent, and then found Ghost Douluo to read it together. After Ghost Douluo finished reading, he was also silent, finding it hard to make a decision, and decided to first consult his superior Bibi Dong for a verdict. This book was a monumental work. However, it was a bit harsh. So, did Ning Xiaotian really defeat Liena with his bare hands and claim that their foundation was poor? After Bibi Dong read Ning Xiaotian's training plan, she did not comment on its content, but instead asked Ghost Douluo about the battle against Zhua. Yes, Your Holiness. After reporting all the information, when she asked this question, Ghost Douluo did not say much and calmly admitted it. As expected of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, their training methods were indeed impressive. Bibi Dong thought that such training methods must have originated from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and couldn't help but sigh. However, I am disappointed that none of our Spirit Hall's geniuses have trained as diligently and effectively as this future support Soul Master. Although he did not use soul power, a defeat is still a defeat, especially losing in hand-to-hand combat. This outcome was difficult for Bibi Dong to accept. Let's execute according to this booklet. The relevant equipment mentioned in it should be forged immediately. If it proves effective, we will gradually implement it throughout the Spirit Hall. Additionally, grant Ning Xiaotian unrestricted access to the Spirit Hall's library to consult any information. Let the Chief Guard Yi Beiho lead him. Bibi Dong issued the order without hesitation. Yes, Your Holiness. Duuluo and Ghost Duuluo exchanged glances, knowing that Bibi Dong was serious this time, and they couldn't help but mourn for the students of the Spirit Hall, especially for those two little guys. Chapter 29. Are you a devil? After leaving Bibi Dong's room, the two sighed in relief simultaneously. They had not been scolded nor beaten. That was victory. You go back and continue teaching your disciples. I will go to the construction office to find the craftsmen to make the training equipment and move the logs we prepared last night to the training ground. Ghost Duuluo said, not waiting for Duuluo to reply, and walked away. Annual best employee, nothing more. Seeing Ghost Duuluo walk away, Duuluo did not linger and headed home. He still needed to tell his good disciple about the special permission to enter the library and take credit for it. At this moment, Ning Xiaotian was sitting in Duuluo's inner chamber, holding a pharmacological book, studying intently, occasionally using his right hand to write and draw on a blank notebook. After the experience of formulating the training plan last night, Ning Xiaotian found that taking notes at the right moments when reading insightful passages greatly enhanced his learning effectiveness. The female belongs to Yin, the male belongs to Yang. Yin and Yang harmonize. Although the principles of heaven and earth are divided into Yin and Yang, they also have their distinctions. Heaven and earth have differences between Yin and Yang, and all beings also have distinctions between cold and heat. Same source gives rise, nourishing the body and benefiting health. Different sources clash, disrupting the soul and harming the body. Avoid being hasty. When he reached the insightful parts, Ning Xiaotian's eyes sparkled, softly reciting as his pen never stopped. Time passed quietly like this. Disciple, I have already arranged for your special access to the library. With a light sound, Duuluo burst in, loudly boasting about his achievements to Ning Xiaotian. Ning Xiaotian was speechless when he saw Duuluo walk in. The loud noise just now almost scared him out of his wits, and he even slipped with his pen. However, since the task was accomplished, Ning Xiaotian was still very happy. Seeing Duuluo show off like this, he didn't want to dampen his spirits, and echoed, Thank you very much, teacher. Not all. My disciple, did you encounter any unclear points today? Teacher, I have some questions. Inside the room, the atmosphere among the teacher and friends was quite harmonious. In the afternoon, the weather was clear with a slight breeze, making it a perfect time for strengthening the body. When Ning Xiaotian first arrived, Ghost Duuluo had been waiting for a long time, with a few logs piled up behind him. The surface of these logs was extremely dry, but they still appeared somewhat moist at the rings. It seemed that the soaking effect from last night was quite good, which was exactly what Ning Xiaotian needed. He stepped forward and greeted Ghost Duuluo. Ning Xiaotian casually lifted a round log from the ground. The wood was indeed of good quality, and the weight was just right. When Liena and the others arrived, Ning Xiaotian didn't hesitate and took the three of them to do some stretching exercises first. Then they started jogging around the training ground to warm up. Ning Xiaotian started off at the front but then slowed down, maintaining a steady pace without intending to race with the two muscle men, Xie and Yan. On the other hand, Liena noticed that Ning Xiaotian had slowed down as well, so she adjusted her pace to keep alongside him. Her gaze was somewhat evasive, occasionally glancing over. Ning Xiaotian was not lacking in perception. He sensed Liena's actions but chose not to respond, finding it enjoyable to see her efforts. As it was better than running alone, he even felt a bit pleased in his heart. Could it be that his impressive performance yesterday had completely conquered this little beauty beside him? It seemed that today, their relationship had grown a bit closer. He couldn't possibly be a sycophant. He wasn't like Yin. In the future, he just needed to pay more attention to Liena during training, as fishing for her attention might yield better results. It seemed he needed to look up more information on fox-type soul beasts in the Wuhan Hall library. Ning Xiaotian glanced at Liena beside him, and the little fox immediately turned her head away. After all, he was also a cute little one deeply influenced by keyboard culture, and when it came to imagination, he was unbeatable in this world. As long as he had enough knowledge about soul beasts, optimizing Liena's soul ring configuration would be simple. Lost in thought, He didn't expect this would also help with his running. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Ning Xiaotian had run a few more laps than yesterday. Unfortunately, without soul rings, his stamina was indeed limited, and today he was once again the first to stop. Additionally, today, Douluo had prepared a thermos for Ning Xiaotian, so he couldn't share a cup with Liena. Watching her with her full, slightly pursed lips sipping warm water elegantly, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but feel it was a pity. Today's teacher didn't understand his heart. Stretching his body, he saw that Xiaoyu and Yin had already stopped. So Ning Xiaotian didn't linger, waved to greet them, and led the three to the log. Xiaoyu, your martial spirit is a weapon spirit. For you, aside from daily training, you also need to focus on training your wrist and grip strength. After all, as a battle soul master, if you can't even hold your weapon steadily, how can you fight against enemies? Saying this, Ning Xiaotian picked up a 3-meter-long staff from the ground, stood in a horse stance, lowered his right hand to grip the bottom of the staff, and slowly lifted it until it was parallel to the ground. He then kept the staff parallel to the ground, raised it to his waist, then to his chest, and finally even held it horizontally at shoulder level, completing the demonstration after several pauses. Did you see that? These few actions increase in difficulty from bottom to top, but start with the simple ones. Dedicate half an hour each day to practice, and if you get tired, you can take a break. After saying this, Ning Xiaotian handed the wooden staff to Xiaoyu, allowing him to try it out and practice his feel for it. Although Xiaoyu didn't understand the reason behind it, he still took the staff without hesitation and stood still, holding it in the same posture as Ning Xiaotian. At first, Xiaoyu thought it was not difficult and felt relaxed. However, after a short while, he began to feel his wrists and even his forearms trembling uncontrollably. As the shaking intensified, his wrists became increasingly sore. Unable to endure it, Xiaoyu directly put down the staff and kept rotating his wrists and forearms to relieve the soreness. Now you know it's not easy, right? It's normal to be unaccustomed at first. Remember to do it in small amounts frequently, and later you can gradually increase the duration. Otherwise, you might injure your wrist. Xiaoyu was not good with words and didn't know how to thank Ning Xiaotian, who was much younger than him, so he could only softly say, "I understand." He thought to himself that next time his sister peeked at Ning Xiaotian, he would just pretend he didn't see. Yin didn't care either. Ning Xiaotian saw that the part he needed to explain today was already settled, so he directly moved on to the next topic. As for Yin and Liena, just call me Nana. Seeing that Ning Xiaotian still called her by her real name, Liena suddenly felt a bit strange in her heart and quickly said in a low voice. Her pretty face turned red again, and she buried her head down once more. Ning Xiaotian felt his face heat up and forced himself to remain calm, saying, "Okay, as for Yin and Nana, I have already included the training content in their respective training plans." After speaking, he looked up at the ghost law beside him. The ghost law understood and took out 3 books from the soul guide, handing them to Liena and the others. These were all transcribed by the ghost law after meeting Bibi Dong this morning, one for each person, corresponding to each individual. Yin was the last to receive the plan, and when it was handed to him, the ghost law gave Yin a strange look. Yin also noticed the unusual gaze from the ghost law and felt somewhat baffled at the moment. Opening the book in his hand, the handwriting was neat, the structure clear, and easy to understand. It stated that without using soul power, one could withstand the attacks of 5 soul masters using physical strength, and using soul power to withstand the attacks of 3 great soul masters. Yan's pupils constricted. His hands trembled as he looked at the ghost law in front of him. His eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He exclaimed, "Elder Ghost, this plan can't be real, right?" Seeing Yin like this, the ghost law sighed inwardly and said gently with a look of pity, "It's true. It was an order given directly by His Holiness the Pope. Moreover, starting tomorrow, the morning theory classes for the 3 of you will also be canceled. All training will be carried out according to the plan." Upon hearing this, Yan's face turned ashen, and he suddenly took a step back, pointing at Ning Xiaotian with a trembling voice. "Ning Xiaotian, you devil. This is revenge." Ning Xiaotian looked up at the sky, pretending he hadn't heard anything. Xiaoyu and Liena were also flipping through their training plans, still puzzled by many of the items listed. Suddenly hearing Yan's loud shout and seeing his terrified expression made them curious about Yan's training content, and they couldn't help but turn their eyes to the book in Yan's hands. Xiaoyu looked up at the sky, secretly relieved. Liena glanced at Ning Xiaotian, shyly lowering her head, thinking, "This person is really bad." Chapter 30, Night North Candidate. Seeing that the 3 had received their training plans, Ning Xiaotian couldn't care less about Yan's desolate expression and began to explain the training content in the booklet to everyone. How to practice. Why practice this way? What are the effects of his practice? What should be noted? In order to avoid being questioned by the two muscular men later, Ning Xiaotian was very serious and detailed in his explanation this time. After all, it concerned their own cultivation, and everyone listened attentively, nodding repeatedly, increasingly admiring Ning Xiaotian. The planner, even Yin, who was nearby, gradually felt his hatred fade as he listened to the reasons, but the anger on his face remained unchanged. He even blamed his martial soul a bit in his heart. Why did it have to have rock characteristics? If it didn't have such defensive attributes, he wouldn't have to get beaten up. Ning Xiaotian didn't care about what others thought. After finishing the explanation, he immediately immersed himself in training. It wasn't until evening that he dragged his weary body to bid farewell to everyone. Carried by Douluo, Ning Xiaotian returned to his residence, then took a comfortable bath and soaked in a medicinal bath, which relaxed his body a lot. When Ning Xiaotian came out dressed, Juto also approached and said softly, "Let's go. I will take you to the library. The Pope has already sent someone to receive you. After you have seen enough inside, that person will take you back to your residence." Ning Xiaotian was also surprised to hear this. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to be so efficient in her work, arranging everything for him so quickly and even sending a dedicated escort. Just thinking about the person who would be escorting him, whom he would have to meet every day in the future, made him realize he should at least know the other person's name in advance. Otherwise, it would be improper if they met without proper etiquette. With this in mind, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, may I ask what the name of the escort is?" Juju Daw, hearing Ning Xiaotian's question, couldn't help but admire her disciple's attentiveness to etiquette and quickly answered, "That person's name is Yi Beiho. He is a level 79 soul sage and currently the head of the guards in the papal hall. Moreover, I heard that he was part of the same generation as the Pope in the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall, and they were teammates. He even had a crush on the Pope once. However, he completely gave up for certain reasons later on. Is there such a thing? What a big scoop." Ning Xiaotian's eyes ignited with gossip, quickly asking, "Then why did he give up?" "You don't need to know that." Zhu Douluo seemed to remember someone, showing a look of disdain and disgust. He didn't want to mention this matter any further, lest his disciple accidentally let something slip and offend Bibi Dong. Ning Xiaotian noticed that Zhu Douluo was unwilling to say more and stopped asking. He thought to himself that it must be because Knight North Marquis saw that Bibi Dong had fallen in love with Yu Xiaojing and thus gave up. By the way, how could a high-ranking figure like Knight North Marquis be sent by His Holiness the Pope to pick up a disciple? After all, Knight North Marquis is the commander of the guards, a significant official. Isn't it a bit of an overuse of talent to escort a child to the library to study? That person is a cultivation fanatic who has been stuck at level 79 for several years. His Holiness, the Pope, probably fears that he would become dumb from practicing at home. Let him come out for some fresh air. It's been years without a breakthrough. No wonder. However, the name Knight North Marquis sounds odd. Could he have been a Marquis in the past? Curious and unable to guess, he decided to ask directly, "Teacher, does the title Marquis after Knight North Marquis mean he was a Marquis before?" Zhu Douluo looked at Ning Xiaotian with the eyes of a fellow practitioner. As he had asked this question himself, his ancestor was once a Marquis of military merit in the Star Luo Empire, but unfortunately, the family's military achievements dwindled later, and their title was naturally stripped by the royal family, leading to the family's decline. It is said that his name represents his father's expectations for him to revive the family's glory. Unfortunately, he faced hardships from a young age, and, after awakening, his life depended entirely on the subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall, leading to extreme disappointment with the Star Luo Empire, making it impossible for him to serve the Empire again. Later, to repay the gratitude for the subsidies that raised him, Knight North Marquis simply joined the Spirit Hall. However, Knight North Marquis is indeed formidable. Although he is rather dull and has average talent, he trains extremely hard, or he wouldn't have been selected into the golden generation of that time. Impressive, Knight North Marquis. He embodies the protagonist template, a model of rising from commoner status. Introverted and dull, with mediocre talent, Ning Xiaotian understood why Knight North Marquis eventually completely gave up pursuing Bibi Dong. In his youth, he was afraid he was unworthy and didn't dare to express himself. Later, when Bibi Dong fell in love with someone else, he was even less daring to express himself. Now, Bibi Dong is completely engulfed in hatred, showing a cold face to others. Still, he is the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, a titled powerhouse. Not worthy. Can't compare. Give up. However, Knight North Marquis should not know about the relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated by Qian Renxue or Qian Douluo long ago. By the way, the son of a marquis has the title of marquis. So what about his father? Teacher, may I ask what Knight North Marquis' father is called? As expected of my disciple. Such a consistent question. Zhu Douluo gave Ning Xiaotian a meaningful glance and said, Night King. Impressive. Ah, the honor and disgrace of the family. This expectation of a Knight North Marquis' family probably represents the wishes of most people in the Douluo Continent. With the questions cleared up, the master and disciple continued their journey in silence. Looking ahead at the towering library of the Spirit Hall and the robust man in splendid armor in front of the pavilion. This attire must be Knight North Marquis. Ning Xiaotian saw that they had arrived at their destination, turned around to greet Zhu Douluo, and walked alone towards the library, looking at the man in front of him. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a resolute expression, and distinct features, though not exceptionally handsome, he exuded an extraordinary temperament with a natural air of authority. It was no wonder he was the commander of the guards who had fought his way through. Ning Xiaotian exceedingly. He had seen Knight Commander. Follow me. Let's go. So cold. It seems Zhu Douluo's assessment of the character of Duke Knight North is quite accurate. Seeing Duke Knight North had walked ahead, Ning Xiaotian did not hesitate and quickly followed, bypassing many guards and striding into the library. The sign above indicated the classification, and there was an elevator next to it that could take them to any floor. They could browse freely. If you can't find a location, feel free to ask me at any time. After saying this, Duke Knight North placed a cushion on the floor next to him, sitting cross-legged and entering a state of cultivation. He didn't care at all about Ning Xiaotian being an outsider, truly a cultivation fanatic. Seeing Duke Knight North engrossed in his training and no longer paying attention to him, Ning Xiaotian also didn't mind. He glanced at the classification labels above in the library and quietly stepped forward. Flying Snow, Martial Soul Fire Fox, Soul Skill Light Plum, Martial Soul Sand Fox, Soul Skill Fei Ji, Martial Soul Snow Fox, Ghost Fox Illusion Fox, Three-Tailed Sand Fox, Six-Tailed Star Hidden Fox, Nine-Tailed Calamity Heaven Fox. There are quite a few. Oh, what's this? The Dark Doctor's 10,000 Poisons Unraveled? Humans are born with poison, whether heavy or light, accumulating over time. Detoxification Pill, Beast Spirit Pill, Half Crazy Smile. 6 Flavor Romania Pill. Oh my gosh. Items of Evil Soul Masters. In the year 520 of the Douluo calendar. Obtained from the Martial Soul Hall after destroying the ghostly Poison Valley. Secret level. What a good thing. Essential for killing and arson. Zhu Douluo really doesn't recognize treasures. Only thinking about the celestial herbs recorded in his clan, focusing on his own little flowers and plants. Not even including this in his own library. Using poison well could defeat enemies and injure beasts, or even save lives. No wonder the original work had even Duguyan unable to defeat them. If one doesn't understand poison, how can one suppress those who use it? What a waste. Without hesitation, Ning Xiaotian quickly focused and began to read carefully. Time flew by, and 2 hours quietly passed. Sigh, I won't be able to finish today. It's getting late and my eyes are sore. I'll come back tomorrow night. With this thought, Ning Xiaotian folded a corner of the page as a bookmark, closed the book, and carefully placed it back on the shelf. He quietly walked to Duke Knight North, waking him from his state of cultivation, and followed him back to his residence. Wash face, turn off the light, sleep. P.S. Duke Knight North, please give your book friend nickname. Chapter 31. Liena and Ning Xiaotian. The next day, morning reading as usual, afternoon training. However, today Yin seemed a bit strange. When he saw Ning Xiaotian, his eyes flickered and he turned his head away, and he was also bandaged. On the contrary, Liena, when she saw Ning Xiaotian, would still be a bit shy, occasionally lowering her small head. In the evening, the library continued with night reading. The third day, everything was the same, except Liena started to become less shy and even took the initiative to talk to Ning Xiaotian, though the content was all about training. The fourth day, Liena began to ask about the customs and interesting places of the Tiando Empire. The fifth day, Liena started inquiring about the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school, even mentioning a few interests related to Ning Xiaotian's parents and his younger sister's age. The sixth day, Liena somehow got a special permission from Bibi Dong, stating that she wanted to go to the library with Ning Xiaotian. The seventh day, Liena became a recorder, helping Ning Xiaotian document the oral content and key points. At the same time, under Ning Xiaotian's explanations that broadened their thinking, various knowledge rapidly increased. She admired Ning Xiaotian even more, her willow-like eyebrows slightly raised, her eyes sparkling, and her smile was beautiful. In her naive age, a diligent and focused boy always attracted more attention. The 8th day, Ning Xiaotian and Liena worked closely together, greatly improving their reading efficiency, and the content of their notes became increasingly rich. 7 months later, autumn had arrived, and the morning temperature had lost much of its warmth, instead carrying a hint of chill. Ning Xiaotian, as usual, got up early, finished washing up, and prepared to start his morning study. Xiaotian, I'm here. I also brought good news. Ning Xiaotian didn't need to look to know who the person was that could barge into his inner chamber without any hesitation, especially with that clear and melodious call. It was none other than Liena. Every week, on her only day off, she would run to Ning Xiaotian's place, asking questions like a well-behaved student who had just entered school. Although he didn't like being disturbed while studying on ordinary days, he was willing to reserve this weekly leisure time for himself. Therefore, he didn't mind Liena's arrival. They had once strolled through flower fields, pulled weeds together, chased butterflies, climbed high branches, and admired the bright moon and the vast starry sea. It felt like a revisit to childhood. Although the two light bulbs, Xiaoyu and Yan, would occasionally tag along, disrupting the mood and ruining the romantic atmosphere. They had even relied on their connections, teaming up with Zhu Douluo and Gu Douluo to sneak a few times of Ning Xiaotian's homemade secret hot pot and beggar's chicken. His cheap teacher, Zhu Douluo, initially felt sorry for the little herbs at home that could be used for seasoning. Unfortunately, the food was just too delicious. Later, they even added several flower beds in the courtyard to cultivate these herbs, making quite a bit of extra money in the spear hall. Because of it, Ning Xiaotian, seeing that there was profit to be made, certainly wouldn't forget his family. He even specially wrote a letter to send a recipe back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile school, hoping his father could develop it into an industry. However, it was intercepted by Bibi Dong, who arranged for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile school to secretly supply the necessary ingredients in the future, which could still be considered a small share of the pie. So overall, Ning Xiaotian had been living quite a fulfilling and pleasant life these past few months, though sometimes he would miss his parents and sister. When he saw the charming smile of Liena as she approached him, Ning Xiaotian felt delighted and gently said, "Nana, what's the good news? Tell me." Liena, feeling Ning Xiaotian's gaze on her, suddenly felt a wave of shyness and timidly murmured, "I woke up this morning and suddenly realized my soul power has reached level 20. Nana, that's great news. But why are you here? Now that you're at level 20, you should immediately inform His Majesty the Pope and have someone take you to obtain your soul ring." Ning Xiaotian was naturally happy to hear that Liena had reached level 20. However, seeing that she didn't go to obtain her spirit ring and instead came to him, he was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Xiaotian, I think the spirit development direction you helped me plan a while ago is quite reasonable, but I'm a bit hesitant to talk to teacher about it." It turned out to be this matter. Liena's soul skill configuration had indeed been planned out by Bibi Dong long ago. Now that Liena suddenly wanted to make change, she indeed needed Bibi Dong's approval first. Seeing Liena's timid expression, Ning Xiaotian smiled. Since this matter originated from him, it should be resolved by him as well. With that thought, Ning Xiaotian looked at Liena and gently said, "This matter arose because of me, so let me explain. Come on, let's go meet Her Majesty the Pope together. Perhaps he could also help Liena gain some benefits." After all, he had gifted Bibi Dong a piece of head spirit bone before, which seemed to match Liena quite well, Ning Xiaotian thought. Without waiting for Liena to think too much, Ning Xiaotian grabbed her delicate hand and hurried outside. Liena's face turned bright red, her heart racing, her mind going blank. For a moment, she even forgot to struggle and instinctively buried her head down, being dragged along by Ning Xiaotian. "Xiaotian held my hand today. What should I do? Boys shouldn't casually hold girls' hands. Will I marry Xiaotian in the future? Will we have babies later?" Oh dear, the more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. The lower her head went, the more her body felt like a bun in a steamer, with her skin temperature rising rapidly. Ning Xiaotian also felt the temperature change of the soft flesh in his hand and couldn't help but turn around to take a look. His face turned red, and he suddenly let go of his hand. Liena, momentarily lost in thought, bumped right into him, her head deeply buried in Ning Xiaotian's embrace. Immediately, both of them trembled and quickly separated. Ning Xiaotian's gaze flickered, not daring to meet Liena's shocked eyes, and looked around. After a moment, seeing Liena still in a daze, Ning Xiaotian felt awkward and tentatively asked, "Nana, shall we go? We still need to see His Holiness the Pope." After saying this, he turned and cautiously walked forward. Liena also came to her senses and followed closely behind Ning Xiaotian, softly replying, Outside the Pope's hall, the guards immediately recognized the two people in front of them. Not to mention that Liena was Bibi Dong's disciple. But Ning Xiaotian's invention of hot pot had been tasted by almost everyone on this slightly chilly autumn day. He was quite the little celebrity in the spirit hall. Without any hesitation, they quickly entered the hall to report. A moment later, the guards returned with a message. Ning Xiaotian didn't hesitate and quickly brought Liena into the Pope's hall. Unexpectedly, Duguyan, and the Knight North Marquis were also present, seemingly discussing something just now. Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he didn't see Duguyan around the courtyard when he came out this morning. Since everyone was there, Ning Xiaotian didn't hold back and hurriedly bowed to Bibi Dong, who was seated at the main position, as well as the others, explaining his purpose. Your Holiness the Pope, Nana's cultivation has reached level 20 this morning. I have some new ideas about her soul rings and soul skills configuration and came to discuss. Bibi Dong didn't expect that Ning Xiaotian and Liena, who had been immersed in the Spirit Hall library for the past few months, had actually come up with something. She couldn't help but feel interested. The reason she allowed Liena to access the library was because of the unique aspects of Ning Xiaotian's plan. It was a good thing for Liena to study with him. It was definitely more reliable than having her hang around with the 2 underachievers, Xiaoyu and Yin, all day. Thinking this, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly and casually said, Oh, I wonder what ideas you have. Let's hear them. P.S. There will only be 3 chapters today. More updates tomorrow. Chapter 32. What belongs to Nana is also mine. Ning Xiaotian did not answer immediately, but looked around at everyone. He wanted to fish for information, so before expressing his thoughts, he decided to ask everyone present a question. Disciple, what question? Duguyan asked in confusion, stealing a glance at Bibi Dong and continuing the conversation. What are the years of soul rings that a soul master can accommodate with each major realm advancement? After speaking, Ning Xiaotian looked around again, waiting for a response. The first soul ring lasts for 423 years, the second for 764 years, the 8th soul ring lasts between 50,000 to 100,000 years, and the 9th soul ring lasts around 100,000 years. As a student of Bibi Dong and also a junior among those present, Liena felt it was necessary to step up at this moment to answer the question. This answer is both right and wrong. Xiaotian, what do you mean by that? Why is it both right and wrong? Liena was confused. Isn't this the consensus of the continent? This involves some real-world issues. Let me give you an example. Ning Xiaotian cast out the bait. For soul masters with the beast martial soul, is the quality of the martial souls the same for those who awaken the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul and those who awaken the ordinary mouse martial soul? After speaking, Ning Xiaotian sat steadily on the fishing platform, silent. Disciple, of course, they're not the same. How can a mere rodent be compared to a giant dragon? Duguyan raised an eyebrow and casually said, What's wrong with you, disciple? You're usually quite smart. Why are you asking such a basic question today? As the fish were about to bite, Ning Xiaotian calmly continued to ask, What about the physical strength of the awakener? Naturally, the awakener of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul has higher physical strength. If the physical quality is too weak, they won't be able to withstand such a top-tier beast martial soul. Liena's eyes lit up, as if she had grasped something. It also seemed to grasp nothing at all. It's time. Ning Xiaotian stepped forward, emphasizing his tone, if that's the case. Shouldn't the maximum age of soul rings that different soul masters can withstand be the same? Disciple, what do you mean? Douluo's eyes flickered, realizing the implication, but still hesitant to draw a conclusion, as this set of data was already a consensus on the continent. He hesitated. This data was proposed by Yu Xiaojiang, after all. Duguyan couldn't help but steal a glance at Bibi Dong, having heard a bit about their story. Undeniably, the soul ring age data that Nana had just mentioned indeed applies to all soul masters on the continent, and following it would pose no risk. Ning Xiaotian casually said, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, but it was too conservative. Conservative to the point where everyone can succeed. Conservative to the extent that it limits those exceptionally talented soul masters with great physical qualities, making them content with mediocrity. Disciple, do you mean that as long as a soul master's body is strong enough, they can absorb soul rings beyond this age limit? Duguyan couldn't sit still and hurriedly asked. That's right. In theory, as long as a soul master's physical strength reaches the soul zone level at level 10, They can directly absorb soul rings not exceeding 10,000 years. How is that possible? Zhu Duoluo exclaimed, as Ning Xiaotian's words truly shattered his understanding. If it can be realized, wouldn't it mean that one could fully equip with 1,000-year soul rings before reaching level 30? That scene is simply unimaginable. Then why can't the first soul ring absorb a soul ring of 10,000 years? Zhu Duoluo discovered a blind spot. Because of soul shock. I believe you all have experienced this when absorbing a 10,000 years soul ring. After saying this, Ning Xiaotian shot a displeased glance at Zhu Duoluo, as if to say, "Do you really need to ask?" Zhu Duoluo scratched his head, recalling his feelings when he absorbed the 10,000 year soul ring. He indeed felt a shock to his brain, as if the soul beast had some resentment. Additionally, don't take it for granted how difficult it is to enhance physical strength. Spending too much time on increasing the age of the first soul ring is not worth the loss. Ning Xiaotian pouted and said, "After all, a person's lifespan is limited, and the best years for cultivation are only so many. So, you just need to exercise properly while cultivating your soul power regularly, achieving a balance where both complement each other." What does it mean to complement each other? Besides eating, drinking, and sleeping, you should spend the rest of your time training your body well. As for me, I have immortal herbs. Of course, soul bones can also solve problems. Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but sneak a glance at the contemplative Bibi Dong. "Head soul bone, come back to me. It's mine after all." On the other side, Zhu Duoluo and others were also nodding in agreement. Indeed, forcing the pursuit of the first soul ring's age could easily lead to missing the optimal cultivation age, resulting in difficulties in advancing later on, which is definitely not worth it. Xiaotian, how many years do you think I should add to my second soul ring's age to make it appropriate? Liena looked at Ning Xiaotian with admiration and hope in her eyes. "I don't know. I haven't practiced it before." Ning Xiaotian scratched his head, his voice noticeably softer. Liena gave Ning Xiaotian a beautiful roll of her eyes, lowered her head, and pouted, her expression somewhat dim. However, given the intensity of Nana's training during this time, I think adding 100 years should be fine. Ning Xiaotian glanced at Liena and said gently. The little fox indeed perked up again. She tilted her head back, her eyes squinting into crescent moons, seemingly full of confidence about absorbing the soul ring with an additional 100 years. Ning Xiaotian continued fishing, his tone casual. Of course, it would be even better to have a soul bone. With a 1,000-year soul bone, he could even attempt to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. After all, absorbing a soul bone could greatly enhance physical qualities. He stole a glance at Bibi Dong and continued, "If I could have a head soul bone that is over 10,000 years old, who knows? I might be able to withstand the soul shock from the fourth soul ring and directly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring." Bibi Dong suddenly raised her head and looked deeply at Ning Xiaotian, then glanced at Liena, narrowing her eyes and gripping her staff tightly. "I thought we were supposed to discuss Liena's soul skill combinations. How do we end up talking about soul ring ages?" It seemed that Ning Xiaotian had been laying the groundwork for that head soul bone of the soul-devouring spider all along. This oppressive feeling was a bad omen. Ning Xiaotian felt a chill run down his spine and turned his head away, forgetting his place. Liena's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head to look at the ground, just enough to see her toes. As expected, something was amiss. Bibi Dong seemed to think of something unpleasant, her expression somewhat displeased, and coldly said, "Speak up. You're only interested in that head soul bone of the soul-devouring spider, right? If you don't make it clear today, don't blame me for not letting you off." "So, my mother-in-law is really angry. Luckily, this son-in-law is well prepared." Ning Xiaotian comforted his little heart, turned his head, and pretended to be humble, casually throwing out a compliment. "Your Holiness the Pope is indeed wise and powerful. You guessed it." He then straightened his body, adopting a serious demeanor, and said with righteous indignation, "The reason I thought of that head spirit bone is not only related to Nana's spirit ring age, but also closely connected to her spirit skill combination." Continue. Bibi Dong's tone remained cold. "I'm not angry. After all, I've taken away someone else's good disciple. At worst, I could just find another one later to make up for it." Thinking of this, Ning Xiaotian felt pleased and continued, "Your Holiness the Pope, Nana's first spirit skill is Fox Charm, which can temporarily incapacitate enemies through enchantment, making it a control spirit skill. Its advantages are prominent. It consumes little spirit power and can be released almost instantaneously through her eyes. However, it also has fatal drawbacks. First, if the opponent's mental power is strong enough, Nana will suffer backlash. experiencing a soul shock that renders her unable to act. Chapter 33. Liena's Spirit Bone Skill in addition. Their essay lack of follow-up attack methods. And the interval is quite long. Ning Xiaotian paused for a moment and continued. If the opponent is a Spirit Master or a Control Spirit Master and reacts in time, they can directly rush in to rescue. He thought of Tang San. In the original work, his blue-silver grass martial spirit could even pull off a 1 versus 5, saving everyone. Ning Xiaotian lowered his head, stroking his chin, immersing himself in the actual combat scenario, and said, "What if our teammates are restrained by the opponent and can't rush over? Wouldn't that waste the attack time gained from this soul skill?" Liena is a beast martial soul, and her positioning in the original work is that of a melee control-type soul master, which means her soul skills need to be close to the opponent to be effective. If not done properly, Nana might fall into the opponent's encirclement. Ning Xiaotian suddenly looked up at Bibi Dong, and that soul bone could perfectly solve these shortcomings. I remember the soul-devouring spider not only excels at using poison, but also has a soul attack-like ability. According to my mother, when she was poisoned by the soul-devouring spider, she felt a chilling sensation throughout her body and would unconsciously fall into various nightmares, making it difficult to escape. If that soul bone can contain a similar effect soul skill, combined with the Fox Charm soul skill, it would complement each other and greatly enhance controllability. After all, once under charm, one becomes uncontrollable. Although the duration may be short, it would be enough for Liena to activate the soul bone skill, which is a guaranteed hit. Moreover, since it involves the aspect of the soul, it's possible that the soul bone skill also possesses mental attack capabilities. Ning Xiaotian nodded to himself and said, "This means Nana can solo kill the opponent. Charm combined with mental attack?" Bibi Dong murmured, lowering her head, lost in thought, then nodded. "My disciple is indeed suitable for this soul bone." Bibi Dong raised her head, looking at Liena, her expression softening, slowly extending her right hand, gently brushing it. And a head soul bone suddenly appeared in her palm. It was the head soul bone from the soul-devouring spider, the wisdom skull of mental invasion. Holding the soul bone, Bibi Dong walked directly in front of Liena and said softly, "Nana, absorb this soul bone now. Maintain your spirit, and I will assist you in accelerating the absorption." "Teacher, this is too precious. I haven't made any contributions to the spirit hall and don't deserve such a favor." Liena showed a look of panic, blushing and repeatedly waving her hands, appearing somewhat flustered. "This soul bone does not belong to the Spirit Hall's system rewards. It is privately owned by me, so I naturally have the right to allocate it. Are you not going to listen to your teacher?" "Teacher, thank you so much. I will not disappoint your high expectations." Seeing Bibi Dong's brows suddenly furrow, Liena dared not refuse any longer. Her eyes filled with tears as she choked up while receiving the offered soul bone. Then, with Bibi Dong's support, she sat down on the spot, placed the soul bone close to her forehead, and focused on absorption. The other Douluo, like Douluo and others, looked on with envy but said nothing. Whether in terms of identity or talent, Liena indeed qualified to enjoy this soul bone. Moreover, Ning Xiaotian also mentioned that as long as Liena could absorb the soul bone, she could continuously break the soul ring absorption age limit. And everyone knew what that meant. Just by giving up a 30,000-year soul bone, the Spirit Hall could potentially gain a title Douluo with a level of no less than 95, which is undoubtedly a profitable deal. It must be said that with Bibi Dong's support, Liena's speed of absorbing the soul bone was indeed fast. In just a short while, she completely integrated the soul bone into her body. "Nana, how do you feel?" "Teacher, I feel my mental strength has increased. I also gained a special mental attack skill called Nightmare Invasion." Liena opened her eyes, her face showing joy and excitement. "This soul bone skill can cause any enemy who makes eye contact with me to fall into mental paralysis while simultaneously plunging into an eternal nightmare, recalling their most feared things in life. Moreover, any ordinary external healing methods will be worsened and drawn into the nightmare. For example, if someone pushes the person trapped in a nightmare, they might think they are being pushed off a cliff. If they hit them, they might think they're being tortured. Of course, this skill also has its downsides." Liena collected her excited emotions and said slowly, "The content of the nightmare is beyond my control. The person affected might unconsciously bring external actions into the nightmare, becoming unable to differentiate between friend and foe. Beyond self-control." Ning Xiaotian scratched his head. "Doesn't that mean after it's activated, I have to stay away? Otherwise, I might be subjected to indiscriminate attacks from the affected person. Additionally, If the opponent's mental strength is higher than mine, I will also suffer backlash. High temperatures can dispel this state, and knocking them out can also work. Liena continued to add, it seems that the condensation of this head soul bone is also related to the memories and instincts of the soul beast. Otherwise, this skill wouldn't inherit the spider's fear of high temperatures. Ning Xiaotian fell in a deep thought. Why do I feel this skill is a bit useless? Douluo couldn't help but mutter softly. The side effects are too significant. Not only does it become uncontrollable after being used on the enemy, but it might also harm oneself, not to mention the drawbacks like fear of high temperatures. When Bibi Dong heard this, she frowned as well. I actually think this skill is quite good. Ning Xiaotian came to his senses, raised his head, and retorted. Everyone, imagine this. If Nana first uses the Fox Charm Soul skill to charm the enemy, then launches Nightmare Invasion, and then kicks that person onto the enemy team. If the enemy teammates unknowingly intervene to block, wouldn't we just be able to watch them fight amongst themselves? Even if the enemy knows the effect of this soul skill, they could directly knock out their own teammate, or let a teammate with a fire attribute martial soul create high temperatures to disperse it. I think the time for this dispersion won't be short, and it will consume a lot of soul power. Ning Xiaotian knew that when Bibi Dong was saving his mother's flame, sword martial soul only temporarily alleviated the toxins by generating high temperatures. Moreover, this dispelling effect must also be related to the personal mental strength and willpower of the afflicted. Additionally, if the afflicted person falls into deep fear and unconsciously releases soul skills, it will definitely consume soul power rapidly. Even if they regain consciousness, their combat power will be greatly reduced. Therefore, no matter how the opponent chooses, it seems they will lose a combatant. What we need to do is simply to maintain some distance to avoid battle when necessary. After speaking, Ning Xiaotian touched his chin and looked thoughtfully at everyone. Considering that if Nana reached title Douluo, this skill could be used on the battlefield, for example, casting it on an enemy title Douluo and then throwing it into the enemy formation. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. This would be using the afflicted as a cannonball. The power would depend entirely on the strength of the afflicted. Even an ordinary title Douluo could cause significant damage to the army formation. It's just that it's unclear how much soul power this skill consumes. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the crowd, Ning Xiaotian turned to look at Liena. Seeing Ning Xiaotian looking at her, Liena also came back to her senses from her shock and joy, quickly saying, Xiaotian, I almost forgot. I just tried it. And with the enhancement of the soul bone, my Fox Charm soul skill consumes 20 less soul power than before. As for the soul bone skill, it consumes very little soul power, but it consumes a lot of mental power. With my current mental power, I can only use it a maximum of 5 times against soul masters of the same level. Oh, it can actually reduce the soul power consumption of the first soul skill, so other soul skills will likely enjoy this bonus as well. Nana, you've gained a lot this time. Ning Xiaotian smiled and congratulated. Chapter 34, Soul Skill Combination. Thank you, Xiaotian, Liena said joyfully, her eyes squinting with laughter as she kept nodding at Ning Xiaotian. She then turned to Bibi Dong beside her and bowed, saying, Thank you, teacher. Bibi Dong, seeing Liena's delighted expression, felt pleased as well and couldn't help but pat her little head. She then turned her gaze to Ning Xiaotian and said lightly, Since Nar already has a head soul bone, what about the other soul skills? It's time to discuss how to combine them. Your Holiness, of course. The reason I didn't mention it before was that I didn't know the skill of this soul bone. Now that I understand, the subsequent soul skill combinations can be based on this. Ning Xiaotian said confidently. You, Ning Xiaotian, seem to have planned this all along. Bibi Dong felt offended, glanced at Ning Xiaotian, and huffed softly, although there was no anger in her tone. If it weren't for her precious disciples' significant improvement due to this soul bone, Bibi Dong would have wanted to pull down Ning Xiaotian's pants and give him a good spanking right then and there. Let me explain. Ning Xiaotian said, Your Holiness, actually, I only thought of that soul bone after understanding Nana's martial soul and first soul skill. The attributes of the two have commonalities. Bibi Dong raised her forehead, shot a displeased glance at Ning Xiaotian, and said indifferently, Stop wasting time. What are your views on Nana's future soul skill configuration? Yes, Your Holiness. Ning Xiaotian nodded and then turned to the others, saying, One point I think everyone can relate to is that the lower the soul masteress level, the less soul power is consumed when releasing the soul skills. Everyone nodded, as this was a consensus across the continent. Everyone has become smarter. Ning Xiaotian was surprised. It seemed that this point was something any soul master could understand, not just a theory belonging to Yu Xiaojiang. He couldn't show off in front of others. Feeling a bit bored, Ning Xiaotian continued, therefore, soul masters generally choose soul skills with a high cost-performance ratio in the early stages to ensure that these soul skills won't be wasted in the later stages. After all, even if a soul master reaches the title Douluo level, the soul skills that can be equipped to their martial soul are still quite limited. Ning Xiaotian noted, adding in his heart, there are many soul skills that rely on sacrifices. Let's start from this point and think deeply. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Xiaotian organized his thoughts and continued. Now, Nana already has her first soul skill, Fox Charm, and the soul bone skill, Nightmare Invasion. The combination of the two is already sufficient for control skills in the early stages. So, the question becomes how to make these two soul skills effective quickly. Although both soul skills are released through the eyes, the effective range. Ning Xiaotian turned his gaze to the side at Liena. The optimal release distance is 1 meter. The farther it exceeds this distance, the lower the chance of the enemy getting hit. Liena pondered for a moment and then spoke. Ning Xiaotian had an expression that clearly indicated he was not surprised. He nodded and said, since that's the case, he must pair it with a soul skill that can quickly advance to the enemy. It needs to consume little soul power while being highly practical. This reminded me of teleportation and flashing. Compared to the two, teleportation is the most suitable. I checked the records of soul masters who possess these two soul skills and found that although flashing is the fastest and most direct skill, its advanced distance is very short. The advanced distance is basically no more than 3 meters, and the further it goes, the more soul power it consumes. Plus, it cannot achieve multiple flashes, unless one possesses a soul bone. This point hasn't changed even at level 70 and above. Xiao Wu soul bone is actually quite appealing. Ning Xiaotian shook his head and continued. This means that if an attempt fails, one is likely to fall directly into the enemy formation, isolated and helpless, in a dilemma. However, teleportation is different. This soul skill primarily acts on oneself, and after being released, it can instantly enhance the power of the legs, achieving an explosive displacement effect. The known maximum distance for advancing can reach 10 meters, and it can achieve multiple displacements. The specific distance and number of times will increase as the soul master's realm and physical quality improve. This soul skill can be used both offensively and defensively, and it has a very high potential. Such soul skills generally appear in soul beasts like the Phantom Rabbit, Lightning Rabbit, Gale Weasel, Unicorn Antelope, Ghost Shadow Leopard, and the Nine Nether Sparrow, though the Nine Nether Sparrow is a special case. Overall, there are quite a few soul beasts that can produce this soul skill. After hearing this, everyone smiled. The Nine Nether Sparrow, palm-sized with a dark body, prefers to move at night, has supervision, super speed, and is extremely rare. Even a titled Douluo with 100 years of cultivation can only watch in loneliness. This soul skill is indeed suitable. Elder Yu, Elder Gai. You will take Nana to hunt the soul beast that possess this soul skill later. Remember, you must confirm that the soul beast can use this skill. Bibi Dong immediately ordered. Yes, Your Holiness the Pope. Elder Ju and Elder Gue responded affirmatively. Xiaotian continue. Bibi Dong nodded, signaling to proceed. Ning Xiaotian nodded and continued. As for Nana's third spirit skill, she already has control and displacement abilities. So I suggest pairing it with an attack-type spirit skill that consumes less soul power. The main point is that Nana's crowd control-type spirit skills are all highly consuming. Obtaining them at the Soul Sage level can sometimes be counterproductive. How much soul power does a Soul Sage have? If they use a big control skill, they might run out of energy, or if they use skills earlier, they might not have enough energy left to use skills later. Isn't that quite awkward? What Xiaotian said seems to be true. I often go to watch the team matches at the Spirit Hall Academy with my brother, and there's a Soul Sage senior I've never seen use her third spirit skill. Liena recalled this strange occurrence she encountered at the academy upon hearing Ning Xiaotian's words, and she thought that this might be the reason, inadvertently speaking out. Elder Ghost. When Bibi Dong heard Liena say this, she also looked at Elder Ghost beside her. As such cases, if they are common, are not trivial matters. Your Holiness, there are indeed such cases in the Spirit Academy, mostly occurring among control-type spirit masters. Those students think the skills are good, but just not applicable at this stage, so they don't pay attention. Once my subordinate helps Nana obtain the spirit rings, we will explain the situation to the Academy's instructors. Bibi Dong nodded and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaotian continued to elaborate. Everyone, think about it carefully. After Nana has those skills, What will happen if she uses them multiple times in team battles? Undoubtedly, she will be targeted. At the very least, they will find a way to force out her displacement skill, making her unable to participate in combat for a short time. In such a situation, she either needs to pair it with a defensive skill to withstand attacks, or use a clone or phantom-type spirit skill to confuse the opponent and disrupt their attack rhythm. However, defensive skills are obviously not suitable for Nana, as her martial spirit is not a defensive type, and her defense is limited. Phantom clone-type spirit skills consume too much soul power. Therefore, my suggestion is to replace defense with offense and choose a skill that can be used for both active attacks and to disturb the opponent's attack rhythm. Ning Xiaotian's voice was ethereal as he articulated slowly. For example, Foxfire. In Chapter 35, Soul Skill Matching, this soul skill, once released, can condense controllable small fireballs around the user. Ning Xiaotian turned to look at Liena, noting that the specific size, quantity, and power all depend on the user's control over their soul power. Unfortunately, he sighed, he hadn't learned how to control his focus yet. Otherwise, he could teach Liena. Now that Liena possesses a head soul bone, this soul skill might even directly transform into a locking skill. It can be said that this is a soul skill with a very high ceiling. Just imagine, if both sides are in a chaotic battle, Liena manipulating this fire to mix into the fray would definitely be a nightmare for the opponents. Even if they wanted to surround her, they would have to consider the cost. Everyone fell into thought. They would probably have to keep an eye on Liena's movements to avoid being ambushed. But being distracted in battle is a big taboo. If they were to launch a strong attack, there would be a field of foxfire in front. Control type and support type soul masters definitely couldn't rush in. Breaking through alone would be alluring. With multiple people trying to break through, the opponents aren't fools. They'd still have to bear the fire while circling around. It really is quite troublesome, and you wouldn't know the power of the foxfire Liena condenses. It could end up injuring your own side first. It truly has a very high ceiling. If one reaches the title Douluo level, this would directly become a locking type, single-target explosive skill. Seeing the increasingly vivid expressions on everyone's faces, Ning Xiaotian understood that they had realized the disgusting nature of this soul skill, or rather, its high cost-performance ratio. Without waiting for everyone to respond, Ning Xiaotian continued. So next, we need to consider the concealment of the foxfire skill. The foxfire condensed by ordinary soul beasts is too conspicuous and can be easily detected. Ning Xiaotian paced back and forth. If the enemy was psychologically prepared in advance, Nana's control time over the foxfire would need to be extended, which meant consuming more soul power. This reminded me of a type of soul beast, the ghost fox. The foxfire emitted by this soul beast is, strictly speaking, not fire, but a special energy with strong corrosive properties. According to records, someone once saw this soul beast atop a pile of decaying corpses in the Stardew forest, and was hit by its foxfire on the arm. The affected area began to heat up, then slowly rotted away, causing immense pain. The description left by that person stated that it felt as if the foxfire was burning not just flesh, but one's very life. That soul master was quite lucky. The ghost fox he encountered was only a century old. After being hit by the foxfire, he scared it away with his own soul power. He then cut off the corroded part of his arm and escaped from the Stardew forest. Later, he reported this soul beast to the spirit hall, and it is said that the foxfire of the ghost fox appears transparent, with a faint green hue when burned, in the forest environment. It is extremely difficult to discern, which is why that soul master got caught off guard. Its fur is a grim gray, with ghostly blue eyes and a voice like a baby's cry, which is how the soul master described the ghost fox, and it is also the origin of its name. Most importantly, there have been sightings of this ghost fox living in the Stardew forest, and the ghost Oloa has left behind reports about it. Looking up, Ning Xiaotian glanced at the ghost Oloa. If one waits near the decaying corpses, it should be possible to encounter one if luck is on their side. Additionally, the ghost fox has strong perception abilities, and its foxfire skill must be approached with caution. Better safe than sorry, to prevent the team leader from forgetting and letting Liena accidentally get hit by that foxfire. Tianer is right. You all know my martial soul. I have indeed waited in this kind of environment before to find a suitable soul ring. However, the ghost fox I encountered had too low an age and was not suitable for me, so I let it go, ignoring the strange looks from the crowd. The ghost Law said lightly, "My ghostly martial soul watches over corpses. Isn't that normal?" Seeing that no one objected, Ning Xiaotian continued. As for the soul beast for the fourth soul skill, I recommend the Mirror Shadow Beast. This soul beast is covered in scale armor, with each scale resembling a mirror, capable of creating illusions by reflecting the surrounding environment. It can also create shadow clones within a certain range, so sometimes when outsiders see a group of mirror shadow beasts, there's actually only one. Both of these skills are incredibly useful soul skills. The first ability to reflect the surrounding environment, if developed to its fullest, should be able to achieve invisibility, making it unrecognizable by the naked eye. This not only significantly increases the hit rate of the Fox Charm and Soul Bone skills, but can also save lives at critical moments. It can even create beneficial illusions for our side by reflecting the environment, causing enemies to experience visual disorientation and making it hard for them to distinguish our positions. A very powerful crowd control skill. This skill should not consume much soul power and has low mental requirements, with a high upper limit. But it requires a lot of thought and is quite difficult to develop. Environmental analysis, optical principles, soul power control, mirror projection. Just thinking about it makes Ning Xiaotian's scalp tingle. The second clone skill can create multiple clones to confuse the opponent's judgment, which is also a great life-saving skill. If used properly in team battles, it can also have a good crowd control effect. If luck allows, the clones can be controlled by the main body and possess some combat ability, which can then be used directly in battle, such as walking in front of the enemy and self-destructing. Self-destruct. Liena gasped in surprise. Is there such a move? The previous explanations had already left Liena confused enough. She couldn't understand the invisibility and visual disorientation at all. Now with self-destruction, she was a bit dazed. This should be possible, as the clone is controlled by the main body. You can completely condense a soul power seed within the clone and then control its explosion. The premise is that you can obtain this soul skill. Liena fell silent. Who knows if she can obtain it? The others present were also surprised. Soul skills can be played like this? Although the introductions were somewhat unclear, they understood the final effects. If achievable, this soul skill is indeed powerful. Additionally, the extreme north is very dangerous. There may also be 100,000-year-old soul beasts, so we must be cautious when hunting the mirror shadow beast. Ning Xiaotian knew that there were several ferocious beasts in the extreme north and couldn't help but remind them. Yes, I will personally lead the team there. After hearing Ning Xiaotian's reminder, Bibi Dong agreed. The extreme north is indeed exceptionally perilous. What about the subsequent soul skills? Bibi Dong asked again. For the fifth soul skill, I strongly recommend hunting a soul beast called the purple spirit cat. This soul beast can emit a mental fluctuation that causes affected enemies to enter a weakened state, with a drastic decrease in speed, strength, and reaction time. Most importantly, this soul skill can be released in an area or targeted at a single individual. This soul beast resembles a wolf, but is slightly smaller. Aside from its striking dark purple fur, it has a flat nose, small eyes, and very short front legs. P.S. Liena's soul skill is inspired by Hogwa. Chapter 36, Soul Skill Combination. Ahem, it has that kind of sleazy look. This soul beast is quite rare and primarily lives in wolf packs, making it a key protected species. A team of soul masters once encountered a pack of wolves, and before they even started fighting, they felt weak and powerless, realizing it was the purple spirit cat behind them causing the trouble, as they were well aware that the earth wolf didn't possess such abilities. Luckily, the earth wolf is good at defense and doesn't run fast. Otherwise, that team of soul masters would likely have been wiped out. As for how to find this soul beast, searching all areas where wolf packs appear might yield a few encounters. Ning Xiaotian immediately. He subconsciously touched his nose and continued. Moreover, these soul beasts protected by their groups should have at least 10,000 years of cultivation if they are in a reasonably strong wolf pack. In conclusion, a thorough search. It's a lottery. Night North Marquee. Send someone to compile records of locations where wolf packs appear on the continent. At the same time, notify the branch leaders across the continent to secretly send people to search and track, and also seal the records regarding this type of soul beast. The power of this soul skill is so great that Bibi Dong's expression turns serious. If enemy forces accidentally absorb the soul ring, it would also pose a threat. Should we eliminate them all? Bibi Dong thought darkly. Yes. The Night North Marquis spoke quickly. Understood. Ning Xiaotian raised an eyebrow, very satisfied. If Liena could really obtain such a 10,000-year soul skill, he wouldn't know how Shrek Academy would win against the Spear Hall in future Soul Master competitions. Unless Xiao Wu sacrifices Tang San in advance. Xiao Wu's sacrifice? It seems this matter needs to be stopped. Xiaotian, what about Nana's next soul ring? After Bibi Dong finished arranging things, she immediately inquired about Liena's upcoming soul skill combination. She was becoming increasingly curious about Ning Xiaotian's soul skill planning. The soul beast required for this sixth soul ring might be even rarer than the purple spirit cat. Bibi Dong's expression froze. She glanced at Ning Xiaotian, biting her silver teeth, suppressing her emotions, and recited silently. It's all for my precious disciple. I want to get angry. Go ahead. Bibi Dong squeezed her staff. Ning Xiaotian wiped his pants and dried the sweat on his palms, his expression serious as he said, "This spirit beast is called the Silver Shadow Beast. It doesn't have particularly powerful skills, but it has a very formidable innate soul skill. Copying." After a pause, Ning Xiaotian looked around at the intrigued crowd and continued. This soul skill can replicate any soul skill of the opponent except for the true form of their martial soul. It is only limited by one's own cultivation, with the power being released at 100%. What? Everyone was shocked to hear this. There really is such a spirit beast and such a soul skill in the world. Does that mean a soul emperor can directly unleash the ninth soul skill of a title Douluo? The years of soul rings absorbed by a title Douluo are not something a soul emperor can compare to, and the power of the soul skill goes without saying, even if it's a weakened version. Xiaotian, are you sure? Bibi Dong frowned slightly and asked seriously. I'm sure. Have you ever seen a spirit beast use the sword martial soul's soul skill to release sword energy? That spirit beast did. At that time, the soul master with the sword martial soul was just as shocked as you are now and was so scared that he ran away, telling his friends about it. And they all said he must be sick. I stumbled upon this matter in the library, recorded in story form. It describes how after that soul master released the skill, the opposing spirit beast used the same skill to counterattack. Therefore, I believe that the spirit beast possesses the copying skill, copying the soul skill at the moment the sword master released it. I speculate that the prerequisite for copying should be that the enemy must release their soul skill first. Moreover, even if it absorbs soul rings, there should also be a limit to the number of copies. Ning Xiaotian, livelihood. These have all been explained in the second part. I'm just a porter. After hearing this, everyone's expression stabilized. If there were no restrictions, that would be too exaggerated. Am I the only one who is a full system soul master? However, even so, this skill is still an extremely useful soul skill. Ning Xiaotian Sikhet. As long as he obtains this skill, he can adapt flexibly according to the opponent's released soul skills and copy suitable soul skills to use against the opponent's lineup. Speaking of this, Ning Xiaotian squinted his eyes, and his tone became somewhat vague. He could also prepare a powerful soul skill in advance and release it during the battle. Everyone turned to look at Ning Xiaotian, their expression strange, as if to say, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, but we like it. Thinking too much, I'm doing this for my wife. It has nothing to do with you. Ning Xiaotian chose to ignore them and continued. Even when reaching the title Douluo level, this soul skill is still very powerful. As long as the timing is right, it can even change the course of the battle. According to descriptions, the Silver Shadow Beast looks like a dog, with thick limbs and a rather strange body. It has 2 horns on its head and 1 horn in the middle of its forehead, with the tips of the horns forked. Its ears resemble fish fins, and it has no fur, covered in dense scales. Its habitat is the mid-level of the Stardow Forest, and it is a carnivorous soul beast. There are no special records about it, so searching for it is quite difficult. In fact, the book in the Treasure Pavilion only contained a few fragments, but it confirmed for Ning Xiaotian that such a soul beast exists in the Stardow Forest. The protagonist of the sequel, Hui Yu Hao, once hunted this soul beast, but by that time, the Silver Shadow Beast was already on the brink of extinction. Now, it's not 10,000 years later. It should still be possible to find this soul beast. Your Holiness, we should prepare for the Silver Shadow Beast and record its location in advance. After all, searching for such soul beasts not only takes time, but also requires some luck. I will arrange this properly. Seeing Bibi Dong agree, Ning Xiaotian continued. As for Nana's 7th soul ring, I think we should go with your previous plan. After all, the soul skill of the soul ring is the true body of the martial soul, which is fixed. As for the 8th soul skill, I believe we need a skill that can severely injure the enemy. The most suitable one I can think of right now is Soul Impact. This is an extremely domineering soul skill that can directly harm the enemy's soul and deal heavy damage. The soul beast that produces this soul skill is the Nightmare Beast. This soul beast resembles a horse, is dark in color, and is covered in scales, with a sharp horn on its head. This soul beast is extremely ferocious. Once hit by its soul impact skill, those with weak mental strength will bleed from their 7 orifices and die in a tragic manner. Even those with strong mental strength will suffer unbearable headaches, and may even have their minds collapse into dementia even if one withstands the soul impact. The sharp horn on its head is also a lethal weapon, capable of piercing through the opponent's body with a rapid charge. Fortunately, its soul impact is a single target damage skill. As long as Your Holiness sends a team to search and is well prepared, there is still a chance of successfully hunting it down. This soul beast can only be found in the core area of the Stardow Forest, so be very careful while searching. At this point, Ning Xiaotian paused. In fact, he thought there was an even better soul beast choice. But that soul beast was a bit too difficult to deal with. However, mentioning it should be fine, as that soul beast soul ring would really suit Bibi Dong. Now, Bibi Dong's second martial soul should not be fully equipped with soul rings yet. Ning Xiaotian glanced at Bibi Dong and thought, if Bibi Dong can successfully kill it, it would be cutting off Tang San's opportunity. Very good. As for the ice silkworm, I don't even dare to think about it. It's not that this ice silkworm is too powerful, but rather that the bodyguard is too fierce. With this thought, Ning Xiaotian hesitated and said, actually, there is another soul beast that is also very suitable, but Nana might not be able to bear its soul ring. However, Your Holiness can give it a try. According to the timeline, that soul beast should be less than 100,000 years old. But its soul ring's value far exceeds that of a soul ring produced by a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Chapter 37. Dark Magic Evil God Tiger. To be honest, I don't know if Your Holiness can absorb its soul ring. Ning Xiaotian paused, looking regretful, and sighed, because it is said that the appearance of this soul beast is related to legendary deities. What? Bibi Dong's delicate body trembled, her agile and beautiful eyes revealing surprise as she walked over to Ning Xiaotian, dragging her flowing skirt. Xiaotian, quickly tell me, what soul beast is it? She had just devoured the thousand-seeking fast divine bestowed martial soul, the six-winged angel, completing the most important part of the Rakshasa god trial. If this soul beast is indeed related to the deities, as long as she can devour its power, her speed in inheriting the Rakshasa god position will surely be greatly enhanced. Ning Xiaotian was surprised and didn't expect Bibi Dong to be so excited. He instinctively raised his head and was shocked to see that he couldn't see her chin, as the towering peaks obscured his view. He quickly lowered his head, touched his chin, and pretended to be deep in thought. He solemnly said, Your Holiness, this soul beast is called the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Legend has it that the evil god descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate and turning its light attribute into a dark attribute. Its fur is as black as the abyss, with fallen black bat-like wings on its back, and its tail has turned into a scorpion-like stinger. This describes its physical features. The white tiger is the most top-tier soul beast in the continent's legends. It is said that even the royal family's inherited white tiger martial soul of the Star Luo Empire can only be considered a subspecies of its bloodline. To cause such a powerful soul beast to undergo such a mutation, besides the legendary god, I can't think of any other creature that could have such power. It is rumored that the dark attribute of this soul beast is not merely darkness, but an extremely evil attribute. It possesses attributes of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space. Moreover, it has extremely high intelligence and can grow by devouring other soul beasts and human soul masters. The pressure was too great. Ning Xiaotian felt uncomfortable being stared at closely by Bibi Dong and pretended to casually step back 2 paces. His legs were really long. Ning Xiaotian continued, according to the age of that book, it has been at least several hundred years since this soul beast appeared. Hundreds of years ago, it already possessed nearly 50,000 years of cultivation. With its devouring ability, it must have at least 60,000 to 70,000 years of cultivation now. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. If it continued to devour like this, wouldn't it be invincible in the continent in a few hundred years? Knight North Marquis quickly stepped forward, cupped his fists in salute to Bibi Dong, and said solemnly, Your Holiness, we must find a way to eliminate this soul beast. If we allow this beast to continue hiding and devouring, and let it grow to 100,000 years of cultivation, it would be a tremendous threat to the entire continent. Xiaotian, where did you get the information about this soul beast? Such a soul beast was surprisingly little known, and Bibi Dong also found it hard to believe. There is an ancient book in the Martial Soul Hall's library located on the shelf in the miscellaneous section called Records of Strange Tales from the Continent. Ning Xiaotian replied calmly. It's already old and yellowed. I guess the predecessors who entered the library flipped through a few pages and took it for an ancient folk story. When I read it, the latter part of the pages were almost stuck together. By the way, I almost forgot. Ning Xiaotian clenched his right fist and slapped it onto his left palm. It contains a folk story about the dark demon, evil god tiger. You all need to pay attention to it. Ning Xiaotian looked around at everyone and continued. According to records, there was once a soul master with a tiger-type martial soul who, after reaching level 90, led a team into the Stardow Forest to obtain the 9th spirit ring. Before reaching the core area, they encountered the dark devil god tiger. The group fought fiercely, but this dark devil god tiger suddenly used an extremely bizarre skill, directly pulling that level 90 soul master into a special space. Yes, that's how it's recorded. After that, the soul master actually returned to a youthful state, with his body size, physical condition, and even soul skills all reverting to that of around 10 years old. Additionally, the dark devil god tiger also seemed to have returned to its juvenile form. Ning Xiaotian clicked his tongue and added, however, asking a child of only about 10 years old to battle against a top-tier juvenile tiger-type soul beast is fraught with danger. Fortunately, that soul master was already a great soul master in his teens, and he had a soul skill that increased speed. Most importantly, he also had 2 leg soul bones. He managed to use those 2 soul skills and the speed boost from the leg soul bones to hold on until the dark devil god tiger released that special space. Of course, it is also possible that the dark devil god tiger was afraid of exhausting itself and wary of the other soul masters outside, which is why it chose to leave voluntarily. Even so, that level 90 soul master ultimately suffered severe injuries due to the evil attributes of the dark devil god tiger while in that space, and after exiting the bizarre space. He soon passed away. After his death, only this account remained. Unfortunately, as time passed, no one believed it. Ning Xiaotian sighed. Humans are like this. Their first reaction to the unknown is always disbelief. Moreover, the dark devil god tiger became even more cautious in hiding its tracks and was never seen again, eventually becoming just a folktale. Everyone, imagine this. If at that time the dark devil god tiger could use this special skill to revert a newly level 90 soul master to about 10 years old, then what about now? Ning Xiaotian raised his head and said gravely, wouldn't that mean going back to around 6 or 7 years old? Liena stuck out her tongue and clicked her tongue. I suppose I have no chance. The others, including Douluo, fell into a silent stupor and couldn't help but look at Bibi Dong. Can your holiness do it? Some were hesitant to believe it. Could it be that she really has an idea? Everyone looked at Bibi Dong, who seemed to be lost in thought, exchanging glances. Indeed, at this moment, Bibi Dong had some thoughts. The abilities of the dark devil god tiger are all of the evil attribute, which means that all its skills would not conflict with her own body. Evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, space, and even devouring skills similar to her own martial soul ability. Any of these skills, if she were to obtain them as soul skills, would greatly enhance her combat power. Moreover, after entering that bizarre space, the soul bones would retain their enhancements. This indeed isn't without hope. Soul bones, we're not lacking. Since Ning Xiaotian just said that this seat might have a chance to try, it seems he has some insights. Why not ask him? With this thought, Bibi Dong also came back to her senses and looked at Ning Xiaotian beside her and said, Xiaotian, you just mentioned that this seat might have a chance to try. I wonder what basis you have for that. Ning Xiaotian had just considered that Bibi Dong might have some thoughts after listening to his introduction of the dark demon evil god tiger, and he naturally had a draft in mind. Puffing out his chest, Ning Xiaotian confidently said, Your Majesty the Pope, I mainly have 2 points of evidence. Chapter 38. Bibi Dong got angry first. I was wondering why the dark demon evil god tiger didn't directly revert that soul master to the age of 6. Wouldn't that be more straightforward? Victory would be guaranteed, but it didn't happen. Therefore, I dare to conclude that the bizarre skill of the dark demon evil god tiger's rejuvenation effect is definitely related to the cultivation gap between the 2 opposing sides. The 90-level soul master who previously fought with the dark demon evil god tiger hadn't obtained a spirit ring yet, which means he essentially was still a soul fighter. At that time, the dark demon evil god tiger's cultivation was also less than 50,000 years, so the gap in cultivation wasn't that big, which is why that soul master only reverted to around the age of 10. I'm not sure about Your Majesty the Pope's current cultivation, but I assume it should surpass that of an ordinary title Douluo. This kid is not simple. Bibi Dong squinted at Ning Xiaotian. Ever since she devoured Qian Renxue, she hadn't shown her strength to anyone. Someone is praising this handsome guy. Ning Xiaotian felt a mysterious shiver and clenched his fist to calm himself. Continuing, although the dark demon evil god tiger's combat power can rival that of a 100,000 year soul beast, Its actual cultivation is only just under 70,000 years, which is equivalent to an ordinary title Douluo. In comparison, Your Majesty the Pope has some advantages. This means that the dark demon evil god tiger can at most revert you to around the age of 10. Tangson could return to age 6 and still win. He truly deserves to be called a wall hanger. Ning Xiaotian clicked his tongue, feeling a bit bittersweet. He could barely be considered a pay-to-win player and couldn't he compare to a wall hanger. I hope the immortal herb can help me turn things around. Ning Xiaotian sighed inwardly and continued. The most important second point is that Your Majesty the Pope should be lacking in spirit bones. I still don't know if that space will restrict spirit bone skills, but even if there are restrictions with multiple spirit bones, Your Majesty's strength should be able to defeat the dark demon evil god tiger, which is only in its juvenile stage. After saying this, Ning Xiaotian stopped speaking. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, fell into deep thought, her slender brows slightly furrowed, and her cherry-red eyes sparkling. By the way, Your Majesty the Pope, with the dark demon evil god tiger's cultivation, it actually didn't encounter that soul master in the core area of the Stardow Forest. Ning Xiaotian added, touching his chin and pondering. He mused, this makes me think of its devouring skill. I wonder if it was driven out by the 100,000 year soul beasts in the core area. After all, its ability poses a significant threat to the soul beasts in the core area. Perhaps that's also why it hasn't reached 100,000 years despite its long lifespan. It is being rejected by the soul beasts and cannot go devour those high-level soul beasts in the core area. If that's the case, if Your Majesty goes to hunt the dark demon evil god tiger, those soul beasts in the core area will not only not stop you, but they might even guide you. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up as she reached out to pat Ning Xiaotian's small head, indicating her great satisfaction. It's unrealistic for soul beasts to guide human soul masters, but if they can find the dark demon evil god tiger without risking entering the core area, it significantly reduces the difficulty. Moreover, other soul beasts want to make a move to stop her. So the external threats she faces against the dark demon evil god tiger are almost negligible. However, even so, it's not that simple. Finding it is also a hassle. Sending ordinary soul masters to look for the dark demon evil god tiger is clearly sending them to their doom. At the very least, it has to be a title Douluo, but there are very few title Douluos under her command. Should she go looking for the Hall of Offerings? Forget it. It seems that she cannot rush this matter. However, Bibi Dong withdrew her hand from Ning Xiaotian's head and walked back to her main seat, thinking it's worth mentioning to Qian Daolu. Such a potential threat to the continent cannot be ignored by the Hall of Offerings, even if they don't help. She has done her due diligence. This matter has another arrangement. Xiaotian, you should talk about Na-Er's last soul skill configuration. The sooner we decide, the sooner we can let Na-Er go hunt for her spirit ring. Bibi Dong didn't want to continue discussing the dark demon evil god tiger and looked at Ning Xiaotian blandly. Yes, Your Majesty the Pope. Ning Xiaotian thought to himself. Am I being treated like a pet? He adjusted his hairstyle, continuing. Now that Na-Er has the 8th soul skill, even if she encounters an opponent she can't resist, it shouldn't be a problem for her to escape. But what if? So I suggest that Na-Er's choice for her 9th soul skill should include a powerful life-saving skill, and it's best if it's a restorative skill. As for defensive skills, even if it's an invincible golden body, if the duration is too short, it's just delaying death. Guarding the corpse is a professional ethic every gamer must learn in their past life. Ning Xiaotian shook his head. This world has no mobile phones, no computers, no internet. What a pity. He was just a bit away from reaching the king level. Moreover, Na-Er herself has powerful displacement skills. As long as she has enough soul skills and is not seriously injured, she can completely escape in a very short time. At that time, the role of restorative skills will be reflected. After finishing, Ning Xiaotian sighed. Unfortunately, spirit beasts that produce restorative skills are already rare, let alone those with a high age. Shrugging his shoulders, Ning Xiaotian helplessly said, For now, I don't have two good options. There's business, but unfortunately, there's no source. He was also very desperate. Xiaotian, it's fine. There's still plenty of time to find suitable spirit beasts before I reach level 90. Seeing Ning Xiaotian's mood a bit low, Liena quickly comforted him. Yes, title Douluo is not that simple. Bibi Dong couldn't help but sigh. Even with her talent, she only reached title Douluo at nearly 40 years old. And Liena is only 9 years old now, so she has plenty of time. Douluo had a complex expression. He was already over 50 when he reached title Douluo. However, Douluo had no such thoughts. He was just looking at Ning Xiaotian with a worried expression, knowing that the direct descendants of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School have a natural flaw, and no one has broken through to level 80 for many years. Thinking of this, Douluo quickly changed the subject, saying sweetly, "Disciple, we can talk about S matters later, but your performance today has indeed surprised me." As he spoke, he didn't forget to give a thumbs up, his tone filled with pride. "I didn't expect that in just a few months, you have such a deep understanding of spirit beasts and martial souls. In my mind, only Yu Xiaojiang, who published the theory of the 10 core competitive powers of martial souls over 20 years ago, can compare with you." "Teacher, are you talking about Yu Xiaojiang?" Ning Xiaotian sneered, curling his lips, his eyes filled with disdain, not caring about Bibi Dong beside him. "I don't want to be that kind of person." "What do you mean by that?" Douluo instinctively spoke up. "Oh no, you Douluo," suddenly covering his mouth with his hand and sneaking a glance at Bibi Dong. Sure enough, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed, her eyes seeming to spark with anger, looking at Ning Xiaotian with a malicious intent. She was angry, the kind that couldn't be appeased. Chapter 39. What does Yu Xiaojiang want to prove? Ning Xiaotian turned a blind eye and turned to look at Douluo. "Teacher, I've also read Yu Xiaojiang's theory of the top 10 core competencies of martial souls. In my opinion, it can only be considered a poorly constructed piece full of flaws." In response to the theoretical debate, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Ning Xiaotian, saying nothing more. It was normal for a child who had just learned something to be competitive. Moreover, she had great confidence in Yu Xiaojiang's theoretical knowledge and didn't think he would be worse than a child. "Tianer, many people on the continent have validated Yu Xiaojiang's theory. Can such a work really be called a poorly constructed piece?" Douluo asked in surprise. Ning Xiaotian raised his eyebrows. As a successor of keyboard culture, having now browsed the libraries of the 2 major powers in Douluo Continent, he truly feared no one when it came to theory. "Today, no one can stop me from showing off." Ning Xiaotian placed his hands on his chest, propping up his chin, and assumed a thoughtful pose. "Teacher, I remember Yu Xiaojiang has a famous saying, 'There are no useless martial souls, only soul masters who cannot cultivate.'" After saying this, Ning Xiaotian looked around at everyone, pretending to be puzzled. "What about him? He has a martial soul, right? I remember it's called Luo Sanpao. But I've heard that his soul power has been stuck at level 29 for nearly 20 years. Isn't he just contradicting himself?" Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. "How did I not think of that before?" Douluo scratched his head, looking as if he had just had an epiphany. Ning Xiaotian pressed the attack, speaking eloquently. "And what he said about martial souls only being weapon martial souls and beast martial souls is wrong. Utterly wrong. What if a martial soul is a part of the human body? Is he categorizing humans as a type of soul beast? Is he trying to stand against the entire human world?" Ning Xiaotian emphasized, "If it were me, I would rather refer to this type of spirit as the body spirit, because these spirits originally belong to a part of the human body. Moreover, the spirit of the founder of the spirit hall is humanoid, known as the 6-winged angel spirit, and it is said that the owner has ascended to become a god. Can this also be considered a beast spirit? Is Yu Xiaojiang blaspheming against the divine? It is neither an object nor a beast, but a spirit granted by the gods. I think it is more appropriate to call it a divine spirit. Furthermore, earth, fire, ice, storm, lightning, light, darkness, and even life. Is it somewhat laughable to categorize these elemental powers of heaven and earth as object spirits or beast spirits? Elemental spirit should be more appropriate, right? Also, most object spirits are inclined toward support." Ning Xiaotian scoffed, finding this statement to be utterly ridiculous. "Those knives, swords, guns, staffs, hammers, even hoes, sickles, and embroidery needles. Which of these commonly seen objects cannot be used to kill? Are these objects considered supportive as spirits? What about the Haotian hammer? What about the 7-killing sword? What about the breaking soul gun? Which one is not renowned? As for Yu Xiaojiang's other theories, I don't even want to discuss them anymore. There are simply too many fallacies. Speaking too much will only make me seem as foolish as him." Ning Xiaotian waved his hand, showing a face of disdain. "I can only say that such a theory full of loopholes dares to be presented. If someone really were to teach those young children according to it, it would surely mislead them. How is it that what I said is incorrect?" After a pause, Ning Xiaotian raised an eyebrow and looked around at everyone with a puzzled expression. Invincibility is so lonely. The eyes of the members of the Golden Fighting Team widened, mouths opening and closing, speechless. Bibi Dong's expression was complex. Her delicate face flushed red. Her right hand gripping the scepter turned pale. Her cherry lips slightly parted as she glared at Ning Xiaotian, yet found no rebuttal. Meanwhile, Liena beside her had transformed into a little fangirl. Looking at Ning Xiaotian with admiration, her eyes sparkling with starlight, filled with images of Ning Xiaotian. Ahem, what Tian'er said does make sense. The golden fighting Douluo came back to his senses, blinking awkwardly. As for Yu Xiaojing himself, I have never met him. I only know some things about his deeds. I even had some doubts in my heart. After speaking, Ning Xiaotian gently stroked his chin, appearing contemplative, wanting to say something but hesitating. Does Ning Xiaotian know about Xiaojing's movements? Or has the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School learned some secrets from those years? Bibi Dong's gaze shot sharply towards Ning Xiaotian, her expression serious, a chill gradually rising in her heart. Oh, what a mystery. Speak, I shall listen. Bibi Dong steadied her emotions, said lightly. Isn't it obvious upon hearing? Just in time, Ning Xiaotian turned his head, looking at Bibi Dong, bowing, yes, your holiness. First, as a great soul master with only level 29 soul power, he probably wouldn't dare to venture too deeply into the soul-hunting forest. How'd he gather enough data to support his theory back then? As far as I know, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is extremely exclusive. How could they have such extensive records of soul masters? I have heard that Yu Xiaojing once came to the Spirit Hall to study and even served as an honorary elder. Is this true? Ning Xiaotian looked at Yu Beiho, who was once a teammate of Bibi Dong and had pursued her in his youth, so he must have some resentment towards Yu Xiaojing and wouldn't lie. Yes, Yu Beiho replied straightforwardly. Then his theoretical data sources are questionable. I had the fortune of spending some time in the Wuhuan Palace's library, and I believe only the Wuhuan Palace has such detailed data records on soul masters across the continent. Did he teach at any academy under the Wuhuan Palace after he graduated? No. Yu Beiho's mouth twitched, secretly cursing that teaching was nonsense. He was either busy dating Bibi Dong or promoting his theories everywhere. Well, I was still wondering how he promoted his theories back then. Ning Xiaotian sikit. This time, Yu Beiho did not respond, but instead cast his gaze toward Bibi Dong, suggesting that it was thanks to the presence of the Pope standing not far from you that he was able to promote himself everywhere. Ning Xiaotian understood and decided to stop dwelling on it, continuing. Secondly, it is said that Yu Xiaojing later chose to leave the Spirit Hall to travel across the continent to prove his theory. But why, after more than 20 years? Have I never heard in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School that any of his disciples have traveled the continent? I've never heard of him teaching at any academy, nor have I heard of his cultivation breakthrough. According to his theory, there are no useless martial souls, only soul masters who can't cultivate. Since he is unwilling to teach at the Spirit Hall, why doesn't he go to a junior academy somewhere and teach those commoner soul masters? If Yu Xiaojing could teach a disciple among ordinary commoner students in the Spirit Hall who became famous across the continent, wouldn't that be the best proof of his theory? Or is it that he wants to find a genius with exceptional talent, perhaps one with innate full soul power or someone like the Pope's heir with dual martial souls, to take as his disciple? The pit is already dug. Ning Xiaotian remained expressionless and continued. Then he taught this disciple to become a titled Douluo and even achieve divinity, ultimately allowing his disciple to tell the world that he, Yu Xiaojing, is not a waste, but such a talented disciple, which force on the continent wouldn't be able to make him a titled Douluo. So, he neither wants to prove himself nor is willing to teach common students to gain proof through them. What exactly does he want to prove? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Yu Beiho even showed a look of disdain. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's face had turned somewhat pale, her gaze vacant and unfocused, as if her faith was collapsing. The third point, and the one I find most incomprehensible, I should say I'm even a bit angry, Ning Xiaotian continued, raising his fist tightly clenched, as if he was trying hard to suppress his emotions. P.S. That's all for today, just 3 chapters. Chapter 40. Yu Xiaojing's character, what could make a child feel anger? Bibi Dong pressed her left hand against her chest. Her cherry lips slightly pursed, and her pale, delicate face showed a look of shock as she stared blankly at Ning Xiaotian. Her anxious expression of wanting to hear, yet being afraid to listen resembled her own expression when checking her college entrance exam results in her past life. It seems Bibi Dong still doesn't know. Ning Xiaotian suddenly realized, but his speech didn't slow down, and with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth, he said, I heard that over 10 years ago, during his travels across the continent, Yu Xiaojing met a woman named Lu Erlong, and the two fell in love and even got married. They were married with the witness of Flender, and outsiders shouldn't know about this. As for why Yu Lemien would know, that's normal. After all, she is his biological daughter. It's only natural to pay attention to her. And Bibi Dong, it seems, belongs to the category of latecomers. She learned about it during her investigation of Tang San's twin martial souls after Yu Xiaojiang came out of seclusion. However, none of this is important and does not hinder Ning Xiaotian from making a big deal out of it. Disciple, you should take it easy, Duguyan said, breaking into a cold sweat, constantly making faces and glancing at Bibi Dong, fearing she would lose her temper and slap Ning Xiaotian to death on the spot. Apparently, he was overthinking it. Bibi Dong was already in a daze, her eyes unfocused, wearing an expression of disbelief with a hint of tears in her eyes. Ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, Ning Xiaotian continued to intensify. Unfortunately, on the day of the wedding, Lu Erlong's father came knocking, and the biological father of the bride is none other than Yu Lumian, the second in command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Ning Xiaotian slightly nodded, wearing an expression of sudden realization. Yu Xiaojiang is the son of Yu Yuanjin, which means Lu Erlong is Yu Xiaojiang's biological cousin. The topic was getting more and more explosive. Zhu Duo felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shift closer to Ning Xiaotian, blocking some of Bibi Dong's line of sight. At this moment, Bibi Dong had regained her senses, raising her head to look in Ning Xiaotian's direction, her eyes filled with coldness. Her delicate body trembling slightly, gripping her staff tightly, with veins slightly bulging, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if she was about to explode. Then, can you guess what Yu Xiaojiang did? Ning Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said, "What did he do?" Bibi Dong struggled to control her emotions, gritting her teeth as she spat out this question. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "He just ran away, right in front of Lu Erlong. He fled the wedding scene on the spot." Ning Xiaotian immediately cursed. How similar it was. When she was forced to break up, Yu Xiaojiang also escaped like this. Bibi Dong's tense body suddenly relaxed, her breath weak, her left hand resting on her chest, her delicate shoulder slightly hunched, and her right hand leaning on her scepter, looking like she was about to collapse. "Teacher," Hu Liena exclaimed in surprise, quickly running over to support Bibi Dong's left shoulder. Dulo, and Yi Beiho put down their restless hands, looking at each other, their eyes meeting with a chilling glint. If given the chance, they would definitely make Yu Xiaojiang experience the harshness of society. In the past, with Bibi Dong stuck in the middle, it was hard to take action, but now the three of them couldn't help but look at Ning Xiaotian with hopeful eyes, as if saying, "Don't stop, hurry up. Teacher, I'm fine." Bibi Dong straightened up, touched Hu Liena's little head, and focused her gaze on Ning Xiaotian, her expression containing a bit of sadness and confusion. As a woman herself, she could guess what this woman named Lu Erlong might face and could empathize with that kind of heartache. Such a deep obsession. Ning Xiaotian clicked his tongue. Unrequited love is truly terrifying. No, he couldn't stop. If it didn't break Bibi Dong's emotional barrier today, tomorrow she would break his heart. He needed to intensify his efforts. He must intensify his efforts. With this in mind, Ning Xiaotian quickly adjusted his mood, pretending to be enraged, snorting coldly and saying, "Has he ever thought about what kind of societal pressure this woman named Lu Erlong would have to bear after he escaped? A scandalous, illegitimate daughter? A promiscuous woman disregarding morality? Self-degrading by seducing her own cousin? Why did he escape at that moment? Since their marital relationship had not yet been established, Yu Xiaojiang only needed to clarify the situation to everyone present and to Yu Lumian to resolve this misunderstanding. Just a simple apology would have sufficed to sever his relationship with Lu Erlong, dissolve the marriage, and spare Lu Erlong from public condemnation. He could even find another suitable partner. When severing ties, one must be decisive. What did Yu Xiaojiang want by letting his own cousin bear the title of wife? Why could he neglect this mess for over 10 years? Why did he allow an innocent woman to endure all of this alone? Ning Xiaotian spoke with anger, as if he were experiencing the pain of Lu Erlong himself, vividly depicting her suffering in the Great Hall. Bibi Dong's eyes were confused, her expression struggling. Zhu Duo and the others were furious, and even Liena beside them glared angrily, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "Scumbag, big bad guy, shameless." Bibi Dong buried her head even lower. I even heard that the woman named Lu Erlong still faithfully upheld her duty as a wife, preserving her purity and patiently waiting for Yu Xiaojiang. As a woman, her most beautiful youthful years have been completely ruined by Yu Xiaojiang. At this point, Ning Xiaotian's expression was complex. He felt sorrow for Lu Erlong's situation, lamented her infatuation, regretted her foolishness, and simultaneously felt anger and disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. Before he could calm his emotions, Ning Xiaotian continued. Fourthly, Yu Xiaojing has not returned home for over 20 years since being expelled from his family. I heard that his father, Yu Yuanjin, opposed his expulsion at the time, but had to do so under pressure as the clan leader. Now, with Yu Yuanjin nearing the end of his life, one can imagine the pain of missing his son. Unfortunately, his son, who has vanished without a trace, has never thought of going back to see his father. Saying this, Ning Xiaotian took a step forward, looking around at everyone, his fist clenched before his chest, and shouted, "If you ask me how to evaluate him, without saying anything else, Yu Xiaojing is first and foremost an unfilial person. Moreover," Ning Xiaotian raised his voice, "he is also a man unworthy of trust. If I had a daughter, I would never let her marry such a person. I would rather let my daughter marry a man with multiple wives, as long as he can take on his responsibilities and treat everyone equally with care. Someone who does not abandon or give up, who can sacrifice himself for his woman at a critical moment, rather than marrying someone like Yu Xiaojing. To prove his stubbornness and maintain his fragile pride, evades responsibility, abandoning his father and wife. No matter what the reason is, this is not how a man should behave." At this point, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but think of his father, Ning Fengzhi, who was a competent husband and father. Is reputation or proving oneself really that important? My father, Ning Fengzhi, as the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, does his reputation on the continent not suffice? Ning Xiaotian sighed proudly. Raising his head, Ning Xiaotian looked around at everyone and said loudly, "But did he ever care about his reputation? Did he ever care about his pride? Did he ever abandon his wife? Of course not." Everyone understood. Bibi Dong also knew. If Ning Fengzhi cared about these things, he wouldn't have chosen to cooperate with the Wuhuan Palace, because doing so would inevitably lead to condemnation from his current allies in the future. If Ning Fengzhi cared, he wouldn't have paid the price to have Bibi Dong treat his wife. Was I wrong? Bibi Dong's eyes dimmed as she reflected, questioning whether the man she had been devoted to for so many years was truly worth her concern. Perhaps I am the one who cannot face reality? At this moment, Bibi Dong's thoughts were tumultuous. Just then, Ning Xiaotian's final question fell like a heavy hammer. What kind of person do you all think Yu Xiaojing really is? How should I evaluate him? As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell silent, abandoning at the beginning and ending. Liena said bluntly, without hesitation, "Well said." Ning Xiaotian gave Liena a look filled with 521 praises, without changing his expression. The others exchanged glances, and then, Douluo, heartless and ungrateful. Douluo, completely irresponsible. Beiho, a scumbag unworthy of being a son. Although these words were harsh, they were all reasonable, piercing straight into Bibi Dong's heart like needles. Bibi Dong suddenly looked up, scanning the crowd, but inside, she felt she had lost even the courage to be angry. Over 20 years of obsession. In the end, it was the bitter fruit of her own youthful naivety. Looking at this innocent and outspoken boy in front of her, Bibi Dong no longer felt anger. She only wanted to ask one last question. She was not someone who would be angry but not speak up. She wanted to put a satisfying end to this obsession. "Xiaotian, do you know where that woman named Liu Erlong is now?" Bibi Dong sighed. "She is now outside the imperial city of the Tiando Empire, and she has opened a school called Lamba Academy. It specifically enrolls and teaches common students." Ning Xiaotian sighed frankly. He knew that Bibi Dong would not harm Liu Erlong now. Instead, she would probably pity her. "Well, you all go down. Elder Ju, Elder Gui, you also go help Nana hunt soul rings." "Yes, your holiness." Chapter 41. Martial Soul Awakening 5 months later. Liena, Douluo, and others gathered together. With bright eyes filled with some tension and hope, they looked at Ning Xiaotian, who was glowing in front of them. He was undergoing the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony. Golden light, like jade and crystal, swirled around him like a group of fireflies dancing in the summer, gradually seeping into his body like a gentle spring rain. Slowly, a crystal clear, deep blue 7-layered pagoda appeared on Ning Xiaotian's right palm, shimmering with a light blue brilliance. It was as beautiful as the glow of dawn. Indeed, only 7 layers. Ning Xiaotian sighed, realizing he was not a lucky person, but rather an unlucky one. "Xiaotian, your martial soul looks really good." Liena put down her hands that were praying in front of her chest, her eyes full of joy. "Disciple, come. Place your hand on this soul testing orb, and let's test your soul power first." Douluo took out a basketball-sized round ball, looking somewhat nervous. As the young master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it is quite normal for Ning Xiaotian to awaken the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul. The key point lies in the subsequent innate soul power level test. An innate soul power level of 0 means a useless martial soul. It's just that real. Ning Xiaotian nodded, closed his eyes, and controlled his thoughts to retract his martial soul into his body. Then he placed his right hand on the soul testing orb, calming his mind to stimulate his soul power. Before awakening, he couldn't sense his soul power at all, but after awakening, he could easily activate it. This world is truly amazing. Ning Xiaotian silently sighed. Innate soul power level 8, not bad. Douluo showed a smile. An innate level 8 soul power is already considered top-tier genius on the continent. Genius my foot, my soul power level was obtained through titanium, alright? Ning Xiaotian tugged at the corners of his mouth. If it weren't for the numerous resources nurturing his body in the early stages, his current innate soul power might not even reach level 5, and the soul power in his body at birth was probably even less. Being born in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school with a wealthy family can only be said to be a good start. It really has nothing to do with being a prodigy. Besides, this is all fate. Ding, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Ning Xiaotian's eyes brightened, and he repeatedly shouted in his heart, "Is it the system, Daddy? Is it necessary for the martial soul to awaken to trigger the standard system, Daddy, for a transmigrator? System, do you have a newbie gift pack?" Ning Xiaotian stabilized his mind and silently made the standard request. The system did not respond to him. Could it be that my operation is wrong? Ning Xiaotian was undeterred and decided to shout it out loud when he returned to his room. Turning around, he met Liena's gaze filled with peach blossoms, and Ning Xiaotian smiled slightly. "My little fox, so cute." The little fox immediately blushed, her small hands touching her collar. "Oh, sorry, my badge fell on the ground." Liena suddenly lowered her head to glance at her chest, then gracefully bent down to quickly pick up the fallen badge exclusive to the Soul Palace students. Made of metal, durable, and explosion-proof. The sound of a heart breaking was heard. He really is a non-lucky guy, without a system. With a resentful glance at Liena, Ning Xiaotian gently patted his wounded little heart, thinking, "I'm not angry. This is my wife. I cannot hit or scold her." Now, his relationship with Liena was developing very well, and they could be considered the golden couple of the Soul Palace. Thanks to the many little stories accumulated in Ning Xiaotian's mind, the little fox had been completely conquered by him, and she would cling to him whenever she had free time. Perhaps it was because of Ning Xiaotian's careful guidance a few months ago that Bibi Dong had never intervened in his interactions with Liena. "Am I not stronger than Yu Xiaojiang?" Speaking of Yu Xiaojiang, Ning Xiaotian mourned for him. According to reliable information, Knight North Marquis had met Liu Erlong. Ning Xiaotian hadn't seen Knight North Marquis for several days, thinking he had broken through to level 80. So when Knight North Marquis finally showed up a few days later, Ning Xiaotian even took the initiative to congratulate him. The result was, these past few days, I was sent by His Holiness the Pope to meet a woman and repeated what you told us a few months ago. Ning Xiaotian immediately thought of Liu Erlong. After all, Bibi Dong had asked him about Liu Erlong's whereabouts. Could it be that after realizing her past mistakes, Bibi Dong felt that she had been fooled by Yu Xiaojiang when she was young and now wanted to get back at him? Ning Xiaotian had an epiphany. Provoking a woman one shouldn't provoke. Yu Xiaojiang might end up living a more miserable life than if he had died directly. Should he add fuel to the fire? During this time, he had almost finished exploring the library of the Spear Hall and had gained some insights, preparing to organize a more comprehensive theoretical system for Soul Masters. When he announced it in the name of the Spirit Hall, he chuckled, grinning widely. "Xiaotian, what are you thinking about?" Liena, who had just picked up her badge, felt a shiver when she saw Ning Xiaotian's mischievous eyes and kind smile. Every time Ning Xiaotian had that expression, Liena knew someone was about to have bad luck. Her teammate Yin now avoided Ning Xiaotian whenever he saw him. For example, today, on the good day of Ning Xiaotian awakening his martial soul, he made an excuse not to come and watch. "It's nothing, Nana," Ning Xiaotian sighed softly. "Umph, you must be up to no good again." Liena rolled her eyes cutely and said with annoyance. Ning Xiaotian touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. "Is it that obvious? By the way, Xiaotian, have you thought about your first spirit ring combination? With your current innate spirit power, you should be able to reach level 10 very soon. Of course, I've already made plans for that. The spirit skill configurations for you, Shiyue, and that guy Yin were all improved with my help." Ning Xiaotian sighed confidently. The spirit ring configurations for Shiyue and Yin were arranged by Elder Gue, asking Ning Xiaotian to help reconfigure them. After all, Ning Xiaotian's spirit skill configuration for Hu Liena that day impressed even this titled Douluo. Whether it's one sheep or three, they all have to be herded. Ning Xiaotian naturally agreed, as Shiyue and Yin were his Nana's teammates. Once he obtained his first soul ring, he would have to return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The collaboration between the sect and the Spirit Hall had not yet come to light, and the two would probably have to wait a long time before they could meet again. During this time, Ning Xiaotian was counting on Shiyue and Yin to help look after Hu Liena. My first soul skill, I plan to hunt the Swift Wind Demon Wolf. Its soul ring can produce a speed-enhancing soul skill. In the early stages, I feel that speed advantage is the most important. Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin and pondered. Acceleration. Running fast, steady. Xiaotian, what you said makes a lot of sense. Hu Liena nodded vigorously, her beautiful eyes smiling like a crescent moon. In battle, it's first to cut off the auxiliary soul masters of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This is already the consensus on the Douluo Continent. She didn't want to see Ning Xiaotian get hurt. Running fast is a good thing. P.S. No updates today. We'll make it up tomorrow. Chapter 42. Let's go flower arranging. Nana, my martial soul has awakened too. Let's take a break today and go flower arranging outside the courtyard, ignoring the mini 24-watt light bulbs. Ning Xiaotian looked at Hu Liena and said softly, "Sure." Hu Liena's eyes lit up as she grabbed Ning Xiaotian's arm and swayed back and forth. So soft. Ning Xiaotian realized something and instinctively glanced down at the little fox, who indeed showed some growth. With a cheerful step, Ning Xiaotian was dragged outside, and helplessly, he raised his right hand and waved it back, turning to say, "Then we'll be off." They walked out the door, heading towards the back of the courtyard. Their secret base was right there. The cold winter had passed, and the spring breeze was gently blowing. The flowers there were already in bud, ready for any arrangement. This was indeed the perfect time for flower arranging and creating branches. Rustle. A gentle breeze passed, and the tender branches swayed among the greenery. Ning Xiaotian, on the shaded path, felt a coolness wash over him, refreshing and invigorating. He tightened his grip on the soft flowers in his hand, looked down, and smiled at each other as they continued forward. The knee-high flower branches, with tender leaves just emerging, were fresh and translucent. The shy flower buds swayed in the wind, dancing toward the morning sun with seductive postures, occasionally brushing against the tips of their fingers. The two walked leisurely, shaking hands, stopping to admire the scenery along the way, crossing hills and streams, and finally stepping onto the Pot Valley primrose, where the intoxicating buds awaited. One patch after another, separated by paths. The pure, white sunlight shone down, sprinkling vibrant colors over the flowers and leaves, as if dressed in silver gauze. The valley's serene spring, ahead of the mundane world, was a miracle created by nature. Ning Xiaotian stood still and gazed. "Xiaotian, this place is so beautiful." Hu Liena lightly shook Ning Xiaotian's arm, her toes lightly tapping on the shimmering grass. Like a playful sprite. "Haha, without you, Nana, it's not as beautiful." Ning Xiaotian turned his head and smiled, delivering a timely compliment. "I'm ignoring you." Hu Liena rolled her eyes, her delicate nose wrinkled, her cheeks slightly flushed, puffing up like a little meat bun. Suddenly, she released the fingers hanging on Ning Xiaotian's arm and ran off joyfully. The girl jumped to a cluster of flowers and gently touched the flower buds with her pinky, showing a look of affection. Turning her head, she looked at Ning Xiaotian and said, "Xiaotian, these flowers haven't bloomed yet. Is it really okay if we pick some?" Ning Xiaotian walked forward with a light smile, his figure close to the girl's side as he lightly patted her delicate shoulder and gently tapped the flower leaves, confidently saying, "Of course, there's nothing wrong. Although this valley has plenty of sunlight and moisture, it can't handle so many flowers and plants growing wildly and extracting nutrients. If the branches and leaves are too dense, it's not a good thing either. Let us pick some side buds. It will create some space for them, and they will grow more vigorously and bloom more brilliantly in the future." Liena instinctively turned her head away, then suddenly lowered her head. Her fingers that were originally resting on the flower bud quickly retracted and tightly intertwined in front of her abdomen. She turned her body slightly, bowing her head, her eyelashes trembling, with a rosy blush on her cheeks. "What's going on?" Ning Xiaotian was confused. This girl used to hold his hand actively without reacting like this. She is quite diligent in urging for more stories. I wasn't even hugging her waist or shoulder. I just gently patted a few times. What is this little fox imagining? Ning Xiaotian felt stiff. His right hand resting on Liena's shoulder had nowhere to go, and he was just awkwardly stuck there. A woman's heart is indeed like a needle in the ocean. Really? Liena suddenly turned her head again, her voice as light as a warbler's song. Her eyes fixed intently on Ning Xiaotian, her expression full of determination, with a glimmer of water in her phoenix-like eyes. Is she really self-strategizing? Ning Xiaotian was taken aback, feeling flattered. If he said no, the little fox would surely cry for a long time, and then it would reach Bibi Dong's ears, leading her to drag him to the secret chamber that night to bind him, drip wax, and whip him. Terrifying, too terrifying. His delicate body couldn't withstand such torment. It seemed he could only bravely sacrifice himself. Ning Xiaotian's expression became solemn, his gaze soft and tender, firmly staring into Liena's eyes, and he smiled softly, saying, "Of course." The little fox's eyes indeed brightened, her smile like a flower, happily jumping into Ning Xiaotian's arms, twisting and turning, her delicate arms wrapping around his waist, as if she wanted to merge her body with his and never part. Her body was so soft, but unfortunately, Ning Xiaotian gently patted the girl's delicate back. His brows furrowed, gritting his teeth as he softly called out, "Nana, all right, let go for now." He had just awakened his martial soul and hadn't absorbed a single soul ring, while Liena was already at level 20, with astonishing strength. This generous embrace was too much for his old waist to bear. It seemed he would have to work harder on strengthening his waist in the future. Ning Xiaotian sighed inwardly, gently releasing Liena, twisting his waist, and squatting down to quickly take out a few exquisite vases and 2 pairs of scissors from his storage soul guide. This wrist storage soul guide was a personal gift from Bibi Dong, acknowledging Ning Xiaotian's many contributions to the Spirit Hall over the past year. And now he could finally make use of it. After the winter, when the weather turned pleasant, Ning Xiaotian had come here to discover the beautiful scenery of the valley had already unfolded, so he had asked Zhu Tutelao to procure such items. Besides these, there was also a piece of Elder's order inside. Perhaps it was Bibi Dong's investment in his future, the future lord of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school, which was worth it. Carefully placing the vases on the grass, Ning Xiaotian turned and softly said, "Nana, come on, I'll cut the flower branches, and you can arrange them in the vases." Perhaps due to their previous heartfelt gaze, their relationship seemed to have no more misunderstandings, and at this moment, Liena felt no longer shy. Hearing Ning Xiaotian's call, the girl responded with a charming smile. "Okay, Xiaotian." Picking up the scissors, Ning Xiaotian carefully trimmed the branches and leaves of the flower clusters in front of him, then selected flower branches with suitable lengths and handed them to Liena beside him. Liena gently took them, found a spot she liked, inserted them, and arranged them into her preferred shape. If she was not satisfied, she used the scissors to trim them according to her wishes. 1 for Xiaotian, 1 vase for the teacher, 1 for brother, 1 for me, and 1 for Elder Ju. Liena filled all the vases, watered them, and labeled them. After adjusting them, it seemed she felt something was still not right, so she picked up the scissors again to carefully fine-tune them. That focused look under the sunlight's reflection was truly charming and enchanting. Ning Xiaotian gazed intently, his expression complicated. He would soon have to leave the Spirit Hall, and before accomplishing anything there, he and Liena wouldn't be able to see each other for a long, long time. A cool breeze brought a chill, rustling the scattered branches and leaves left after pruning on the ground, the green leaves curling slightly, trembling in the wind. Ning Xiaotian was startled awake by a cool breeze, staring blankly at the leaves swaying on the ground. He carefully reached down to pick up the twigs, piecing them together, intertwining them, trimming away the knots, and then picking up a few strands of grass and some flower buds to weave in. A refreshing and elegant flower crown was slowly being crafted in Ning Xiaotian's hands. "Nana," Ning Xiaotian called softly. "Xiaotian, what's wrong?" Liena stopped her repairs and tilted her little head. Ning Xiaotian remained silent, carefully placing the flower crown on Liena's head, gently adjusting its position. Liena was momentarily stunned, leaning towards Ning Xiaotian, lowering her head to make it easier for him to adjust the crown. The little fox looked so cute with a flower crown on her head that Ning Xiaotian's heart raced. He couldn't help but hold her a little tighter and softly said, "You look really beautiful with it." Liena let out a soft sound, leaning even closer into Ning Xiaotian's embrace. Ning Xiaotian looked down in response, and his gaze suddenly landed on Liena's neck, which was very white and empty. Without hesitation, Ning Xiaotian reached out his left hand, slipped it into her collar, and tugged. He then lowered his head, tilted it, and unexpectedly took out a red string with a white jade talisman. On the pure white jade, a reverse Fu character could be faintly seen. Gently flipping it over, It was also engraved with the words peace. Nana, this is a protective talisman my mother gave me. I came to put it on you. Ning Xiaotian sighed softly. Xiaotian, how can this be? This is... Liena, upon hearing Ning Xiaotian's gentle call, looked up and saw the jade talisman in his palm, quickly refusing. If there truly were divine beings in the heavens to protect the wearer, she would prefer that person to be Ning Xiaotian. Nana, be obedient. Turning around, Ning Xiaotian looked at her, his expression firm. Liena's eyes grew moist, and she slowly turned around, wrapping around her beautiful neck like fat. Ning Xiaotian gently adjusted the red string and put the protective talisman on Liena. The early spring sunlight was gentle and pleasant, stretching the shadows of the two long. On the mountain peak behind, two elders and a child. You, as the older brother, should learn from this. Xiaoyu scratched his head awkwardly. And you, old ghost, with that deadpan face every day, you have no appreciation for romance at all. Ghost Douluo remained silent. Elders, is it really okay for us to peek like this? Xiaoyu felt a bit guilty. I'm also Xiaotian's teacher. It should be fine. Zhu Douluo said with some hesitation. Huh, what are you afraid of? Old Zhu, little you two better open your eyes wide and see who is standing on the slope over there. Ghost Douluo threw a disdainful glance. The Pope. P.S. As the first female lead, let's simply wrap up and say goodbye. Sigh. The word count exceeded again. Chapter 43. Stardew Great Forest, how green. Beautiful moments are always too short. Ning Xiaotian also felt helpless. Although he had deliberately slowed down his cultivation speed to spend more time with the little fox, it was still too short. Perhaps it was due to the many preparations he made for his martial soul awakening, such as training, medicinal baths, and nurturing. There was still a lot of soul power within him that had not been fully absorbed by his body. After awakening his martial soul, this stored soul power finally began to take effect. For a period after the awakening of his martial soul, Ning Xiaotian could clearly feel that even if he completely stopped meditating and cultivating, the soul power in his body would still slowly increase. In less than 4 months, his soul power had already broken through to level 10. In this world where strength is paramount, only by being strong enough can one qualify to protect everything they currently possess. Ning Xiaotian also understood that he could no longer remain stubborn for personal feelings. Therefore, as soon as he got up this morning, he informed Zhu Douluo of his breakthrough and discussed hunting for soul rings. Liena, knowing that Ning Xiaotian would leave the spirit hall after obtaining the soul ring and unwilling to give up the rare opportunity to be together, naturally wanted to follow him. In the end, the group decided to turn this operation into a special outdoor trial. Led by Zhu Douluo and Bibi Dong, only Liena, Xiaoyu, and Yin would collaborate to hunt. After all, it was just the first soul ring, and the soul beasts to be hunted were not very strong. Moreover, since a few months ago when they discussed Liena's soul ring configuration, the Spirit Hall had sent out a large number of personnel to search for the coordinates of the Wolfpack soul beasts and had already achieved some results. Therefore, this outing would not require too much time for searching. They could go directly to the destination, at the outskirts of the Stardew Great Forest. This is truly a deep mountain and old forest. Ning Xiaotian transformed into a curious baby, looking around. This was his first time in the Stardew Great Forest, and he was filled with novelty about the surrounding environment. Well, more accurately, he was scared. Looking up, he saw towering ancient trees reaching into the clouds, with dense branches and leaves blocking out the sun. In his past life, each one would have been worthy of incense offerings. And here, they were everywhere. Looking ahead, there were bizarre and colorful unknown plants, with numerous fireflies dancing among them, glowing with halos. The dense foliage blocked the sunlight, and the dim, quiet path ahead was filled with mystery. Facing this environment, it was impossible for Ning Xiaotian not to feel nervous. He could only proceed cautiously, clustered in the center by the two Douluos, Zhu and Gu, who were protecting him as they moved forward. Liena, who was used to seeing Ning Xiaotian's mature and shrewd side, also saw him being so careful for the first time and couldn't help but smile, covering her mouth to giggle. Then she reached out and tightly linked her arm through Ning Xiaotian's, adopting a protective hen-like posture, exuding an air of confidence, as if to say that no one else could compare. Yin, on the other hand, was cocky and boasted. Little brother Xiaotian, don't be afraid. Your brother Yin is here to protect you. The rain has stopped, and the sky is clear. I feel like I can do anything again. Ning Xiaotian remained silent, turned his head, and gave Yin a meaningful glance, jotting down a note in his little notebook. Yin immediately shrank his head back and turned away. Let's stop for now. The Gale Demon Wolf pack should be nearby. Old Zhu, You take Xiaotian and the others to wait here while I go take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Ghost Douluo leaped up a tree, jumping continuously and disappearing from everyone's sight. "Then let's rest here for now." Douluo watched Ghost Douluo leave, turned back, and whispered, "Okay, teacher." Ning Xiaotian turned around and patted the delicate fingers of Liena resting on his arm, signaling her to sit down. He took out a blanket from his soul guide and then pulled out a large pile of snacks: candied fruits, sunflower seeds, grapes, dried fish, rabbit jerky, all things that the little fox loved to eat. He was well prepared for this outdoor activity. "Are you here for a vacation?" Yin looked at the items appearing in Ning Xiaotian's hands, stunned. "Isn't it?" Ning Xiaotian raised an eyebrow, shot Yin a sidelong glance, and added, "You don't even need me to make a move." Yin was speechless, lowering his head to crack open sunflower seeds. "Your body is quite honest." Ning Xiaotian tugged at the corner of his mouth, not looking at him, opening his mouth to accept the grapes that the little fox had peeled and sent to his mouth. They were indeed very sweet. He peeled one as a return gift. The little fox opened its mouth and happily accepted it. Yin remained silent, pulling out a cup of warm water from his soul guide, opening it, tilting his head back, gulping it down. "I clearly came first. Why did this guy Ning Xiaotian intercept me?" Yan's eyes dimmed, feeling frustrated inside, unconsciously tilting his head back even higher. The warm water in the cup suddenly surged out due to Yan's sudden tilt, causing him to cough. "Yan, you really need to be more careful. You choked on water?" Ning Xiaotian turned his head at the sound, looking at Yin in surprise, and, out of kindness, offered some comforting words. Yin covered his nose, his eyes filled with resentment. Ning Xiaotian casually touched the sunflower seeds on the ground, feeling empty as he did so. He turned his head to glance at Yan's side, where a high pile of sunflower seed shells filled 2 bowls. Looking around, he wondered why the ghost elder hadn't returned yet. Could it be that the pack of swift-wind wolves had migrated? With the strength and speed of Ghost Douluo, he should have finished the seeds by now and still be back. This is not scientific. There is that possibility, but there's no need to worry. If the old ghost has found the wolf pack, he will send a signal to call me. So let's just wait here peacefully, Douluo said casually, then popped a piece of candied fruit into his mouth. He squinted his eyes, a shiver running through his body. Clearly, he had great confidence in the ghost elder's strength, and with his perception, if there was a fight nearby involving the ghost elder, he would definitely be able to sense it. Silence. It seems someone is coming this way. Could be the old ghost. Douluo suddenly perked up, his eyes fixed on a certain direction. Is it really true that they come just like that? Ning Xiaotian abruptly sat up straight, tried to eavesdrop like Douluo. Sadly, he heard nothing. With a sigh, Ning Xiaotian could only follow the gaze of Douluo and look toward the patch of grass in the distance. Rustle. Rustle. The 8 eyes versus 4 eyes revealed that the newcomers were not Ghost Douluo. Instead, it was a man and a woman, one old and one young. Ning Xiaotian looked over and saw an old man approaching, with silver hair, green eyes, and wearing green leather armor adorned with numerous sparkling green gemstones. He truly was a sight to behold in all green. Turning his gaze to the side, he was suddenly dazzled. Next to the old man stood a slender and beautiful young girl, who seemed to be of a similar size to Liena. She had short purple hair and bright green eyes, exuding an unusual beauty. Her figure was tall and graceful, dressed in blue scale armor, and, surprisingly, she was even more voluptuous than the little fox. Her lovely face was radiant, with full red lips and exposed shoulders, and a tight blue miniskirt accentuated her curvy hips, revealing a long, fair leg. "Wait." Ning Xiaotian's brows suddenly furrowed as he scrutinized the girl from head to toe, missing no detail. Chapter 44. The Old Poisoner and the Chrysanthemum Pass. Is this Dugubo and his granddaughter Duguyan? This outfit in green is indeed quite unique. And as for Duguyan, it seems she was born with poison in her veins. Ning Xiaotian sensed something and couldn't help but sigh. "Oomph." Liena snorted coldly, turned her head away, her slender fingers instinctively twisting, pinching a vital point. Nana, it hurts." Ning Xiaotian felt as if struck by lightning. His body tensed up in pain, afraid to move, and could only reach out to grasp the mischievous fingers, pleading for mercy. Liena withdrew her weapon, hugged her knees, pouted, and turned her head away, sulking and refusing to look at him. Ning Xiaotian, with a resentful look in his eyes, rubbed his waist and thought, is this self-created soul skill that hurts the way something that girls can master without any guidance? They use it so skillfully and with such impressive power. I, Ning Xiaotian, would call it the strongest battle soul skill. The little pervert deserves it. Duguyan, hiding behind Donggubo, stretched out her little head to look at the pain Ning Xiaotian, raised her small fist, and started throwing random punches in the air. With her cheeks puffed out, she muttered softly, "Who told you, you little pervert, to keep staring at me just now, and even stop in that place to look? Umph, bad guy, not learning well." At this moment, Ning Xiaotian was in excruciating pain, continuously rubbing his bluish waist fat, with no time for further explanations. "Why is it so hard to be a good person?" Ning Xiaotian lamented. He had been staring at Duguyan not out of mere lust, but was conducting a medical observation. He had long since thoroughly studied the book Mysterious Doctor, 100 Cures for All Poisons in the Spear Hall Library. The moment he saw Dugubo, he realized that the latter was deeply poisoned. The stench emanating from Dugubo could be detected with just a gust of wind. As for Duguyan, her scent was masked by the old pickled vegetables nearby, making it impossible to judge her condition. He could only keep watching her, looking for evidence from other aspects, as he was a serious doctor. After careful observation, Ning Xiaotian had some clues. Duguyan had no color on either side of her fingertips. "I'm not looking at her," but he could only blame it on the fact that her fingers happened to be in that position. Her eyes were a dull green, slightly dim, with purple blood vessels visible in the whites. Although her lips were full and painted with red lipstick to conceal it, they lacked luster, which was quite evident. There was also a darkening around the collarbone beneath her neck, and her armpits were completely devoid of color. Overall, Duguyan was lightly poisoned, but the poison ran throughout her body. Ning Xiaotian could conclude that if left untreated, she would not live past 30. Of course, if she could be sent to the ice and fire Yin for recovery later when her cultivation was higher, she would not be in danger of losing her life. But her cultivation speed would be significantly hindered, and the toxin would eventually flare up. While it wouldn't be fatal, it would be unbearable. To be precise, it would be excruciating, especially in the cold winter. Extreme cold suppresses poison, but with Duguyan's current cultivation, she could not survive at the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. If she were to encounter damp cold, like heavy rain at night or winter, it would be unbearable. Just thinking about it gave Ning Xiaotian goosebumps. Duguyan could definitely roll around on the bed, crying all night. This would be far more enduring than the pain his own Nana felt when pinched on the waist. If she didn't start a fire in winter, she wouldn't even need to exercise to lose weight. The pain would keep her awake for months, causing her to lose 20 pounds. "Nana, you've misunderstood me." He glanced at Duguyan and then leaned closer to Liena, softly explaining. Ignoring Dugubo's somewhat moved expression, he clenched his right hand and whispered close to Liena's ear, "She shouldn't live past 30. "What? How can that be?" Liena quickly covered her mouth with her small hand, then glanced at Duguyan with a look of pity. "Little ghost, what did you say?" Dugubo's expression changed in shock, his aura surging, his voice booming like thunder. With his cultivation and hearing, he naturally heard the quiet conversation between the two. How could he not be anxious or angry when it concerned his granddaughter's life and death? The key point was that the other party seemed to have determined his granddaughter was severely poisoned just by observing her with their eyes, without pretense. Presumptuous. The chrysanthemum Douluo, seeing Dugubo reveal his titled Douluo aura, did not dare to be careless. He directly summoned his chrysanthemum martial spirit, jumping in front of Ning Xiaotian and the others to display his titled strength and block the pressure, his face showing anger, as if ready to pounce. He naturally recognized Dugubo, known for his poison, and the Spirit Hall had records of him. But he did not expect that this guy had actually cultivated to the titled Douluo level. This was a bit troublesome. The key was that the other side only needed to protect one person, while he had to protect four. His martial spirit was not good at strong attacks and couldn't quickly eliminate the opponent. If a battle broke out and the opponent seized the opportunity to release a large area of toxic mist, the consequences would be too serious. Damn it, why is it always me at a disadvantage? The chrysanthemum Doll was extremely frustrated. The situation was very unfavorable for him. Dugubo, do you want to die? The chrysanthemum Doll unleashed all his aura, loudly reprimanding, tried to intimidate the other party, secretly thinking that as long as he called back the ghost Douluo, they could jointly eliminate the two in front of them. Stop trying to scare me. Dugubo snorted, tightly guarding his granddaughter behind him. He naturally recognized the chrysanthemum Douluo and knew that the ghost Douluo was likely nearby. It would be troublesome once he returned. Thinking of this, Dugubo couldn't help but take a step back. Ning Xiaotian saw Dugubo's intention to retreat and quickly shouted, "Senior Dugu, please retract your aura. My words just now were not meant to harm. Moreover, I can see the poison on you, and naturally, I have a way to resolve it. Dugubo, you're a titled Douluo who plays with poison. How can you be poisoned? What a rarity." The chrysanthemum Douluo stared at Dugubo, who was retracting his aura, unable to help but mock him. Chrysanthemum Douluo, I know the ghost Douluo is nearby, but don't think I'm afraid of you. At worst, I'll directly self-destruct the poison pill to see who suffers. Duguyan said, glancing at the Chrysanthemum Douluo's back. These 4 children, being protected closely by 2 titled Douluos, probably had non-simple identities. He also understood that the longer he stayed here with his granddaughter, the more dangerous it would be. But upon hearing Ning Xiaotian say there was a way to detoxify, he hesitated and ultimately decided to stay. His wife, son, and daughter-in-law had all died from this poison, and now only he and his granddaughter were left to rely on each other. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he did not want to miss it. Let us fight. A bicycle turns into a motorcycle. 2-4-4. Let us see who suffers the most. Could the martial spirit fusion technique of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo be faster than my direct self-destruction? Old poisoner you. Chrysanthemum Douluo. What about it? Old man, don't call me Chrysanthemum Douluo. Chapter 45. Who doesn't he have a medicinal garden? Old poisoner? Chrysanthemum Douluo? Ning Xiaotian was stunned, looking at the two with a strange expression. This CP nickname was something he witnessed under such circumstances. Was this fate's encounter? However, no matter what, today he could meet Duguyan, which could be considered a kind of fate and a rare opportunity. He could talk to Duguyan about detoxification methods and conveniently figure out the situation of the ice and fiery Yang Eye. If he could take both of them away, that would be even better. With this in mind, Ning Xiaotian quickly transformed into a matchmaker, looking at the Chrysanthemum Douluo and saying, "Cough, teacher, please calm down." The Chrysanthemum Douluo turned his head away, proud. He then turned to Duguyan. "Senior Dugu, why don't we sit down and discuss this slowly?" "Good, this young friend is reasonable." Duguyan nodded in approval, leading his granddaughter to bypass the standing Chrysanthemum Douluo and walk straight towards Ning Xiaotian. The old man really has no shame. The Chrysanthemum Douluo was so angry his teeth itched, sitting down in place and sulking. If it weren't for hearing Ning Xiaotian say he could cure this girl, which might add strength to the spirit hall in the future, he would want to take advantage of the distance between the two to directly attack and kill the old man in front of him, leaving the woman for his disciple as a maid, to toil day and night in service, to relieve his resentment. "Young friend, how did you see that both of us are poisoned?" Duguyan sat casually beside Ning Xiaotian, turning his head, his eyes filled with a desire for survival. "Senior, it's because of the stench on you. Only those poisoned to the bone would emit such a smell." Ning Xiaotian turned to Duguyan and clasped his hands in greeting, acknowledging their acquaintance. "As for your granddaughter, her eyes, earlobes, lips, collarbone, fingertips, side of her armpit, could this child really be able to detoxify?" Duguyan was surprised. He was knowledgeable about poisons and could naturally judge Ning Xiaotian's words. The more he listened, the more he felt that every word Ning Xiaotian said was reasonable and hit the nail on the head. On the other hand, Duguyan, standing beside him, felt her face grow increasingly flushed with each body part mentioned. She even felt as if her body was being seen through by the other party. She instinctively closed her legs and pressed her hands tightly against her chest, her red lips slightly pursed, her voice low and murmuring, chanting, "Shameless, little lecher. Big pervert." Xiaoyu and Yan exchanged glances, their mouths twitching, but their expressions were sincere, involuntarily following Ning Xiaotian's words to look at Duguyan. It couldn't be said to be unrelated. It could only be said that the places Ning Xiaotian observed did indeed have a bit of mutual secret commentary between the two. Looking at the frightened Duguyan curled up in the corner, who Liena's eyes also revealed a dangerous aura, her delicate fingers moving, wanting to take action. If it weren't for seeing the focused expression on Ning Xiaotian's face while explaining, her fingertips might have already reached some critical spot. "I didn't expect you to have such insights at such a young age," Duguyan exclaimed after listening. "Of course, this is my good disciple. He has received my true teachings." Jude Douluo looked up, smiling broadly, feeling proud, as if those words were praising himself. "Oh, why didn't you, as a teacher, notice this?" Duguyan looked at Jude Douluo skeptically. "Are we very familiar?" "It's just that my disciple has a kind heart," Jude Douluo retorted, secretly thinking that he couldn't see anything. As long as his disciple could see it, that was enough. He had no interest in using poison. He was too lazy to learn. Duguyan expressed his desire not to see Jude Douluo's flamboyant face anymore, and quickly turned to Ning Xiaotian, speaking in a friendly tone. "Young friend, do you have any methods for detoxification? The solution isn't difficult, but the materials needed are extremely hard to find." Ning Xiaotian teased. "Young friend, tell me, no matter what is needed, Even if I have to search the entire continent, I will get it for you, Dugubo said excitedly, leaning forward with remarkable speed. Even Duguyan beside him widened her eyes slightly, staring intently at Ning Xiaotian, examining him from top to bottom. Actually, he looks quite good. First, we need a soul bone, preferably a right arm bone that is over 10,000 years old. Ning Xiaotian said, Soul bone, can this thing detoxify? Dugubo was taken aback, frowning in confusion. He had a head soul bone on his head, but he had never seen it detoxify anything. Ning Xiaotian nodded and said, Senior Dugu, if I'm not mistaken, the toxins in your body should originate from your martial soul, and they can be inherited. Otherwise, your granddaughter wouldn't be covered in toxins at such a young age. Indeed, Dugubo's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again as he sighed. That's right. My emerald phosphor snake martial soul releases snake venom continuously as my cultivation progresses, and it gradually exceeds the body's tolerance, showing signs of poisoning. Moreover, the higher the realm of the previous generation, the stronger the inherited toxins. This is also the reason why only my granddaughter and I are left in my family. After saying that, Dugubo's mood became heavy, revealing a look of pain. Since the body can't withstand it, why not transfer it to something else to bear it? For example, to a soul bone. Soul bones are inanimate and won't be poisoned. Transfer the toxins to the soul bone? How'd I not think of that? Dugubo suddenly slapped his thigh, looking enlightened. But why must it be the right arm bone? Dugubo caught the blind spot, slightly bowing his head to stroke his white hair, and asked, Can other parts of the soul bone work? Because it can be used for combat. Ning Xiaotian nodded and earnestly explained, Senior, imagine if we can transfer the toxins to the right arm bone. Wouldn't that make the right claw a poisonous claw that can harm enemies? Could it be? Are you left-handed, Senior? Ning Xiaotian tilted his head, staring at Dugubo's left hand, shrugging, of course. Additionally, it's safer. Transferring toxins to any part means that part carries a risk. If it's placed in the skull and gets hit, what if the toxins accidentally leak out? That's true. This method is indeed brilliant. Dugubo realized, nodding in praise. He wasn't skilled in leg techniques, so using leg soul bones would indeed make it difficult to use the toxins effectively. The skull and torso bones also pose a risk of leakage, making the hand bone the most appropriate choice, as it could be flexibly used in combat while minimizing risk. However, the soul bone isn't the most challenging part. The hardest part is the process of transferring the toxins. Seeing that Dugubo understood, Ning Xiaotian nodded and continued. Senior Dugu, your toxins have saturated your entire body, even penetrating into the bone marrow. Relying solely on your own strength for the transfer will definitely be inefficient. Additionally, if we first clear your body's toxins, your cultivation will likely diminish significantly. Therefore, Ning Xiaotian emphasized, the best way is to use medicinal herbs as an aid to activate and draw out the toxins in your body, speeding up the transfer process. However, I'm sorry to say, my teacher, Duguyan, has some herbs in his medicinal garden, but the most important medicinal guide is missing. Ning Xiaotian sighed awkwardly. What? You want to use my medicinal garden? Dream on. Douluo jumped up, casting a disdainful glance at Dugubo and loudly refusing. That's the fruit of my years of hard work. Besides, Dugubo just offended me. He was very angry and not open to negotiation. Young friend, tell me what herbs you need. I also have a medicinal garden in the Heavendo Empire. Dugubo ignored Douluo and asked Ning Xiaotian eagerly. Which family doesn't have a medicinal garden? P.S. Caught up with 4 chapters. Chapter 46. It really is the ice and fire yin-yang eye. You can't even detoxify yourself. How could you have any good herbs? Douluo's face was full of disbelief. Could it be that Dugubo really found the ice and fire yin-yang eye? Ning Xiaotian continued to fish for information. Senior Dugu. The medicinal guides need to include herbs with both hot and cold opposing properties. Hot herbs can activate the toxins, making all the hidden toxins in the body manifest. Glancing at Dugubo and seeing him stroking his beard and nodding seriously, Ning Xiaotian raised his chin and continued, cold herbs can pacify the toxins while protecting the body, reducing variables during the transfer process. Additionally, the herbs used need to be selected on-site because everyone's martial soul and physique differ. A slight error in medication could harm the foundation and affect future cultivation speed, or in severe cases, pose a risk to life. Bowing slightly to Dugubo, he noticed Duguyan turning her face away proudly. Ning Xiaotian politely said, For instance, Senior Dugu, your emerald phosphor snake martial soul has a cold attribute, and your physique is also cold in nature, so more hot attribute herbs are needed to activate the toxins. What you say makes sense. Dugubo pondered for a moment, then looked up at Ning Xiaotian and nodded in admiration. Country bumpkin, you do sneered. Dugubo raised an eyebrow, glanced at Duuluo, and retorted, "Don't say that. I actually have a few of those two opposing properties of herbs. What a coincidence, isn't it?" If it weren't for Dugubo being sure that this was his first meeting with Ning Xiaotian, he would have suspected that the other party had been to his medicinal garden. His garden wasn't special. It just had a lot of those two types of herbs growing everywhere. One hot, one cold, in extreme conditions. The herbs that grow there must be related to the opposing properties. Could it be that the heavens are not going to abandon my Duga lineage? Dugubo didn't doubt it and secretly rejoiced. "Old poison, stop lying to me. If you have the guts, name a few for me to hear." Duoluo felt insulted. These two types of herbs could only be cultivated in special environments, and he didn't have any. How could Dugubo have them? Believe it or not, Dugubo remained calm. The saying goes, what you fear most is what you covet. It was clear that Duoluo was a scheming thief. Moreover, he was backed by the continent's #1 power, the Spirit Hall, and could bully others with his influence, having already reached the title Douluo level, a super thief. One must be cautious. With this in mind, Dugubo decided not to pay attention to the increasingly agitated Duoluo, but instead turned his gaze to Ning Xiaotian. "Young friend, when you have time, I can personally take you to the Heavendo Empire for a look. It seems that it really is the ice and fire yin-yang eye." Ning Xiaotian's eyes lit up as he looked at Dugubo, feeling extremely excited. Only such a place could nurture these herbs. Since that's the case, then Senior Dugu should temporarily accompany us. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Ning Xiaotian politely said, "To be honest, I came to the Stardow Forest today to obtain my first spirit ring, and once this matter is settled, I will return to the Heavendo Empire." After saying that, Ning Xiaotian glanced at Liena beside him, and their eyes met, dimming. He couldn't bear to part with the little fox. Liena lowered her head, subconsciously tightening her grip on Ning Xiaotian's arm, her eyes slightly red. "Oh, young friend, you're from the Heavendo Empire?" Dugubo said instinctively. A person from the Heavendo Empire mixed with the Spirit Hall. His identity must not be simple. Was there something hidden? "Yes. My name is Ning Xiaotian. I'm from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect in the Heavendo Empire." Ning Xiaotian nodded. "Ning Xiaotian, you are the one who went to the Spirit Hall to study medicine to treat your mother." No wonder. Dugubo suddenly understood. The name Ning Xiaotian has become well known in the Tiando Empire, and Dugubo naturally understands this. It's just that he has never seen him in person. "Am I that famous?" Ning Xiaotian asked in surprise, not expecting that Senior Dugu also knew about his matters. Ever since he arrived at the Spirit Hall, he has indeed had little contact with his sect, mainly out of fear of arousing the suspicion of the imperial family of the Tiando Empire, which could lead to unnecessary trouble. Some things, whether you have done them or not, will attract suspicion as long as there is communication. That's just human nature. However, based on what Dugubo said earlier, Ning Xiaotian could roughly guess that his father Ning Fengzhi had successfully concealed the truth about his mother being treated by Bibi Dong and the matter of the celestial herbs. Yang Wudi also hadn't mentioned that he had sold the ancestral secret recipe for celestial herbs at a good price. The saying family shame should not be made public still holds some truth. Naturally, the matter concerning his friend had spread throughout the Heavendo Empire. Everyone praised his filial piety. Dugubo looked at Ning Xiaotian with a gaze full of affection. This was a child with a good heart. With a prominent and wealthy family background, he was quite suitable to be his son-in-law. Just as he finished speaking, Dugubo disdainfully glanced at the jelly Douluo and said in a sarcastic tone, "By the way, I also heard that you were tricked by the Spirit Hall out of 2 food recipes. You know about this?" Ning Xiaotian was dumbfounded. Those 2 recipes were intercepted before they even left the Spirit Hall. So how had they spread throughout the Heavendo Empire? How could matters related to food and drink be kept a secret? The branches of the Spirit Hall had long since opened in the Heavendo Empire. I even took my granddaughter there to eat a few times. That hot pot had a novel way of eating, and it was indeed quite good. My young friend has great talents. As a glutton, Dugubo placed a high value on food and drink, reasoning that since the poison in his body wouldn't be cured anyway, he might as well eat and drink well. At least he could die full, right? Bibi Dong was really quick to act, Ning Xiaotian thought. Could it be that his father Ning Fengzhi had deliberately leaked this information? To create a conflict between the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall, stabilizing the emperor of the Heavendo Empire. Shui? It should be like that. His father was quite adept at taking advantage of a situation. By the way, Senior Dugu, may I ask what brings you to the Stardow Forest today? Ning Xiaotian came back to his senses and looked up at Dugubo, wondering if he was also here to hunt soul beasts. Well, My granddaughter just broke through to level 20 recently, so I brought her here to obtain a soul ring. Poisonous snake-type soul beasts are more abundant in the Duguyan forest. Ning Xiaotian nodded. This was indeed the case. If it were just hunting ordinary snake-type soul beasts, the soul-hunting forest and the sunset forest would suffice, and there were plenty of them. However, for highly poisonous snake-type soul beasts, there were indeed more varieties in the more complex environment of the Duguyan forest. And Duguyan's martial soul, the emerald phosphor snake, was precisely a type of highly poisonous beast martial soul. Duguyan, Ning Xiaotian seemed to have thought of something and said, I do have some insights on soul ring matching for the younger generation. May I ask what your granddaughter's martial soul and first soul ring are? After all, it is very likely that Duguyan will join his camp in the future, and Ning Xiaotian is willing to help with this. The most important thing is that in the original work, Duguyan's soul ring and soul skill configuration are really a huge letdown. Clearly positioned as a control-type soul master, yet the soul skills are support-type, it's really frustrating. First soul skill, phosphor red poison, stimulates the nerves, increasing attack power and speed by 20. Second soul skill, phosphor blue poison, eliminates pain, increasing defense by 30. What are these skills? Are you sure your martial soul is a venomous snake and not a medicinal snake? Chapter 47. If you can't beat them, join them. Are you also good at these? Duguyan asked in surprise. Old poison master, who do you look down on? My disciple is unparalleled in theoretical knowledge of soul masters, even recognized personally by His Holiness the Pope. Zhu Douluo threw the leftover fruit pit on the ground, glaring angrily. So impressive, Duguyan's pupils constricted. A beneficial and harmless good deed. Naturally, one should trust that it exists rather than not, and those who don't take advantage of it are fools. Duguyan spoke in astonishing speed. My granddaughter's martial soul is the phosphor snake, a control type, and her first soul skill is. Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but ask, Senior Duguyan, are you sure your granddaughter is a control type, not a support type? Is there a problem? My family has always paired them this way. Duguyan had a look of course on his face. No wonder he was called the weakest title de law. Ning Xiaotian was speechless and could only suppress his sarcasm, patiently saying, Senior Duguyan, it's not the same. Your martial soul is the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, while your granddaughter's martial soul is the Emerald Phosphor Serpent. The difference between just one word is like heaven and earth. The Emerald Phosphor Serpent is entirely dark green, lives in the jungle, and excels in poison and stealth. Its body is extremely flexible, and its hunting method involves hiding among branches and leaves, waiting for the right moment to ambush. The drawbacks are obvious. It has a relatively short body, poor physique, and is not good at entangling enemies or enduring prolonged battles. Your martial soul is of this royal type, which can naturally cover up some flaws, but your granddaughter cannot. In its basic form, she's just a fragile magic attacker, and she can't even take down an opponent in one go. If you don't buy some endurance and agility equipment to boost her stats, just wait to be kite and worn down by others, or to be pressed down and rubbed against the ground. Reality is not a game. Simply using poison in place won't stop the enemy from riding on your face. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. If Duguyan follows Duguyan's configuration, probably only the poison aspect could have some advantage. After all, her soul rings all come from poison-type soul beasts. As for one-on-one battles, forget it. Any agile attacker, strong attacker, or even control-type soul master could easily get a solo kill. This is too harsh for a young girl. Young friend, what should we do to remedy this? Duguyan asked anxiously, panic-stricken, as this concerned the future of his precious granddaughter. And it was truly a matter of life and death for him. Ning Xiaotian pondered for a moment and said, Senior Duguyan, it is naturally about strengthening one's own advantages and covering up one's own shortcomings. How so? Duguyan leaned forward, hunting soul beasts that can complement strengths and cover weaknesses. Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin. For example, the mandala snake, which is stronger in toxins and resilience, the sky blue thistle, which is stronger in resilience, piercing, and toxins, and the blue silvergrass, which is stronger in physique and recovery. Beast martial souls paired with plant-type soul rings. Is it still the common blue silvergrass on the continent? Young friend, are you sure you didn't say it wrong? Duguyan looked bewildered. Who said that beast martial souls can't be paired with plant-type soul rings? Let me tell you, not only is there no conflict, but they are also a perfect match, especially with snakes. Ning Xiaotian patiently talked. The century-old and thousand-year-old blue silvergrass is naturally not suitable. But the 10,000-year blue-silver grass soul ring can be described with the term everlasting for its physical strength and recovery. Blue Silver King, bring it on. Soul rings can actually be paired like this. Soul skills can be used this way. This is eye-opening. The more Dugubo listened, the more he felt that Ning Xiaotian's theories were pearls of wisdom, which were extremely useful even for him, a titled Douluo, and he couldn't help but nod repeatedly. So impressive. Duguyan peeked her little head out, her eyes becoming brighter, and her delicate face flushed. Her thoughts began to drift. Was it really just a diagnosis when he stared at me like that? Willing to help my grandfather and me with detoxification upon our first meeting, and now helping me correct the soul ring pairing. Is it really just out of kindness? Or is there something more? Duguyan suddenly felt her heart fluttering like a little deer, beating uncontrollably. Her cheeks felt like they were on fire, and she instinctively twisted her little hands together, her gaze towards Ning Xiaotian becoming a bit evasive. But my granddaughter already has her first soul ring. What should we do? Dugubo said awkwardly. And it's a support-type soul skill. If paired improperly, wouldn't this soul skill be completely wasted? Or its effectiveness greatly reduced? This is not difficult. Just slightly adjust Miss Dugu's martial soul positioning. Ning Xiaotian noted. How to adjust? Dugubo hurriedly asked. An offensive control soul master. Ning Xiaotian said confidently without hesitation. This. How do you mean? Dugubo furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He tried to recall all the soul beasts and corresponding soul skills that Ning Xiaotian mentioned, but still couldn't come up with a satisfactory plan. It was easy to understand in theory, being both offensive and controlling, but how exactly should they be paired? He didn't know. Ning Xiaotian did not reply to Dugubo immediately, but turned to Duguyan, who was deep in thought. Miss Duguyan, I wonder if the effect of your first soul skill can simultaneously affect both your own martial soul and your opponent? He actually took the initiative to ask me. Duguyan's heart trembled, feeling a bit shy and inexplicably delighted. Yes, whether it's my phosphorescent snake martial soul or the enemies affected by this soul skill, it can have an effect. Duguyan's eyes sparkled as she spoke softly. I understand. Ning Xiaotian nodded, looking around at everyone, and continued. In that case, things become simple. Everyone, have you considered what would happen if the enemy on the opposite side is affected by this soul skill? Their attacks become stronger. Their speed increases. The crowd pondered the effects of this soul skill, seemingly only able to think of these 2 points. You are correct, but there are still omissions. This soul skill has even more special effects. The crowd exchanged glances, not understanding. All of you are underachievers, Ning Xiaotian explained helplessly. Miss Duguyan's first soul skill is called phosphorescent red poison, also known as frenzy poison. The principle is to absorb toxic mist to stimulate the nerves, thereby increasing attack power and speed. Frenzy means it's hard to control, which also means more soul power consumption. After the frenzy, the body will enter a period of weakness. This is a soul skill with significant side effects. What we need to do is amplify these side effects and turn it into a proper control-type soul skill. For example, during the frenzy, we can add confusion, paralysis, deadly poison, deceleration, petrification. During the weakness period, we can apply lethal moves like entanglement, piercing, strangulation, and biting. We can give the toxic mist a chilling property, causing people to feel cold upon contact, even freezing their form temporarily, like the soul beast Frosty Eye Toad. We can give the toxic mist neurotoxins, causing confusion and hallucinations upon contact, like the soul beast Black Mamba and illusionary Thornvine. We can induce paralysis, like with Mandragora Snake, Bloodthirsty Thornvine, Wisteria Bellflower, and Hempflower. As for entanglement, piercing, and strangulation, there are even more options, like the soul beast Ghost Vine and thunderous Bloodthirsty Vine. If the martial soul can also benefit from these effects, wouldn't that mean the martial soul's attack frequency would also be enhanced, effectively strengthening all the aforementioned effects? What are you doing? Why are you all backing away so far? Ning Xiaotian was confused. Did I say something wrong? No. What you said is very correct. Dugubo felt a chill run down his spine, a bit apprehensive, and gritted his teeth, saying, I thank you, young friend, for your comprehensive suggestions on my granddaughter's soul ring pairing. It's better to befriend him, definitely cannot offend him. Dugubo quickly labeled Ning Xiaotian in his heart. If Ning Xiaotian were just an ordinary person, it would be fine, but if he truly offended him, he could just kill him to avoid future trouble. However, this person is the young master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, backed by 2 top title Douluos. He's not someone to provoke. Not to mention that he is also my benefactor. I absolutely cannot do anything harmful to him, and I cannot afford to lose this person. It seems I can only befriend him, and it would be best if. As if he thought of something, Dugubo glanced at his granddaughter, who had a complex expression. They seem to be about the same age. I can't provoke him. Joining him should be fine, right? Chapter 48. Duguyan, is it really that polite? Ning Xiaotian was flattered. Dugubo actually thanked him so sincerely. We should be polite and set a new trend. Ning Xiaotian quickly replied, Senior Dugubo, you are exaggerating. I merely offered some suggestions for reference. Wait, suggestions? Ning Xiaotian gave a meaningful glance at Dugubo, questioning whether this grandfather figure was reliable. It didn't seem very promising, although Dugubo had said a lot earlier. Ning Xiaotian didn't mention a specific order for the soul ring configuration or which type of soul beast to choose for the second soul ring. Could Dugubo really plan this out by himself? It was known that some types of soul beasts had a strong scarcity depending on their age, and the higher the cultivation, the harder they were to find. This was something to consider, which Dugubo hadn't mentioned. Should I supplement this myself? I wouldn't want Dugubo, who seems a bit scientifically challenged, to inadvertently let his granddaughter down. Awkwardly, I also hadn't thought of a specific order. Ning Xiaotian instinctively lowered his head, pretending to be humble, while data flowed rapidly in his mind, rearranging itself. He raised his head, speaking with righteous conviction. Ahem, Senior Dugu. There's one more thing I almost forgot to mention. Some of the soul beasts I mentioned earlier are quite rare, especially those with higher ages, which are even harder to find. Therefore, it's best to place them among the first few soul rings for configuration. My suggestion is to use the soul beast called Stinging Nettle Thorn Vine as Miss Duga's second soul ring. As if realizing something, Ning Xiaotian shivered involuntarily and continued. This type of soul beast has extremely high body resilience, and its surface is covered with barbs. Just a touch on the skin can cause intense itching throughout the body, followed by swelling and numbness, ultimately leading to a complete loss of sensation. In my past life, I once carelessly touched lacquer tree sap, and the consequences were quite tragic. Pausing for a moment, Ning Xiaotian added, as for the subsequent soul ring configurations, I will write down the details and precautions to hand over to Senior Dugu when I return to the Heaven Do Empire. How about that? Dugubo's eyes lit up, looking at Ning Xiaotian with kindness, stroking his beard and saying, You are indeed considerate, my young friend. Then I shall accept your suggestion without hesitation. Additionally, if you ever need to come to my place, I will never decline. After saying that, he nudged the still dazed Duguyan beside him. Ahem. Duguyan understood and mustered the courage to look at Ning Xiaotian, saying generously, Thank you, Brother Xiaotian. You don't have to be so formal. Just call me Yenner from now on. You're welcome, Sister Yenner. Ning Xiaotian smiled and nodded at Duguyan, thinking to himself that she seemed to be a girl who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grievances, worthy of investment. He didn't think of any romantic implications, considering how little time they had known each other. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, Liena, who was beside them, heard Duguyan's generous response and didn't think of anything else. She only felt that Duguyan allowed Ning Xiaotian to call her Yenner out of gratitude. Duguyan felt a bit frustrated. Why did she have to add sister to her name? Calling her Yenner would be much more intimate. I won't give up so easily. Duguyan secretly encouraged herself. The person I have my eyes on, I vow to pursue to the end. However, Duguyan stole a glance at Liena beside Ning Xiaotian, thinking, what about this girl? They seem very affectionate. Should I just let her go? No, absolutely not. Duguyan criticized herself, denying any thoughts of being a shameless woman. Besides, how could the boy she liked be a scoundrel who casually starts and ends things? What should I do then? Could it be that we should all be together? Duguyan's heart trembled, and an embarrassing scene unexpectedly flashed through her mind. In a warm bed with beautiful pillows, amidst flickering candlelight, the three of them playfully rolling around, laughter echoing. Ning Lang, husband, phew. Oh no, how embarrassing. Am I turning bad? Why would I think of such things? Duguyan quickly turned her face away, burying her little head, her legs tightly pressed together, and her small hands clenching the edge of her skirt. Then she cautiously lifted her head, glancing around with a slightly evasive gaze. Fortunately, Duguyan let out a sigh of relief. Although the place was spacious, the surroundings were dense with trees, and everyone was under the shade. So the dim light helped conceal her unusual demeanor. Forget it, I'll be more generous. She casually picked up a piece of dried fish that Ning Xiaotian had placed on the ground and took a big bite, thinking, one for each person works. Crunch. Yana? Dugubo turned his head to look at Duguyan, puzzled. What is going on today? I remember my precious granddaughter doesn't tea like dried fish. Grandpa, it's nothing. I just suddenly wanted to try this dried fish. Duguyan was startled by Dugu Bo's sudden question and quickly replied. Dugu Bo didn't suspect anything and continued to look at Ning Xiaotian, asking with concern. My young friend, my granddaughter's second soul ring seems to have a target now. What soul beast are you preparing to hunt? Senior Dugu, I plan to hunt the Gale Demon Wolf. Ning Xiaotian stated directly. Dugu Bo's question made Ning Xiaotian's mind start racing. Speaking of which, where's Ghost Douluo? Why hasn't he returned yet? The Gale Demon Wolf? I actually saw a pack of them on my way here, but there were too many wolves, and I was afraid of scaring Yenner, so I held back a bit. Dugu Bo replied instinctively, but before he could finish, Dugu Bo suddenly sensed several extremely cold auras approaching. He looked up to see everyone staring at him. Oh no, it seems I put my young friend in trouble. Dugu Bo felt a chill run down his spine, instantly realizing the seriousness of the situation. He scratched the back of his head, looking around awkwardly and laughing. It was an unintentional remark. An unintentional remark. He wished he could slap himself twice right then. Damn it, why did I have to say that last part? Seeing Dugu Bo's awkward expression, everyone was speechless. No wonder Ghost Douluo hadn't returned for so long. It seemed he had taken a wrong path. You old poisoner, Dugu Bo. No wonder the old ghost hasn't come back. It turns out this old fellow caused the trouble. When the other members realized the truth, they became furious and jumped up to scold Dugu Bo, feeling guilty. Dugu Bo averted his gaze, looking up at the trees. In life, sometimes you need to have a thicker skin. When one doesn't care about their face, they can be invincible. He understood the essence of this well. Seeing this, Ning Xiaotian felt helpless. If everyone continued to wait like this, it would only waste time and keep Ghost Douluo further away. He stood up, brushed off the dust, and looked around at everyone. Then let's not wait any longer. Teacher, quickly send a signal to recall Elder Ghost. I suggest we let the senior Dugu, who has seen the wolf pack, lead the way, and we'll go ahead. As for Elder Ghost, he can just mark the path. He'll catch up when he sees the marks. Let's go, this way. Dugu Bo was also quick-witted. After hearing Ning Xiaotian's words, he quickly volunteered to be the guide. In a swift motion, he moved to the front of the group, waved his hand to signal everyone to follow. And as for his granddaughter, she could stay by the young friend's side, with him taking care of her. The old man had no worries. Chapter 49, The Gale Demon Wolf Pack. Which one to target? Looking at the numerous Gale Demon Wolves ahead, Yin couldn't help but turn his gaze to Ning Xiaotian beside him. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Anyway, he couldn't tell which one was the most suitable in terms of age. Hearing this, Ning Xiaotian raised his sword-like eyebrows, his gaze like lightning sweeping back and forth over the pack of Gale magic wolves ahead. Looking out, there was a clear creek about 5 meters wide, surrounded by overgrown weeds and scattered rocks, resembling a game of go left in disarray. The Gale magic wolves were lounging on the rocks and resting among the weeds. Surrounding the wolf pack were 4 exceptionally robust adult male wolves, each occupying a high point, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. This was a wolf pack with a very clear division of labor. Oh, it was actually led by a female wolf. Ning Xiaotian carefully counted and found there were a total of 19 Gale magic wolves. 6 cubs huddled together, making it hard to distinguish their gender, 5 adult male wolves, and 8 adult female wolves. Based on the size and distribution of the positions, the female wolf in the most central position should be the leader, and the largest male wolf snuggling beside her should be her mate. Judging by their ages, the other individuals in the pack were likely the offspring of this pair. Both the mating wolves were around 1,500 years old. The information was indeed correct. This was just a small pack of Gale magic wolves roaming the outskirts of the starry forest. However, with 1,500 years of cultivation, these two were clearly not suitable for me. Sigh. Ning Xiaotian sighed. After all, he wasn't invincible and couldn't handle it. As for the other adult Gale magic wolves, there was 1 male wolf around 520 years old and 1 female wolf around 420 years old. These two were suitable. As for the others, either they were too high or too low. The lower ones were not worth considering. The higher ones, being over 200 years older, probably wouldn't work either. Liena, with a 30,000-year-old head spirit bone, had only hunted a 987-year-old phantom leopard as her second spirit ring. The process was very dangerous, and it was said that she was overwhelmed by the immense soul power, turning her whole body red. And he, lacking a spirit bone and with soul power inferior to Liena's, couldn't risk going over 200 years. If he had already consumed the body-tempering celestial herb, he could have tried. Unfortunately, he hadn't. That one over there, with an age of about 500 years, is just right. Ning Xiaotian pointed to a particularly robust blue gale magic wolf in the distance. All right, Xiaotian. Liena nodded, and the members of the spirit hall beside her also nodded in agreement, seemingly having anticipated Ning Xiaotian's choice. 500 years. Young friend, are you sure you're not joking? Shouldn't it be 423 years? Duguyan was taken aback. Could it be that the future son-in-law's mind wasn't working properly? Beside him, Duguyan's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend that the soul beast Ning Xiaotian was preparing to hunt far exceeded her expectations. Senior Duguyan, you can see for yourself. Ning Xiaotian didn't say much, directly taking out a book from the Soul Guide and handing it to Duguyan. This was precisely the improved version of the Soul Master theoretical system that Ning Xiaotian had recently compiled, which was much more complete than the one written by Yu Xiaojing, being well-reasoned and comprehensive. Anyway, after he obtained the soul rings and returned to the spirit hall, he intended to present it to Bibi Dong, and it would probably be published in the name of the spirit hall. This was specially prepared for Yu Xiaojing, and Bibi Dong would certainly be satisfied. As for whether Bibi Dong would make any cuts, that was unknown. Some of the theoretical contents in it indeed had the potential to aid the enemy. However, he trusted Duguyan, so it was fine to show it to him in advance. Did the young friend compile this himself? Or was it organized by the spirit hall? Duguyan asked. Just flipping through the first few theories made Duguyan feel as if his worldview had been shattered. Astonished by the brilliance, I merely stood on the shoulders of my predecessors and made some summaries. Ning Xiaotian looked up and humbly said, humility leads to progress, and humility fosters friendship. Duguyan was surprised to learn it was the young friend's personal work, and his gaze towards Ning Xiaotian became increasingly admiring. No, he must arrange a marriage for his granddaughter. This Ning Xiaotian had status, background, character, and was so knowledgeable in the theory of soul masters. His future was limitless. Moreover, with him guiding, his granddaughter would surely go further on her cultivation path. For instance, set a small goal first, to become a titled Douluo. This can be done. The young friend is too humble. Over 20 years ago, Yu Xiaojing also published similar theories, but compared to yours, it's like clouds and mud. Duguyan exclaimed. He had read Yu Xiaojing's 10 core competitive theories before, and thought there was some merit, but many parts were not detailed enough. Now, after seeing Ning Xiaotian's theories, Yu Xiaojing's theories seemed full of holes in comparison. This one, and this one. Brilliant. Elder Ju Nana. Let's move. Seeing Duguyan immersed in the content of the book and not asking further questions, Ning Xiaotian was also not going to waste time. His purpose today was to hunt for soul rings. After hearing Ning Xiaotian's words, Liena, Xiyue, and Yin did not waste any more words, quickly spreading out. Xiyue and Yin swiftly concealed their bodies and circled behind. Clearly, during the conversation between Ning Xiaotian and Duguyan, the three had already prepared their hunting plan. Swish! Seeing Xiyue and Yin reach their designated positions, Liena suddenly took out a dagger and threw it, hitting right beside the litter of magical wolf cubs. Oh, the cubs were attacked, and the entire Gale Magic Wolf pack immediately reacted, functioning like a well-oiled machine, with clear rolls and quick action. Evidently, this pack was not encountering such attack for the first time. The 4 alert male wolves transformed into gusts of wind, appearing in front of the cubs in a flash. Standing firm, their fur bristled. Their bloodshot eyes burned with a ghostly green flame, fixating directly on Liena's direction. Their chests heaved as they emitted low growls, lips tight, revealing their sharp white teeth. Behind them were the female wolf leader and its mate, also taking up fighting stances. Further back were 6 female wolves carrying the cubs and 2 sister guards. This wolf pack was covering the retreat of the cubs. Ning Xiaotian also noticed it at first glance. What kind of reason led this pack of wolves to make such a precise and swift retreat without confirming the strength of the external enemy? It is obvious. It is the long-term hunting behavior from human soul masters. Humans are cunning. In their actions to hunt soul rings, they never do anything unprepared. Soul masters know this. Soul beasts know this too, because they have paid for it with blood and lessons. Ning Xiaotian and their team are not the first soul master team to hunt the wolf pack, nor will they be the last. Ning Xiaotian was momentarily silent. But the rules were like this. Unless one had the power to break the rules, one could only comply with them. First soul skill, Hell Lava Charge. Seeing that the wolf pack had acted as envisioned, Yin did not hesitate at all and directly unleashed his first soul skill, cutting off the path of the 4 male wolves in front. He separated them from the rest of the wolf pack. Second soul skill, Phantom. Seeing that Yin had used the scorching lava generated by his first soul skill to split the wolf pack, Liena quickly reacted and activated her second soul skill, Phantom. In an instant, Liena transformed into a cloud of pink mist, and then a series of transparent illusions flickered ahead. In just a moment, her body arrived in front of the swift wind magic wolf designated by Ning Xiaotian. First soul skill, Fox Charm. As Liena activated her Fox Charm skill, bolstered by the spirit bone on her head, the swift wind magic wolf had yet to make a move before it was already affected. Its originally fierce expression softened instantly. Its gaze became vacant, its tongue hung out, and drool flowed from its mouth. Is this a husky? Chapter 50. The fierce battle ends, absorbing the soul ring. Seeing the swift wind magic wolf display such a demeanor, a certain canine creature from his past life appeared in Ning Xiaotian's mind. Useless at everything. Number 1 in destroying homes. Of course, this thought was just a fleeting moment. Ning Xiaotian quickly regained his senses. Howl! Rustle, rustle, rustle. Seeing his companions show unusual expressions, the other 3 Gale magic wolves nearby instantly sprang into action. Their bodies quickly lowered, emitting a low rumble from their bellies. Their lips curled back, revealing a brutal demeanor. Then, with a powerful leap, they charged forward, their sharp claws in front, jagged teeth exposed. They transformed into a raging wind, ready to tear apart Liena in front of them. Second soul skill, Granite Rock. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin, who had just released his first soul skill, immediately activated his second soul skill. His arms quickly petrified and thickened, turning into 2 massive rock pillars. Looking around, molten lava surged through the cracks in the rocks. Bang! Bang! The sharp claws struck like they were hitting solid stone, producing a violent roar. The colossal forms of the 2 Gale magic wolves loomed over Yin like mountains. Under the immense inertia, their powerful forearms were forcefully pressed down, tightly adhering to Yan's fiery rock arms. Cough! Yin let out a muffled groan from the intense impact, his feet sliding backward as if plowing the ground. But his expression showed no fear, and his body leaned forward resolutely. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The acrid smell of burning filled the air, as the wolves' sharp claws, fur, and skin were scorched by the searing lava on Yan's arms, producing thick smoke. Howl! In pain, the 2 wolves could not help but let out a tearing wail. Quickly retreating, their front paws hitting the ground, but they were overwhelmed by pain, staggering unsteadily. Meanwhile, Liena was also undeterred. Seeing another Gale magic wolf charging towards her, she quickly turned her head, facing the Gale magic wolf, her eyes wide open. A flash of her gaze shot out a purple lightning bolt, striking directly at the eyes of the charging Gale magic wolf like a bolt of lightning. This was Liena activating her 30,000 Yearhead Spirit Bones mental skill. Nightmare Invasion. Howl! The moment the purple lightning struck, the Gale magic wolf felt as if its eyes were on fire, a splitting headache overwhelming it. In intense pain, its body suddenly fell. Its claws scratched at its head incessantly, rolling around in agony, its pitiful wails echoing in the surroundings, with blood seeping from its eyes and ears, looking extremely tragic. The advantage of a 30,000 Yearhead Spirit Bone skill was fully displayed against a soul beast that was less than 1,000 years old. First soul skill, Slash. On the other side, Xiaoyu, seeing this favorable situation, quickly activated his first soul skill. His figure turned into a phantom, and he ruthlessly slashed at the limbs of the Gale magic wolf still under the charm, aiming to heavily injure it before it could awaken. Perfect coordination. Witnessing the conclusion of this battle, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but praise continuously. What seemed like a long battle actually took less than 30 seconds. From the moment the dagger hit the ground, the timing and connection of the 3's attacks and soul skills were remarkably flawless. The wolf pack feared fire. Yin activated his first soul skill, creating a scorching lava that divided the battlefield. He then seamlessly connected to his second soul skill to intercept the 2 closest magic wolves, using the intense heat from his soul skill to injure his opponents. Liena. At the moment Yin made his move, teleported to her target, charming it with her Fox Charm skill. She then quickly reacted, activating her Spirit Bone skill to heavily injure another Gale magic wolf charging in. Following that, Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to strike quickly, ensuring that the Gale magic wolf charmed by Liena completely lost its ability to act. With its limbs heavily injured, even if it regained consciousness, it would have no chance to escape. Seeing their 4 companions injured in such a short time, the wolf pack leader, trapped behind the fiery path, also gave up on rescuing them. With an expression of rage, it let out a mournful cry towards its fallen companions and led the pack away. Abandon the old to protect the young. Abandon the dead to save the living. This is the jungle rule. Cough, cough, ugh. Yin, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yin bent over and retching, Xiaoyu was puzzled. A big boy wouldn't get pregnant. It's nothing. Damn, the smell of burnt wolf fur is so disgusting. It's suffocating me. Before he finished speaking, Yin dashed to a nearby stream, frantically washing his arms. Xiaoyu was speechless, looking down at the bloodstains on himself, and hurried to the stream to wash up as well. Xiaotian, hurry and absorb the spirit ring. Liena thought of Ning Xiaotian's spirit ring and quickly waved her hand to call him, not immediately cleaning the blood on her hands. Hearing this, Ning Xiaotian was also about to lift his foot. He glanced at the 3 Gale magic wolves still rolling on the ground and paused his steps, falling into silence. They were warriors who fearlessly faced death for the survival of their clan and were worthy of respect. Teacher, use this medicine to treat those 2 Gale magic wolves that were burned. They only have burns. With a little treatment, it shouldn't be a big deal. As he spoke, Ning Xiaotian took out a bottle of healing medicine from his soul guide and handed it to Douluo. As for the other one, let it die quickly. Being hit head-on by a 30,000-year mental type soul bone skill, it's probably brain damaged. Even if it survives and isn't hunted by other soul beasts, it will be abandoned by its own clan. Sigh, little friend, you are indeed kind-hearted. Let this dirty work be done by me. Douluo, you go protect Ning Xiaotian. Without waiting for Douluo to respond, Duguyan directly snatched the healing medicine from Ning Xiaotian's hand. The old poison said, not to call me Huaguan. Douluo's mouth trembled, showing an expression of both anger and annoyance. His eyes widened as if he wanted to immediately strangle this old guy in front of him. You old fool, just wait. Seeing that Duguyan completely ignored him, Douluo took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Then, he quickly ran in front of the Gale magic wolf that was rolling on the ground, suddenly raised his hand, his eyes glaring as if with fire, and slammed down with a palm. Old fool. D. Ning Xiaotian shrank his head, remained silent, and quickly walked to Liena's side. He took out a dagger from the soul guide and aimed it at the right eye of the wind demon wolf, which was barely breathing. He stabbed down hard. Is this the soul ring? Looking at the deep yellow soul ring floating before him, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Countless experiences had left him unfazed, but now he felt a rush of anxiety, probably the same feeling. Without thinking too much, Ning Xiaotian quickly sat cross-legged, placed his hands on his abdomen, and summoned his 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul. Then he closed his eyes and activated his soul power. He saw the deep yellow soul ring seem to be suddenly summoned by something, slowly drifting toward the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul in front of Ning Xiaotian's abdomen. It gently and rhythmically slid in from the tip of the tower, slowly but surely. A bit warm, a bit swollen. Chapter 51, Dangerous Absorption Dam. It's getting more and more swollen. It's about to explode. Ning Xiaotian gritted his teeth, his skin burning red as if on fire, and his originally sharp, wild, and charmingly seductive handsome face twisted into a somewhat grotesque expression. It felt like being in a furnace. His veins felt as if they were filled with molten lava, his body pushed into a boiling steamer, covered with a heavy lid, and a large stone pressing down on top. Below, firewood was constantly being added. He never expected that the first soul ring, merely a little over 100 years old, would be such a painful process to absorb. In the past 3 years, he had exercised every day, taken medicinal baths, and nurtured his body with soul power, spending over tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Despite such heavy investment, he still couldn't withstand this small soul ring of just over 500 years. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It surged like a flood on the brink of breaking the dam. Pain, a heart-wrenching agony. All senses were in turmoil. His brain felt like it had fallen into a chaotic realm, blank and empty. Ning Xiaotian's will fought fiercely against death, his jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, and his heart roared like a furious beast. Pain is merely the ladder to my peak. How dare a mere 500-year soul beast block my way? Come to die. The sea of consciousness transformed into a battlefield. The indomitable became a sharp blade, and pain was that rampaging beast. Ning Xiaotian's min depenet. And the world fell silent for a moment, as if he had entered a life and death battle. Sword after sword. Straight sword, horizontal sword, vertical sword, circling sword. Soft sword, spinning sword. Pierce through it for me. Fist. Straight punch, rushing punch. Xingyi fist, Wing Chun fist, Tai Chi fist. King Turtle Fist, hold on for me. I have the dual mastery of sword and fist. My body is like a sword, and I am one with the sword. Damn, I can't think of anything else. Anyway, just do it. The punches of Bone Douluo, the swords of Sword Douluo, all the skills Ning Xiaotian learned over the past 3 years, and countless inexplicable offensive techniques flashing through his memory at this moment turned into weapons for killing in his hands. Even Ning Xiaotian himself didn't know what he was actually displaying in his mind. He just wanted to vent everything out. The pain of his body, the unwillingness to the current situation, the unwillingness to the future, the unwillingness to the world. He wanted to break all of this, to turn all obstacles upside down. I am who I am. I am Ning Xiaotian. Xiaotian. Elder Jew. How could this happen? I've never seen such a situation even after absorbing my second spirit ring for over 900 years. Looking at Ning Xiaotian, whose whole body was swollen red, veins bulging, and face distorted with rage, who Liena was anxious. Her small hands were tightly clenched, veins bulging, eyebrows furrowed together, her delicate body trembling, and her face full of fear. When she absorbed her second spirit ring, which was over 200 years beyond the limit, she didn't experience such pain. Yet Ning Xiaotian's first spirit ring was only over 100 years beyond the limit, and he was absorbing it with such difficulty. It looked like it even posed a threat to his life. Nana is different. Your physique has a solid foundation from the first spirit ring. Plus you have a 10,000-year spirit bone to support you, so your body's strength is naturally different from ordinary people. But Xiaotian has only recently awakened his martial soul. He has a support-type martial soul, which inherently has worse physical quality than those with beast martial souls. Although his sect consumed many resources to strengthen his physique, relying only on this little enhancement to compare with a spirit ring that has over 400 years of cultivation is still a huge gap in the physical quality improvement. Elder Ju also sighed. No wonder Ning Xiaotian had to emphasize in his theory. 4 spirit masters without spirit bone support. Absorbing the first spirit ring beyond 100 years is only second in danger to a spirit elder absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring. It seemed that what was said is not false. At 6 years old, 423 years, plus 100 years. This extra 100 years is not just a simple increase of a quarter of the spirit ring's time limit. It also means a natural cultivation level that is 16 times higher than one's own lifespan. No wonder my disciple specifically instructed not to tell who Liena about this theory. This is a gamble. Sigh. Why did I agree to keep it a secret when I accidentally stumbled into my disciple's room and saw him write down this theory? I really shouldn't have believed my disciple as nonsense. This is a small dish. To be honest, Elder Ju is now somewhat regretting it. His disciple is practicing his theory with his life. This is really messed up. I must have underestimated the danger involved that morning because I hadn't fully woken up. But now it's too late to say anything. Now, all I can do is rely on my little friend. Duguyan just finished reviewing the Spirit Master theory in his hands. His vision and knowledge had greatly increased, and he now had an understanding of Ning Xiaotian's current situation. Little friend, so bold, so fierce. Just this spirit of daring to practice and innovate that Yu Xiaojiang can't even compare. Yu Xiaojiang just sticks to the experience of his predecessors, summarizing and publishing a very conservative number. He didn't make any refinements or improvements, let alone proposing specialized training plans based on different Spirit Master martial soul types, and then summarizing the corresponding absorption limits for spirit rings. He is really not even as good as a 6-year-old child. Sigh, during the process of absorbing the spirit ring, no matter what happens, outsiders cannot interfere. Worrying now is useless. All I could do is keep an eye on the surroundings and not let any spirit master or spirit beast intrude. Thinking of this, Duguyan stopped talking and leaped a few times to reach the top of a big tree. He grabbed a branch with his right hand, his eyes bright, scanning the movements around him. This is the only thing he could do for Ning Xiaotian right now. No outsiders will intrude here. All who do not comply or do not retreat must die. Well, except for the ghost Douluo in front of me. The people from Spirit Hall are so annoying. They didn't come late or early, but showed up at this moment in my line of sight. Old Jew, what's going on? The situation on the field isn't right. Ghost Douluo looked a bit confused. Old Ghost, we'll talk about this later. Ning Xiaotian's situation has eased a lot now, and the next period of time is extremely crucial. You should also check your surroundings. We absolutely cannot let any spirit master or spirit beast come to disturb. Elder Ju didn't explain, hurriedly instructed. If a spirit master or spirit beast suddenly charges in and starts shouting, he would definitely go mad. All right. Ghost Douluo didn't waste words and directly jumped to the top of the tree. The three titled Douluos present immediately formed a triangle, tightly surrounding Ning Xiaotian in the center. Is that all? Feeling the heat and pain in his body rapidly dissipating, Ning Xiaotian suddenly felt a bit disdainful. His body trembled violently, and he suddenly felt bored. The scenes in his mind instantly vanished, and as his consciousness returned, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but let out a soft groan. Ah, that feels good. Then, with a slight opening of his mouth, he comfortably exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly opening his eyes. Sorry, I just got a little carried away. Looking at the strange expressions on the faces of the two girls and three boys in front of him, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but blush, feeling a bit embarrassed. Xiaotian, who Liena blushed, and suddenly jumped into Ning Xiaotian's arms, hanging around his waist. Nana, all right, it's fine now. Quickly let go. I'm all sweaty. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, the fragrance of the girl rushed to Ning Xiaotian's face, making his heart flutter. But he just couldn't get hard. Unable to resist, he gently wrapped his arms around the soft waist of the girl in his arms, stroking her hair. The scent on the little fox is really pleasant, but it's making my old waist feel a bit tight. P.S. Just 4 chapters today, that's it. Chapter 52, Gaining Spirit Skills, Late Night Recovery. Liena seemed to notice the unusual gazes of everyone and suddenly pushed away from Ning Xiaotian's embrace. With her head down, she timidly stood to the side. Xiania, how does your body feel? Are you all right? Seeing that Ning Xiaotian seemed to be fine, Elder Ju also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly walked over to examine him, just as he was about to reach out. Teacher, everyone, thank you for your protection. I'm fine now. Ning Xiaotian hurriedly cupped his hands, dodging the attack. Looking at the circle of people surrounding him, Ning Xiaotian felt moved. During the time he absorbed his first spirit ring, it was these people who were guarding him. Although he now felt incredibly relaxed, he felt filled with power. Ning Xiaotian was well aware that the process of absorbing the first soul ring was extremely dangerous. If it hadn't been for entering some inexplicable state that diverted his attention, the intense discomfort he had experienced earlier would have likely shattered his spirit. Young friend, I knew you would be fine. After descending from the tree, Duguyan gave a thumbs up. At the age of 6, he surpassed the 100-year limit in absorbing his first soul ring, and he succeeded. Who else could do that? He had never heard of a second person. As long as you're fine. As long as you're fine. Tianer, how's the effect of your soul skill? Zhu Douluo leaned slightly, his eyes wide with curiosity. The first soul ring absorbed beyond the limit should have some differences, right? Teacher, everyone. Ning Xiaotian straightened his back, feeling a sense of pride rising within him. His tone involuntarily elevated. The effect of my first soul skill is a speed increase, with the number of allies depending on spiritual power and soul power. With my current level 12 soul power, I can apply a speed increase of 22 to myself. And each time my soul power increases by 1 level, the increase effect will grow by 1 as well. And there's one more thing. Ning Xiaotian paused, secretly sighing that there were indeed benefits to absorbing soul rings beyond the limit. The soul power consumption of my soul skill is very low, probably about 15 less than that of my family members who absorbed a 423-year soul ring. Well, in future battles, I can use it more often, making it more sustainable, which suits me well. Does that mean when I reach level 79, this soul skill can provide a speed increase of 89? Zhu Douluo's eyes lit up. It is well known that the enhancement of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda can ignore the base limits. No matter how great the difference in strength between the enhancement target and the owner of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, the enhancement degree remains fixed, as long as the soul power is sufficient. And since Ning Xiaotian's first soul skill consumes so little soul power, it means he can enhance high-level soul masters earlier, and even enhance multiple titled Douluos simultaneously. That's quite impressive. Zhu Douluo beamed with pride and said, as expected of my disciple, what about the face? Duguyan cast a sidelong glance of disdain, then turned to look at his son-in-law with satisfaction, smiling kindly. Well, young friend, this soul skill is indeed impressive. It deserves to be called the #1 auxiliary martial soul on the continent. Congratulations, congratulations. Little brother Tian, amazing. Yes. Liena's eyes turned crescent-shaped with a smile, her little head nodding vigorously, her expression full of pride. Can we not mention the number 79? The crowd was filled with joy, and Ning Xiaotian forced a smile. Turning his face away, slightly bypassing Zhu Douluo, and looking at the amiable Duguyan. The flaw of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile pagoda martial soul had always been a thorn in Ning Xiaotian's heart, and whether it could be resolved depended on this esteemed senior before him. Senior Duguyan, since I have successfully obtained my soul ring, let's start helping Sister Liena find her second soul ring. Saying this, Ning Xiaotian looked around the environment, his eyes brightening, and continued. Plants like nettles and thorn vines generally live near water sources or at the entrances of certain valleys. The small stream in front of us is just the kind of habitat that these plant soul beasts prefer. Why don't we follow it and continue moving forward? Perhaps we can find one. All right, let's do as the young friend says. Duguyan nodded. Having long been convinced of Ning Xiaotian's knowledge about soul beasts and naturally willing to comply. If I can lie down and relax, why move myself? Half an hour later. How about we change direction? Duguyan looked around hesitantly. If we keep going, we'll enter the core area. Okay, let's change direction, Ning Xiaotian agreed. Realizing that even if they found a soul beast by continuing this way, its age would likely be beyond what Duguyan could bear. How about we change direction again? Ning Xiaotian seemed to understand a bit the meaning of the above sentence, and then ran with all his might. When he initially matched soul rings for Liena, he only considered how powerful the soul skills were, and never thought about the scarcity of soul beasts and the difficulty of finding them. Looking back now, the employees of the Spirit Hall at that time must have lived quite fulfilling lives, just like himself now. Damn it, my legs are numb. Yet I still haven't seen a single vine. The sky is getting dark. Let's call it day. The ghost Daw said little, glancing at the sky, and spoke frankly. The sun had completely disappeared from above everyone's heads, and only the orange-yellow glow could be vaguely seen through the leaves, which indeed signified that night was approaching. In the Stardow Forest, continuing to walk under such circumstances would be very dangerous. Let's find a clearing to set up camp and rest. Judo often came to the Stardow Forest and had encountered such situations many times, so he was quite familiar with it. He chose a direction and prepared to lead the way. Seeing this, everyone quickly followed behind Judo, picking up dry wood along the way. Making a fire was essential at night. Otherwise, the mosquitoes wouldn't care whether you were a title Douluo or not. Xiaotian, the rabbit meat you roasted is really delicious. Of course, adding some chili makes it even more fragrant. Teacher, this spicy rabbit head is for you. Good, my disciple is so filial. The law of deliciousness. Unstoppable. Spicy rabbit head, so tasty. By the campfire, everyone enjoyed a cheerful time, with the master and disciple sharing a warm bond. Rustling. Ning Xiaotian, who was holding his sword and reflecting, sensed louder noises outside, as if a creature was approaching, and quickly stowed away his sword into the soul guide. Facing the tent entrance, with 3 titled Douluos present, no soul beast would dare to come close. Could it be the teacher? Or perhaps that guy Duguyan was coming to talk to him about detoxification. That seemed to be the only possibility. Nana, how did you get in? Xiaotian, I want to sleep with you. Liena lifted the tent flap, tiptoeing carefully to Ning Xiaotian's bedside, her tone soft and sweet. Is that okay? That's not very appropriate. Ning Xiaotian said shyly. Under the faint candlelight, Liena's delicate face hung low, her slender fingers twisting nervously in front of her abdomen, and her toes lightly tapping. Her pretty face adorned with a rosy glow. How cute! Ning Xiaotian's heart trembled, and then he shifted over a bit, pulling back the blanket. Little brat, what can you do? Why be afraid? The following 5,000 words are omitted. P.S. Readers responded that there were too many romantic scenes. So I cut out about 5,000 words from these 2 chapters and shared them in the reader group. The content was about the protagonist and Liena making a promise to support each other and work hard together. The protagonist contemplated that if his martial soul truly evolved in the future, Ning Fengzhi might urge him to marry more or even have marital alliances as the sect heir. The protagonist asked Liena if she would mind, and Liena, having grown up relying on her brother and not having any same-age girls dare to talk to her after becoming Bibi Dong's disciple, supported the protagonist in marrying more so that she could have companions her age to talk to, and her family would increase, no longer feeling lonely. Chapter 53. The Growing Little Demon Snake the next day. Old poison, didn't you eat enough breakfast? Juhua, if you have the guts, I'll kill it right now. And later you can go find another one by yourself. I said, don't call me Juhua. If you keep yelling, I won't let my disciple help you detoxify. Okay. Douluo. A clear stream meandered deep into the forest, with dense bushes on both sides, mixed with broken stones, tangled branches, and decayed leaves scattered around. The top was covered with vines climbing up the tall trees, forming an archway Though it had been completely destroyed and collapsed, the delicate flowers still fluttered, hinting at its past natural beauty. The ground below looked like it had been dug up by a mad dog, pockmarked and muddy. At this moment, a large, fuzzy vine about 10 meters long lay slumped above, twisting in a disordered manner, occasionally twitching, resembling an old horse that couldn't bear the whip, trying to stand up and gallop, but aging had rendered it powerless. In summary, it couldn't get hard anymore. Ning Xiaotian twitched at the corner of his mouth. Zista Yanya. Here, use this dagger. The weak point of the nettle thorn vine is the two faint protrusions at its root. Piercing, it will kill it. Also, don't let its sap splash on your skin, or you'll be poisoned and allergic, itching all over. Looking at the nettle thorn vine that had been beaten to a pulp by Duguyan, Ning Xiaotian did not hesitate and decisively handed over his dagger of redemption. Let this beautiful girl in front of me in its sinful life. It wouldn't be in vain for it to walk this world. Thank you. Lonely, Yin politely took the dagger, but somehow felt her ears heat up. Did she say something wrong just now? Ning Xiaotian scratched his head. He saw Duguyan gracefully squatting down in front of the stinging nettle thorn vine, revealing her plump curves. Then, she found a right angle and heavily stabbed down at the two faintly visible roots of the vine. It rolled, swayed, and twisted. Juice splattered everywhere, instantly covering the ground. It was a scene of utter devastation. When Ning Xiaotian and the other gentlemen saw this, they couldn't help but take a step back, their legs trembling and tightly squeezing together. It was truly terrifying. How could there be such a brutal way to die in this world? Brother Qinmong, you'd better reincarnate as a rabbit in your next life. At least you die quickly and taste delicious when roasted. Yanya, how is it? This soul ring from the nettle thorn vine is only about 750 years old, and Duguyan is absorbing it quite quickly. Unfortunately, this girl hasn't undergone training with an expert like me, and her physical quality isn't strong enough. Otherwise, she might even exceed the age limit in absorbing the soul ring. Level up absorption has excellent effects. Grandpa, Xiaotian's words are indeed correct. Our family's green phosphor snake martial soul is very suitable for absorbing plant-type soul B soul rings. Look, as she spoke, Duguyan waved her hand and summoned a small green. The little has indeed grown longer and thicker, which Ning Xiaotian could see clearly. Second soul skill. Entangle. As soon as the words fell, a green long snake, about 3 meters long and 3 fingers wide, suddenly wrapped around Duguyan's graceful arm and waist, then shot forward in the direction of the trees. As fast as lightning, Ning Xiaotian only saw a green light flash by. It was so quick. The wrapping was also fast. The snake's body, as smooth as satin, quickly wrapped around the tree trunks several times. Crack! With a sudden virtual grasp of Duguyan's delicate fingers, a tree trunk, as big as a basin, more than 3 meters away, was surprisingly pulled down by the snake's body. No, to be precise, it wasn't just the strength of the snake's body that broke it. There was also the corrosive effect of the potent poison. The trunk was even smoking. Zista Yanya, can this soul ring make your martial soul snakes secrete toxins? Ning Xiaotian stopped guessing and directly asked the soul skill owner. It's better to use your mouth than your brain, especially in front of a girl. This is the experience summed up by countless predecessors. Xiaotian is indeed smart. After absorbing this soul ring, my green phosphor snake martial soul not only greatly improved its toughness, but also gained the paralysis property of green phosphor snake venom. More importantly, my green phosphor snake venom will no longer be limited to being released through toxic mist or biting. It can also be secreted through the snake's body, seeping out from the gaps in its scales. Indeed, this is a terrifying enhancement that even exceeds Ning Xiaotian's understanding. A venomous snake can secrete toxins through its body. Can you believe it? Has it truly become a plant snake? Doesn't this mean that in the future, Duguyan's use of poison will be even more unpredictable? For example, controlling the amount of soul power released, shrinking the martial soul snake's body, strengthening the toxins, and then climbing onto a hostile soul master's body. Burrowing in without even having a bite. Just a touch, and it's a safe, eternal sleep. Sister Yenner, it seems your third soul ring should choose a soul beast that enhances the corrosive properties of snake venom. Also, you should be able to control the size of your martial soul, right? Are you saying? Duguyan isn't foolish. Her eyes lit up after hearing Ning Xiaotian's words. That's right. A smaller body means greater stealth, plus extremely strong corrosiveness. The opponent's defense will become as fragile as paper in the face of your potent poison, as long as you make good use of various environments. Your green phosphor snake venom can kill invisibly. What kind of control-type soul master is this? This is a poison-type assassin. In a group battle, release a toxic mist to obscure vision, then send out a few small snakes to find the right spot to burrow in. If they encounter some unlucky guy's little brother or choo-choo, my God, it's horrifying and unbearable to watch. No, I must go to the ice and fire yin-yang. I to swallow the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot and vegetable together, invulnerable to all poisons. Safety first. Besides, Tang San, without an invulnerable body to poisons, good luck. I don't know if Duguyan will still join the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire in the future and then encounter the Shrek 7 monsters in the soul-fighting arena for a 7v7 battle. Although snakes are afraid of fire, can Tang San really stop such a stealthy attack? The key is that by that time, Duguyan will probably be around level 40. With another soul ring, perhaps there will be a different outcome. Xiaotian, thank you. Sister Yenner, you're too polite. Quickly get up. There's no need for a bow. Ning Xiaotian was indeed a bit flattered and quickly reached out to help the girl up. Duguyan really is a little rich lady. The money bag is bulging with 3 or 2 coins. I also love money and can't resist such temptation. Since everything is done, we should head back. Senior Dugu, do you want to return to the Spirit Hall with us first? The younger generation still needs to go back and tidy up. After Ning Xiaotian helped Duguyan up, he quickly turned his head to divert his gaze, practicing the principle of no lewdness in sight, and slipped away. Perfect timing. Anyway, I still need to visit the Spirit Hall to meet Bibi Dong. I have just entered the title Douluo realm not long ago and haven't received my title yet. By the way, my young friend, this book is for you. I almost forgot to mention, this book is still a unique copy, and I need to return it to Bibi Dong. Master Yu Xiaojiang, good luck to you too. Chapter 54. Free stuff is really nice. At the entrance of the Spirit Hall, the rules are strict. 5 people out when leaving, 6 people in when entering, and no one goes out. This wave is not a loss. Ning Xiaotian paused and glanced at the people surrounding him, feeling satisfied. Thinking long-term, he might gain a title to a level fighter in the future, along with several divine herbs. Alright, there is also a little demon snake that knows gratitude and can bloom. With a bit of training, it will definitely be able to perform music and dance in the future. This trip has been quite rewarding. Senior Dugu, it's getting late, and the title conferral ceremony is quite grand. I fear we won't be able to complete it today. Ning Xiaotian looked at Dugu Bo beside him and said, "How about you and Sister Yen rest first? I will inform His Majesty the Pope and choose a good day for the ceremony, according to the continent's customs. The title conferral ceremony for a title de law must at least be announced throughout the city and presided over by the current Pope to show respect for the strong. But it's already afternoon. Announcements, gatherings, preparations, conferral. This complete set will definitely not be finished today. Let's do it tomorrow. It's just a title. If it weren't for the fact that I was on the way with my young friend, I wouldn't even bother coming to the Spirit Hall," Dugu Bo casually stated, emphasizing that detoxification and survival are the top priorities. Everything else is just nonsense. Senior Dugu, I will convey this to His Majesty the Pope. Ning Xiaotian pouted, feeling a bit depressed. Why is this old man so slow today? He want to spend a few more days with the little fox. So, he will arrange accommodation for Senior Dugu and Miss Duguyan. Ning Xiaotian turned to Ju, the ghost of law, squinting. He needed to meet Bibi Dong, and who Liena and the others didn't understand these matters. Only these two could handle it. Old Ju, you go. The ghost Douluo immediately agreed. Why me? Ju Douluo was bewildered. I see you two got along well on the way. The ghost Douluo glanced at Dugubo deep in thought. Old ghost, are you blind? Ju Douluo widened his smoky eyes in disbelief. It's settled then. The ghost Douluo didn't say more. Just gave Ju Douluo a pat on the back of the head and left. Ning Xiaotian saw that someone had already made a choice for him, so he didn't bother to say anything more. He lightly touched his little fox and led the way to follow Ghost Douluo. Your Holiness, the matter has been taken care of. Additionally, we encountered Dugubo and his granddaughter in the Stardow Forest. This person has already reached the title Douluo realm. They are currently in Spirit City, requesting to hold the title ceremony tomorrow with the title of Poison. I have asked Elder Ju to arrange accommodation for them. Elder Ghost, you've worked hard. Go and have the guard captain, Yi Beiho, cooperate to announce it to the whole city. Tomorrow morning, I will personally hold the title ceremony for Dugu Bo Xieyu and Yin. You can withdraw as well. Yes, Your Holiness. Seeing Ghost Douluo and the 3 others pass by with such efficiency, Ning Xiaotian was a bit confused. What's going on today? It seems like everyone is eager for him to leave the Spirit Hall as soon as possible. I have also made outstanding contributions to the Spirit Hall. How can you be so heartless? Tianer, are you sure you can cure the poison on Dugubo? Bibi Dong looked at Ning Xiaotian with a serious expression. The poison Duguyan has is a hereditary toxin, passed down through generations in his family. It is likely mutated by now. Even if I personally intervene, I can't guarantee success. Your Holiness, if Duguyan truly has the herbs I mentioned as a catalyst, there might be a chance. But to be honest, I don't have enough confidence. One must be humble. Humility earns respect. If this person can be subdued, try to subdue him. If not, eliminate him as soon as possible. When you return to the Tindo Empire, inform your father. He will know what to do. Those who use poison are skilled in group battles. Duguyan is famous for his poison on the continent, and now he has become a titled Douluo. Bibi Dong naturally understands the strategic significance of the opponent. Yes, Your Holiness, the junior understands. Ning Xiaotian felt a bit intimidated and humbly lowered his head. In non-public places, there's no need to call me Your Holiness. Just call me Aunt Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong glanced at Liena beside Ning Xiaotian and said casually, "Okay, Aunt Bibi Dong." A blatant warning made Ning Xiaotian's heart tremble. The deterrent power of a mother-in-law is terrifying. Glancing at Liena beside him, she had already used the Fox clan's secret technique, transforming into a cute little ostrich. Sigh. He couldn't rely on his wife. He could only save himself. Aunt Bibi Dong, this is a theory of spirit masters I've compiled during this time. You can selectively publish some parts in the name of the spirit hall. The imposing aura from the opposite side felt heavy as a mountain, and Ning Xiaotian felt a bit overwhelmed. Feeling timid, he lowered his head in tribute and offered it with both hands. Bibi Dong nodded, satisfied as she accepted it. After a moment, Bibi Dong suddenly raised her head with a serious expression, looking deeply at Ning Xiaotian, and said to her, "This is an excellent opportunity for you to make a name for yourself on the continent. It will also greatly benefit the reputation of your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Are you really willing to give it up?" She was very clear that once this book was published, it would surely shake the continent. Not only could the other party use this opportunity to make a name for themselves, but they could also attract a large number of idle spirit masters to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, expanding the sex influence. It was absolutely beneficial and harmless. But now, it was being directly given to her. Aunt Bibi Dong, these are just some empty titles. To be honest, I don't like being famous. Being surrounded by people asking questions every day is quite embarrassing. Ning Xiaotian said casually. Moreover, these theories were originally summarized based on the data of soul masters recorded by the Spirit Hall. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall's years of funding for civilian soul masters, awakening their martial spirits for free, and recording the data and information of these soul masters, I wouldn't have been able to summarize these theories. Now, giving it to the Spirit Hall is only natural. I can at most be considered a somewhat clever plagiarist. I am already very satisfied to have the fortune to learn and summarize the many theories above by myself. In the Douluo Continent, where inheritance is heavily emphasized, the books in the library can strictly be considered the private property of the Spirit Hall, so he has actually been suspected of stealing knowledge this year. Even the grace of stealing knowledge is still grace. Handing over this theoretical summary, to be honest, Ning Xiaotian felt relieved, as if he had suddenly unloaded a burden. Moreover, the tall bird gets shot. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School does not have the foundation and strength of the Spirit Hall. Besides, when he returns to the sect, he can just copy another one and give it to Ning Fengzhi. What the Spirit Hall has, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School also has. The most important thing is the future benefits. The fairy grass is a good thing, and he still has to thank the Spirit Hall. Ning Xiaotian felt so relaxed. He secretly thought that in the future, when using these things to deceive others, he wouldn't have to worry about any psychological burden. It's all taught by the Spirit Hall. What does it have to do with me, Ning Xiaotian? Free ride, so great. Chapter 55. Does the Spirit Hall also lack money? Xiaotian, compared to you, Yu Xiaojiang is indeed far behind. This theory is considered a favor owed to you by the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong looked at Ning Xiaotian, her tone earnest, but her expression somewhat complex. When Yu Xiaojiang asked her to help promote the core competitiveness theory back then, his attitude was positive, but he had no intention of giving anything back to the Spirit Hall. He never thought about making any contributions to those civilian soul masters who reported data to the Spirit Hall. He hadn't even taught a single class. After all, he came from one of the top 3 sects, so perhaps he still looked down on civilian soul masters from the bottom of his heart. The 10 core competitiveness theories of martial spirits were developed together with Yu Xiaojiang, but in the end, she didn't even leave a signature. The theory is invincible. Yu Xiaojiang. That title seems so ridiculous now. It's just that she was too naive back then. Bibi Dong adjusted the book in her hands. and suddenly felt a bit mocking inside. Living is just to make you suffer more. Aunt Bibi Dong, you're joking. This is what the younger generation should do. Ning Xiaotian glanced at the little fox and said politely, one should sell favors when they gain benefits, and this is a principle. Nana, you can rest assured to leave her in my care. I, Ning Xiaotian, will definitely work day and night, love her and protect her, ensuring she eats well and stays warm, making her happy and joyful. Mother-in-law, you need not worry. Bibi Dong nodded, her beautiful eyes glancing at the two, and continued. Additionally, your 2 food recipes. The Spirit Hall will also remember your contributions and efforts. On this point, Bibi Dong believes she has owed a favor. The Spirit Hall has opened chain stores all over the continent based on those 2 food recipes, reaping a lot of benefits and solving many financial turnover issues. Speaking of which, this is also a great achievement. Business is business. Bibi Dong is still clear about that. Aunt Bibi Dong, that's too serious. It was merely a coincidental creation for my own desires. Ning Xiaotian sighed inwardly, realizing that Bibi Dong was indeed a good leader, clear about public and private matters, and not ambiguous. At such a young age, she understood humility, which was commendable. However, I'm not someone who can't distinguish between right and wrong. I want to forget your contributions. After saying this, Bibi Dong paused, seemingly a bit helpless, with a teasing expression on her face. Moreover, I won't hide it from you. At that time, the Spirit Hall indeed faced financial issues and urgently needed a business that could generate a large amount of funds in a short period. Taking your formula was also a move made out of necessity, and the facts proved that my judgment was correct. Those 2 formulas were very effective. As winter approached, hot foods like hot pot and beggar's chicken were extremely popular, and they sold remarkably well. The Spirit Hall also needed money. Ning Xiaotian couldn't quite believe it. With so many high-end battle powers, if they casually sold a soul bone, wouldn't they make a fortune? Of course, under normal circumstances, no one would sell such strategic resources. It would easily aid the enemy. Not to mention, our 7-treasure glazed tile school is clear. We lack nothing but soul bones. Whatever you have, we want. We'll place an order right away and transact on the spot. Naturally, we lack them. Xiaotian, do you know? The Spirit Hall spends more than 40% of its annual revenue just to provide subsidies to those civilian soul masters. Not only that, but the Spirit Hall also has to fill the funding gaps for various soul master academies under its jurisdiction, maintain the peripheries of major soul beast forests, and cover the daily operations both inside and outside the hall. There are too many places that require money. It can be said that the Spirit Hall's annual expenses are astronomical. Since taking office as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong has often lost sleep over funding issues. Isn't the subsidy for civilian soul masters supposed to be shared by the 2 major empires? Ning Xiaotian was a bit confused. He hadn't paid attention to this in the sect. Was there something else going on? That was a long time ago. Bibi Dong clenched her fist, looking somewhat helpless. Ever since the campaign against the evil soul masters ended 40 years ago, the 2 major empires have gradually reduced this expense year by year, claiming severe losses. By now, or just going through the motions. The amount submitted each year is probably less than what your 7-treasure glazed tile school earns in a month. Is this true? Dad, didn't he mention it? Ning Xiaotian was a bit stunned. No wonder Dad gave Bibi Dong a card with 5 million gold soul coins and promised to cover it for 11 years. This really hits the nail on the head. Don't the 2 major empires just represent an alternative to share hardships, but not wealth? When they're a common enemy, they're close to the Spirit Hall, united on the front. Once the enemy is eradicated and peace is restored, they start worrying whether this funding will strengthen the Spirit Hall's power and pose a lethal threat to themselves. The reasoning is very realistic. Everyone serves their own master, and it cannot be refuted. But if that's the case, then the Spirit Hall has indeed had a tough time over the years. Money is an external thing, but when there's no money, it can be quite life-threatening. According to the original work, soul master subsidies can be claimed once a month, up to the great soul master level, with about 100,000 soul masters across the continent. Based on the pyramid ratio, there should be at least 50,000 soul masters from soul masters to great soul masters, roughly averaging 5 gold soul coins per month. So, 50,000 by 12 by 5, 3 million. My goodness. In terms of civilian consumption standards, ISNT, that equivalent to 30 billion renminbi, the actual expenditure is likely far greater, and this is just the soul master subsidies. Terrifying. Terrifying. It's much more comfortable to manage a sect without social burdens. At least there's more income than expenditure, resulting in a surplus. To be honest, If I wanted to ask Dad Ning Fengzhi to take out 5 million gold soul coins now, he probably wouldn't even blink, but if it were every year, he wouldn't be able to stand it. The wealth of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School relies on profits exceeding expenditures, accumulated over many years. If we were to average it out by year, there wouldn't actually be that much money. Mother-in-law, it's not easy. How about giving a suggestion? What can we do to make money? The Spirit Hall, what do they have the most of? Of course, it's soul masters. They account for over 60 of the continent. What does the continent lack the most? Still soul masters. The total population of the continent is millions, but the total number of soul masters is only about 100,000. Soul masters. The abilities of soul masters are diverse and can cover various aspects of human life. I've got it. Aunt Bibi Dong, I have an idea. Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin confidently and said, perhaps we can bring long-term income to the Spirit Hall and reduce expenditures. If done well, it should also allow the soul masters of the Spirit Hall to gain practical experience while enhancing the Spirit Hall's reputation on the continent. As he spoke, Ning Xiaotian's thoughts began to expand, and the brilliance in his eyes grew stronger. Perhaps we could even take advantage of the 2 major empires. Oh, what is the plan? Bibi Dong's eyes flickered as she looked him up and down. What good ideas could a child have? Aunt Bibi Dong, do you know about mercenaries? Fishing law enforcement. Ning Xiaotian was quite skilled at it. Naturally, I know. You want the soul masters of the Spirit Hall to become mercenaries? That can indeed make money. But the risks and returns might not be proportional, and the cycle is quite long. Bibi Dong frowned slightly. This idea seems unreliable. It could very well be picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons, and the talents could be poached by the 2 major empires. Aunt Bibi Dong, it's definitely not just simply letting the soul masters of the Spirit Hall become mercenaries. That would be too slow to earn money and would not benefit the Spirit Hall's reputation. Ning Xiaotian shook his head. Mother-in-law, you underestimate your son-in-law. The Spirit Hall relies on making money as mercenaries, working as guards for others. Isn't that embarrassing? We need to change the wording. Benefiting the country and the people, popularizing it for the masses, and providing convenience for the people of Douluo Continent. This is a great cause. Chapter 56. The free is the most expensive. Ning Xiaotian continued to explain, following Bibi Dong's understanding. What I mean is to expand the mercenary business in the form of a platform, with the Spirit Hall profiting from the price difference. What is free is the most expensive. If one can take advantage of it, why bother doing it themselves? Xianya, what is a platform? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened slightly, looking adorably confused. Simply put, it is a place built around the Spirit Hall's various branches and Soul Master Academies, specifically for receiving and publishing tasks. Ning Xiaotian squinted, suggesting, for example, let's call it task hall, a relay station. Bibi Dong seemed to understand. When she traveled the continent, she had seen relay stations set up by the 2 empires, which indeed had the function of receiving and dispatching tasks, and some even cooperated with battle arenas. However, most were escort missions, and the fees were extremely high. Many traveling wealthy merchants would be ruthlessly overcharged by the relay station, resembling a bit of foreselling. The profits were indeed high, but such tasks were not common. Aunt Bibi Dong, you really grasped it instantly. Ning Xiaotian nodded in praise, secretly thinking that it was right, but not entirely correct. Relay stations are too low-end. Ning Xiaotian shook his head again and continued. However, the task hall I envision would have much broader functions. It could assist kingdoms in eliminating bandits, help local guards capture criminals, escort prisoners, or even help wealthy ladies find their lost pets. Ning Xiaotian paused, straightened his back, and raised his voice even louder. This is indeed a great undertaking. For example, the host spirit could take on wall-digging tasks, while the brush spirit could take on horse-grooming tasks. Even if the spirit is a pile of dung, it could be used to feed dogs or fertilize plants. There are no useless spirits, only spirits that haven't found their suitable place. Everyone can contribute. This is what the Spirit Hall needs to do. Perhaps, once this platform is fully developed, it will bring about a different change to this continent. Ning Xiaotian sighed, his expression somewhat dreamy. He had once imagined making life better for the people on this continent. Perhaps this was the beginning. Moreover, as long as this platform is established, the potential applications are endless. Making money is just a minor issue. There are no useless spirits, only spirits that haven't found their suitable place. After hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes lit up, and her staff fell heavily to the ground, sending ripples across her chest. She couldn't help but exclaim, well said. Compared to Ning Xiaotian's statement, Yu Xiaozhang's remark about there being no useless spirits, only soul masters who can't cultivate, was simply nonsense. He hadn't even heard of any achievements from his pig spirit. A pig is still a pig. Selling pork might suit his spirit better. Other than eating, it just farts, which is so smelly. Who knows if anyone would even buy it? Xiaotian, who Liena had transformed into a little fangirl, gazing adoringly with eyes full of Ning Xiaotian's image. The more Bibi Dong thought about it, the more she felt that this platform must be established as soon as possible. Once this platform is built, common soul masters would have other sources of income. She would only need to issue orders to regulate the behavior of the soul masters under the spirit hall, encouraging them to be polite. People's hearts are tender. Respect is mutual. When the common people spend a little money to receive help from a soul master and solve their life troubles, they will surely be grateful to that soul master. The spirit hall established the platform. The soul masters under the spirit hall accepted tasks. These soul masters are courteous and never neglect any task publisher. In contrast, the nobles of the two empires are all idle wastrels, and resentment will spread from now on. Instead, on the spirit hall's side, both commoners and soul masters will remember this kindness. And some soul masters who manage to support themselves through the platform won't come back to the spirit hall for subsidies. Only those without ability would rely on others' charity. Everyone has their pride, let alone someone who has become a soul master, unless they have no other choice. And now there is a way. It seems that they can save some money again. Bibi Dong was overjoyed and did not forget to draw inferences from one instance to another, speculating about the future. Xiaotian, do you mean the spirit hall will take a share from the task rewards to make money? As expected of the Pope, truly clever. Ning Xiaotian nodded slightly, but unfortunately, she still didn't grasp the essence. It's still that saying, what is free is the most expensive. No, ordinary tasks must be free. Ning Xiaotian stated firmly and loudly. We cannot limit the amount of reward that task publishers offer, nor can we charge randomly. We also cannot take a share from the soul master's task rewards. If the money offered is too little, no one will take it anyway. Let them publish it. It's just for the platform to fill in the gaps. Moreover, if no one accepts or the task is not completed on time, the publisher can cancel the task. Full refunds are supported. Additionally, for simple tasks related to the basic livelihood of the common people, absolutely no fees can be deducted, as that would discourage soul masters from taking on tasks. Simple tasks inherently have low rewards. If the platform takes a cut, competing with the people for profits, it would be too shabby. How could the spirit hall do such a thing? Benefiting the people is our fundamental principle. However, Ning Xiaotian's tone shifted, his eyes narrowed, and he said amicably, for high reward tasks, a small fee can be charged, but cannot be too high. This way, task publishers and takers won't mind, as they will receive greater returns. Charging a fee for large orders is quite normal, isn't it? The spirit hall needs to invest money to operate the platform too. Of course, I prefer to call these fees information fees, meaning the cost of providing information. Information fees, those three words, Ning Xiaotian emphasized heavily. After all, the relevant information about tasks is published and coordinated by the spirit hall, so it's reasonable to charge a bit for labor. Aunt Bibi Dong, I can almost confirm that once this platform is fully developed, the spirit hall will soon become the center for information gathering across the entire continent. Ning Xiaotian raised his head, his tone cheerful, weaving a beautiful future. People can go to the task hall to hear stories, news, and rumors from all over the continent. For example, a certain official from a Xingluo empire has several wives, a few children, and what his martial soul is, a certain soul-hunting forest, which area has which kind of soul beast, and their respective ages. In a certain mountain, ancient ruins have appeared, where people have found various soul-guiding devices. Ahem. Some of this information can be collected. As long as the timing is right, it can actually be sold for money. Ning Xiaotian stopped at the right moment. In fact, he could bury a treasure himself and sell the treasure map to others for digging. Monopolizing information like this is really impressive. There are many clever tricks that can be done. Fortunately, this little brat is on the side of the spirit hall. For some reason, Bibi Dong suddenly had such a thought in her mind, as if she was secretly relieved. Treating Ning Xiaotian's mother should be the wisest decision she has made in her life. This guy is really talented, small but clever, skilled in deception. And his own disciple is the best proof. Just look at that infatuated look. He seems to have lost his soul. Compared to Ning Xiaotian, Yu Xiaojing is at most a brain-dead person. It seems like I'm insulting myself. I was deceived by that brain-dead person. So what does that make me? Mentally challenged? Silly and sweet? Hee hee, Yu Xiaojing, just wait. Bibi Dong's heart was completely unaffected, and she had even imagined hundreds of ways to deal with such a scumbag. In the future, when unifying the continent, it would all be written into national law. Additionally, there is one more thing. The Spirit Hall can actually use this information to do some business of its own. Ning Xiaotian paused, looked at Bibi Dong, and continued, for example. If we hear someone say that oranges from the north are selling for a high price recently, the Spirit Hall can buy them from cheaper places and sell them to the north to earn the price difference. Regarding this, I believe our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile school is very suitable for the market of the Tiando Empire. At this point, Ning Xiaotian revealed his cute little tiger teeth. People should act for themselves. Otherwise, heaven and earth will punish them. It's not about freeloading, but sharing some benefits. How could that be unreasonable? Let the Spirit Hall handle the platform. Who told them they have so many people? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's family business is too small to take on such work. We just need to take advantage of the oil and water. And when Nana becomes the Pope in the future, wouldn't we be able to slip in? Freeloading is just great. The good life of living off others starts with freeloading. P.S. I'll update a chapter first to calm down. Chapter 57. The Scheming Merchant Bibi Dong. This little slickster really gets up early for profit. The corner of Bibi Dong's mouth twitched, her pale face slightly lowered, and she no longer paid attention to Ning Xiaotian's business using the information gap. Bibi Dong's expression tightened as she pondered carefully. The southern and northern environments of the continent are vastly different. The south is mostly mountainous forests, while the north is cold soil. The special products of the south are naturally cheap because they are easy to produce. Moreover, they are extremely abundant. But when they reach the north, don't these cheap goods from the south become rare items? Isn't that how merchants make money? Reselling between the two places to earn the price difference? Bibi Dong grasped the key point. What she needed to do was collect information. Which goods are popular in the north? Which goods are popular in the south? What is the price difference between the two places? And what is their market purchase price in the place of origin? Then, select the most profitable ones and send people to purchase at market prices in both places for transportation and resale. I could even become a supplier, only providing the goods and cooperating with the business associations in both places. This way, wouldn't the money come in quickly and steadily? Thinking of this, Bibi Dong's phoenix eyes suddenly lit up, slowly transforming into the shape of gold soul coins, sparkling. No, wait, they're loopholes. As if realizing something, Bibi Dong's expression suddenly became cautious again. Human nature drives profit. It cannot be ignored. Yu Xiaojiang could ignore his elderly father and newly married Lu Erlong for the sake of so-called dreams and dignity. What about merchants? For the sake of money, they might. If the Spirit Hall's management arbitrarily lowers the purchase price, or excessively exploits and purchases, or even violently forces the local people to produce a certain type of goods, that would harm others and themselves. If a few morally corrupt remnants emerge, the Spirit Hall's reputation would be completely ruined. It must be controlled. When doing business, one must emphasize a steady flow, not fish in troubled waters. Quietly making a fortune, Bibi Dong raised her left hand slightly, gently placing it between her lips, her expression becoming more serious. She is not a simple merchant. She is also a rule maker. It is necessary to establish countermeasures and create an executive department to manage this matter. No oppressing civilians or arbitrarily lowering prices. Bribery and corruption must be prohibited. Severe punishment must be severe. Having clarified the context of the matter, Bibi Dong's expression slowly relaxed, even becoming a bit excited. Finally, she no longer has to worry about money. Finally, she can sleep well. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects one's heart. But perhaps she got a little too excited. Ning Xiaotian and Liena were shocked. Unable to hold back, Ning Xiaotian quickly shifted his gaze, as he couldn't leave an unrefined impression in front of his mother-in-law. Better to look at his little fox. Liena also sensed the unusual gaze from certain wolf. Pouting and lowering her head to look down, she could only see a little bit of the shoe tip. Confidence 100,000. Liena felt a bit inflated, glancing sideways, fiercely confronting the certain wolf. You sly one, you have so many tricks up your sleeve. Bibi Dong's teasing broke the two's standoff. Watching the two below exchanging glances, Bibi Dong had many thoughts. With her disciple following this guy, she probably wouldn't suffer. However, is my disciple too deeply infatuated? Should I find an opportunity to give her a warning? To avoid being bullied in the future? Forget it. Anyway, this guy will be leaving soon. Moreover, he is a contributor. Such clever schemes. Solving the financial crisis is just a minor point. More importantly, it can win the hearts of the people, gather soul masters, enhance her own reputation and influence. and make those old geezers in the offering hall shut their mouths. As long as she operates properly, she can use this platform to deal with the two great empires in the future, which will also be quite helpful. Now, the contributor is about to leave the Spirit Hall, and before leaving, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall and her superior, it seems inappropriate not to do something. With this in mind, Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows and said generously, "Don't worry, you won't miss out on your benefits. I'll soon have gold mountains at my side." Giving a business opportunity to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is a small matter. Additionally, you will inevitably be suspected and questioned by the Snow Knight Emperor when you return to the Tindo Empire after leaving the Spirit Hall, and I can help with that. This is a divine teammate, must be secured tightly. We can't learn from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, where the dignified sect master expelled his own son for a trivial matter. What a forced situation, trying to be a brothel keeper while wanting to maintain a good image. Hypocritical. Isn't it just because he is too weak. A man without courage or opinion. Bibi Dong look down on that. Tian, when you return to the Tindo Empire, it's best to use those 2 formulas as an excuse to slander the Spirit Hall in front of Snow Knight, weakening what you've learned during this time. Moreover, Bibi Dong suddenly frowned, as if thinking of something unpleasant. The Crown Prince of the Tindo Empire, Xueqinghe, is an undercover agent of our Spirit Hall. That person has already taken your father as his master. I will send someone to inform him to cooperate with you. After you return, you could befriend him, distancing from the Spirit Hall while getting close to the Imperial Crown Prince. Both paths can be connected, which should dispel Snow Knight's suspicion of you. Of course, if you feel that his task is feasible, you can consider helping him. If it's inconvenient to act, you can also let it go. Ning Xiaotian is small but full of tricks, and Bibi Dong has already seen this and feels quite at ease. As for Qian Renxue, her scheming for power and ambition is nothing but a crooked path. Now, she has become dispensable. As long as nothing happens to her, it's fine. Given enough time, once the opportunity arises, I can easily push through the 2 great empires. Deadly Tsundere? This term suddenly popped into Ning Xiaotian's mind. What's the difference from directly asking him for help? It seems that Bibi Dong's mindset has also changed somewhat. She no longer hates her own daughter as much. All her hatred is directed at Yu Xiaojiang and the Worship Hall, especially Yu Xiaojiang, who is probably about to face a storm. How tragic. Social death. I don't know how he will get by in the future. An undercover agent? Such a thing exists. Ning Xiaotian was shocked, his expression revealing his astonishment. Aunt Bibi Dong, how should I address that undercover agent from the Spirit Hall? Acting as a full set, this is common sense, and I can also gauge the other party's attitude. You can just refer to him by his current title as the Crown Prince. Bibi Dong's brows gradually relaxed as she casually replied. Speaking of which, this little rascal is quite capable of causing trouble. If he meets Qian Renxue, it wouldn't stir up some trouble, would it? Upon thinking this, Bibi Dong's expression became strange, and she inexplicably felt a hint of regret. She then turned her gaze to the side, at Liena. I wonder how the relationship between this kid and my precious disciple has developed. Although young, he still needs to be mindful. How about having a chat? Tianer, if there's nothing else, you should go back and rest. Liena stays. Bibi Dong waved her hand, sending him away. Yes, Aunt Bibi Dong. Ning Xiaotian glanced at Liena, realizing he had no other choice, and respectfully took his leave. As he walked out of the Pope's Hall, it was getting dark, and it seemed there was nowhere else to go, so he decided to head back to the guest house. His martial soul had just received its first soul ring, and he hadn't had a chance to carefully observe what changes had occurred. Chapter 58. No one is allowed to touch my sausage. Just as he climbed the mountain, what came into view was the chrysanthemum, no watering flowers with his but sticking out. You can't say it's quite perky. Teacher, where are Poison Douluo and the others? Seeing that no one was around, Ning Xiaotian walked up and asked curiously, that old guy? I've arranged him in the guest house closest to the conferral ceremony. The chrysanthemum Douluo remained unfazed, focusing on tending to the delicate daisies in front of him. Everyone in the Spirit Hall knows. The chrysanthemum Douluo has a preference for chrysanthemums, and his martial soul is also a chrysanthemum. A unique hobby, but with reason. All right then. Teacher, I'll head back to my room first. Shrugging his shoulders, Ning Xiaotian no longer pursued the topic. Pushing open the door, the orange evening glow was streaming through the curtain seams, casting spots of orange on the pillow. A simple hardwood bed, thin bed sheets, and a light blanket were just right for this warm spring season. Beside it was a wooden desk with matching windows, where a dozen books were neatly arranged, and below it was a low stool. Ning Xiaotian gently closed the door, walked straight to the bedside, sat down, and took off his coat, rubbing it before placing it on the stool. Then he extended his right hand, palm up, A wave of deep blue light radiated out, instantly spreading and illuminating the entire room, dyeing everything within it a mottled azure, creating a stunning scene. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The night scene lights were quite good. It seemed that after putting on a soul ring, there wasn't much change. It didn't get longer or bigger. Ning Xiaotian examined the martial soul in his hand closely and murmured in disappointment. He wondered if it was hard enough. Ning Xiaotian maintained his soul power, transforming his palm into a claw, and lightly tapped the tip of the tower against the edge of the bed. Bang, bang, bang. It was very crisp, but it didn't sound like steel striking, nor did it have the hardness of diamonds. What a disappointment. As expected of a glass product, the sound was indeed clear and crisp. So crisp it made one feel anxious, as if it would shatter with a single touch. I once accidentally knocked over a fake glass lamp in a supermarket. The sound it made when it hit the ground was just as crisp, and then I was dragged back home by the cashier, having to pay a hefty sum. In the summer of 2000, it cost me $25. They even gave me a receipt. I still remember that charming waitress strutting away. The sound of her belt cracking was also very crisp, just a bit painful on the backside. I once heard a fellow cultivator say that the 7 treasures glazed tower, when turned upside down, is like a spike club. I kind of want to invite him for tea, then use the spike club in my hand to poke that fellow cultivator's delicate backside and ask him if it's hard enough. It seems it can't be used as a spike club after all. Disappointing. Very disappointing. However, I wonder if I can make up for its shortcomings by enhancing its hardness. For example, by absorbing the soul rings of Earth-type or Ice-type soul beasts, directly enhancing it to 16. Transforming it into a shiny, golden, diamond-glazed tower, the kind that is thick and hard. Let me think. Crystal scorpion, ice blue emperor scorpion, earth-penetrating pangolin, steel rock dragon, golden crocodile turtle, elephant trunk lamb. These soul beasts are quite rare, but they are all suitable and qualify to occupy a soul ring position. One day, I might give it a try, but I'll note it down for now. As for the current 7 treasures glazed tower, 2 words, disappointing. What is going on? Suddenly I feel so dizzy. Is there a mosquito buzzing around? My body feels so weak and empty. Ning Xiaotian quickly withdrew his hand, dispersing his martial soul, and then helplessly collapsed onto the bed in a big letter. Soft and limp, like a rooster that just returned defeated from the neighboring peach blossom spring. I'm completely out of energy. It seems that not being durable enough is also a big problem. So I suddenly feel a bit of myocardial infarction. The shortcomings of the martial soul are still too many. Insufficient strength, lack of defense, too little soul power in the body, and not enough time to maintain it. So uncomfortable. The dream of becoming a battle soul master is a long and arduous journey. At this moment, only the little fox in my arms can soothe my inner pain. Unfortunately, it's not here, as it was taken away by its parents for a talk. Thankfully, I still have dreams. In dreams, there's everything. Let me rest for a while. Bang. Xiaotian, we came to see you. What the heck? Is it thunder? Ning Xiaotian only felt a thunderous roar in his ears, shaking his eardrums painfully. And he suddenly sat up from the bed, finding everything in front of him pitch black, with countless little sprites flying around. After a moment, the black screen turned white, revealing 2 gradually clearer haggard faces, one red and one gray, their figures blurry, with various strange objects hanging from their waists and behind them. Upon closer inspection, it was all food. MMP, do I really have to be taken advantage of before leaving? This world is filled with malice towards me. Who kicked the door just now? Ning Xiaotian's face darkened, gritting his teeth, his eyes wide open, scanning back and forth in front of the 2, determined to identify the culprit. That loud noise just now almost scared him out of his wits. This grudge must be avenged. Yin was standing closest to the door, definitely the first one to enter. Seeing his evasive gaze and the guilty look on his face, he was undoubtedly the real culprit. Ning Xiaotian had already devised a plan in his mind, snorted coldly, threw off the covers, and jumped out of bed. Ahem. Xiaotian, didn't he know you were just sleeping in the room, and didn't he kick the door on purpose? See, you saw the dangerous look in Ning Xiaotian's eyes, and quickly explained. Being remembered by this person was not a good thing. Both he and Yin had deeply experienced the training plan from a year ago, which was enough to describe it as being in deep water and scorching fire. Look, we just heard you finish talking in the Pope's Hall and came right over, bringing so much food. All of it is what you and Nana like to eat. Xiaoyu is the most reasonable, unlike someone who doesn't even know how to knock. Ning Xiaotian glanced at the silent, thick-headed fellow and sighed. Yin was indeed honest with people and wasn't the type to play tricks. It's just that his brain, impulsive and irritable, Prone to making foolish mistakes, Ning Xiaotian spent a year trying to improve his intelligence, but had completely given up now. You're leaving? There are still many training methods I haven't tested on Yin yet. It's a pity such a tall and sturdy experimental subject is hard to find in the continent. Let us go. Old place. Ning Xiaotian waved his hand, pushing aside the two strong men and leading the way gracefully. Since they're leaving, there's no need to think too much. Cherish the present time. Teacher, go call the senior Dugu over too. They're essaying new style today. Let them try it. In front of the barbecue grill, Ning Xiaotian strolled leisurely. Why call that old guy over? He'll steal my herbs. Douluo was very reluctant. His cheeks puffed up like meat buns, sausages trembling in his mouth, with one in each hand. Don't forget, who is escorting your precious disciple back to the Heaven-Do Empire tomorrow. Douluo had a high level of professionalism, his words still concise and to the point. His Highness the Pope had instructed the show of distance from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must be maintained. Outside the Spirit City, who knows if there are spies from the Heaven-Do Empire, so we can't send a title Douluo from the Spear Hall along, or it will arouse the suspicion of the Snow Knight Emperor. Sending a title Douluo is suspicious. The Emperor's heart is so sensitive sometimes. Therefore, after discussion, everyone agreed it would be better to let the passing Dugu escort him instead. After all, Dugu was very polite to Ning Xiaotian now, calling him little friend repeatedly. No choice, he was a walking detox pill, a true lifeline. That old guy gets the benefit. Zhu silently put down the grilled sausage in his hand, his body turning into a wisp of fragrant wind, disappearing into the night. Then, a sudden high-pitched voice echoed in everyone's ears. No one is allowed to touch my sausage. As soon as the words fell, Yan's body stiffened, trembling, reluctantly retracting his guilty hands. Ning Xiaotian's mouth twitched wildly. This was exactly why he wanted to give up training this idiot's IQ. It was really infuriating. P.S. 3 chapters today, that's it. Chapter 59, Dugu drunk with moonlight. After a quarter of an hour, Zhu returned with a blank expression, followed by Dugu, who was looking around thoughtfully, and behind him was a little beauty. No wonder girls love to choose background for photos. Ning Xiaotian looked at Duguyan in front of him, a bit stunned by her beauty. The orange-yellow flames, the bright moonlight, and the colorful flowers and plants shone together. Honestly, it was a heart-fluttering feeling. The violet short hair scattered in the wind, her beautiful face illuminated by the firelight, her full peach lips glistening, tightly pursed in shyness, made her look even more lovable. The blue waist-length short skirt outlined her graceful figure, her curvy hips swaying gently, exuding a different kind of charm from her innocent girl image. It was indeed somewhat alluring. Ahem! In front of the barbecue grill, the charcoal fire was too fierce, and Ning Xiaotian seemed to be choked by the smoke, gently coughing. The 2 dazed boys next to him instantly regained their senses, lowering their heads guiltily and eating meat heartily. Senior Dugu, Sister Yen, seeing the guests had arrived, Ning Xiaotian quickly greeted them. The sausage in his hand kept flipping. Teacher, your sausage is ready for you. Good disciple. Douluo's expression changed like flipping a book, instantly revealing a smile. He darted to a nearby seat, took the sausage, and started munching, his cheeks bulging instantly, mumbling, grilled sausage is delicious. Little Tian, upon hearing Ning Xiaotian speak, Duguyan seemed to have found her backbone, her eyes brightening with autumn waves, her red lips parting in a smile. Xiaoyu silently ate, feeling a bit heartbroken, his eyes filled with resentment as he grabbed a bunch of green scallions from the table and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing like an old cow. Dugu's expression was complex, seeming both delighted and worried as he staggered to find a seat, shaking his white head like an old father. Is this little cotton-padded jacket going to be taken away by someone? Hey, Sister Yen, come here. Grilled rabbit skewers. Take a few more for your grandfather to taste. Seeing Duguyan calling for him, Ning Xiaotian didn't hesitate, first treating her to food, for friendship comes naturally with meat. Thank you, little Tian. Duguyan hurriedly jogged to Ning Xiaotian, took the meat skewers, and then twisted her willow-like waist to show off her spoils to Dugu fortunately. The little cotton-padded jacket still remembers me. Dugu received the meat skewers kindly, feeling a wave of relief inside. He then picked up a small stool and placed it beside him, signaling Duguyan to sit down, looking like a loving grandfather. Grandpa, it's really delicious. You should eat quickly, or we'll get cold. Duguyan slowly sat down, her red lips and white teeth parting as she began to eat, not forgetting to remind him as the night was thickening, bringing a hint of chill. Good, good. Dugu wasted no time and quickly took a meat skewer to eat. This taste. Yinner, go help Grandpa get a few more skewers. Duguyan suddenly had some doubts about this being her real grandfather. Reluctantly handing the half-eaten skewer to Dugubo, Duguyan took small steps and ran back to the grill, looking pitifully at Ning Xiaotian. Sister Yin, here you go. Ning Xiaotian skillfully grilled a few more skewers and handed them over. Little Tian, you are still the best. Duguyan smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with affection. Meanwhile, not far away, Dugubo's movement paused, and the meat skewer in his hand suddenly felt tasteless. He felt like having a drink. Glancing at Duguo not far away, Dugubo quickly straightened his posture and carefully took out his treasured medicinal wine from his storage soul guide. Soaked in 100 poisons, a nourishing delicacy. The aftertaste is strong. Elder Ju, Elder Gue, I just happen to have a fine wine here. How about we have a drink together? Old poison, what good wine could you possibly have? It can't compare to my 100-flower brew. Ju Douluo scoffed a bit. He often brewed wine with flowers and plants, and his 100-flower wine was known for being excellent. Even Bibi Dong had praised it. Elder Ju, talking without action is just empty talk. A taste will tell. Dugubo didn't get angry, casually taking out a few exquisite wine cups from his soul guide and walking to the table of the two. He gently placed them down and carefully filled them. The fragrance of the wine wafted through the air, moving everyone. Please, two gentlemen. Dugubo gently pushed the wine cups in front of them, showing great courtesy. Let's try it. Seeing Dugubo being so polite, Ju Douluo had no second thoughts. Picked up the wine cup and drank, confident in his drinking ability. Then I shall comply. Gue Douluo kept a watchful eye, merely taking small sips, glancing back and forth at Ju Douluo and Dugubo deep in thought. Usually, Dugubo didn't treat Elder Ju well, but today he was so courteous. There must be something fishy. Could it be? Gue Douluo guessed a certain possibility in his heart, but didn't state it outright. Old poison, I didn't expect you to be not that great a person, but your brewing skills are quite good. Ju Douluo was surprised. But the facts were in front of him, and he praised him. Elder Ju really knows good wine. Come, let me pour you a full glass. Dugubo looked delighted, seemingly pleased that his wine was recognized by his rival. You're too polite. It seems that old poison, you're not so bad after all. Not so annoying. Seeing Dugubo being so warm and hospitable, Ju Douluo's dissatisfaction gradually faded. I didn't expect Elder Ju to have such a drinking capacity. It's truly admirable. Let us have another glass. Good, let us drink together. Seeing the two so enthusiastic, Gue Douluo put down his wine cup, made no attempt to dissuade them, and calmly ate his skewer. Ning Xiaotian glanced at the already flushed Ju Douluo, then looked at the poisoned Douluo who was continuously toasting him, and finally at the bottle of thick liquor. Shaking his head, he continued to grill skewers. The culture of drinking at the table is indeed profound and extensive. Elder Ju, another cup? Poisoned Douluo shook Ju Douluo's shoulder and whispered, Dugu, come on, another cup. Ju Douluo's face was flushed, full of bravado, as if he had completely regarded Dugubo as a good brother. Xiaotian, my friend. Cool me. Dugubo saw that the opportunity was ripe and quickly called out loudly. What's wrong, Elder Dugu? Ning Xiaotian put down the skewers in his hand and walked up to Dugubo. May I ask if there are any herbs in this medicinal garden that can cure the poison in my body? Dugubo asked cautiously, covering his graying hair like a cat sneaking a treat. Just as he finished speaking, the sausage that Yen was chewing suddenly burst out, splattering everywhere with tears. Xiaoyu coughed lightly, looking strange. Duguyan's pretty face turned red as she lowered her head to cover her face. Ning Xiaotian and Ghost Douluo remained calm, seemingly having anticipated this scene. Sunlight flower, clear water chrysanthemum, 100-year mountain ginseng, 100-year rock spirit mushroom, 8 treasure fragrant herb, honeysuckle. Ning Xiaotian answered truthfully, enunciating clearly and articulately. Brother Ju, did you hear that? My younger brother would like to borrow these herbs for a while. Could you make it convenient? No problem. Just a few herbs. Given our friendship, feel free to take them. Chapter 60. Before and after departure, Yu Xiaojiang in danger. Everyone, did you hear that? This is Elder Ju's promise, and everyone present can testify. Dugubo stood up straight, exuding righteousness, looking like a sage gazing at the stars at a 45-degree angle. He had heard of Ju Douluo's skill in brewing the 100 Flowers wine. Coincidentally, Dugubo could brew it too. The 100 Flowers wine was elegant and mellow, sweet in flavor, but not intoxicating. Ju Douluo drank it daily, so how much could his alcohol tolerance really be? On the other hand, his poisonous wine was made from the materials of highly toxic soul beasts, with potent medicinal properties, although he had personally adjusted the taste to be milder and more fragrant. The aftereffects remained substantial. One could say that a cool breeze could knock someone out in moments. He originally brewed this poisonous wine to help his granddaughter's health, sipping a little to warm herself against the chill and prevent the pain of snake venom backlash. He never expected it would come in handy tonight, especially since they were outdoors with a slight breeze. How could Douluo possibly withstand this? It was as if the heavens were assisting him. Duguyan felt overjoyed at this moment. Let's go, my young friend. Let's pick some herbs first, and then we can come back to eat and drink. Duguyan hurriedly urged, thinking there was no time to waste tonight. Elder Gue, could you please take the teacher inside to rest? Ning Xiaotian looked at Douluo, who was lying on the table, mumbling nonsense. He was helpless. He expected Duguyan to be so shrewd, thinking to get Douluo drunk to obtain the herbs. However, this method was indeed effective. If Douluo were sober, he would never agree to willingly give away herbs he cherished like his life. Who knows what Douluo would think when he wakes up tomorrow? He would probably be furious. Fortunately, Duguyan had the celestial herbs. Sending a plant to Douluo later would help smooth things over. This was also why Ning Xiaotian didn't stop him. As for Elder Gue, being a pragmatist, he could distinguish between the value of a few herbs and the assistance of a titled Douluo. Let us go, Senior Duguyan. Seeing that Ghost Douluo had already lifted Douluo, Ning Xiaotian no longer delayed. Sister Yenner, Yin, and Brother Xiue, you three wait for me here. If Nana comes later, explain the situation to her, Ning Xiaotian added. Okay, Xiue and Yin responded readily. Hurry back. Duguyan nodded in response. Without familiar faces around, she felt a bit anxious. Seeing this, Ning Xiaotian didn't linger, leading the way. He was already familiar with the entire herb garden and knew where to find the required herbs. Senior Duguyan, right here. I don't have any containers for the herbs, so this relies on you. Young friend, that's simple. I have plenty. Duguyan, having studied poisons to save his family, had many jade boxes for storing herbs and could easily pull out dozens. Seeing Duguyan take out the jade boxes, Ning Xiaotian no longer hesitated. He took out a small shovel from his soul guide and began digging, only taking 3 suitable herbs. That was enough. He was not Tang San, who would uproot everything rare as if plowing a field. Otherwise, one might think the ice and fire yin-yang I belonged to him exclusively. As long as it was usable, that was sufficient. Duguyan had not said he wouldn't allow Ning Xiaotian to pick again in the future. Acting so ruthlessly was somewhat underestimating others' intentions. Senior Duguyan, let us go. Next location. After putting the dug-up herbs into the jade box and carefully filling the hole, Ning Xiaotian continued to lead the way. Half an hour later, we've finally gathered everything. Senior Duguyan, let us head back. After handing the jade box to Duguyan, Ning Xiaotian stretched and wiped the dust off his face with his sleeve. If it weren't for Duguyan carrying him, he didn't know how long it would take to manage such a large garden. Thank you for your hard work, young friend. Duguyan took the jade box, feeling moved, and quickly expressed his gratitude. Having been by his side the whole time, Duguyan had clearly seen how carefully Ning Xiaotian selected the herbs and even filled the holes to cover them up. This helped him avoid completely offending Douluo, as his method was indeed not honorable. He felt a bit guilty. After this, strictly speaking, he owed Douluo a favor, albeit passively. Just thinking about how Douluo would react when he woke up tomorrow and remembered tonight's events made Duguyan feel a bit uneasy. After the title ceremony tomorrow, it would be best to leave early. Having made up his mind, Duguyan quickened his pace, hurrying up the mountain to the courtyard. Xiaotian, you're back. Upon seeing Ning Xiaotian return, Liena, sitting on a bench and daydreaming, quickly got up and ran over, hugging Ning Xiaotian's arms and swaying. Her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. Ning Xiaotian was also delighted that his mother-in-law had finally given her approval, and most importantly, she did not come in person. It seems he would have a pillow to hold tonight. Although it was the last night, it was still precious. So let this barbecue serve as a repayment. Nana, let us go. Today, I will let you try my new dish, bread with sausage, commonly known as a hot dog. Liena nodded repeatedly. She loved to eat anything made by Ning Xiaotian. The barbecue chef was back online. An hour later, the crowd dispersed. Nana, you go warm up in bed first. I still need to write down today's barbecue recipes. After I leave tomorrow, you can give the recipes to Aunt Bibi Dong. By the way, these are the top 10 health-preserving secrets I specially researched for you. They must not be shared. As he spoke, Ning Xiaotian took out a few sheets of paper from his soul guide and carefully placed them on the desk. What kind of health-preserving methods are these? So mysterious. Liena was extremely curious and grabbed the papers. Just a glance was enough for Liena to feel her face burning with embarrassment. turning as red as a tomato. She loosened her grip, and the papers scattered all over the floor. Then, she carefully picked up the papers one by one, quickly dove into bed, turned sideways, and faced away from Ning Xiaotian, reading them intently. This night felt exceptionally long. There was so much to interpret and practice. The next day, Duguyan completed the title-conferring ceremony early in the morning and then walked into the courtyard with a cautious little step, knocking on Ning Xiaotian's door. Finally, under Holy Anna's resentful gaze, he carried Ning Xiaotian away. "Ah, old poison, I will never forgive you." That noon, a mournful roar echoed in a courtyard. On the other side, the papal hall, Ghost Elder, immediately transcribed the unmarked theoretical content from this book and submit a copy to the Knight North Marquis, asking him to publish it in the name of the Spirit Hall. As for the preface, write that 30 years ago, the Spirit Hall aimed to compile records of Soul Masters and summarize a theory on Soul Masters to benefit the Soul Master community. However, back then, one of the assistants, Yu Xiaojiang, for personal reasons, publicly disclosed this theory before it was complete. The Spirit Hall, considering that Yu Xiaojiang was the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and that some of the beast spirit data he brought from the family indeed contributed to the improvement of this theory, did not pursue the matter further out of friendship with the three major sects and to maintain harmony and stability on the continent, only dismissing him from his position. Now, after more than 30 years of organization and research, the Spirit Hall has thoroughly perfected this theory on Soul Masters and is now publishing most of its content to the entire continent. As for the theory publicly disclosed by Yu Xiaojing back then, it has many flaws, and we hope that the Soul Masters on the continent will compare it carefully and treat it cautiously, so as not to mislead their disciples. After saying this, Bibi Dong said no more. "Yes, Your Holiness." Ghost Douluo, as always, maintained his professional integrity, said nothing unnecessary, took the book, and left. After Ghost Douluo departed, Bibi Dong slowly moved to the center seat of the main hall and sat down. She lightly tapped the armrest with her slender fingers, a smile playing on her lips. Her expression filled with mockery, her voice a soft murmur. "Now, Yu Xiaojiang, the center of the Soul Masters on the continent, the traitor and leaker of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, how will you face everything that is about to come? P.S. The map has changed. The protagonist's martial soul is about to undergo a super evolution, and the humanoid little Rue beast is making its dazzling appearance." Chapter 61. Heading to the Eye of Ice and Fire. 3 days later, in the Heaven Do Empire, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Conference Hall. "Senior Dugu, it's getting late today. How about I follow you to the medicinal garden to check on the herbs tomorrow morning?" Additionally, the process of refining pills is likely to be exceptionally complicated and will take a long time. So let us have Sister Yenner stay at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School during this time. Seeing that the big shots in the hall had finished their exchange with Duguyan, Ning Xiaotian took the opportunity to interject. "That's fine. Then I'll impose on you." Duguyan smiled warmly, his gaze shifting back and forth between Ning Xiaotian and his granddaughter, with deep meaning. Whether it was out of appreciation for Ning Xiaotian's talent, gratitude for the detoxification, or considering his granddaughter's future, he was determined to have them join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Staying early or late made no difference. Moreover, there is clearly something fishy going on between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall. Were they preparing to unify the continent? As someone in the know, if he didn't pick a side, he would probably end up lying dead in the street with his granddaughter sooner or later. Ning Xiaotian might spare himself out of kindness, but Ning Fengzhi, the Spirit Hall, is not foolish. Everyone is not stupid, so why say it outright? Moreover, if tomorrow Ning Xiaotian goes to the Herb Garden and finds that a few more herbs are missing, won't he still have to rely on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to help search? Relying on himself? Duguyan stated that he has been beaten by society for decades, and now he has realized clinging to powerful allies is the way to go. Naturally, it is an honor for Ning to have Senior Dugu as a guest at our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengzhi, his father, seemed to read something from Duguyan's fleeting gaze just now, glanced at Duguyan beside him, and his eyes lit up with a smile. Support, must support. Zhang Fanghua, upon seeing the girl for the first time, revealed a motherly smile, continuously looking around up and down, nodding frequently. Curvy and attractive. Having many grandchildren is not just a dream. Ahem. Huar, please trouble you to instruct the servants to prepare rooms for the 2 guests. Seeing his wife staring at Duguyan to the point that her head was buried in her chest, Ning Fengzhi felt a bit uneasy. "All right, please follow me." Zhang Fanghua, looking pleased, decided to take action personally to show seriousness. Their son's residence seems to have a fine small courtyard next door with an elegant environment, just suitable for them. Looking at his son's expression, it seems he hasn't realized yet. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. As a mother, how can she not worry for her son at this moment? Then I shall take my leave. Seeing his granddaughter being taken away, Dugubo also prepared to sneak away. It has been a year since Ning Xiaotian returned, and he surely has a lot to share with his family. He is still an outsider now, and it is not appropriate to stay here any longer. It seems that his mother's health has recovered well. Watching his mother leave energetically, Ning Xiaotian smiled. Although his martial soul was shattered and he lost his soul power, he had once cultivated to the soul sage level. And the foundation of his body with soul rings still exists, which is a small blessing in misfortune. Unfortunately, after a year of research, he found that even immortal herbs could not help restore one's martial soul. It seems that only becoming a god could achieve that. Ning Xiaotian remembered that later. Xiao Wu was transformed into the sheath of the Azura sword by the Azura god. With such powerful abilities among the gods of Douluo Continent, reshaping someone's martial soul is a piece of cake, isn't it? As he pondered about the divine inheritance, Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. It seems that after he absorbs the immortal grass, he must venture into that place. He still has a token from an elder of the spirit hall. Getting in without being caught by the unspoken rules shouldn't be difficult, but he didn't know when he would be able to come out. It seems he needs to hurry up, train hard, and prepare well. If he returns late, his little cotton-padded jacket might just be taken away by that Oscar guy. Xiania, how do you know Dugubo? Tianer, how's your life in the spear hall? Just as Dugubo walked out, Ning Xiaotian's ears were suddenly bombarded with questions, and the conference hall instantly transformed into an interrogation room. Ning Xiaotian spoke from the heart, narrating everything. What? Xiania, your first soul ring has exceeded 100 years? The sword Duluo's face was shocked as he explored Ning Xiaotian's body with his hands, examining carefully. So, Xiania, you really became a couple with Bibi Dong's disciple, Liena? The old father, Ning Fengzhi, caught on to the strange point and couldn't help but recall the girl his son had been staring at during the Soul Master competition years ago. Impressive. The Bo and Duluo gave a thumbs up. The next day, under the leadership of Dugubo, Ning Xiaotian and the Sword Duluo arrived at a mountain peak. Why bring the Sword Duluo along? Isn't it because Ning Xiaotian himself was too weak? This time, alchemy required a master skilled in soul power control. And since his martial soul had no special attributes, Dugubo's martial soul, being cold and toxic, was obviously not suitable. Do we really have to jump off a cliff? After climbing the mountain, the Sword Duluo looked at the surrounding terrain and felt somewhat speechless. The three of them had just passed through a dense forest, traversed through toxic mists, and walked through deep caves, then climbed this steep peak, only to discover upon reaching the top that in front of them was a conical depression. They were standing right at the edge of this depression, looking down into an unfathomable depth, with thick steam rising up, carrying a pungent sulfur smell. Below is a hot spring. Ning Xiaotian murmured. Dugubo was taken aback, turned to Ning Xiaotian, and exclaimed, "Young friend, you truly have insight. I now believe that Dugu Senior indeed has polar attribute herbs." Ning Xiaotian nodded. "Why do you say that?" Dugubo became interested. "The pungent sulfur smell tells me that there must be various minerals surrounding the hot spring below, and they are all highly toxic. This environment is actually not suitable for plant growth, unless there is something neutralizing the heat and toxins inside. And this thing is very likely to belong to the extreme cold attribute. The rising steam is the product of the collision and neutralization of ice and fire." Ning Xiaotian combined the characteristics of the ice and fire yin-yang I with the surrounding environment and made a brief analysis. "You're impressive, little friend." Dugubo clapped his hands. Just by the scent and the very little information he had previously revealed, he was able to deduce the special environment below the valley. Such analytical ability made Dugubo feel inferior. He now believed even more that Ning Xiaotian had the ability to remove the toxins from his body. Sword Duluo crossed his arms, feeling a sense of awe. "Follow me." Dugubo did not hesitate, leaping down until he disappeared into the hot mist. "Tianer, hold on tight." Sword Duluo wrapped his left arm around Ning Xiaotian's waist and jumped in without hesitation. Although he had read the original work and had some understanding from the descriptions, seeing such a magnificent scene with his own eyes still excited Ning Xiaotian. "Senior Dugubo, I might have to take back my earlier promise to you." Ning Xiaotian murmured. "What do you mean?" Dugubo suddenly became alert, thinking that Ning Xiaotian might want to see something by force. "Senior Dugubo, you are in luck. With such a treasure land, Removing the toxins from your body is just a small matter. Ning Xiaotian glanced disdainfully at the somewhat nervous Duguyan. Am I that kind of person? Do you think I'm like Tang San, a hypocrite who says one thing and does another? Little friend, don't box me in. After calming his racing heart, Duguyan's expression turned teasing and somewhat disbelieving. My medicinal garden, is that amazing? How come I didn't know? Senior Duguyan, you might have hope of breaking through to the 99th level limit Douluo realm in the future. Ning Xiaotian continued to fish for information, speaking in a profound manner. What? Duguyan was stunned. 99th level was a realm he never dared to dream of. P.S. I won't write about the family reunion here. Let's quickly transition to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang I. Chapter 62. Ice and Fire Yin Yang I Tianer. Are you sure you're not joking? Sword Douluo's expression was serious. Although he knew that Ning Xiaotian was not a child who loved to speak nonsense, he still found it hard to believe. Cultivating to the 99th level was incredibly difficult. Normally, after a soul master's strength reached 95th level, it was already hard to make further progress just by simply stacking soul power. If it weren't for this, his father Chen Jianjun wouldn't have had to challenge Qian Daolu at a higher level, even leading to his death. Grandpa Jian, you'll know soon. Ning Xiaotian didn't explain further and continued walking. The poisoned Douluo felt inexplicably excited and expectant, his mind racing with thoughts, quickly keeping up with the pace. Sword Douluo was filled with questions, contemplating certain possibilities, but he didn't say much and followed closely behind. The place where the three were located was still at the mouth of the valley, with the front blocked by beautiful crystal stones and the mist lingering, preventing them from seeing the full view of the valley. The steep slopes around, dyed in red and blue colors, were clearly defined. Ning Xiaotian, walking at the front, used this to determine the position of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang I. After a moment of walking several dozen steps, the three passed through the mist. But just as they stepped out of the mist, Ning Xiaotian, who was leading, suddenly stood still, his face turning red and blue, his body trembling slightly, as if he was enduring some immense pressure. Grandpa Jian, quickly use your soul power to protect me, Ning Xiaotian urged, feeling an extreme heat and extreme cold energy colliding within him, as if it would explode his body. Tianer, who followed Sword Douluo out of the mist, also felt the two extreme auras coming from the surroundings. His brows furrowed slightly, and he quickly placed his left hand on Ning Xiaotian's shoulder, channeling his soul power to protect him. Ning Xiaotian's expression relaxed, and he let out a sigh, turning his gaze towards the valley ahead. What came into view was an oval-shaped pool of water, not large in area, but it was divided into two sides by milky white and crimson spring water, clearly distinct and not infringing upon each other, with steam continuously rising at the intersection. The hot air shot straight up to the mountaintop, but most of it sank down after reaching 5 meters, flowing along the inverted cone-shaped cliff, forming a circular mist around the valley. This was precisely the mist they had just crossed. It really is the Ice and Fire Yin Yang I. Ning Xiaotian felt a surge of excitement, his small hands clenching tighter. We've finally arrived. The foundation of everything. The place where dreams begin. As for the surrounding circular mist, it should play a role in neutralizing the extreme energies of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang I, which was why he hadn't felt pressure while in the mist. Ice and Fire Yin Yang I. Duguyan was puzzled, wondering if this referred to his medicinal garden. There are so many precious herbs. Looking at the surrounding exotic flowers and plants, Sword Douluo also exclaimed in surprise. Ning Xiaotian had also read the 2 books on celestial herbs he obtained from Zhu Douluo and Yang Wudi, so he was naturally clear about the appearance characteristics of celestial herbs. However, he did not understand pharmacology like Ning Xiaotian, nor was he familiar with their specific effects and usage methods. Celestial herbs? Duguyan felt a bit confused. Was he referring to the flowers and plants in his own herb garden? What to do? It seemed like he didn't really understand. How awkward. Grandpa Jian, please take me to within 3 steps of that celestial herb, Ning Xiaotian urged, pointing to a celestial herb growing in the area where cold and heat intersect. The celestial herb was completely snow white, and there were no other plants growing within 3 steps, making it easy to identify. All right, Qian Douluo did not hesitate and, like an eagle catching a chick, brought Ning Xiaotian to the destination. With a snow-white stem and snow-white leaves, it indeed bloomed with blood-red flowers, unmistakably a blood-colored swan kiss. Senior Duguyan, this is the celestial herb that can give you a chance to break through to level 99, Ning Xiaotian said solemnly while looking at the blood-colored swan kiss before him. Senior Duguyan, what are you doing? A figure flashed by, and Duguyan, with agile steps, was startled by Ning Xiaotian's exclamation. I can't help it. I can't help it. Ha! Duguyan, whose shoulder was firmly held down by Jiandao, had his old face turn a pig liver color and quickly admitted defeat. What's going on today? Usually I wouldn't even dare to get close to this herb, but today, for some reason, I suddenly have the courage. Duguyan thought to himself, waving his hand at Jiandao, signaling him to let go. Fortunately, Jiandao recognized the celestial herb and knew what the blood-colored swan kiss was, reacting quickly enough. Ning Xiaotian secretly felt relieved. He was truly afraid that Duguyan would be unable to resist touching the blood-colored swan kiss. This guy was full of poison. If he touched it, he would probably die instantly from poisoning. Senior Duguyan, this celestial herb is called blood-colored swan kiss. It is not toxic itself, but it can catalyze and breed any toxins it comes into contact with by hundreds of times. If you had touched it just now, you would have likely been poisoned to death immediately. Seeing that Duguyan had calmed down, Ning Xiaotian also broke out in a cold sweat for him. What? Young friend, why didn't you say so earlier? Are you sure this herb can really help me break through to a higher realm? Duguyan's expression was somewhat resentful, and he retreated repeatedly in fright. I didn't say it could be used right now. Ning Xiaotian felt frustrated. Duguyan seemed a bit lacking in intelligence. Senior Duguyan, in order for this blood-colored swan kiss to assist your cultivation, you first need to eliminate the toxins in your body. Additionally, you need to take another celestial herb that does not conflict with it to stabilize your body. Moreover, I didn't lie to you. Just imagine. Most of your strength comes from the highly toxic characteristics of a martial soul, and this celestial herb can catalyze toxins by hundreds of times. If you cultivate with both, wouldn't your strength? Upon hearing this, Duguyan felt it made more and more sense. His gaze gradually became vacant as he fell into an infinite beautiful fantasy, and drool was about to flow down. I am now a title Douluo, not to mention 100-fold increase. If I just enhance my martial soul's toxic characteristics a few more times, Wu Ti, I fly directly. Stepping on Tang, Hao, and punching through the Juhua Pass is not a dream. So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving. Duguyan snapped back to reality and hurriedly urged. As if he suddenly thought of something, Duguyan added, Young friend, I've been listening for so long. What exactly is this celestial herb? Do I have many of them in my garden? Celestial herbs, simply put, refer to extraordinary herbs with amazing medicinal effects. Feeling that Duguyan's intelligence had significantly decreased today, Ning Xiaotian answered in a way that was easy to understand. To put it bluntly, each celestial herb can give a soul master with decent talent the possibility of becoming a title Douluo. At the very least, it increases the probability. Ning Xiaotian thought about the qualifications of the original 7 monsters. Zhu Zhuqing's qualifications were quite ordinary, yet she still became a titled Douluo. The fairy herbs must have played a significant role. Senior Duguyan, I took a look at your herb garden, and there are probably dozens of fairy herbs, right? Since we are all on the same side now, Ning Xiaotian had no reservations. Getting into the car, you still want to get out? What? Duguyan seemed to have an epiphany, thumping his chest and feeling as if he had received some kind of heavy blow. The method of detoxification he had been searching for across the continent seemed to be right beside him, yet he was oblivious, and there were so many good things for improving one's realm. What a waste of years. The saddest thing in life is nothing more than this. I am heartbroken. Chapter 63, In the Eye of Ice and Fire Cough Cough. Senior Duguyan. Seeing Duguyan looking somewhat withdrawn, Ning Xiaotian hurriedly added, Fairy herb cannot be used by just anyone. It depends on each person's martial soul and physique. Eating them randomly can cause problems. Moreover, there are also incompatibilities among different fairy herbs. Consuming too much can lead to internal energy conflicts and harm the body. Sigh. I understand. I just feel a bit sentimental. Duguyan crossed his hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and sighed deeply. The past cannot be pursued. Thinking too much only adds to one's worries, and he had come to understand that. Moreover, it's not too late now. He had only recently been promoted to a title Douluo, and his granddaughter was still young. Now that the poison in both of them was about to be removed, their future prospects looked bright. Thinking of this, Duguyan felt his mood suddenly improve. Crouching down, staring at the pure, white blood-red swan kiss before him, Duguyan couldn't help but stroke his chin, his eyes bursting with endless imagination. Level 99, Zenyo Dugu, I have a small request. Seeing Duguyan calm down, Ning Xiaotian touched his nose, feeling anxious, and said, There are quite a few fairy herbs. All right, young friend, no need to say more. I agree. Dugu Bo waved his hand dismissively, as if he had already known what Ning Xiaotian wanted to ask. Isnt, it just fairy herbs? As long as he and his granddaughter can enjoy them. That's enough. Besides, his Dugu family had no other members, and they couldn't eat more anyway. So might as well be kept. Previously in the Stardow Forest, Ning Xiaotian had helped Dugu Bo's granddaughter, Duguyan, optimize her soul rings and soul skills. Now that the poison hadn't been resolved yet, as soon as he entered the herb garden, Ning Xiaotian immediately recommended suitable fairy herbs for himself. Dugu Bo remembered all the kindness. Then thank you, senior. Ning Xiaotian quickly bowed, saying that if there's ever a need for the younger generation, Senior Dugu can just mention it. He would definitely do his best. Exactly. Brother Dugu, this great kindness. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will definitely remember it. The sword Douluo also looked serious, expressing his stance. Elder Chun, you're being polite. Young Ning has also rendered me great kindness. It's just a few fairy herbs. Dugu Bo quickly got up to help the sword Douluo up, then looked deeply at Ning Xiaotian, meaningfully saying, young friend, don't forget what you just said. Of course. Ning Xiaotian nodded, not doubting it. All right, just having your word is enough. Dugu Bo's old fox-like eyes instantly turned into slits as he smiled. Ning Xiaotian scratched his pants leg, suddenly feeling a bit nervous, secretly thinking, what's going on with this Dugu Bo? Is he trying to trick me? Young friend, can we start refining the detoxification pills now? Seeing Ning Xiaotian's suddenly tense expression, Dugu Bo quickly changed the topic. Sure, but I still need to prepare a bit. Ning Xiaotian nodded, then shook his head again. Senior, as you can see, my small frame can't withstand the extreme cold and heat from the eye of ice and fire. I'm afraid I won't be able to perform well. Having Grandpa Jian protect me like this isn't a solution. Then what should we do? Dugu Bo's eyes widened, his smile instantly fading, his face full of despair. It's okay. I have found a solution in your medicinal garden. Ning Xiaotian raised an eyebrow, feeling calm inside. Damn, good kid. Are you trying to mess with me? Dugu Bo couldn't help but curse, raising his hand. Seeing that things were going awry, Ning Xiaotian quickly hugged the waist of the sword Douluo. Senior Dugu, please don't blame me. I only just thought of a method after looking around the eye of ice and fire. Then hurry up. Dugu Bo put down his hand that was about to cause trouble, snorting in annoyance. Grandpa Jian, did you see that plant that's completely red, looking like a cabbage? And that one, white and star-shaped, like a morning glory. Could you please help me dig those 2 plants out and bring them here? Remember not to touch them with your body, and don't let them come into contact with each other. All right. The sword Douluo didn't hesitate, extending his right hand, forming a sword finger, his gaze fixed on the roots of the 2 plants, releasing 2 streams of sword energy. Retrieve. As soon as he spoke, the 2 streams of sword energy suddenly dissipated, transforming into 2 balls of pure soul power, gently dragging the 2 plants with soil towards him. So awesome. Ning Xiaotian was dumbfounded. As expected of the sword Douluo, the poison Douluo couldn't help but shrink his head, feeling full of admiration. Tianer, I can sense that these 2 plants contain extreme energies of cold and heat. Whatever you plan to do, be sure to be careful. After retrieving the 2 plants and sensing the strange energy within them, the sword Douluo reminded him. Grandpa Jian, I understand. Ning Xiaotian nodded repeatedly next. Please take me to the edge of the hot spring where the cold and hot meet. Are you sure? The sword Douluo's expression became serious. He could sense that the hot spring was extremely dangerous, and falling in would likely be a one-way trip. Ning Xiaotian, not that seriously. Grandpa Jian, since I brought it up, I naturally have ample confidence. Good. Jian Douluo stopped talking nonsense and slowly led Ning Xiaotian to the edge of the hot spring, with a medicinal herb floating on each side of his body. Grandpa Jian, Senior Dugu, from now on, no matter what Tianer does, please do not stop him. Ning Xiaotian said with a solemn tone. Young friend, you don't mean to jump in for a bath, do you? Looking at the unusually deep 2-colored spring water, Dugu Bo felt a bit of a chill down his spine. Ning Xiaotian raised his head and smiled at Dugu Bo, suddenly feeling no tension. Senior Dugu, you really have great insight. What? Xiaotian, this is no joke. The sword Douluo's pupils shrank as he said in a deep voice. Of course, it's not a joke. Ning Xiaotian nodded and explained, Grandpa Jian, what I did was not only to conveniently help Senior Dugu detoxify, but also to think of myself. The 2 herbs you just picked, as you know, the red fiery apricot vegetable is an extremely hot item, while the white star anise ice grass is an extremely cold item. Although both are highly toxic, when consumed together, they have miraculous effects. Miraculous effects? The sword Douluo murmured, seemingly puzzled. Indeed, within 10 breaths after the 2 herbs intersect, the two extreme auras will cancel each other out due to mutual restraint. This is the best time to consume them, and after consumption, I must jump into the confluence of this hot spring's cold and heat, allowing the neutralizing energy here to continuously suppress the toxicity of these two herbs and accelerate the absorption of the immortal herb's medicinal properties. Once the absorption is successful, my physical body will be greatly strengthened, and it will make me completely immune to the cold and hot auras of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The strengthening of my physical body will also greatly benefit my future, and perhaps I can continue to absorb soul rings across years in the future. Chapter 64. Under the ice and fire yin-yang, little friend, can the other two immortal herbs in this garden achieve the same effect when paired? Douluo, thinking of his granddaughter, couldn't help but ask. Yes, but the effect is not as good as these two located in the core areas on either side. Most importantly, seniors and Sister Yenner cannot consume the immortal herbs like I can. Ning Xiaotian shrugged and said helplessly, Why? Dugubo was puzzled. Senior Dugu, do you know why the toxins in your body have accumulated to this extent, yet you are still living well? Ning Xiaotian did not answer immediately, but pointed to the ice and fire yin-yang in front of him and asked in return. To avoid leaving any grudges in the future, Ning Xiaotian felt it was necessary to teach Dugubo, a severely specialized student, some exclusive anti-poison knowledge today. Dugubo carefully recalled his days living by the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Realizing that the toxins had indeed not acted up, he pondered and asked tentatively, Little friend, are you referring to the suppressive effect of the ice and fire yin-yang ion toxins? He knew about this. Was there a necessary connection between the two? Ning Xiaotian raised an eyebrow, thinking that Dugubo's intelligence had finally caught up, but unfortunately, according to the original text, this guy only knew part of it and not the specific reason. Indeed, the cold extreme yin spring and the hot extreme yang spring have a strong restraining effect on any poison. Ning Xiaotian noted, pointed to the ice and fire 2 and continued, the spring water from the ice and fire 2 in front of us is immune to all poisons, making it a very difficult environment for ordinary soul masters or soul beasts to survive. However, for you, senior, living here is beneficial and harmless, precisely because the extreme cold and scorching heat here just counteract the severe poison within you, although cultivating here won't completely eliminate the accumulated toxins in your body. At least it can greatly alleviate them, ensuring that you won't be harmed by the toxins inside you. The restraining effect on the poison. This combination of two medicinal herbs will. Dugubo suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility, his eyes widening as he pointed at the two immortal herbs floating beside Duguyan, exclaiming in shock. Finally enlightened, Ning Xiaotian nodded slightly, praising, yes. Taking these two medicinal herbs together is equivalent to forming a small ice and fire 2 within your body. Though the anti-poison effect isn't as terrifying as this hot spring, even so, it would still be quite simple to dissolve all the toxins in your body. So, if you and Sister Yenner take these immortal herbs this way, both the internal toxins and the poisonous characteristics of your martial soul will be worn away. And one more thing, as I mentioned before, it's about personal martial souls and physical constitution. Ning Xiaotian sighed, saying, Senior Dugu, your family's by Lin Snake martial soul has a cold attribute and is naturally imbalanced with cold and heat. Taking both extreme attribute immortal herbs at the same time cannot maintain the balance. Forcing the consumption will have extremely serious consequences. At best, your cultivation will scatter. And at worst, you could freeze to death or be burned to death by internal fire. So serious. Sigh. As if I said nothing. Dugubo suddenly felt a bit sad, sighing, Senior Dugu, there's no need to worry. Ning Xiaotian shrugged, adjusting his attitude, and said solemnly, I've already chosen the most suitable immortal herbs for you and Sister Yenner. Once the toxins in both of you are removed, you could take them. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Good. You really think ahead, young friend. Dugubo's expression changed, his eyes squinting into a narrow slit again with a smile. Senior Dugu, then I will trouble you and Grandpa Jian to protect me for a while. Seeing that everything was clear, Ning Xiaotian didn't intend to delay any further. Don't worry, young friend. I guarantee that not even a mosquito can fly in here. Dugubo strode back with his hands behind his back, exuding a strong aura of this is my territory. Tianer, pay attention to safety. Sword Dulau still felt a bit uneasy and reminded again. Grandpa Jian, Tianer understands. Ning Xiaotian puffed out his chest, displaying confidence, and nodded, saying, Grandpa Jian, please quickly bring the two immortal herbs together. All right, Sword Douluo did not hesitate, carefully controlling his soul power to move the two immortal herbs to Ning Xiaotian's palm, then swiftly combining them together. As the two immortal herbs came together, the cold and hot auras they originally emitted instantly dissipated simultaneously. The three of them looked in amazement, and upon closer inspection, the area around the octagonal mysterious ice grass was enveloped in a faint red light, while the flame apricot vegetable was surrounded by a faint white light. Seeing this, Ning Xiaotian no longer hesitated. He quickly grabbed the roots of the two immortal herbs and stuffed them into his mouth like a glutton, taking big bites. Gulp! Watching Ning Xiaotian devour the herbs, Duguyan shrank his head back, swallowed hard, and opened his mouth slightly, looking somewhat surprised. Then he couldn't help but take a step back to avoid being splashed by the herb juice and harming the innocent. He had just heard very clearly about the disinfecting properties of these two herbs. Sword Douluo was still somewhat worried, keeping his gaze on Ning Xiaotian, fearing that something unexpected might happen. The taste is really good. While chewing, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but mumble, feeling that the immortal herbs melted in his mouth, turning into liquid that flowed down his throat with a very sweet taste. So simple. Duguyan's expression was somewhat strange. As long as nothing goes wrong. Sword Douluo clearly breathed a sigh of relief. I hope the medicinal effect isn't too violent. Ning Xiaotian thought to himself, his hands never stopping as he quickly took off his clothes and pants, leaving only a pair of big shorts. Damn! Just as he threw his pants on the ground, Ning Xiaotian suddenly felt his jaw tremble uncontrollably, and then he couldn't even speak, trembling all over. At that moment, Ning Xiaotian felt a mix of extreme cold and heat throughout his body, as if two extreme forces were colliding within him. The pain was even greater than when he first absorbed his first spirit ring after surpassing the age limit. When it was cold, it felt like being stuffed into an ice cellar, his whole body turning a deep blue, hair standing on end, emanating waves of cold air. When it was hot, it felt like being thrown into the molten center of a volcano, his skin scorching red, like freshly forged iron, with steam constantly rising from his pores. The red and blue alternated, looking extremely bizarre. Little friend, Tianer, Poison Douluo, and Sword Douluo were startled by Ning Xiaotian's sudden bodily changes, exclaiming in surprise. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaotian was already tortured by the pain to the point where he could hardly speak. His vision was somewhat blurred from the pain in his eyes, and he could only vaguely distinguish the red and blue colors in front of him. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaotian gritted his teeth and aimed at the area where the red and blue colors converged. He jumped straight down. Boom! It splashed a lot of water. If it weren't for the prior agreement not to intervene, Sword Douluo would have already pulled Ning Xiaotian back by now. But now, he could only search the area where Ning Xiaotian jumped down along with Duguyan. They wanted to check on Ning Xiaotian's condition, but there was not a single hair in sight. In their field of vision, there was only the continuously rolling and rising steam. P.S. The protagonist has died. Chapter 65. To eat or not to eat. Little friend won't be in danger, right? Duguyan stared at the ice and fire yin-yang eye, filled with a dangerous aura, feeling a bit of a prickling sensation on his scalp, quickly turning his face away, uncertain. Just as his words fell, Sword Douluo's sharp gaze immediately locked on a Duguyan's pale, white head involuntarily shrank back. Speaking in a weak tone, I'm just worried. I believe in Tianer, Sword Douluo said firmly. He then withdrew his gaze, fixating intently on the spot where Ning Xiaotian fell into the water, not missing a single splash. Duguyan rubbed his somewhat sore eyes, nodded, and said cautiously, naturally, I believe too. Thus, the splashing waves in the spring gained another loyal spectator. Nah. Moi, swear, don't pull my clothes. Hey, you little snake demon, put down my shorts. Zhu Qing, don't bite. It hurts. Ning Xiaotian suddenly felt a chilling aura assault his body, as if the outdoor cold wind of the southern winter, imbued with magical damage, had blown into his cotton-padded jacket. It was truly a bone-chilling cold, painfully cold. In pain, Ning Xiaotian suddenly woke up. He looked around. Damn! Just glancing ahead, Ning Xiaotian's hair stood on end, and he quickly kicked his short legs, swimming away like a frog that had just escaped a snake's mouth. After reaching a warm area, Ning Xiaotian explored his surroundings again, trying to ascertain his situation. The cold and hot convergence zone of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. I actually didn't drown. Ning Xiaotian clicked his tongue in amazement. The world is truly full of wonders. Ning Xiaotian looked up. Above him were glaring white, blue, and red lights, with countless tiny bubbles slapping against his face. then swirling and bouncing up to the surface. Feeling his own state, Ning Xiaotian suddenly realized, it seems that the intersection of extreme cold and extreme heat has generated oxygen and upward buoyancy, combined with my own weight, which has caused me to float at this depth. Just now, my adolescent dream caused my body to move unconsciously, creating thrust that allowed me to drift into the extreme cold area. No wonder it's so cold. It seems that the so-called body impervious to water and fire cultivated from the 8-star mysterious ice grass, and the blazing apricot vegetable also has its limits against extreme temperatures. However, being able to withstand an extreme temperature environment that even a tidal Douluo cannot endure and not die is already quite impressive. Thinking this, Ning Xiaotian felt satisfied inside. I'm not greedy, just enough is good. After sorting out his emotions, Ning Xiaotian looked to both sides. One side was a deep blue, and the other was blood red, incredibly strange. Looking further down, there was an endless abyss of pitch darkness, and the deeper he looked, the more indistinguishable its colors became. Just looking for a little while made Ning Xiaotian feel a bit of a tingle on his scalp, so he quickly kicked his legs and swam upwards. Fortunately, the depth wasn't too great. In just a moment, Ning Xiaotian's little head broke the surface. Wow, look, its little friend, Duguyan exclaimed excitedly, slapping his left hand sharply to the side, then quickly retracting it and shrinking his neck, his gaze cautious. I'm not blind. Sword Douluo rubbed his butt, feeling a bit speechless. If he didn't know that Duguyan wasn't doing it on purpose, he would have really wanted to slap this old guy into the spring water in front of him. Grandpa's sword. Senior Duguyan. Ning Xiaotian was also attracted by the voice and quickly waved at the shore. Then, he swam towards the shore along the red-blue line. The farther the better. At least it doesn't hurt. Little friend. Impressive. Seeing Ning Xiaotian, who was lively after coming ashore, Duguyan gave a thumbs up. Hee. Ning Xiaotian scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a bit restrained. The bright moon was hanging in the night sky, and it seemed that it was already late. The two big shots in front of him had already been standing on the shore for several hours, each sporting a swollen eye, and one could imagine their anxious feelings during that time. Honor, it's good that you're fine. Sword Douluo relaxed his previously tense body and patted Ning Xiaotian on the shoulder, then wanted to step closer to check on his condition. Grandpa's sword, Ning Xiaotian exclaimed, quickly supporting the somewhat unsteady Sword Douluo. Tionar, fina, just a bit stiff. Sword Douluo waved his hand and moved his body in place. Little friend, Elder Sword has been standing on the shore for several hours. I tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen, not even for a shift. Duguyan instinctively spoke out, his tone filled with admiration. Huh, no problem. Your grandpa's sword is a 96th level tidal Douluo. Standing for a few hours is nothing. Seeing Ning Xiaotian's eyes slightly redden, Sword Douluo quickly stood up straight, like a benchmark, and said nonchalantly. He then shot a slightly menacing glance at Duguyan beside him, seemingly blaming him for being overly concerned. Ahem. Duguyan suddenly looked elsewhere. Ning Xiaotian rubbed his eyes, looked at Sword Douluo, and then at Duguyan. Senior Duguyan. I apologize for wasting so much time. It seems I want to be able to refine pills for you today. It's no problem. Practicing tomorrow is fine. Duguyan waved his hand, unfazed. After being poisoned for decades and still alive, would he care about a day or two? However, tonight is not without things to do. Ning Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. There are so many immortal herbs in this valley, and I still have many yet to identify. Now is just the right time. With the moon shining bright, I can take the opportunity to check thoroughly. Besides, the forms of immortal herbs are varied. Some are extremely difficult to recognize without careful investigation. Grandfather Sword, Senior Duguyan, if you have nothing else to do, could you search the hidden places in this valley, like the crevices in the cliffs and under the stones? We can't let anything slip by. Around the eye of ice and fire, any plant could be an immortal herb, and we must not miss it. Duguyan, who didn't even know what immortal herbs were, had no idea if he had thoroughly checked around the eye of ice and fire. Just to be safe, Ning Xiaotian decided to take advantage of both masters being present to do a thorough search again. My young friend is quite cautious. Then we shall search again. Duguyan nodded in agreement. To be honest, he really hadn't carefully searched the herbs in this valley before. The eye of ice and fire and some herbs around it always gave him a very dangerous feeling, so he usually didn't dare to get too close to investigate. All right, Brother Duguyan, let us search one side each. Sword Douluo nodded. The importance of immortal herbs was significant, and he took it very seriously. By the way, be very careful. Don't touch the immortal herbs recklessly. As he watched the two men move to either side, Ning Xiaotian quickly reminded them loudly. Touching immortal herbs carelessly is quite dangerous. The two waved their hands, indicating they understood. Who knows if my martial soul has changed? Seeing the two start to remove stones and climb the walls, Ning Xiaotian felt restless. What if his martial soul evolved? Summon the 7-treasure glazed tower martial soul. Damn. There was no change in appearance. After retracting his martial soul, Ning Xiaotian's expression turned disappointed. He then quickly walked up to the immortal herb, the colorful tulip, and stared at it, feeling conflicted. In the eye of ice and fire, he wondered if there were other immortal herbs that could promote the evolution of his martial soul. So should he eat this one or not? That is the question. P.S. Let us add a chapter. Don't ask me why the protagonist can breathe underwater. I even went to check the original work. Tang Xin also fainted and sank underwater directly. So the protagonist with even lower cultivation should faint too. Chapter 66. Found a bargain. My young friend, come quickly. Aren't those little grains on top immortal herbs? Just as Ning Xiaotian was lost in thought, he heard Dugu Bo's surprised exclamation from afar. There really is something? Ning Xiaotian was astonished and quickly got up. Senior Dugu, I'm coming. From a distance, he saw Dugu Bo holding up a giant stone the size of a dining table with both hands, tilting his head to look inside. Unfortunately, the distance was a bit far, and the stone wasn't lifted high enough for Ning Xiaotian to see what was beneath it. Helpless, he could only quicken his pace. Ning Xiaotian walked up to the giant stone, crouched down, and tilted his head to look inside, mimicking Dugu Bo. He saw that the bottom of the giant stone was stuck with a dozen thumb-sized, deep blue particles, exuding a frosty, white chill. Upon closer inspection, there were actually as many as 12 pieces. Stone frost cold dew fungus. Ning Xiaotian exclaimed in surprise. Senior Dugu Bo, you are truly lucky. This is an extremely rare, cold attribute herb. These 12 pieces combined are worth no less than a top-grade immortal herb. However, the stone frost cold dew fungus prefers darkness and cannot be exposed for too long, or its medicinal properties will gradually dilute. Senior Dugu Bo, please put down the giant stone. I don't have a soul guide device to store living things, so I can't keep them for long and ensure their medicinal properties remain intact. Young friend, I have it, said Dugu Bo, supporting the giant stone with his right hand while using his left hand to swipe at his waist. He instantly took out a delicate, deep blue treasure pouch and tossed it directly to Ning Xiaotian. This is called the Rui treasure pouch. It can store living things. And herbs inside can also stay fresh. It's a gift for you. Ning Xiaotian hurriedly caught it, saying, Senior Dugu, this item is so precious. It wouldn't be appropriate to give it to a junior. Dugu Bo replied, what's done is done. Anyway, it's of no use to me. Hurry up. Collect these immortal herbs first. He didn't take it seriously and urged him on. Son-in-law, why be polite? By the way, there's also a living 9-segmented emerald snake in that treasure pouch. I'll give that to you too. Seeing that Ning Xiaotian had already caught the treasure pouch, Dugu Bo quickly added, that thing is highly toxic. I don't know how strong your poison resistance is now, so it's better to remind you to be careful. Thank you, Senior Dugu. Seeing Dugu Bo's firm attitude, Ning Xiaotian didn't put on airs. He then took out a finely crafted jade box from his soul-guiding device, leaned down, and carefully picked the stone Fahamla fungus from the bottom of the giant rock, placing them into the jade box. The touch was icy, and frost quickly covered his palm. But unfortunately, it couldn't harm Ning Xiaotian. He was now fully resistant to ice and in great shape, very capable. All right, Senior Dugu. Ning Xiaotian put away the jade box, crawled out from under the giant rock, stood up, straightened his calves, and kicked a bit, feeling much more comfortable. I'll go check other places. After putting down the giant rock, Dugu Bo's eyes squinted with a smile as he plunged back into the battle. This lottery-like experience was truly enjoyable. On the other side, the sword Douluo's speed and climbing also increased, with faint mist swirling around him, his white clothes fluttering, showcasing his extraordinary talent. It's really getting competitive. Ning Xiaotian shook his head and continued his journey of recording the immortal herbs. He needed to understand the characteristics of each herb to find suitable users in their own camp later. 9 treasure dragon grass, 1 each of cold and hot attributes. Purple rhythmic blood dragon ginseng. 8 treasure dragon grass, green dragon sunflower. So many. No wonder this was the place where the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King met their end. While recording, Ning Xiaotian sighed. He had already discovered multiple rare herbs rich in dragon power before he even finished this round. Although there were only a few immortal herbs, these herbs had different characteristics due to their locations, some being cold, others hot. But unsurprisingly, they were all full of dragon power. Dragon power is a good thing that can enhance the bloodlines of low-level dragon species. Even soul masters with beast martial souls would benefit from eating them, strengthening their martial souls in the process. And among the entire ice and fire duality this type of herb was the most abundant. If the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan knew about this, they would surely be driven mad with envy. I wonder if the original Tang Sen recognized these herbs. After all, dragon-like creatures exist only in legends. If he recognized them, it would be terrifying. 9-grade purple grass. Wasn't it this that Yu Xiaojiang used to break through to level 30? Looking at this immortal herb in front of him, Ning Xiaotian pondered. It seemed to have the effect of breaking shackles, but he wondered if it could allow a martial soul to evolve. Let's take another look. Better record it down for now. Wow, the Yang sunflower. This is an extreme Yang flower. Ning Xiaotian quickly squatted down, scooped this herb root and all into the treasure pouch. Ah, a big white thigh. I can have another one. 8-leaved sword orchid. Enhances armor-piercing ability. Ning Xiaotian curled his lips as its user was right there. Young friend, I found another one. Come quickly. Dugubo shouted while standing next to a pile of crystal stones, hands on hips, head held high, gazing at the starry sky. Heaven didn't give birth to me, Dugubo. My luck is eternal like a long night. Is this Dugubo possessed by the luck of a king? Ning Xiaotian was somewhat skeptical about life. Why was his luck so terrible? After consuming 2 top-tier immortal herbs, the color of his martial soul hadn't deepened even a bit. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find any immortal herbs that could help his martial soul evolve. There was only that 9th-grade purple herb, which still held a glimmer of hope, but it wasn't the most suitable one. According to the original work, the Chilua tulip that Ning Rongrong consumed was magnificent, and after eating it, one could absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the brilliance of the sun and moon, which complemented treasure-type martial souls. Absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and the brilliance of the sun and moon. This was the key point, and Ning Xiaotian remembered it very well. However, in this ice and fire yin-yang he didn't find any other immortal herbs with similar characteristics, which made him very sad. Senior Dugu, I'm coming. Shaking his head, Ning Xiaotian ran towards Dugu Bo. Young friend, over here. Dugu Bo pointed to the pile of crystal stones, casting a glance at the sword Duo, who was prying open a crack, with an arrogant expression, saying, if it weren't for this old man's keen eyesight, I might have really missed it. Ning Xiaotian's mouth twitched slightly, ignoring the arrogant Dugubo, and shifted his gaze to the direction of his fingers. In front, among the massive blue crystal piles about 3 meters high, there seemed to be a deep blue patch the size of a bowl. Is this a hole? Ning Xiaotian was a bit confused and glanced at Dugubo beside him, as if to say, are you sure? Anyone who doesn't know would think it's a piece of stone. Dugubo felt somewhat offended, grabbed Ning Xiaotian's arms with both hands, lifted him up, and placed him in the gap between the crystal piles. Ning Xiaotian occupied a favorable position, leaning against the crystal wall, looking down, and indeed, there was an entrance to a cave. Unfortunately, it was too dark inside to see clearly. Fortunately, the 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda had a lighting effect. Ning Xiaotian quickly summoned his martial soul, standing with his legs apart to brace against the sides of the crystal, bending over to look towards the cave entrance. What the hell? The death flower. Just one glance, and Ning Xiaotian felt his scalp tingle, the hair on his body standing on end as he instinctively prepared to retreat. He stumbled, nearly falling off the pile of crystals. The death flower? Dugubo, feeling a sense of urgency, caught Ning Xiaotian just as he was about to fall. Honor, Grandpa Jian has also found a plant that resembles a magnolia, surrounded by many light spots, with golden patterns on the stems and leaves. Jian Duoluo felt an inexplicable sense of pride and excitement, and he couldn't help but loudly announce the characteristics of the herb he had discovered. Sun Moon, Starshine Orchid? Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaotian transformed into a steel-hearted, unfaithful man. Yanking his arm free from Dugubo's grasp and sprinting towards Jian Duoluo, using all his strength, Dugubo was left standing alone in the cold wind, his hands hanging uselessly, looking completely bewildered. Chapter 67. Sun Moon, Starshine Orchid. Seeing his son-in-law's reaction, Jian Duoluo probably realized he had discovered an extraordinary immortal herb. Dugubo raised his hand, stroked his chin, and quickly followed after him. As for the death flower he had found, he could ask about it later. With a name so impressive and domineering, it should also be an extraordinary immortal herb. Arriving at the cliff, Ning Xiaotian looked up. Wow, it's quite high. Climbing it himself would be such a hassle. Turning around, he focused his gaze on Dugubo, who was following closely behind, his eyes bright with determination. Duguyan glanced up at Duoluo's position, immediately understanding, and his mouth twitched. Stepping forward, he grabbed Ning Xiaotian like an eagle snatching a chick. Ning Xiaotian is about to take off. I have to say, riding a helicopter is really fast. In just a few breaths, Ning Xiaotian arrived next to the sword-fighting Duo, leaning his body against the rock wall. Looking down, they were less than 5 meters above the ground, where the hot mist rising from the convergence of the ice and fire two forms was mostly swirling at this height before descending. Fortunately, the mist in the area where the three of them were located was not thick, so it didn't affect their line of sight at close range. Ning Xiaotian looked down and saw a crack about 3 palms wide, quite deep, probably over 2 meters. The bright moonlight flowed along the crack, seeping in, and then reflected off the steep cliffs on both sides, casting a faint white glow on the mist. Ning Xiaotian crouched down, waving his hand to disperse the thin mist, and looked closely into the crack, but he could not take his eyes off it. It was a dreamlike celestial herb, the pure white flowers and jade-like leaves. The scattered white jade light points mingled with the faint mist, swirling around the celestial herb like a galaxy of stars, with delicate golden threads spreading along the stem and leaf patterns, making the bright flowers on top appear extremely sacred. It truly is the sun and moon star radiance orchid. Ning Xiaotian tightly grasped the crack in the rock, his heart pounding, and he murmured, "The sun and moon rotate, the stars shine, gathering the essence of heaven and earth." The legendary sacred flower. Sun and moon star radiance orchid? Sacred flower? That sounds quite impressive. Duguyan felt a sense of awe. This is indeed the legendary top-grade celestial herb, which is naturally very powerful. Ning Xiaotian curled his lips. "Young friend, what specific effects does this celestial herb called the sun and moon star radiance orchid have?" Duguyan asked curiously, his eyes wide open as if to say, "Don't dawdle. Quickly explain it to me." This junior is not very clear either." Ning Xiaotian waved his hand again at the mist before the crack. Feeling awkward as he said, "It is said that taking it can greatly enhance mental strength, but regarding other effects, it is unknown." "Then why did you say this celestial herb is very powerful?" Duguyan's expression fell, instantly losing interest. "This celestial herb was personally told to me by Duo, and with so little descriptive information, not even a chart, it was therefore not recorded in the classics." Ning Xiaotian rolled his eyes, saying, "You can't blame me for this. With such a starry effect, who would believe it without seeing it in person?" That old man from Juhua Pass has never been reliable in his words. Although he owed Duoluo a favor, Duguyan didn't hold back in criticizing. "But you can't say that." Ning Xiaotian calmed his restless heart, his tone filled with hope. "This celestial herb might have the chance to evolve my 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul, gathering the essence of heaven and earth, the spirit of the sun and moon. This celestial herb also has the so-called star radiance power, which should also allow my martial soul to evolve, right?" Ning Xiaotian suddenly felt a bit anxious. There was no description of this celestial herb in the original work, and Duoluo didn't know much either. Whether it would work or not, he didn't know. "Qian Renxue?" Before Duguyan could respond, Duoluo couldn't help but blurt out, "If this celestial herb could indeed resolve Ning Xiaotian's martial soul flaws, it would be extraordinarily significant. In the future, marrying more, having more offspring, and raising them, well, could help the next generation break through the martial soul shackles and surpass the soul Douluo realm." Duoluo thought deeply and planned for the long term. "Young friend, does this celestial herb really have such miraculous effects?" Duguyan's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if it could fit a goose egg. "As long as one can encounter a celestial herb that is extremely compatible with oneself, it indeed has such miraculous effects. This junior has also picked out good celestial herbs for you." Ning Xiaotian glanced at Duguyan with an expression that said he was doing it for his benefit, absolutely not lying to him. Good. Young friend, you have good loyalty." Duguyan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, instinctively clapping his hands. He almost knocked Ning Xiaotian out on the spot. "Senior Duguyan, I'm still just a soul master." Ning Xiaotian rubbed his shoulder, his tone somewhat resentful. Cough. "Couldn't help it. Come, young friend, let me massage your shoulders." Duguyan apologized repeatedly, his hands gentle and enthusiastically helping Ning Xiaotian rub his shoulders and back. The way he acted, it was as if he was about to call him dad. Duoluo held his forehead and turned his head away, his gaze fixed on the celestial herb in the crack. "Now I want to look at this shameless old man. How about I try it right now?" Ning Xiaotian stared at the sun and moon star radiance orchid in a daze, swallowing hard, as if he had seen an enchanting beauty and couldn't hold back the desire to take immediate action. Besides the Chihuahua tulip, this one should have the best chance, and moreover, enhancing mental strength was very suitable for him. Its effects were not inferior to the autumn water dew. Then let's give it a try. I also want to see the power of this celestial herb. Dongbu Bo fan the flames. Martial soul evolution. Who wouldn't want to see it? If there's no danger, I think it is feasible. Jian Douluo nodded in agreement. As the young master of the Qibao Glazed sect, Ning Xiaotian represents the future of the sect. With his youth and decent talent, he has a higher potential for growth, making him the most suitable candidate within the sect to consume this immortal herb. Grandpa Jian, I will trouble you then. The crack is deep and narrow, and Ning Xiaotian cannot manage it. All right, Jian Douluo did not hesitate, forming a sword with his fingers and waving his hand. Immediately, 6 long swords made of soul power appeared around him, arranged in an orderly fashion, piercing towards the bottom of the crack. Then, the 6 long swords at the bottom of the crack were orderly positioned around the immortal herb, like shovels, lifting the entire herb out and then steadily cradling it, roots and soil included. This, Ning Xiaotian felt like he had bitten into a lemon, secretly distressed. He wanted to wield a sword like that too. So cool. Let's go down first. Jian Douluo glanced at Duguyan Bo, controlling the immortal herb, and jumped down the cliff first. Young friend, let's go down too. After speaking, Duguyan Bo did not hesitate, picking up Ning Xiaotian and jumping down. Xiania, here. Seeing Duguyan Bo had already landed, Jian Douluo moved the immortal herb in front of Ning Xiaotian. Ning Xiaotian took the sun and moon starshine orchid, exhaling lightly. To say he was not nervous would definitely be a lie. Whether his martial soul could evolve depended on this one move. After all, once he consumed this immortal herb, he could no longer use any other immortal herbs. If he consumed more, the energy within him would become chaotic, harming his foundation, and he might even explode on the spot. Adjusting his mood, Ning Xiaotian no longer hesitated, sitting cross-legged, opening his mouth to swallow the flower bud with its special effects whole, his cheeks instantly puffing up. I have to say, it tasted a bit sweet. P.S. Regarding why the protagonist didn't eat the Chihuahua tulip, there was a hint in Chapter 4 of the novel. The protagonist knew that Ning Rongrong would definitely be able to evolve her martial soul if she consumed it, but he wasn't so sure about himself, especially after the awakening of his martial soul, where his innate soul power was 1 level lower than his sister's. He was even less willing to gamble with his sister's future. Chapter 68. Sun and Moon Starshine Tower. I was in a daze as Ning Xiaotian opened his eyes, glancing ahead, feeling confused. Endless darkness, scattered stars, and a gigantic sun as tall as a 10-story building hanging not far away, shining brilliantly, blinding Ning Xiaotian's eyes. Fortunately, it wasn't hot. Ning Xiaotian instinctively raised his right hand to shield his eyes, then turned his head to look elsewhere. There was no choice. The light was too dazzling. He looked to the left. Damn, it was even brighter. A perfectly round moon, as high as a 10-story building, was majestically floating, its white light shining brightly, just like a 100-watt incandescent bulb operating at full power. The brightness was so intense that Ning Xiaotian couldn't keep his eyes open, so he decided to turn his head to the right. He opened his eyes. Fortunately, this time it wasn't so glaring. It was a star shining with a silvery glow, very round and quite large, resembling a silver glass ball. Have I traveled through time again? Ning Xiaotian was somewhat questioning life. The scene before him was truly surreal, with special effects at their peak, making it hard for him to distinguish between reality and illusion. Could it be that he had crossed over to the primordial era? No, the Douluo Continent didn't deserve such treatment. So, how did I end up here? Ning Xiaotian calmed down and lowered his brows in thought. About 30 seconds ago, he had swallowed a celestial herb, the sun-moon starlight orchid, and then felt a wave of chills and warmth throughout his body. After that, his mind suddenly became clear. When he opened his eyes, he found himself here. Was it the effect of the celestial herb? Ning Xiaotian pondered it. So, these 3 objects resembling planets represent the 3 types of energy contained within the herb. The powers of the blazing sun, the bright moon, and the starlight. No, Ning Xiaotian shook his head. How could the sun possibly have such a low temperature? Then how do we explain these 3 planets in front of him? Moreover, where's this place? Consuming the sun-moon starlight orchid could greatly enhance one's mental power. So, is this my spiritual world? Are these 3 planets the manifestation of the herb's energy in the spiritual realm? Will my martial soul evolve? Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but murmur. Such a cool special effect should at least allow his martial soul to evolve. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. Huh. Why does that silver planet seem to be getting closer? It seems to be getting smaller too. Ning Xiaotian felt that something was off, looked up carefully, and exclaimed, "Crap. It's coming down." Ning Xiaotian instinctively took a step back, crossing his hands in front of him. But unfortunately, it was of no use. He was hit directly. Young friend, martial soul. The 7 treasure glazed tile? Dugubo narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the 7 treasure glazed tower, martial soul gradually solidifying above Ning Xiaotian's head. The corners of his mouth twitched. Elder Chun, could that immortal herb really allow the young friend's martial soul to evolve? The sword Douluo ignored him, focusing intently on the changes in Ning Xiaotian's martial soul. The martial soul began to spin. Dugubo was startled, transforming into a valley commentator, speaking eloquently. "Oh, silver, white, and gold. 3 light orbs?" Dugubo craned his neck, eyes wide, his feet instinctively moving forward to get a closer look. He was stopped by the sword Douluo, casting an awkward glance at the sword Douluo beside him, seeing that the other's gaze was still on Ning Xiaotian's martial soul. Dugubo tugged at his mouth and continued to look in that direction. He saw that the 3 colored light orbs surrounding Ning Xiaotian's martial soul had already transformed from illusory to solid, rapidly rotating around the top of the 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul. Qian, watching the icy and scorching extremes of energy rising from Ning Xiaotian's lower back and spreading upward, the sword Douluo could not help but feel anxious. These 2 energies are not safe. He saw the red and blue dual-colored energy swirling like smoke, each wrapping around one side of Ning Xiaotian and quickly spreading upward from his feet to his head and finally soaring into the air, gradually dyeing the 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul above Ning Xiaotian's head into distinctly red and blue colors. This, Dugubo was dumbfounded, staring with his mouth agape. He had never seen such a strange phenomenon. Tianer's 7 treasure glazed tower, is it evolving? The sword Douluo's eyes sparkled, secretly speculating. Oh, the spinning speed has increased again. Damn, it's growing, it's growing. Dugubo's eyes widened, feeling exhilarated but not daring to make a loud noise, his old face turning red. The 3 colored light orbs had transformed into a halo due to high-speed rotation and were continuously rising. As the halo rotated and lifted, the originally 7-layered 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul above Ning Xiaotian's head seemed to be stacked higher like building a house. 8 layers. The sword Douluo murmured, his sword brows slightly furrowed, clenching his fists, seemingly dissatisfied and urging. 9 layers, 9 layers, 9 layers. Dugubo's expression was excited, fists tightly clenched, legs spread wide, his body squatting up and down, lowly chanting, as if to encourage and cheer. Oh, the red and blue colors began to fade. This has changed. Changed. The color of the martial soul has changed again. How is the young friend's martial soul becoming brighter? Damn, don't. I can't see clearly. Dugubo stopped his eloquence, quickly turning his head away to avoid the dazzling brilliance emitted by the martial soul. Elder Jian, how is it? How many layers now? With an impatient heart, Dugubo could not help but close his eyes and ask, Elder Jian, look for yourself. The sword Douluo snapped back. Dugubo rubbed his eyes, turned his head, and his eyes instantly widened. 9 layers. The young friend's martial soul has truly evolved. Then my martial soul can also. Dugubo licked his lips, baring his teeth, and with his face full of wrinkles, it looked somewhat eerie. The sword Douluo was speechless, squinting his eyes and casting a glance at Dugubo. Dugubo straightened his body and continued to gaze at Ning Xiaotian. Such a harmonious aura. This young friend's martial soul actually made me feel a hint of closeness. Not only that, but you should feel the surrounding energy. The sword Douluo nodded, his expression serious. The energy around the young friend seems to have become denser. Could it be? Dugubo carefully sensed, his gaze fixed on Ning Xiaotian, his heart more restless than ever. But perhaps it is still not conclusive. We must wait for Tianer to wake up to confirm. The sword Douluo pondered and continued. If true, this matter must not be leaked. After speaking, the sword Douluo turned his head and looked deeply at Dugubo. Brother Dugu, your granddaughter. Brother Chun, heroes see the same thing. Dugubo's eyebrows twitched slightly, smiling widely, mischievously saying, the young friend made a promise before. Brother Chun, you must unite with me soon. Agreed, agreed. The sword squinted his eyes, his expression pleasant, secretly thinking, the 9-treasure glazed tower, for the inheritance of the sect. I, Chun, have no choice but to do so. Just as the two were scheming together, Ning Xiaotian on the other side woke up slowly. Young friend, congratulations. Seeing Ning Xiaotian wake up, Dugubo was the first to rush forward, smiling warmly. Ning Xiaotian scratched his head, seemingly puzzled. Xiania, you will understand once you summon your martial soul. Jian Douluo smiled and said. After Ning Xiaotian woke up, the manifestation of his martial soul above his head had disappeared. He was probably still in the dark. Did Ning Xiaotian think of some possibility? His heart felt a little excited, and he quickly summoned his martial soul. After being struck by that silver sphere, his mind went blank, and he had no idea what happened afterward. 9 levels. Ning Xiaotian was dumbfounded. The tower was 9 stories high, its exterior pristine and flawless, warm to the touch like soft jade, surrounded by starlight, mixed with an unknown mist, resembling a nebula. Truly holy and unparalleled. Perhaps this evolved 7-treasure glazed tile tower should be more appropriately called the Sun Moon Star Tower. Looking at the completely transformed martial soul in his hand, Ning Xiaotian murmured, Sun Moon Star Tower? Jian Douluo was taken aback, then nodded. Since this martial soul evolved from consuming the celestial herb Sun Moon Star Orchid, this name is indeed fitting. Then it will be called the Sun Moon Star Tower from now on. Ning Xiaotian smiled and made a decision on the spot. Chapter 69. Are you tempting me with your body, you shameless one? Indeed, this name is quite fitting. Dugubo bent down, leaning his head close to Ning Xiaotian Sun and Moonstar Tower martial soul to observe. Aside from being good-looking, it doesn't seem to have any special features. Straightening up, Dugubo stroked his frost-white beard, filled with anticipation, and turned to ask, Young friend, have you noticed any other special aspects of this martial soul? Other special aspects? Ning Xiaotian murmured, lowering his gaze to the martial soul, which was thick, large, and firm. Very much in line with him, and very white, even whiter than a girl's thigh. Should I try activating my soul power to see? Ning Xiaotian increased the supply of soul power, focused his mind, and closed his eyes to carefully sense, and the Sun Moon Star Tower in his hand gradually brightened, radiating white light, brilliant like starlight. Sword Dugubo stepped closer, one on each side, their eyes narrowing slightly, one hand covering their brows, leaning in to observe closely. How comfortable! Dugubo instinctively twisted his body, then suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock. What is this? Sword Douluo turned his head to glare. Hiss! Ning Xiaotian tilted his head and covered his ears, dodging the sound wave attack, and as his hand was released, his martial soul also instantly dissipated. Senior Dugu. Ning Xiaotian opened his eyes, looking at Dugubo with a resentful expression, and then, what the hell? What is going on? Ning Xiaotian was baffled. The Dugubo before him had no hair or face. What filled his vision was only shades of green. Looking further down, it was still all green. These greens divided Dugubo's entire body into color blocks like a human color chart, and they were flowing irregularly. Why is it all green? Dugubo was taken aback, his expression a bit awkward. Looking at Ning Xiaotian, who was observing him back and forth, he suspiciously asked, Young friend, are you okay? Why are your eyes glowing? Dugubo suddenly fixed his gaze on Ning Xiaotian's eyes, then swayed. Glowing? Ning Xiaotian's heart trembled, thinking of certain possibility. He quickly turned to look at Sword Douluo. Light blue, mixed with a hint of pale white. What is going on? My eyes feel so sore. Ning Xiaotian quickly turned his head away, bowed his head, and pinched the area between his brows, doing eye exercises, secretly thinking, it seems that my eyes possess some strange ability, but unfortunately, it's clearly not X-ray vision. Tian Sword Douluo said worriedly, then glanced at Dugubo, wanting to blame him, but after thinking for a moment, it turned into, Did you discover something just now? I'm not sure if it's an illusion. Dugubo nodded, just now being illuminated by the light emitted from the young friend's South Martial soul at close range. I felt the discomfort in my joints, which were filled with toxins, eased a lot. But I didn't feel anything, Sword Douluo said, then paused again, raising his hand to clench his fist, closing his eyes to carefully feel, murmuring, The fatigue in my body seems to have eased a bit, and my mind is clearer. He had been worried about Ning Xiaotian, staring at the ice and fire yin-yang eye for several hours, still feeling a bit fatigued, but with his deep cultivation, this feeling was very light. It seems that after Tian's martial soul evolved, it indeed possesses some special ability. Sword Douluo showed a look of surprise, looking at Ning Xiaotian, and then said, Tian Did you also discover something just now? Hearing this, Ning Xiaotian raised his head and looked at the sword-fighting Douluo. In his vision, the colors of the world had returned to normal. Ning Xiao was confused about what was happening with his eyes and helplessly replied, Grandpa Jian. Why just open my eyes? You and Dugubo appeared as color blobs. You were bluish, while Senior Dugu was green. Blue. Sword-fighting Douluo pondered for a moment and then looked at Dugubo, murmuring, green. It seemed that sword-fighting Douluo had thought of something. He quickly extended his right hand, opened his palm, and with a surge of soul power, a small sword was instantly formed. He turned to Dugubo and said, Brother Dugu, please summon your martial spirit. All right. Dugubo did not hesitate and immediately summoned his martial spirit. A dark green snake instantly coiled around his arm, its head flicking its tongue and moving around his palm. Tianer, concentrate and take another look. Okay. Ning Xiaotian nodded, focusing his attention on the martial spirit in sword-fighting Douluo's hand, gradually sharpening his gaze. Grandpa Jian, I see it. Ning Xiaotian exclaimed in surprise. His expression was astonished. The seven-killing sword martial spirit in sword-fighting Douluo's hand had lost its previous intricate structure and was now just a deep blue sword-shaped color blob in his eyes. When he glanced at Dugubo's palm, he saw a dark green snake-shaped color blob writhing back and forth. Xiania, it seems you possess abilities similar to your ancestor Ning Yun, sword-fighting Douluo said, his expression complicated as he looked at Ning Xiaotian. What you see is the soul power within the soul master. Different soul powers have different colors. Ning Yun, Ning Xiaotian murmured, looking up at sword-fighting Douluo with eyes full of curiosity. That ancestor who had a mutated martial spirit and strong mental power? The records of that ancestor in the sect were extremely scarce, with no documentation of their life achievements. Seeing sword-fighting Douluo's expression, could it be that this ancestor was involved in some secrets? Tianer, there is no need to ask too much. This matter involves the sect's secrets and can only be told by your father. I am not authorized to disclose it. Sword-fighting Douluo said solemnly. It seemed that this made Ning Xiaotian even more curious. He smacked his lips and helplessly said, All right, Tianer, there's one more thing that needs to be confirmed. Sword-fighting Douluo said with a serious expression. During a martial spirit evolution process, Brother Dugu and I noticed that the energy around you is significantly denser than in other places. We suspect it is related to your newly awakened martial spirit. Don't joke. My martial spirit isn't that amazing. Ning Xiaotian said with disbelief, Grandpa Jian, are you sure? My young friend, why don't you sit down and try to cultivate a bit? Dugubo suggested as he leaned his head in. Ning Xiaotian instantly sat down. After a quarter of an hour, Ning Xiaotian opened his eyes and said to himself, How? His son-in-law, Dugubo, rushed up directly, his face flushed, lifting Ning Xiaotian high. Under the moonlight, his jade-like skin looked like an immortal. Ahem, Senior Dugubo. Could you please put me down first? Ning Xiaotian felt his scalp tingle under the intense gaze and twisted his body, somewhat unaccustomed to such enthusiasm. This won't do. You have to promise me first, Dugubo said, unmoved. My young friend, you mentioned before that you could ask anything. This is my only request. You must keep your promise. You're clearly just lusting after my body. How despicable. Ning Xiaotian turned his head and sought help from his most amiable Grandpa Jian, but the latter directly turned away. These two might not have some secret affair. Ning Xiaotian turned back and decided to reason with him. Senior Dugu, a marriage without feelings will not be happy. Sister Duguyan has only known her junior for a few days. She obviously won't agree. Although he was also quite tempted by the little slender waist. Cough. Being despicable means being brave in love and hate, and having the quality of loyalty. But arranged marriages are still not advisable. P.S. I checked, and it turns out Ning Fengzhi from the original work is actually 60 years old. The author has increased the age of the main character's mother to over 40. The siege by the evil soul masters has been moved to 40 years ago. This means that Ning Fengzhi is nearly 50 years old now, and his realm is stuck at level 79, just right for him to take medicine to break through. Chapter 70. Please call me the beloved of all. Is that it? Dugubo felt relieved, staring at Ning Xiaotian with a strange expression, as if looking at a fool. Can't you see that my granddaughter has feelings for you? Such a good thing. Ning Xiaotian was taken aback, his handsome face displaying disbelief as he looked at Dugubo, who didn't seem to be lying, and asked suspiciously, impossible, right? Dugubo felt his dignity was insulted and shouted, Am I lying to you? I've been living with Yenner for many years. How could I not see her little thoughts? Senior Dugu, you also know that I'm with Liena, Bibi Dong's disciple, Ning Xiaotian weakly said. This. Dugubo glanced disdainfully at Ning Xiaotian, In this world, strength is respected, and it's normal for men to take multiple wives unless you're incapable. As he spoke, Dugubo suspiciously stared at a certain spot. Feeling offended, Ning Xiaotian glared and struggled a bit, indicating that he was capable. He glanced at the sword Duo beside him, and Dugubo let Ning Xiaotian down, meaningfully saying, "Besides, with your current martial soul, do you think your father Ning Fengzhi will let you off? He would rather you take more wives. Son-in-law, don't worry." Dugubo gently patted the dust off Ning Xiaotian's backside, saying, "Yenner is a sensible child. She won't blame you." After speaking, Dugubo raised his eyebrows and teased, "Son-in-law, I think you should think about how to deal with your father in advance. With the ability of your martial soul, TSK, you might be at his mercy in the future. Does my martial soul really have the effect of gathering the energy of heaven and earth?" Ning Xiaotian ignored him and turned to look at the sword Douluo. The sword Douluo nodded, pondering. "Just now, when you entered a state of cultivation, your body slowly enveloped in a faint white light, and then the surrounding energy seemed to be drawn over. Unfortunately, the speed was extremely slow, and the gathered energy was very little, completely lacking the grandeur of when your martial soul evolved." White light. Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but look up at the exceptionally bright stars and full moon in the sky, then recalled the 3 stars he saw in the spiritual world and fell into contemplation. Sun, moon, and star radiance, the sun, the moon, and the stars. 3 types of energy enhancing mental power. My goodness, I won't be turning into a human-shaped sun, moon, and star radiance, will I? Ning Xiaotian subconsciously touched his delicate body, raised his arm, which was as white as jade. Taking a sniff, there was a faint fragrance. He then raised his second brother. Good, the brother was still there. Quickly, he took out the mirror he had prepared for Nana from the Soul Guide, and looking in it, he thought, "Damn, so handsome." This was the biggest change after the evolution of the martial soul, and those 2 old guys didn't tell me earlier. Bad review. So handsome. Ning Xiaotian was completely absorbed in his good looks and felt even more ambitious inside, thinking that in the future, he would be loved by everyone, and flowers would bloom at his sight. A humanoid little auspicious beast. This kid must have some issues. Sordaw had a strange expression and coughed. "Tenor, have you discovered anything?" Ning Xiaotian, amazed by his own beauty, satisfiedly put the mirror back into the Soul Guide, turned to look at Sword Douluo, and immediately shrank his head, awkwardly saying, "Grandpa Jian, I think I might have inherited the characteristics of the Radiant Star Orchid, which allows me to absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars, influencing the energy of heaven and earth." After pondering for a moment, Ning Xiaotian continued, "Most of the energy from this fairy herb has just been consumed in the evolution of the martial soul. To enhance this ability, I may need to work hard on my cultivation and improve my cultivation level." Enhance. Dugubo's eyes lit up, quickly turning to look at Sword Douluo, and said solemnly, "Elder Jian, I think Yenner and Tiana are still young. It wouldn't hurt for them to sleep together early and cultivate their feelings more. This guy is really after my body." Ning Xiaotian felt the need to resist a bit to assert his rights. Cough, cough. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, men and women should not have too much physical contact. All right, Brother Dugu. Once we return to the sect, I will report to the sect master immediately. Sword Douluo nodded in agreement. Good, good, good. Elder Jian, very righteous. Dugubo grinned widely, clapping and praising. Ning Xiaotian was dumbfounded. Where did the promised rights go? I'm the real tool here. Tianer, do you have any other arrangements? Sword Douluo in a good mood. Turned to look at Ning Xiaotian. I have something I'm not sure whether to say. Ning Xiaotian felt a wave of sadness rising, touching his chin, and looked up at Sword Douluo. Grandpa Jian, please follow me. Leading Sword Douluo and the following Dugubo, the 3 walked to a plant, and Ning Xiaotian squatted down. Introducing, this fairy herb is called the 8-leaf sword orchid. The leaves are extremely hard, with edges as thin as sharp blades, which complements Grandpa Jian's 7-kill sword martial soul. After consumption, it should make your martial soul sharper and greatly enhance your armor-breaking ability. Sword Douluo's hands trembled slightly. Ning Xiaotian pointed to another spot and said, that immortal herb, called Chilua Tulip, is similar in essence to the Sun Moon Starshine Orchid I consumed earlier. What? Sordaw shuddered all over, his sword-like eyes scanning the area, and then fell into a dilemma. Rongrong's demeanor. Ning Xiaotian continued to point remotely at a plant called the 9-tier purple mushroom, which has the effect of solidifying the foundation, enhancing energy, and increasing power. After consumption, although it cannot promote the evolution of the martial soul, it has the effect of breaking shackles. If the father takes it, perhaps Tianer, really? The sword Douluo was overjoyed. I can't be certain, but I could say the probability is very high. After all, the father has been stuck at level 79 for a long time and has accumulated enough. Ning Xiaotian sighed and said, the Sun and Moon Star Radiance Orchid already has a precedent to follow. The choice between these two plants still needs to be determined by the father. I understand. Such a divine object cannot be forced. Having these two plants is already a great fortune. The sword Douluo pondered for a moment and said, I will return to the sect to report. Saying this, he was about to get up. Wait, Grandpa Jian. Ning Xiaotian pulled the sword Douluo back and said, there is still one more plant that needs to be arranged. Please follow me. Ning Xiaotian stood up, released the sword Douluo, and walked ahead. The sword Douluo and Dugu Bo exchanged glances, filled with anxiety and anticipation, and hurriedly followed. Ning Xiaotian pointed at the pile of crystals, saying the herb inside is called the Nether Crystal Orchid, also known as the Death Flower. It contains death energy, dragon power, and cold Yin energy. Its medicinal properties are extremely domineering. It cannot be touched by skin, nor can it be eaten directly. It can only be guided with the true form of a martial soul to absorb all the death energy before it can be harvested for consumption. Moreover, it must be a death-type martial soul, such as Grandpa Bone's Bone Dragon martial soul or the Ghost Law from the Spirit Hall's ghostly martial soul. If other martial soul users touch it, they will immediately be ensnared by the death energy it contains, causing them to be eroded of all their life force and die. Currently, the most suitable person to consume it on the entire continent is Grandpa Bone. After consuming this herb, his martial soul may evolve again. After speaking, Ning Xiaotian looked at the stunned sword Douluo and continued, this herb must be personally retrieved by Grandpa Bone. Will it be dangerous? Sword Douluo looked at the pile of crystals ahead, feeling a bit uneasy and uncertain. Not at all. The evil soul master recorded in the text successfully absorbed it this way. Ning Xiaotian scratched his head, recalling the records in the book, and confirmed. That's good. Sword Douluo nodded. He didn't care about the evil soul master. As long as it was beneficial for his good buddy, that was enough. Dugu Bo casually handed over a detoxification pill. Tianer, Brother Dugu, I'll take my leave now. Sword Douluo politely accepted it and turned to leave. Son-in-law. Seeing Sword Douluo walk away, Dugu Bo immediately turned around, spreading his hands, his eyes charming, and his voice soft and pleading. What about the herb you prepared for me? Ning Xiaotian proudly raised his head. Follow me. P.S. To summarize, the protagonist's martial soul has evolved and gained the following benefits. 1. The holy flower suggests that the soul power inherently has a dispelling effect, rendering any negative states such as charm, illusion, and nightmare ineffective. 2. It inherits the characteristics of the Sun-Moon Star Radiance Orchid, forming a cycle of 3 energies within the mental sea, akin to a small formation. It can absorb the energy of the Sun-Moon Star Radiance to slowly enhance mental strength. As mental strength increases, it can also accelerate the drawing of heavenly and earthly energy during cultivation. Currently, the effect is very weak, almost negligible. The effects are best under the sun and moon, and 1/3 effective in a closed environment. 3. It activates and strengthens the treasure appraisal ability of the original 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, functioning as a humanoid scanner, but currently can only observe the flow of soul power within soul masters. Chapter 71. Xiao Gang, please leave. This one. Ning Xiaotian sharply swatted away Dugu Bo's outstretched hand and pointed to a blue giant spiritual mushroom exuding cold air on the ground, saying softly, this very herb is called 9-treasure dragon mushroom. It contains dragon power, has a cold attribute, and is similar to your seniors by Phosphorus Snake Emperor. Consuming it should allow your martial soul to evolve, retaining the potent poison while gaining ice attributes. If it reaches the ultimate cold, consuming it would completely nullify Dugu Bo's poison. Combining cold with poison is also a good option. It's much stronger than the Biphosphorus Snake Emperor martial soul. Glancing at Dugu Bo, Ning Xiaotian continued, the poison in your body hasn't been removed yet. If I had delayed in stopping you just now, the cold air would have mingled with the toxins in your body. It would be even harder to remove, and it might even cause the toxins to erupt prematurely. Dugu Bo retracted his hands that were hovering near the fairy herb, his expression complicated. Then, with a furrowed brow, he suddenly stood up, flicked his hand, and huffed. I won't look anymore. He then walked straight toward the cave where he was resting. It was tantalizing, yet out of reach. He felt uncomfortable. Clearly, he was the first to arrive, but was not the first to enjoy it. I can understand that feeling, thought Ning Xiaotian, watching Dugu Bo leave. His eyes filled with understanding. He turned to glance around. It was empty without love. Looking back at the cave, where Dugubo was, he decided it was better not to disturb the old man as he licked his wounds. Ning Xiaotian got up, walked to the edge of the ice and fire Yin set up a tent, and crawled inside. His martial soul had evolved, and his soul power had increased by 3 levels. Very good. Ning Xiaotian looked at the reborn martial soul in his hand, grinning with satisfaction. He had originally thought there would be no increase in soul power. After all, the octagonal Xianbing grass and the fire apricot blossom were primarily used for body training and enhancing physical potential, while the sun, moon, and star radiance orchid was more about enhancing mental power. Previously, the sword Douluo had mentioned that during the evolution of his martial soul, the surrounding energy had become much denser, so it seemed that the increase of 3 levels in soul power was related to this. Finally, he could have a good dream, he thought, and retracted his martial soul, lay down, and fell asleep. The next day, Nodding City, Primary Soul Master Academy. Look, here he comes. This Yu Xiaojiang looks quite familiar. I didn't expect it. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. I was curious why he locked himself in his house every day, fiddling around. Where did he get the data to support his theories? Turns out he plagiarized it. Ugh, fraud. He's been here for so long and hasn't taught a single student, yet he dares to call himself a master. Sharing the same academy with such a person is an insult to me. I'm considering resigning. All right, enough talk. The dean is here. The man referred to as the dean walked through the dispersing crowd and waved to Yu Xiaojiang, who was bowing his head. Xiaojiang, over here. Seeing the dean in front of him, Yu Xiaojiang looked puzzled. He had been studying theories at home for the past 2 days and was completely unaware of what was happening outside. The dean's expression was complex as he shook his head and said, "Don't ask anything. Just come with me." "All right," Yu Xiaojiang replied softly. "Xiaojiang, take a look." The dean, seated in the main position of the office, took out a piece of paper and a brand new book from his drawer and gently pushed them in front of Yu Xiaojiang. "What is this?" Yu Xiaojiang carefully took it. The exquisite cover had golden lettering that read Continental Soul Master Theory, Teaching Edition, with a small note beside it stating it was provided for free by the Spirit Hall. With a sense of doubt, Yu Xiaojiang gently opened the first page, which boldly stated a sentence similar, yet different from his theories. There are no useless soul masters, only martial souls that have not found their place of use. Ho martial soul, brush martial soul. Yu Xiaojiang flipped through the pages faster and faster, his astonishment growing heavier. Every theory in this book surpassed his knowledge. More numerous, more thorough, more rigorous. It covered every aspect of civilian life. In both quantity and quality, he was utterly defeated. Even many of his previously published theories were all overturned, corrected, perfected, and even extended in this book. How could this happen? Yu Xiaojiang was stunned, his expression blank, and his trembling hands clutched the book. The dean sighed, but offered no comfort. Instead, he pointed to the thin paper on the table that had not yet been read. "Xiaojiang, you should take a look at that paper." "All right." Yu Xiaojiang came back to his senses, dazedly picked up the paper from the table, and read it. "This is impossible." Yu Xiaojiang suddenly stood up, a beautiful woman from his memories suddenly appearing in his mind, the one who had always obeyed him, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Only she could issue such an order. But why? Back then, she was willing to help me gain access to the Spirit Hall library, assist me in organizing soul master data, and promote my theories. Was it all to use me? To steal my achievements? For this theory? For this moment? To use this theory to gain fame across the continent and solidify her position? No wonder she took the initiative to propose a breakup. It was all to use me. An endless bitterness surged in Yu Xiaojiang's heart as he slumped into the chair. But she is now the Pope of the Spirit Hall. What can I do? Seeing Yu Xiaojiang slumped in the chair, lost and dejected, the dean felt some reluctance in his heart, but continued. "Xiaojiang, I'm afraid I have to ask you to leave. You have not taught a single class during your years at the academy, and the faculty has long been dissatisfied with you. Many students also dislike you. Now that this theory from the Spirit Hall has been published, I fear I won't be able to keep you. You know, I am the dean of this academy and must consider the opinions of all the faculty and students." After speaking, the dean stood up, deeply bowed to Yu Xiaojiang, and said solemnly, "Xiaojiang, I'm sorry. This academy had been his hard work for many years. If Yu Xiaojiang caused the faculty to collectively resign, leaving the students without guidance, that would be his fault. I understand." Yu Xiaojiang slowly stood up, walked to the door, leaned against the door frame, and said faintly, "I'll go back to pack my things and leave today." "Xiaojiang." The dean lifted his head, reached out, called out softly, then shook his head and slowly lowered his hand. An hour later, at the gate of Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaojiang looked at the academy, clenched his fists tightly, then helplessly released them, shook his head, and prepared to leave. "It's him, Yu Xiaojiang," his saying, "There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, cause my child to practice day and night, leading to internal injuries. Ugh, a freeloader, thinking he can just walk away easily, no way. Stop talking, unleash your martial souls, let's go. Yeah, beat him up, I'll fight. Bang bang bang." Yu Xiaojiang curled up helplessly on the ground, holding his head, with a trace of resentment in his eyes. Bibi Dong, I will definitely teach an excellent disciple. Prove to the Spirit Hall, to you, and to the entire continent that I am not useless. Chapter 72, Take Off, Dad. In the sunset forest, at the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai, 4 strong men watched. Fengzhi, how is it? Seeing Ning Xiaotian break away from his meditation state and stand up, Sword Douluo looked at Ning Fengzhi. Ning Fengzhi tightly gripped his cane, his sword-like gaze flickering. The energy concentration around them had indeed slightly increased. However, the Sword Douluo looked up at the sky. The blazing sun was nowhere to be seen, only the orange-yellow light filtering through the mist, shining down on the spot where Ning Xiaotian had just been sitting. It seems that Tian's ability really does have something to do with the weather. Ning Xiaotian's pace faltered, and he awkwardly said this. The ability of the Sun-Moon-Star Radiance Orchid indeed reaches its maximum efficacy only under the sun and stars. No worries. I will go back and instruct the craftsman to properly renovate Tian's room. Ning Fengzhi said lightly, matters that can be solved with money are not matters at all. The Sword Douluo nodded, glanced at Ning Xiaotian, and his eyes lit up again, saying, Fengzhi, should we build a few more floors and send the highly talented disciples of the sect to live there as well? Let's talk about that later. Ning Fengzhi shook his head. It's not suitable to leak the matter of martial soul evolution for now. Besides, Tiana's current ability is still weak and not very impactful. Moreover, Ning Fengzhi sighed and said, the movements of the Spirit Hall have been quite significant lately. After you all left yesterday, the Spirit Hall published a shocking theory on soul masters, and today the personnel at the branch halls across the empire are also being frequently mobilized. His Majesty the Emperor is very sensitive right now. We should avoid making any big moves for the time being and not have any contact with the Spirit Hall. All right. The Sword Douluo nodded in agreement. Duguyan instinctively cast a strange glance at Ning Xiaotian, his expression somewhat peculiar. Buddy, the source is right here. Sighing, Ning Xiaotian straightened his chest and said softly, Father, actually that soul master theory was written by me. Ning Fengzhi and the other two were taken aback and turned to look at Duguyan, who had returned with Ning Xiaotian, seeking confirmation. To their surprise, he nodded. Ning Fengzhi turned to look at Ning Xiaotian again, his expression still somewhat doubtful, and said, Tianer, really? Can it be fake? Ning Xiaotian pinched his index finger and thumb together, raised them to his eyes, and slightly opened them, saying actually, I know a bit about the internal reasons for the frequent personnel changes in the Spirit Hall. How could I not know? Duguyan, who had joined the uninformed onlookers, looked eager for knowledge and quickly asked, Son-in-law, what do you mean? Ahem. Surrounded by 4 big men, Ning Xiaotian felt a bit constrained and humbly said, I just gave Bibi Dong a suggestion. Subsequently, Ning Xiaotian confessed and explained the reasons and consequences of writing the spirit theory, as well as his ideas and platform strategies offered to Bibi Dong, truthfully informing everyone. This is called a bit? Duguyan. You little brat. Why didn't you say this earlier? Look at how tense your father has been these past few days. The Sword Douluo pretended to scold him. You didn't ask. Ning Xiaotian muttered aggrievedly, who told you to ask all about gossip during the interrogation? I was dragged to the ice and fire Yin Yang. I had to work the very next day, where I've had time to explain more. Uncle Jian, it's all right. That day, Tenor came back late, and we indeed didn't ask much. Ning Fengzhi waved his hand and added, moreover, Tianer did the right thing. This move can indeed help us get rid of suspicion and seek the maximum benefit. Ning Xiaotian immediately hugged Ning Fengzhi's thigh, showering him with flattery. Dad still cares about me. You little slippery one. Ning Fengzhi laughed and scolded, then affectionately rubbed Ning Xiaotian's head. Fengzhi, what about those 2 immortal herbs? Bone Douluo interjected with a conflicted expression. I'm getting old, and my talent is limited. That Chilwa Yujin flower should be saved for Rongrong. Ning Fengzhi looked down at Ning Xiaotian with tenderness in his eyes and said cheerfully, children are the future of him and the sect. Then Dad should eat the 9th grade purple bamboo now. Saying this, Ning Xiaotian released Ning Fengzhi's thigh, ran over to the 9th grade purple bamboo, inserted his hand, twisted it, and pulled it out, leaving only a small part of the stem still in the ground. The hand of water and fire is indeed useful. After cleaning the dirt off the spiritual herb, Ning Xiaotian quickly walked back to Ning Fengzhi and handed it over. Dad, here. Just chew and swallow it. Okay, I'm looking forward to it too. Ning Fengzhi smiled as he took it, and although his expression was calm, his right hand holding the 9th grade purple bamboo trembled slightly. Stuck at level 79 for many years, today he finally had the hope of breaking through the shackles of his martial soul. Even the usually composed Ning Fengzhi couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Slowly sitting down, he handed his cane to Ning Xiaotian, looked at the 9th grade purple bamboo in his hand, took a deep breath, and then elegantly placed it in his mouth, chewing it carefully, tilting his head slightly before swallowing it completely. Just after closing his eyes for a moment, a faint purple light emerged from his body, and then his skin began to ooze fine black juice continuously. A faint stench wafted through the air, causing everyone to instinctively cover their noses and step back a few paces without changing their expressions. Ning Xiaotian was not idle either. He took out a small shovel and walked up to the 8-leaf sword orchid, slowly crouching down, with his little face close to the ground, carefully digging around the roots with the shovel. After a while, a small white radish with roots resembling ginseng and wearing a green leafy crown appeared in Ning Xiaotian's hands. He shook off the fine soil, stood up, and turned around to see that Duguyan was already standing behind him. Ning Xiaotian smiled widely and stretched out his hand. Grandpa Jian, here you go. Just cut off the leaf crown on top and swallow the root. But be careful. These leaves are extremely sharp. Watch out for cuts. Good boy. Duguyan's eyes sparkled as he sniffled and sighed lightly, carefully taking it. He then found an empty spot, sat cross-legged, waved his hand, and the green leaf crown fell in response, which Duguyan caught with his soul power, flipped it upside down, and buried it underground. As expected from a sword wielder, he can show off wherever he goes. Looking at Duguyan, who was closing his eyes to absorb the medicinal power, Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, thinking, damn it, today's lemon isn't tasty. He then turned to Douluo and softly said, Grandpa Bone, the immortal herb I prepared for you is quite special. I'm afraid you'll have to wait until my father and Grandpa Jian wake up. No problem. Douluo replied coolly. Ning Xiaotian had nothing to say, squatting in place, occasionally glancing at his dad, then lowering his head again to continue drawing circles. How is it, Ning Fengzhi? Just as Ning Xiaotian looked up, Douluo had already walked to the just-standing Ning Fengzhi's side. Ning Fengzhi smiled slightly, summoned his martial soul, and still had only 7 layers. The Douluo's eyes dimmed. Ning Fengzhi smiled, as usual, waved his hand to retract his martial soul, tilted his head, and lightly opened his mouth. Level 80. Chapter 73. Ah, I'm level 97. I really didn't expect to succeed. Ning Xiaotian was overjoyed, hurriedly walked forward, ready to give a compliment, but after taking a few steps, he paused. Douluo stared wide-eyed. Fengzhi, really? Ning Xiaotian interrupted him, pinching his nose and waving his hand in the air, complaining, Dad, I think it's better if you go take a shower first. You smell bad. Huh? Ning Fengzhi straightened his back, but then slouched down, lifted his sleeve to sniff, and immediately rejected it with disgust. Looking down to see he was all covered with light black stains. Dad, over there. Ning Xiaotian pointed towards the cave where Duguyan had rested last night, which was definitely better than undressing in front of him. Ning Fengzhi maintained his composure, turned to the cave master Duguyan, and elegantly cupped his hands in greeting. In-law, no need to be polite. Please, make yourself at home. Duguyan beamed with a smile and quickly stepped aside, making a gesture of invitation. Ning Fengzhi happily ran away with his head held high. Ning Xiaotian stared at the departing Ning Fengzhi, dumbfounded. This operation was impressive. Watch out! Douluo shouted, quickly jumping in front of Ning Xiaotian, his figure flashing as he blocked all the incoming beams with a series of thuds. Shaking his hand in pain, Douluo glared angrily and shouted, You reckless swordman, what are you trying to do? You almost hurt Tianer and the surrounding herbs. I'm sorry. It was unintentional. I couldn't control it. Douluo opened his eyes and said helplessly. He quickly got up, shook off his tattered white robe, and walked over to check on Ning Xiaotian's condition. You've improved again. Douluo glanced at the steaming wound on his arm and said softly. The spontaneous sword energy could actually hurt him. That's outrageous. That's right. Seeing that Ning Xiaotian was unharmed, Douluo turned to his good friend Douluo, raised an eyebrow, and said lightly, Hey, I'm level 97 now. Bah, what a stroke of luck. Douluo felt envious, crossing his arms and looking down, spitting on the ground. Douluo was unconvinced, saying, What do you mean luck? I've accumulated enough over the years, just lacking that final push. It's just that the opportunity has finally arrived. After glancing at Bone Duoluo, he added, Old Bone, your accumulation is also enough to break through. It's just that you haven't been focused enough in your cultivation over the years, which is why you haven't made it past. But Sword Duoluo looked at Ning Xiaotian and nudged Bone Duoluo with his shoulder, saying, now the opportunity has come, right? After you eat the celestial herbs Tian prepared for you. You might just make that leap just like I did. You have a point. Bone Duoluo's expression cleared up, and he shot a glance at Sword Duoluo. You look like a beggar. Go change your clothes first. Grandpa Sword over there. Ning Xiaotian fulfilled his role as a tool, pointing towards the cave entrance in the distance, and said crisply, Elder Sword, take care. Dugubo sent them off. Oh, quite fair-skinned. Looking at the tattered clothes and the flowing robe that revealed Sword Duoluo's fair and perky backside, Dugubo instinctively commented. Ning Xiaotian looked at Bone Duoluo in surprise and nodded in unison indeed. Sword Duoluo started to run, with ribbons flying. Wow, Dad is so handsome. Looking at Ning Fengzhi slowly walking out of the cave, Ning Xiaotian was stunned, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. A smooth and fair face, radiating distinct elegance, dressed in white as snow, his clothes fluttering. Is this really the kind of looks Dad had when he was young? No wonder Mom was so bold to pursue him back then. Luckily, he's not as handsome as me. Ning Xiaotian suppressed the impulse to take out a mirror from his soul guide to admire himself. His spirit and energy are great. Bone Duoluo looked at the approaching Sword Duoluo and gave him the highest praise in his heart. Dad, Grandpa Qian is quite handsome. Ning Xiaotian squeezed the front and promptly showered him with compliments. Sword Duoluo clearly enjoyed this, slightly nodded his head and smiled in acceptance. Tian, you're really good. Ning Fengzhi stroked his chin, still lost in thought. How should I explain to Shui Yi that I've become younger after I go back? Send her some immortal grass? That won't do at all. Or should I pick the worst herb? It has to have some effect to fool her. Tian, what did your grandpa Gu say about the immortal grass? Qian Duoluo leaned against Gu Duoluo's shoulder, looking at Ning Xiaotian, who was now quite eager for the results. Follow me. Ning Xiaotian waved his hand. After checking the surroundings and circling the crystal pile once, he turned to Qian Duoluo and Gu Duoluo and said, Grandpa Qian, Grandpa Gu, can you two pull this crystal pile out steadily? Why pull this out? Qian Duoluo was confused. It's too close to the immortal grass at the Eye of Ice and Fire. If Grandpa Gu absorbs the death energy from the immortal grass here, the dissipated energy could cause all the nearby immortal grass to wither. Ning Xiaotian sighed helplessly. Then let's get started. Qian Duoluo shrugged and called Gu Duoluo to walk to one side of the crystal pile. 1, 2, 3, lift. Tian, where to move it? Qian Duoluo said lightly, dragging one side of the crystal pile. So fast. Super Duoluo, that's terrifying. Ning Xiaotian looked up at the tall crystal pile, shrinking his head. Over there. Just drop it close to the mist. Old Bone, let's go. With that, the two walked step by step to the target position, and then, like driving in nails, they forcibly drove the crystal pile into the ground. Tian, what now? Qian Duoluo turned his head. It's truly fierce. Ning Xiaotian was impressed, calming the envy that was filling his heart, and turned to Gu Duoluo, saying seriously, Grandpa Gu, from now on, it all depends on you. You must extend your martial soul into the cave near the immortal grass, while activating your martial soul true body. Then it will depend on your willpower. Once the martial soul gets close to the immortal grass, the death energy on it will automatically attach to it, and then your vitality will experience a loss, which is a normal phenomenon, so you must endure it. I understand. Gu Duoluo nodded seriously. Let's move back a bit. If the flesh and blood touch the death energy, there will be no remedy. Ning Xiaotian waved his hand, leading everyone to retreat 20 meters away. Martial soul true body. Seeing everyone stop, Gu Duoluo did not hesitate at all and directly activated his martial soul true body. Suddenly, a huge bone dragon manifested around Gu Duoluo and lifted him into the air. Huh. Gu Duoluo exhaled, controlling the dragon's tail to aim at the cave entrance, and slowly moved forward, carefully approaching the immortal grass, the nether crystal orchid. It won't be a problem, right? Qian Duoluo clenched his fists and stretched out his neck, watching Gu Duoluo from afar. You're making me nervous. Ning Xiaotian wiped his pants and wiped the sweaty palms, then turned to Qian Duoluo and comforted him. Grandpa Qian, don't worry. Qian Duoluo indeed relaxed his body a lot. Look, Gu Duoluo's dragon tail. Dugubo raised his finger abruptly, looking at everyone and shouting loudly. Everyone turned their heads in anger. P.S. The death energy here is released after the death of the two dragon kings, adhering to the immortal grass in a dark environment, and will slowly dissipate after long exposure to sunlight. The effect is that it can endow Gu Doluo's bone dragon martial soul with death characteristics. And illusions and toxins have minimal effect on him. However, death energy is a one-time consumable, especially the death energy of the Dragon King, which is equivalent to having a big killing move. Evil spirit masters can condense the death energy of other creatures through slaughter, but Gu Doluo would not do that. Chapter 74, Gu Doluo, can you do it? I'm just reminding you, aren't I? Dugubo pouted, looking innocent. Everyone ignored him. They turned to face Gu Doluo. They saw that gray mist was surging out of the cave entrance of the crystal pile, its top pointy, climbing along the tailbone of Gu Doluo's bone, dragon martial soul like octopus tentacles. As the gray mist passed, the originally pure white dragon bone rapidly cracked like it was eroded by a strong wind, and its color gradually turned gray. Gu Doluo, who was at the core of the martial soul true body, trembled uncontrollably, his face showing signs of pain. This is what you call nothing happening? Qian Renxue panicked, grabbing Ning Xiaotian's arm and said, "What's going on?" According to the records, this is indeed normal. Ning Xiaotian said, pulling out his hand-copied version of the Nether Physician's all-poison resolution from the Soul Guide, quickly flipping to the section about the Nether King and handing it to Qian Renxue. "Grandpa Qian, look." Qian Renxue took it, reading carefully. Nether crystal orchid, also known as the flower of death, grows in places where death energy condenses. By using the martial soul true body to channel its death energy and then consuming its flower, one can turn death into life, allowing the martial soul to possess death characteristics. The undying characteristic allows the martial soul to reform through absorbing death energy, even if it shatters. The immunity characteristic grants immunity to illusions, extreme poison, paralysis, weakness, and other negative states. Death energy can erode both the body and soul. Note: the martial soul true body channeling phase can only be completed by those with firm will. Failure means death and soul scattering. Damn, this is serious. Qian Renxue's hand shook, almost dropping the book, and suddenly turned to Ning Xiaotian, his eyes wide. "Tenor, is this what you call nothing happening? I'm also panicking quite a bit here." Ning Xiaotian remained calm, stroking his chin, tilting his head in surprise. "Grandpa Qian, do you have no confidence in Grandpa Gu?" Qian Renxue glanced at Gu Doluo, who was struggling in pain, and weakly said, "Of course I have confidence." Ning Xiaotian had a look of disbelief on his face, and immediately turned to Bone Daw, raising his arm and shouting, "Grandpa Bone." Grandpa Jian said he has no confidence in you. Sure enough, Bone Doluo was filled with endless fighting spirit, glaring with wide eyes and spitting out fragrant words. "Dead Sword Man, you wait for me. Once I succeed, I'll come over and beat you until you can't take it. Then I'll personally stuff that into your mouth." Dugubo and Ning Fengzhi were stunned, looking at Ning Xiaotian with shock, wondering if such a thing was even possible. "You believe this?" The corner of Sword Doluo's mouth twitched as he looked at the angry Bone Doluo in confusion, wanting to explain, but his mouth opened and closed slightly, ultimately not saying anything. This old bone had wandered around in his youth, living a hard life, and only gained respect after awakening his martial soul. However, due to his early experiences, he developed an arrogant personality, and when he became skilled, his temper was also volatile, not inferior to anyone. It was only after joining the Treasures Glazed Tile school that he began to temper his character and became more composed. However, after years of sparring and repeatedly losing, it was understandable that he had pin-up energy, and now, in this critical moment, it was good to vent it out. Perhaps this could also help correct his lack of focus and training. Sword Doluo stroked his chin and glanced at Bone Doluo, secretly thinking, this method might actually be useful. How dare the Dead Sword Man look at me like that? Is he looking down on me? Bone Doluo felt greatly insulted, enduring the pain in his body. His eyes blazing as he looked at Sword Doluo, loudly declaring, "Dead Sword Man, I'm challenging you right now. Meet me at the back mountain of the sect tonight." Sword Doluo shrank his head, feeling awkward, and finally turned to Ning Xiaotian with a mournful look. "Tianer, this is not fair. You actually set a trap for your Grandpa Jian." "Grandpa Jian, it's all for Grandpa Bone. Once he absorbs it all, we'll help you explain," Ning Xiaotian said, then turned to look at his father and Dugubo. The two nodded vigorously. Of course. Sigh. Sword Doluo sighed, continuing to read the remaining introduction, then fell into a brief contemplation. What to do? Looking at this introduction, once the old bone absorbs the immortal grass, it seems I might really not be able to beat him. Having won for so many years, it's a bit hard to accept. Forget it. It's just a beating. Sword Doluo closed the book and handed it aside, continuing to look at Bone Doluo, thinking, this is my dear friend and relative. I can't let anything happen. Ning Xiaotian took the book and handed it to Dugubo, saying, Senior Dugu, this is for you. Is this appropriate? Dugubo hesitated. From the introduction of the Nether Crystal Orchid, he understood that the contents of this book were incredibly precious. It could be considered a secret not to be passed down within any sect. It wasn't suitable for him to take it now. To his surprise, Dugubo actually had some principles. Ning Xiaotian was astonished and shook his head, smiling wryly. Senior Dugu, I fear that I will never be able to repay the favor of this immortal herb in my lifetime. What is a book compared to that? Besides, Ning Xiaotian said seriously, we will all be family in the future, so why bother with these things? Dugubo was indeed convinced, his complexion rosy and shiny. Looking at Ning Xiaotian with deep affection as he took the book like a treasured possession, saying warmly, Grandson-in-law, Senior Dugu, take your time reading it. Ning Xiaotian shivered all over and quickly turned to look at Douluo. Nether medical arts? Things from evil soul masters? Nether Poison Valley? Where's this? Secret forbidden level of the Spirit Hall. My goodness. Dugubo's heart trembled violently, and with a snap, he closed the book and quickly put it away in his soul guide. No wonder the young friend understands poison so deeply. However, this book is indeed very suitable for me. Dugubo felt joyful inside, raised his head, and stared at Douluo along with everyone else. Dugubo was dumbfounded. What is happening? At this moment, Douluo's martial soul body had been completely enveloped by gray mist. These mists stretched out their tendrils, crazily probing and stabbing into the inner body of Douluo through the gaps in the dragon bones. The situation looked quite grim, and Dugubo inexplicably felt a twinge of anxiety, his eyes widening. Grandpa Bone, you must hold on. Ning Xiaotian clenched his fists, nervously squeezing them, his expression extremely anxious. Not good, Uncle Bone's body. Ning Fengzhi suddenly leaned forward, and with a crack, the staff in his hand was forcibly broken from where the gems were embedded. This was dead energy, forcibly absorbing the blood vitality from the old skeleton's body from afar. And it was the most critical step. Sword Douluo's fist clenched tightly. Old Bone, hold on. You must not let the dead energy come into contact with your body. My God, this is too terrifying. Dugubo's scalp went numb, as the mist surrounding Douluo's martial soul body had turned blood red. Meanwhile, Douluo's body had sunken eyes, protruding forehead bones, and a tightly wrinkled and shriveled neck. He looked emaciated. Damn, he won't be sucked dry, will he? Huh. The speed of the dead energy seems to have slowed down. Dugubo's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in surprise. No, it's not slowing down. The dead energy is about to concentrate and break through. Sword Douluo's face showed fear as he saw the bloody dead energy gathering at the sides of Douluo's brain, with the tips of the spikes aimed at his temples. This can't go on. Old Bone must be at his limit. Thinking of this, Sword Douluo suddenly stepped forward, covering his mouth with both hands, and shouted, Old Bone, just a little more. Can you hold on? As soon as he finished speaking, Douluo's sunken eyes suddenly opened wide. Damn it, of course I can. Wow, it really works. Dugubo was stunned. After Douluo's roar, the conical dead energy on either side suddenly stagnated, and then, as if resigning to fate, quickly turned around and desperately seeped into the dragon bones of the bone dragon martial soul, as if venting its unwillingness. As the dead energy entered the bones, the originally cracked dragon bones regained vitality, shedding like a skin and revealing a pristine white bone surface. Even the viscous blood energy scattered around the martial soul body, which had not been absorbed by the dead energy, quickly retreated along the same path and drilled back into Douluo's body. Has it succeeded? Looking at Douluo's increasingly swollen body, Ning Fengzhi found it hard to believe. Is this the power of friendship? Wow, that's impressive. Ning Xiaotian was dumbfounded, turned to look at Sword Douluo, and gave a thumbs up. Grandpa Jian, amazing. Dead sore man. Formidable. Douluo dispersed his martial soul body and angrily rushed towards Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo shrank his head and quickly jumped behind Ning Fengzhi, loudly saying, Old Bone, don't go crazy. I did that for your own good. If I hadn't stimulated you like that, you would have been drained by that dead energy long ago. Huh. Old Bone, I didn't expect you to look pretty handsome after losing weight. Sword Douluo continued to flatter. You don't care about your face. Douluo scoffed. Grandpa Bone, calm down. Ning Xiaotian quickly mediated and added, that nether crystal orchid hasn't been eaten yet. Grandpa Bone, quickly go pick the flower and take it. Douluo walked away proudly. Then, he jumped onto the pile of crystals, stepped on the crystal wall, grabbed both sides of the cave entrance, and ripped it apart, directly splitting the entrance connected to the crystal pile in two. With one reach, he pulled out a white flower, quickly sent it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. Afterwards, he exhaled a breath of cold air, trembled all over, and quickly jumped to the ground, sitting cross-legged to absorb it. Chapter 75. Ice Dragon. Single attribute, 4 schools. A quarter of an hour later. Old Bone, how is it? Sword Douluo stretched his head. Level 96. Bone Douluo said lightly. That's it. Sword Douluo was suspicious, feeling that he had suffered so much, and this was the result. It felt a bit unfair. Bone Douluo glanced at Sword Douluo and walked to an open space, giving a light shout. Martial soul possession. A chilling cold air rushed toward them. It evolved? Sword Douluo's pupils constricted. Everyone looked over. It was a gigantic, fierce bone dragon, covered in sharp bone spines, enveloped in freezing frost. With 2 strands of pale, blue flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets, resembling a ghost. Is this a bone dragon? I feel like it looks more like an ice dragon, the kind with ice on its bones. Duguyan, as if he had just bitten into 10 pounds of lemons, looked enviously. Uncle Bone, does this evolved martial soul have any special features? Ning Fengzhi's handsome eyes flickered. You all look, said Bone Douluo as he urged his soul power, facing the cliff and punching the ground. The cold white frost instantly spread out, forming a path about 2 meters wide, rapidly extending toward the stone wall. Sizzle. The frosty path quickly extended upward upon hitting the stone wall, stacking and blooming, and in just a moment, it formed a pile of sharp ice spikes emitting cold air. Impressive. Duguyan's eyes widened, glancing at Bone Douluo, feeling envious. I want that effect too. Bone Douluo retracted his martial soul, stood up, and turned to everyone, saying, my martial soul, soul power, and soul skills now all contain icy powers, and I feel that my attributes have also been enhanced, especially my defense. It's about 50 stronger than before. Does this mean that the bone dragon martial soul is now covered with an ice armor? Ning Xiaotian thought, looking at the ice spikes, secretly noting that considering the coldness emitted by the martial soul earlier, the hardness of this ice should also be quite impressive. Unfortunately, it's not ultimate ice. Otherwise, this layer of armor would be indestructible. Also, speaking of which, Bone Douluo stretched out his right hand and made a fist, and a gray, flame-like cloud of mist suddenly appeared in his palm. Thud, thud, thud. Everyone quickly retreated, remembering Bone Douluo's previous miserable state. Grandpa Bone quickly put away. Ning Xiaotian wiped the goosebumps off his head and continued. This dead energy can erode both the body and the soul. It's extremely dangerous. Moreover, it can only be replenished through killing, unless it's a matter of life and death. One must never reveal or use it. This is what the evil soul master Sword Douluo added. If discovered, it would make one a public enemy of the continent. Bone Douluo tightened his body and said seriously, I understand. By the way, Bone Douluo raised an eyebrow, glanced at Sword Douluo, and slightly nodded. Did the immortal herb you consumed bring any changes to your 7-kill sword martial soul? Old Bone wants to probe my bottom line? Sword Douluo replied nonchalantly. Nothing much. It's just sharper than before, and it has slightly enhanced its ability to break defenses. Break defenses? Bone Douluo was somewhat unconvinced. His defense has greatly increased, and he didn't believe that Sword Douluo could still break through his defenses. Let's go back and spar a bit. Who's afraid of whom? Sword Douluo sneered. The two exchanged glances, sparks flying between them. Ahem. Ning Fengzhi lichtli coquette. The two instantly looked away. Tiana, Ning Fengzhi, turned to look for Ning Xiaotian, lowered his head, and asked, have you found any immortal herbs in this medicinal garden that can help your mother reshape her martial soul? Ning Xiaotian's eyes dimmed as he said sadly, Dad, I'm sorry, I couldn't find it. It's okay, Tiana. Although your mother has lost her martial soul, her body is still strong, and there's nothing seriously wrong. Ning Fengzhi gently touched Ning Xiaotian's head and said softly, Dad, wait for me here. After saying that, Ning Xiaotian quickly ran away, walked in front of a medicinal herb, carefully dug it out, and then carefully placed it into a jade box. When he returned to Ning Fengzhi, he handed over the jade box and said, this is a 10,000-year blood dragon ginseng. It's gentle in nature, and after consumption, it can wash the meridians and improve the physique, having the effect of prolonging life. You can take it back from Mother to take. Good. Ning Fengzhi nodded and carefully accepted it, then suddenly thought of something and continued, Tiana, do you have any medicinal herbs suitable for the Snow Knight Emperor? It should take effect quickly, and the quality doesn't need to be too high. Ning Fengzhi said meaningfully. Ning Xiaotian pondered for a moment and then ran off immediately. This is called cordyceps, which has the effects of nourishing the kidneys and benefiting the lungs. After consumption, it can relieve fatigue, enhance abilities, and significantly increase appetite. Handing the jade box to Ning Fengzhi, Ning Xiaotian added, "This is much stronger than the usual cordyceps outside. Dad, you can say it's 1,000-year-old. Indeed, it is suitable." It turns out that like father, like son, both of them are old coins. Dugubo was dumbfounded, with a lump in his throat, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Old Xia was almost toothless, and giving him this kind of herb was just wishing for him to die early, right? There's one more thing. Ning Fengzhi pondered and said, "The patriarch of the Pizhi clan, Yang Wudi, will personally come to our 7-treasure glazed tile school in a few days. I heard he is very obsessed with alchemy. Tian, do you have anything suitable here? Dad, are you trying to win him over?" "Exactly." Ning Fengzhi noted it. With Yang Wudi coming in person as the patriarch, it shows that our previous assistance to the Pizhi clan was significant. His clansmen should not have too much resistance to joining our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, the Pizhi clan has now publicly announced their separation from the Haotian school, which shows their deep resentment toward the Haotian school's abandonment at that time. The most important thing is that I timely stopped the Spirit Hall from targeting their clan, so now they have no conflicts with the Spirit Hall. This is indeed an opportunity. Ning Xiaotian thought for a moment, and then said, "What about the other 3 single-attribute sects? Same, they're somewhat benefiting from Yang Wudi. However, their resentment toward the Haotian school is slightly less, but there is still an opportunity." Ning Fengzhi rubbed the gem in his hand, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. "Therefore, I now need to find a breakthrough, something that Yang Wudi cannot refuse." Ning Xiaotian nodded and said, "I understand, father. If Yang Wudi arrives, you can have Grandpa Jian or Grandpa Gu come to inform me. I am quite familiar with pharmacology, so perhaps I can be of help then." "All right, it's settled." Ning Fengzhi turned to look at Bone Douluo, nodded, and said, "Uncle Bone, we should be leaving now. There are many matters to attend to in the sect. Also, I need to see if I can add the 8th spirit ring to my martial soul." The 7 Treasures Glazed Tower is called 7 Treasures not only because it has 7 layers, but more importantly, this martial soul can only accommodate 7 spirit rings. Although I have broken the level shackles and reached level 80, whether I can add a new spirit ring still requires hunting spirit beasts and personal experimentation. P.S. I updated too late yesterday, and I felt muddled, so I revised it a bit in the afternoon. Chapters 74 and 75 can be read again. Chapter 76. Holding onto the thigh is the way to go. All right. Bone Douluo nodded, then walked in front of Dugubo, took out a dark yellow spirit bone from the soul guide, and said, "Brother Dugu, this is a right-arm spirit bone with an age between 35,000 and 40,000 years. I obtained it from accidentally hunting a desert tyrant dragon in the southwestern desert of the star Luo Empire when I broke through to the title Douluo rank. Today I am giving it to you. The desert of the star Luo Empire? It is said that the environment there is harsh due to active volcanoes at the edge of the continent blocking the ocean's moisture. And many fire and earth-type hybrid spirit beasts that are good at defense live there. My defensive spirit ring seems quite good to obtain there." Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin, thinking it was definitely better than wandering around the Star Do Great Forest. "Isn't this a bit too much?" Dugubo was somewhat at a loss. A spirit bone was just given away like that? "Brother Dugu, no need to be polite, just take it. My martial soul's evolution is thanks to your help. This favor is definitely not comparable to a 10,000 year spirit bone." Bone Douluo directly stuffed the spirit bone into Dugubo's arms and continued, "As for Yenner, we haven't found a suitable one yet, but don't worry, we will definitely find a spirit bone that will satisfy you." "Such a good thing?" Dugubo was somewhat flattered and quickly cupped his hands, saying, "Elder Bone, I thank you very much. If there's ever a need for me, please just let me know." After saying that, he looked at Ning Fengzhi and said, "Sect Master Ning, I officially joined the 7 Treasures Glazed sect today. If there's anything that needs to be done in the future, please feel free to instruct me." Ning Fengzhi's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran over, supporting Dugubo with both hands, gazing deeply and saying, "Brother Dugu, no need to be polite. We are family from now on. Starting today, Brother Dugu, you are the 3rd guardian elder of our 7-treasure glazed tile school." Ning Fengzhi sighed solemnly. After speaking, he turned to Ning Xiaotian and coughed. "Cough, Tianer. Come over and call Dugu Grandpa." Ning Xiaotian was completely confused. What was going on? "Did you just sell your precious son? I regarded you as a brother, but I didn't expect you to be thinking about making me your grandpa every day." Ning Xiaotian looked at Dugubo, still feeling a bit uncomfortable, and shyly said, "Dugu Grandpa." Dugubo's old face beamed like a spring breeze, smiling broadly. Releasing Ning Fengzhi's hands, standing straight with his back straight, hand behind his back, slightly bowing his head and saying, Tianer is obedient. I have a question that I don't know whether to ask. Ning Xiaotian had a lump in his throat, with no place to vent, turned to Sword Douluo and said, Grandpa Jian, you should accompany my father back first. Today I consumed some immortal herbs, and my spiritual power has greatly increased, so you don't need to bother with the alchemy matters. After a pause, Ning Xiaotian added, Here, Dugu Grandpa is with me, so you don't need to worry. As for my father, he still needs to go out to hunt soul rings, and the sect probably still needs you to oversee things. All right. Sword Douluo felt this made sense, glanced at Ning Fengzhi, then looked at Dugu and clasped his hands, saying, Brother Dugu, then I'll trouble you to take care of Tianer. You're welcome, you're welcome. Dugu immediately returned the gesture, grandly stating, Tianer is my future grandson-in-law. Who else should I take care of if not him? As for Yener, during this period, I will have to trouble everyone to help take care of her. Your granddaughter doesn't need me to take care of her. Ning Fengzhi's mouth twitched, immediately standing up and saying, That's natural. Yener is also my future daughter-in-law. He thought to himself, Your granddaughter is almost being spoiled by my dear wife. I don't even have the same treatment as she does. That's good, that's good. Dugu laughed. Then your father suddenly paused. Ning Fengzhi stepped in front of Ning Xiaotian, unconsciously touching his little head, and said, The Snow Knight Emperor already knows you have returned to the sect. This morning, he even sent someone to summon you, wanting to ask you about the recent actions of the Spirit Hall. Your father now knows the truth and will explain it for you when he returns. However, when you finish your business and return to the sect, you may still have to go to the palace. Suddenly, Ning Fengzhi's expression became serious, saying solemnly, Your eyes have now awakened the broken vein eye of our ancestor Ning Yun, with similar abilities. When you return to the sect, I will personally explain this pair of eyes and the story of ancestor Ning Yun to you, and also teach you the sect's secret technique for divided mind control. Okay, Dad, Ning Xiaotian noted. Broken vein eye? The word vein, could it mean meridians? Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but recall the many records he discovered in the sect's library regarding the study of human meridians. As for divided mind control, Ning Xiaotian felt a bit sad inside. He always thought this method was quite weak in the original work, while the Haotian sect's Haotian 9 absolutes, the chaotic wind hammer method, the great Sumer hammer, and the exploding ring were truly impressive, as well as the blue lightning tyrant dragon family's transformation into a dragon. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is also one of the top 3 sects, so why is there such a big gap in secret techniques? Those who cheat are indeed the ones who cheat. Non-lucky people, online envious of Tang San. Brother Dugu, then we take our leave. Ning Fengzhi turned to Dugu and clasped his hands to bid farewell. Lord Sect Master, Bone Brother, Sword Brother, take care. Dugu clasped his hands to see them off, conveniently handing over 3 bottles of detox pills. Bang! Ning Xiaotian picked a good spot, took out the alchemy furnace he had prepared for a long time, and smashed it heavily onto the ground. It was time to help Dugu detoxify. The detoxification potion that Tang San configured for Dugu in the original work was just some ordinary potions for soothing meridians and activating blood flow. The only difference being that Tang San would add a drop of his own blood each time he made it. The key was the 8-pointed Xianbing grass and the blazing fire apricot blossom that Tang San had consumed. If Dugu took these 2 immortal herbs alone, the toxic effects would be immediately eliminated, but the diluted blood would be different, instead having a healing effect. Tang San Buddha, when it comes to Fleasai, Ning Baiqian, am willing to call you Douluo number 1. Ning Xiaotian pouted. The key is that Dugu after being deceived, still feels grateful to Tang San, actively teaching him everything he knows about poison. It seems I haven't practiced my cheat methods enough. Glancing at Dugu, who was still seeing off Ning Fengzhi and the 3, Ning Xiaotian felt warmth in his heart, but then it turned cold again. It's a pity that Tang San saved you, but also harmed you. The toxins in Dugu's body had accumulated for decades, and his body had already incurred several hidden injuries. If he detoxified according to Tang San's method without proper conditioning, it would be difficult for his cultivation to improve significantly. This was definitely not what Ning Xiaotian wanted to see. He wanted to help Dugu turn the tide, making him a top combat force on the continent. A true golden thigh. After all, hugging a big thigh is the way to go. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaotian felt an infinite longing in his heart, and his speed in taking out the herbs from the soul guide increased. These were all herbs he had picked from the chrysanthemum Douluo's herb garden, which could be used to refine body-nourishing pills. If it was just for detoxification, the herbs from the Ice Fire 2 element, I would be enough. But if it was to condition the body, especially for Dugubo's body that had been poisoned for decades. The potency of these herbs would be too strong. He initially thought that the herbs grown in such a treasure place as the Ice-Fire 2 element would mostly have stronger properties, and for conditioning a sick body. Their practical value might not be as effective as ordinary herbs outside. So, he had been particularly careful. As for the chrysanthemum Douluo's herb garden, let's just say it was just right to have, it would be too troublesome to go out and collect again. P.S. In chapter 129 of the original work, Ning Rongrong mentioned that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile school does not lack soul bones, just lacks the right ones. So, sending a piece over 30,000 years old isn't unreasonable. Also, this chapter has a lot of foreshadowing. Chapter 77. The clever Yang Wudi one day, 5 days later. Ice-Fire 2 element I. The rising thick mist intertwined with the warm red and yellow sun, painting the steep cliff in a colorful hue. At the shallow edge where the red and blue of the Ice-Fire 2 element I met, the bear Ning Xiaotian stood tall, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His lips resembling smeared lipstick, looking fresh and handsome from afar, graceful and dashing, like a jade tree facing the wind. Simply stunning. Beside him, the red water was soaking a scorching alchemy furnace, with flames rolling within, and white mist was spilling out from the opening of the furnace wall. It's done. Ning Xiaotian's mouth lifted in a smile, his focused eyes suddenly shining, raising his left hand, quickly reaching into the furnace, ignoring the rolling heat, and grabbing a dozen pea-sized pills from the center. Tianer here, on the shore, Dugubo, seeing this, quickly threw a beautiful porcelain bottle towards Ning Xiaotian. Ning Xiaotian caught it with one hand, then carefully slid the pill into the bottle, capped it, and tossed it to Dugubo. Get up. Seeing Ning Xiaotian climb ashore, the sword Doa, who was standing beside Dugubo, didn't idle either. He extended his right hand and made a grabbing motion towards the alchemy furnace in the hot spring. The alchemy furnace was forced to come ashore. Grandpa Dugubo, Ning Xiaotian turned his head. Your body has been regulated well these days. You can start taking these detoxifying pills tomorrow. Dugubo nodded. Tianer, when you return to the sect, please let Liena know I'm safe. Tianer understands. Ning Xiaotian noted, got dressed, and conveniently stored the already cooled alchemy furnace back into the soul guide, then climbed onto the back of the sword Douluo. Dugubo, Tianer, and I will take our leave now. The sword Douluo looked at Dugubo and bowed his head. Dugubo turned his back, waved his hand, and spoke nonchalantly. Go on. Go on. Goodbye, Grandpa Dugubo. Ning Xiaotian placed one hand on the sword Douluo's chest, turned around, and waved goodbye. Sigh. I'll be alone again for a while. Dugubo turned around when he heard no more noise, looking at the rolling mist ahead, feeling quite depressed. If it weren't for Ning Xiaotian saying that the toxins in his body had accumulated too much and that he could use the ice and fire yin-yang to accelerate the transfer of toxins to the soul bone, he would have wanted to go out for a stroll. In the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, in the conference hall. Young clan leader, how are your considerations coming along? Ning Fengzhi's expression was calm as he took a sip of tea and gently set it down. Ning Sect Master, the conditions your sect offered are indeed favorable. I've kept in mind the care shown to my clan this past year. However, regarding joining your sect, Yang Wudi clasped his hands and sighed. Although I have many grievances against the actions of the Haotian sect, after all, my clan originated from the Haotian sect. Even though we have now announced our separation, changing our affiliation would indeed be a disloyalty to our ancestors. Sigh, it seems we still lack the harsh lessons of society. Really, it's a matter of pride. Ning Fengzhi maintained a light and cheerful demeanor, smiling, but inwardly regretted helping the clan escape the targeting and suppression of the Spirit Hall. He should have let the Spirit Hall discipline them first. Ning Fengzhi picked up his tea, casually glanced at Yang Wudi, but if they were disciplined, the clan would become enemies with the Spirit Hall, leaving hidden dangers even if they were subdued in the future. But if they couldn't be subdued and ended up being used by the Haotian sect in the future, it was likely they would become enemies of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. What if the Spirit Hall were to annihilate them directly? Ning Fengzhi set down his teacup, looked at Yang Wudi with a full understanding in his expression, and spoke with a hint of regret, politely saying, Sigh, is indeed something I have not considered properly. Ning Sect Master, you are too polite. Yang Wudi felt a chill down his spine and quickly sat up straight, clasping his hands. Damn, that Bon Douluo beside Ning Fengzhi feels very wrong. It feels like he could crush me with a casual move. I need to get out of this damned place quickly. Thinking this, Yang Wudi hurriedly lowered his head, avoiding looking at the Bon Douluo, slightly rising, and clasped his hands, saying, Ning Sect Master, I've been away for a long time, and there are urgent matters to attend to in my clan. If there are no other urgent matters, what do you think? Ning Fengzhi pressed his hand down. Not in a hurry. Lord Yang, my Tian has admired you for a long time and has been looking for an opportunity to discuss pharmacology with you. A few days ago, upon hearing that you were coming, he eagerly asked me to persuade you to wait for his return. I believe my child is already on his way. So I kindly ask Lord Yang to allow some more time to fulfill Tian's wish. Oh, young Master Ning has returned from the spirit hall? Yang Wudi reluctantly sat down, politely saying. Seeing Ning Fengzhi nod, Yang Wudi once again cupped his hands and said seriously, young Master Ning's filial piety is well known in the Star Luo Empire. So I naturally wish to meet him. Then, I must trouble Lord Yang. Ning Fengzhi smiled and extended his hand, personally pouring tea for Yang Wudi. It's no trouble. It's no trouble. Yang Wudi, feeling reserved, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then put it down again cautiously. Ning Fengzhi continued to pour tea. Yang Wudi looked blankly at the teacup. What is going on? Ning Xiaotian stepped through the door, glanced at the somewhat reserved Yang Wudi, then looked at the calm and smiling Douluo, seemed to understand something, and looked at his father Ning Fengzhi, who gently shook his head. It seemed that the recruitment had not been successful. Ning Xiaotian turned to look at Yang Wudi. Such restraint could only mean that he felt guilty and uneasy, thinking that Ning Fengzhi had helped him in the past and now offered good conditions, but he had rejected them, making him feel bad. It can't be ruled out that the intimidation of the Douluo was also a factor. In the original work, this person could be considered a man. He is not someone who forgets kindness after gaining benefits. So it can be confirmed that Dad didn't bring up the Haotian sect. Otherwise, with Yang Wudi's bad temper in the original work, he wouldn't be so low-key at the very least. Yang Wudi is proud and self-confident, impervious to soft and hard approaches. But he is not without brains. There's still a chance. He is much easier to persuade than the brainless gorillas of the Bileaf family. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaotian quickly walked up to Yang Wudi, bowed, and clasped his hands, saying, Junior has met clan leader Yang. Good child, quickly get up. No need for formalities. Yang Wudi stood up, quickly walked forward to help Ning Xiaotian up, and said cheerfully, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yang has decent knowledge in pharmacology. He liked children with filial piety. This is a straightforward boy, who shouldn't ramble on, suitable for my club. Ning Xiaotian raised his head and politely said, Clan leader Yang, I have a few questions, but they're not about pharmacology. I hope you can answer them. Is this child also trying to be a lobbyist? The corner of Yang Wudi's mouth twitched, and his expression fell. But with a big shot beside him, he couldn't lose face, so he slightly nodded, his eyes showing stubbornness, and politely said, Child, go ahead and ask. Ning Xiaotian smiled and cupped his hands, saying, Why didn't the Haotian sect take your clan with them when they went into hiding back then? Over this past year, has Tang Hao come forward to explain the truth of that time to you? Yang Wudi shuddered all over, his veins bulging on his face, furious and wanted to hit someone. Then he frowned, fell into deep thought, and lowered his head, murmuring, The truth? Quite clever. You've really stepped into the pit I buried. Ning Xiaotian nodded, looked up at Yang Wudi, and said seriously, That's right, the truth. How do we not know? Ning Fengzhi's shocked expression gradually turned into curiosity as he looked over. P.S. I indeed had something to do today. I apologize to everyone here. Chapter 78, Yang Wudi joins. Yang Wudi turned to Ning Fengzhi with suspicion, and the latter also looked curious, seemingly unaware of the matter. Do you know? Yang Wudi turned back to Ning Xiaotian, puzzled. This kid just returned from the spirit hall. Could it be that he really understands the truth for back then? Ning Xiaotian nodded and said solemnly, Because Tang Hao has fallen in love with a 10,000-year transformed soul beast. In his previous life, he had long been accustomed to hearing about things like the Sun Snake Immortal and the Sun Ghost Minister, and was not averse to such matters. However, in the Douluo Continent, the union between humans and soul beasts, two different races, is still hard for the world to accept. This is also the reason why in the original work, after Xiao Wu was exposed, Bibi Dong could come forward without any scruples to capture her. The hunting of soul beasts by soul masters is an unshakable iron rule in the soul master community. There is no reason anyone can use to stop it. Unless your fists are strong enough. What? Waves of shock surged in Yang Wudi's originally puzzled eyes, and disbelief was written all over his face. It's true. Ning Xiaotian slightly nodded, recalling that the people who went to capture her included the former Pope Qian Renxue, as well as the titled Duguyan and Duguyan. The outcome of the matter was that the 10,000-year soul beast chose to sacrifice itself to Tang Hao, helping him break through to become a titled Duguyan. Ning Xiaotian looked around at everyone and continued, otherwise, with Tang Hao's strength at that time, how could he possibly defeat 3 titled Douluo in succession and severely injure Qian Renxue? So that is how it was. Ning Fengzhi fell silent, then glanced at Ning Xiaotian, realizing that Tian had learned quite a few secrets about the Spirit Hall from the Ju Douluo. Turning to Yang Wudi, Ning Fengzhi sighed. It seems that back then, the Spirit Hall let Hao Yian's sect off the hook. Otherwise, if this matter were exposed, the Hao Yian sect would definitely suffer great damage to its reputation in the Soul Master community. The Spirit Hall would have been justified in directly attacking them. After all, the former Pope Qian Renxue was severely injured by Tang Hao. But in the end, this matter was suppressed. Ning Xiaotian nodded and looked at Yang Wudi, saying, although the younger generation does not know what kind of deal the Spirit Hall made with the Hao Yian sect back then, one thing is undeniable. That is, the Hao Yian sect chose to treat your clansmen as pawns for their own protection. Ning Xiaotian said emphatically, and the one who caused all this, Tang Hao, has yet to come forward to explain or apologize to you. Regardless of the reason, this is a sign of distrust. Haokan sect. Tang Hao, Yang Wudi's body trembled violently, his teeth clenched, and the veins on his fists bulged. The lives of his hundreds of clansmen were innocent. The Hao Yian sect choosing to protect themselves is understandable, and he can understand Tang Hao wanting to protect his loved one. But to abandon his hundreds of clansmen for that, he simply cannot tolerate it, especially since he was sold out without even a word of warning, without knowing the truth. Damn it, Yang Wudi suddenly kurset. Then quickly turned to Ning Fengzhi and clasped his fists, saying, Sect Master Ning, I apologize for my rudeness. It's no problem. Ning Fengzhi waved his hand and smiled bitterly. I can understand the feelings of clan leader Yang. When the Hao Yian sect announced its retreat back then, our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect also received no news. It was all very hasty. After saying this, Ning Fengzhi said no more. Ning Xiaotian understood immediately, looking at Yang Wudi, and said, Chief Yang, as far as I know, when the Pa family was still part of the Hao Yian sect, although they received its protection, they hardly received any support in terms of cultivation resources. The many unique skills of the Hao Yian sect were completely beyond the reach of the Pa family. Ning Xiaotian sighed and continued, however, the Pa family has diligently provided significant support to the Hao Yian sect in terms of medicinal materials and funds. This was about to explode with anger. Ning Xiaotian was surprised and took a step back. At that moment, Yang Wudi lowered his head, his body tense and slightly trembling, his face turning purple. He looked like a wronged little wife. Brother, don't blame me. Unless you completely give up your thoughts about the Hao Yian sect, I can't let you in. Now it should be about time. With this thought, Ning Xiaotian straightened his back and continued. For a sect to stand firm for a long time, it is essential to have unity, trust, and mutual support among its members. This is what my father has always taught the younger generation. This is also what our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect can offer to Senior Yang and the Pa family. As he spoke, Ning Xiaotian took out the fragrant Chihuahua fairy product from his bag and said, Chief Yang, I wonder if this item can represent our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect's trust and support for the Pa family. The fragrant Chihuahua fairy product. Yang Wudi's eyes widened, and he suddenly appeared in front of Ning Xiaotian. He squatted down, his right hand unsure where to place it as he looked around the fairy grass, not daring to get too close. His voice trembled, mixed with disbelief, excitement, and joy. Young Master Ning, are you really willing to give this to me? Of course. As long as Chief Yang leads the Pa family to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, it will be yours. Furthermore, the cultivation resources for the Pa family will be fully supplied by our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Xiaotian said seriously. All right, I agree, Yang Wudi said without hesitation, seemingly afraid that Ning Xiaotian would change his mind. He immediately got up and looked at Ning Fengzhi, clasping his hands and anxiously said, Sect Master, I will return to the sect now to gather the clan members for the migration. So simple. Ning Fengzhi was somewhat dumbfounded. He had just talked for most of the day without any useful results. He had also seen the fairy grass catalog that Ning Xiaotian obtained from Ju Douluo and Yang Wudi, and he remembered that this fairy grass was used to suppress and detoxify, but it couldn't directly cure poison. Did it have other effects? Senior Yang, no rush. Ning Xiaotian seemed to know what his father was thinking. Without waiting for him to speak, he handed the fairy grass to Yang Wudi, interjecting, here for you. Really? Yang Wudi suddenly turned around, staring at Ning Xiaotian with bright eyes, incredulously asking. Of course, Chief Yang is known for his generosity and keeping his word. I have heard much about it. What is there to worry about? Ning Xiaotian raised the fairy grass higher, speaking generously. That's right, I, Yang Wudi, have always kept my word. Saying this, he carefully took the fragrant Chaw fairy product, brought his nose close to the petals, took a deep breath, and then began to dance around like a madman, laughing, "Ha, I've been searching for it my whole life. My whole life. Is this really the previously stern Yang Wudi?" Ning Fengzhi was somewhat dumbfounded and couldn't help but look at Ning Xiaotian, glancing at the fairy grass. Ning Xiaotian shook his head, then took out a rare medicinal herb again, looking at Yang Wudi and saying, "Senior Yang, I have heard that the martial soul of the elder Niu from the Yu family is the armored bull rhino. This item may be beneficial to him. Ahem. I apologize for my rudeness." Yang Wudi awkwardly stopped his inappropriate behavior, his eyes fixed intently on the spirit mushroom in Ning Xiaotian's hand that was emanating cold air, and exclaimed in surprise, This, a 6th grade treasure mushroom? And it's of the cold attribute. Chapter 79, Is this going to sacrifice my beauty? This is a rare medicinal herb that could further enhance the quality of the old bull's martial soul. After glancing at Ning Xiaotian, Yang Wudi stood up, patted his chest confidently, and said, "With this herb, I am completely assured. Then, I will trouble Senior Yang." After speaking, Ning Xiaotian closed the jade box and handed it to Yang Wudi. "It's the least I can do. The old rhino and I have been friends for many years, and being able to join the same sect as him is a good support for the future." Yang Wudi took the jade box and placed it into his soul guide device, then turned to Ning Fengzhi and cupped his hands, saying, "Sect Master, the white crane of the Min family is quite close to me. I wonder if we could also bring their family into the sect? It seems these two have a good relationship," as he actively requested to bring them in. Ning Xiaotian glanced at Ning Fengzhi, puzzled, and asked, "Senior Yang, as far as I know, the elder Bai's sister is the mother of Tang Xiao, the current sect master of Haotian sect, one of the 3 siblings. So what?" Yang Wudi sneered, saying disdainfully, "The white crane regards them as good nephews, but what about them? When trouble arises, they abandon the Min family without a second thought, letting them fend for themselves. Over the past year, I haven't seen Haotian sect send anyone to check on them or leave a single penny. If it weren't for my past friendship in supporting the Min family, they might not even have a house to live in or enough food to eat." After finishing, Yang Wudi glanced at Ning Xiaotian and continued, "Sect Master, if you are worried, I have a good idea that will ensure everything is foolproof." "Oh, what idea?" Ning Fengzhi squinted his eyes and pointed to a chair. "Elder Yang, please sit down first." "Thank you, Sect Master." Yang Wudi cupped his hands, walked to the chair, sat down, and continued, "Sect Master, the elder Bai's sister has been deceased for a long time, and Haotian sect is now so heartless that the ties between the two families have long been worn away. Over the past year, I have visited the Min family a few times, and they are currently living very cautiously, with the clan members harboring deep resentment towards Haotian sect. Sect Master." Yang Wudi leaned forward and said, "The White Crane has a granddaughter named by Chenxiang, who is not yet 2 years old. If she can be engaged to young Master Ning, combined with the sect support for the Min family, who would still remember the Haotian sect that abandoned them, even for the sake of his precious granddaughter, won't the White Crane have to behave?" Ning Fengzhi's eyes lit up as he glanced at Ning Xiaotian, who was only 5 years younger and could still be molded. "Are you trying to sacrifice my good looks?" Ning Xiaotian quickly crossed his arms over his chest, shook his head repeatedly, and said, "Dad, arranged marriages are not acceptable. Don't mess around. Let's wait and see then," Ning Fengzhi said lightly. Then turned to Yang Wudi and asked, "Elder Yang, is there any possibility of bringing the Li family on board?" "I'm afraid not." Yang Wudi shook his head and said, "To be honest, among the 4 single attribute sects, the one I am least on good terms with is that old titan, because he still calls Tang Hao master to this day, showing no backbone at all. The key point is that everyone in their clan is a skilled blacksmith, and they are currently living well in the Heaven Do Empire, so they probably won't choose to join other sections." "What a pity," Ning Fengzhi said, his expectations fading completely. He really didn't dare to use such a person. "Elder Yang." Ning Fengzhi stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Then I'll trouble you with the other 2 clans." "No trouble at all." Yang Wudi quickly stood up and cupped his hands. "Then I shall take my leave. Take care, Brother Yang." Ning Fengzhi smiled brightly and personally led Yang Wudi out of the conference hall. "White, Elder Yang." Ning Fengzhi suddenly seemed to remember something, quickly grabbing Yang Wudi's arm and said, "After all, Bai he is the clan leader. Just a verbal promise might not be enough for him to agree. If this matter makes you uncomfortable and damages your friendship, that would be a fault of our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school." Yang Wudi had previously mentioned that the 6th grade treasure might allow Niu Gao's armor giant Rhino martial soul to advance, and Bai He had a long-standing friendship with Niu Gao. If Bai He saw this and realized he gained nothing, that would be problematic. First impressions are still very important. This new leader is not bad. Yang Wudi felt a bit touched, his eyes shining as he said loudly, "Sect Master, don't mention it. Old Niu, and I would even tie him up to bring him here." No need, no need. Ning Fengzhi smiled, calming Yang Wudi, then turned to Ning Xiaotian. "Stop looking. We didn't bring him. I never thought about recruiting the Min family. Who knows what kind of bad idea Yang Wudi might come up with." Ning Xiaotian thought to himself, smiling, and said, "Elder Yang, please wait a moment." After saying this, Ning Xiaotian ran into the inner room. "Elder Yang, please come in and wait." "Sect Master, please." "Sigh, what else could attract the Min family?" Ning Xiaotian scratched his head, falling into deep thought. "Money? Too mundane. Moreover, Bai He is so strict that he doesn't allow the clan's younger generation to receive subsidies from the martial soul hall. He must be quite an old-fashioned person, making this route difficult. The current predicament of the Min family is due not only to the clan leader's rigidity, but also to the nature of their martial soul, which is solely focused on speed, making their combat power weak and employment pressure high. The martial soul of the Min family is the swift-tailed swallow, adept at speed. But looking at the original work, by Chenxiang's soul skills are not all about acceleration. Therefore, soul skills should not be fixed in direction and may have the potential for modification. The martial soul of the chrysanthemum Douluo is a flower, whose petals can be used as flying knives. What about the feathers? Can it be used as darts? A martial soul is not a physical body, so plucking feathers shouldn't hurt. The martial soul of Shrek's Flender is a cat eagle, and its fourth soul skill can release sharp wind blades to cut targets, which seems like a direction worth referencing. Fast flying speed, feather-like darts, wind blades. It can harass and ambush, needing to strengthen the sharpness of the feathers. If they are hard enough, they can even serve as shields. Which soul beast should be chosen? Ning Xiaotian closed his eyes and began to brainstorm all the prerequisites for soul skills, which must consider speed in order to maximize the advantages of the martial soul. Got it, Ning Xiaotian murmured to himself, took out paper and pen to write it down. Oh, this seems feasible too. Ning Xiaotian delved deep in his thoughts, and suddenly his mind opened up, with ideas flowing like a torrent. Done. Ning Xiaotian smiled and flicked the paper. No, I absolutely cannot be taken advantage of for free. Ning Xiaotian took back the paper into the soul guiding device, took out another piece, placed it on the table, and began to write rapidly. A quarter of an hour later, he smiled and walked in front of Yang Wudi, handing over the paper. What's this? Just a piece of paper? Yang Wudi was puzzled but took it with a smile, opened it with both hands, and began to read. First soul ring. Recommend hunting the soul beast phoenix, tail, spike snake. Features, extremely fast flight, bony spikes on its back, can shoot out to injure enemies through muscle contractions. Second soul ring. Recommend hunting the soul beast gale falcon. Features, extremely fast flight, strong and powerful wings, astonishing wingspan, can use wings to create wind blades. Third soul ring. Recommend hunting the iron feather vulture. Features, hairless neck with flesh tumors, relatively fast flight speed. Note, to protect its head, it has evolved steel-like feathers, possessing extremely high defense. Fourth soul ring, recommend hunting the cat owl. And what's next? Yang Wudi's voice suddenly stopped, as if he had a fishbone in his throat. He looked up at Ning Xiaotian in confusion, then suddenly brightened. I admire you. After saying that, he stood up from his seat and turned to Ning Fengzhi. Master, I will take my leave now. All right, please. Ning Fengzhi also stood up and invited Yang Wudi to the door. After watching Yang Wudi being led away by the sword de law, he turned back to Ning Xiaotian and said softly, Tianer, that granddaughter of the White Crane clan leader. I feel. Old Dad, I'm leaving. I'm going to see Mom and my sister. Chapter 80. Xiaotian, you're amazing. Walking through the porcelain shop and the jade pillow, stepping over the narrow shady path filled with fragrant grass, and entering the winding corridor with flowing water. Ning Xiaotian gently knocked on the door. Mom, I'm back. Before the door opened, his cheerful and innocent voice echoed throughout the courtyard. Thud, thud, thud. Creak. Xiaotian, you're back. A girl pulled open the door with both hands, peeking her charming little head out. She had delicate, long eyebrows, eyes as bright as emeralds, red lips and white teeth, fair skin, and purple hair cascading down like willow branches in March, resting on her jade-like neck. Her beautiful figure slightly bent, her head raised slightly, blushing, her gaze shy yet joyful, sparkling with spirit. Through the slightly open door, a beautiful woman with an oval face was standing behind her, dressed in luxurious satin clothing, her hair styled high, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. The beautiful woman leaned slightly, holding a small, exquisitely carved girl who was wrapping her hands around the beautiful woman's long neck, looking around in confusion. It's Sister Yenner. Ning Xiaotian scratched the back of his head, a slightly awkward smile on his face. She likes it, I like it too, but neither of us has broken the ice. Which is a bit awkward. He quickly took out 2 exquisite porcelain bottles from the soul-guiding device and handed them to the girl. Zista Yanya. This is a body-nourishing elixir. Take it half an hour after meals, 3 times a day for 5 days. Then take this. Duguyan's eyes dimmed. Her lips pouted slightly as she gently took the porcelain bottles, opened the door wider, turned her body, and said softly, "Okay, I understand. Guomin. All right." Ning Xiaotian hurriedly rushed in. Hood. Zhang Fanghua stepped forward swiftly, raised her right hand, and slapped Ning Xiaotian on the back of the head. Her eyes wide open, her face full of dissatisfaction. "You little rascal. Why are you calling her Sister Yenner? She's your wife. Hurry up and call her Yenner." Saying this, she grabbed Ning Xiaotian's head and turned his face towards Duguyan. "Mom, be gentle. My neck." Ning Xiaotian only heard a crack, and then felt his head buzzing, stars flashing before his eyes, and hurriedly begged for mercy. But the other party did not let go. "Yana." Ning Xiaotian looked at the shy Duguyan, who had her head down and her face flushed, and said bashfully, chasing after girls really requires initiative. When parents get involved, it always feels like social death. So awkward and shy. Duguyan still kept her head down. That's more like it." Zhang Fenghua's beautiful oval face instantly broke into a smile, happily withdrawing her slender hand from Ning Xiaotian's head. "Xiana, come in." "Okay, Mom." Ning Xiaotian looked at his mom's carefree back as she turned to leave, twisted his neck, rubbed it, and followed her. The little snake behind him instantly raised its head proudly, beaming, and the little waist like a willow swayed joyfully as it followed, with tender and sweet eyes. Rongrong, hurry and call your brother." Ning Xiaotian sat on a stone bench, enjoying the gentle sunlight, facing his sister in his mother's arms, urging her with hopeful eyes. Goo. The little one turned slightly, waving her small hand cheerfully at Ning Xiaotian, then turned back, hugging her mother's neck. "Mommy, hello. Why does my sister call me in bird language, but calls Mom in human language?" Ning Xiaotian looked puzzled at Ning Rongrong, then looked up at his mother, Zhang Fanghua. "Ahem, girls can learn things a bit later, it's okay. Look at her, she's so small, learning this, and that every day it's so hard." Zhang Fanghua said with great righteousness, "Is this what it means to raise boys in poverty and girls in wealth?" Ning Xiaotian was speechless, lowering his head and squinting at his sister, who was currently sucking her little finger contentedly. "Rongrong, call me brother. Brother. Ning Xiaotian mouthed the words while taking out the milk candies he bought in Wuhuan City from the soul-guiding device, gently unwrapping them, and suddenly the sweet milk fragrance filled the air, causing the little one to drool. With her little hand reaching out, she squirmed restlessly, twisting, leaning forward, her mouth watering, and her voice high-pitched, "Brother, I want to eat." Ning Xiaotian's eyes lit up, as if discovering a new continent. He slightly nodded and, feeling satisfied, personally fed the candy into his sister's mouth. "Rongrong, you little brat. I've taught you for so long just for you to learn to call me Mom, and now this little rascal buys you off with a single candy. It drives me crazy." Zhang Fenghua's beautiful eyes widened in anger as she wiped her daughter's drool while scolding. The little one ignored her, wrinkled her small nose, happily eating candy, leaning forward towards Ning Xiaotian, scratching with both hands, her eyes full of desire. "Brother, I want more." Okay, brother will give you some." Ning Xiaotian's eyes squinted with laughter, and in an instant, he produced 3 more candies. "Good brother." The little one immediately stopped scratching. Zhang Fanghua was so angry she trembled and snatched the candy from the little one's hands, saying, "Mom will keep it for you first." "Wow, Mommy's a bad guy." The little one was heartbroken, her small body stubbornly bumping around. Zhang Fanghua was furious and, gritting her teeth, shoved the candy back, saying, Here. All you know is eating. If you get cavities later, let us see if you cry. Mommy is really nice." The little one cheered up again, and while eating, tilted her head and asked, "Mommy, is the bug tasty?" There was a slight killing intent in the air, and Ning Xiaotian shrank his neck, feeling a sharp pain and tightening his body. Then, trembling, he stood up seriously and said, "Mom, it's getting late. I have things to do, so I'll leave first." "That wild goose will leave first too." Duguyan stood up, bowed slightly, and said weakly. Zhang Fanghua suddenly turned her head, looking at Ning Xiaotian with a slightly menacing gaze, then glanced at Duguyan. Her expression instantly softened as she said, "All right." Ning Xiaotian felt as if he had been granted amnesty, and even his neck didn't hurt as much anymore. He glanced at Duguyan with a hint of gratitude, bowed slightly to his mother, and took off running. Duguyan followed closely behind as they exited the courtyard. Fortunately, Ning Xiaotian, who had escaped quickly, took a deep breath of fresh air, turned to Duguyan, and said, "Yinner, where do you live? Let me walk you home." Duguyan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she buried her little head in her chest, twisting her slim waist shyly, her voice as soft as a whisper, "I'm living in your room now." Ning Xiaotian was dumbfounded, then quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, covered his mouth with a fist, and coughed. "Then let's go. By the way, Yinner, have you found your soul bone?" Seeing no one around, Ning Xiaotian turned his head to ask softly. The right arm bone of 30,000 years, which is said to have been brought back by Sword Grandpa from a trade. Duguyan quickened her pace to walk beside Ning Xiaotian and whispered on tiptoe. Ning Xiaotian trembled with excitement, instinctively puffed out his chest, and nodded, "That's good." He looked around carefully, confirming that this was indeed his place. Sensing Ning Xiaotian's confusion, Duguyan turned her head and said gently, "The sect master sent someone to renovate the courtyard, and then I was allowed to move in." Oh. Ning Xiaotian nodded blankly like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, then walked into the house and turned into the inner room. "Wow, such a big bed?" Ning Xiaotian was confused. The white jade bed in front of him was seamless, with beautifully carved corners occupying a third of the room. The four-piece satin bedding was neatly arranged, and crucially, it was red. He looked up and saw a circular skylight about 2 meters wide above him. Ning Xiaotian walked closer to look up. The interior was embedded with slanted, flawless lenses, and soft sunlight was swirling around, ultimately refracting onto the center of the jade bed. "The sect leader said this bed was for our cultivation," Duguyan said, lowering her head and hesitating. "Yeah, I know." Saying this, Ning Xiaotian bent down to take off his shoes and jumped onto the bed. He then turned back to Duguyan and said, "Yinner, you should come up too." "Oh, okay." Duguyan's head lowered even more. 2 hours later. "Xiaotian, you're amazing." Duguyan's face was flushed as she turned to Ning Xiaotian, excitedly exclaiming, "Low profile, low profile." Ning Xiaotian tilted his head, pressed down his hand, and said seriously, "Yinner, remember to keep my ability a secret. Don't tell anyone." "Okay, Yana understands." Let's continue. P.S. Taking a break today and thinking about how to proceed with the plot. The protagonist should soon enter the next map. I'll fill in tomorrow. There should be a big explosion. Chapter 81. Everyone here is an actor. The next day, the sun was just rising, and the morning light was brilliant. The soft, warm sun shone through the skylight onto his face. Ning Xiaotian slowly woke up, feeling the soft body in his arms. He instinctively rubbed against it. So soft. Rubbing his eyes, he looked down to see purple, smooth short hair cascading over his chest. Looking further down, he saw a petite, delicate nose, a fair and lovely face with a hint of blush, and full red lips curving into a faint smile, exuding intoxicating satisfaction and sweetness. "Wow, so white." Ning Xiaotian quickly wrapped his arms around the girl's waist, freeing a hand to pull up the thin satin to cover the half-exposed spring light. Then he gently shook the little demon snake hanging on his waist. "Yinner, wake up." Who is it?" The little demon snake clearly hadn't figured out the situation yet, unwillingly twisting her little waist. Then she lifted her jade-like hand that was resting on her chest, gently rubbing her eyes, pouting her small mouth, and tremblingly pushing aside her delicate, curled eyelashes. "Oh no." The little demon snake instantly shrank back into the quilt, pulling it over her head completely. "Didn't he do anything? Why are you shy?" Ning Xiaotian's lips twitched slightly as he gently patted the bulging quilt, softly saying, Yinner, I have to go meet His Majesty Snow Knight today. You go ahead." As soon as the words fell, the little demon snake quickly rolled away with the quilt. Okay." Ning Xiaotian glanced at Duguyan, who was already wrapped up like a dumpling not far away, shaking his head helplessly. He then smoothly put on his outer clothes and jumped off the bed. Creak. Duguyan quietly opened a gap in the quilt, revealing a small head, staring blankly at the already closed door. Then, she turned over and pulled the quilt back over herself again. "Oh no, we agreed to sleep separately. How did I end up on Xiaotian's side? Even hugging him? I'm not pure anymore. Here we are." Ning Fengzhi stopped his steps and glanced at Ning Xiaotian, who was looking around. "Go in." "Okay, Dad." After saying that, Ning Xiaotian straightened his collar, stood up straight, and slowly followed Ning Fengzhi. "This Snow Knight looks quite good." Ning Xiaotian observed the Snow Knight Emperor sitting at the main seat in the hall, smiling warmly. It seemed that the cordyceps I had my dad send really worked. Unfortunately, once the effect wears off, come. Come, Ning Xiaotian, sit here. Seeing Ning Fengzhi enter, Snow Knight quickly welcomed him, then waved his hand, and the guarding soldiers retreated. Only a dozen young and beautiful maidens remained, standing gracefully with jade plates of delicacies in front of their chests. Your Majesty, no need to be so polite. Ning Fengzhi smiled, leaning on his cane, slightly bowing to touch his abdomen in greeting, and then slowly walked towards the seat beside Snow Knight. Behind that seat stood a tall, handsome young man with an elegant posture. Seeing Ning Fengzhi approach, he immediately bent down slightly to pull the chair back, respectfully saying, Teacher, please sit. All right. Qingha, you sit too. Ning Fengzhi nodded with a smile and slowly sat down. Yes, teacher. After saying that, the handsome young man turned to Ning Xiaotian and Sword Douluo and politely said, Junior brother Xiaotian, Elder Sword, please take a seat as well. Okay. Sword Douluo slightly nodded. This Qian Renxue should definitely win an Oscar. Ning Xiaotian thought to himself, quickly climbing onto the seat, then turned to smile at Qian Renxue and praised, Hee. Senior brother Qingha looks really good. Good looking? Does he know my identity? Qian Renxue was startled, then quickly restored his smile, slowly sitting down and turning to Ning Xiaotian. Junior brother Xiaotian, you're joking. Your son is quite interesting. Snow Knight leaned over to glance at Ning Fengzhi, then turned back with a bright smile, looking at Ning Xiaotian, who was wolfing down food, and said, Child, if you like to eat, eat more. Childish and mischievous, I apologize for letting your majesty see. Ning Fengzhi kaswalihandet, Ning Xiaotian ahandkertief, apolokizing. Not all. Your son's filial piety is known throughout the entire Tiando Empire. It's just a pity that the palace doctors are not skilled enough to help Madame Ning. Snow Knight shook his head, his expression filled with sadness as he sighed. Ning Fengzhi's eyes dimmed for a moment. Then he smiled and looked at Shui Yi, saying casually, Your Majesty need not worry. My wife is still quite healthy, and there is no issue. Shui Yi nodded slightly and asked, Has your son made any progress during this year at the Spear Hall? Ning Fengzhi opened his mouth slightly. Don't mention it. That old guy from Juhua Pass just threw a pile of books at me and left me to it. Ning Xiaotian's eyes widened immediately, pouting and loudly expressing his displeasure. The key is that the food is terrible. I finally managed to come up with some good dishes, and they confiscated them. I heard from Dad that they made a lot of money selling my recipes. Ning Xiaotian's nose twitched on the verge of tears. Grandpa Juye. The people from the Spirit Hall are really too bad. Juhua Pass. Shui immediately thought of Juhua Douluo, unable to help but twitch his mouth. What kind of grudge must one have to earn such a nickname? It seems this child has indeed not had a good time at the Spirit Hall, managing to endure for a whole year. No wonder he is so reckless in his eating and drinking. He is a child with filial piety. Thinking this, Shui's expression became even more kind, and he said warmly, Child, you've suffered. In the future, if you want to eat anything, just come to the palace and tell your Grandpa Shui. Really, Grandpa Shui? Ning Xiaotian's expression brightened, staring intently at Shui. Of course. Shui stroked his beard and replied heartily, Grandpa Shui, I think that plate of spicy rabbit legs in front of you looks pretty delicious. Ning Xiaotian smacked his lips, his eyes full of desire. Ahem, Qingha, your junior brother Tian is here for the first time at the palace. Take him out for a stroll. I have matters to discuss with your father. Ning Fengzhi could no longer bear it, feeling it was a disgrace to the family, and quickly turned to Qian Renxue. Yes, teacher. Qian Renxue put away her surprised expression, slowly stood up, walked to Ning Xiaotian, and said, Junior brother Tian, please follow me. Okay. Ning Xiaotian jumped off the chair, instinctively grabbed Qian Renxue's hand, glancing back at the plate of spicy rabbit legs on the table with reluctance as he exited. Sigh. My son has been wronged. Shui watched Ning Xiaotian leave and sighed deeply. Good acting. Once they were out of sight, Qian Renxue abruptly shook off Ning Xiaotian's hand, glanced at him, and said, Who did you learn that from? The teacher does not teach scoundrels. As she spoke, she quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the grease off her hands. That little rascal had just eaten without using chopsticks. Teacher? Your immersion in this role is quite strong, Ning Xiaotian thought to himself, then tilted his head in shock and asked, How did you know I was acting? So impressive. Qian Renxue shot him a sidelong glance of disdain. Well, I learned it from my gluttonous little sister yesterday. Ning Xiaotian shrugged and replied nonchalantly. Chapter 82. Let's make a written agreement. Do you know my identity at the Spirit Hall? Qian Renxue's handsome eyes looked toward the horizon, speaking softly. Are you trying to show off to me? Ning Xiaotian glanced at her, took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, and said casually, I didn't know before, but I'm currently guessing. You. Qian Renxue's pupils shrank, her body tensed, and she suddenly turned to look at Ning Xiaotian, biting her lip, but then relaxed and praised. "You're not bad." After saying that, she turned back to look at the horizon, her eyes shining. "I've already heard of your achievements at the Spirit Hall. Whether it's that book on Spirit Master Theory, the suggestions for the mission platform, or the combinations of spirit rings. You've done very well, Ning Xiaotian. To possess such wisdom at your age is truly rare. Your future achievements will definitely not be less than your father's." As she spoke, Qian Renxue looked at Ning Xiaotian with admiration and said, "Junior brother Tian, would you be interested in being my advisor? When I become the emperor of the Tindo Empire, you will be the empire's national master." "Damn, now you're playing the emotional card. I'm increasingly suspicious of your identity." Ning Xiaotian looked at Qian Renxue with surprise. "Aren't you a spy? Can you represent the entire Spirit Hall?" Qian Renxue smiled slightly, taking a few confident steps. Don't find it strange. The Spirit Hall is currently divided into two factions, the Papal Hall and the Offering Hall, and I come from the Offering Hall, representing the strongest combat power of the Spirit Hall. You should know that in this world, strength is paramount. Only those with power can laugh last. Although I cannot tell you my identity, I can assure you that I can absolutely represent the entire Offering Hall. Qian Renxue extended her fist forward, speaking with determination. "Is this a rebellious child? Always wanting to argue with her mother?" Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin, slightly nodding. "That sounds quite appealing. Do you agree?" Qian Renxue's eyes lit up. "Then tell me your true identity." Ning Xiaotian pouted and said, "Trust is the foundation of cooperation. If we cannot be honest with each other, it's all talk." Qian Renxue's expression froze, her fist clenched tightly, and the content of that letter flashed in her mind. "If you want to subdue Ning Xiaotian, do not reveal your true identity. Otherwise, it will only show how useless you are. I will absolutely not lose to you." Qian Renxue slowly relaxed her fist, her gaze once again showing determination. "Junior brother Tian, how about we make a deal?" "Oh, tell me about it." Ning Xiaotian became interested, squinting his eyes and turning to look at Qian Renxue. 5 years. Qian Renxue faced Ning Xiaotian, her fingers spread wide, confidently saying, "Aren't you curious about my true identity? Within 5 years, that is, before the next Continental Spirit Master competition ends, if you cannot guess my true identity, you'll have to join my side and work for me. What if I guess it?" Ning Xiaotian countered. "You're thinking too much. Being my spirit bone is not a lie." Qian Renxue seemed to have the upper hand, glancing at Ning Xiaotian confidently. "As long as I can do it, I can fulfill any request you make." Ning Xiaotian scoffed, looking at Qian Renxue as if she were a fool, and said, "Are you trying to fool me? I am a young master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. What do I lack?" After saying that, he scrutinized Qian Renxue from head to toe and playfully remarked, "If you were a great beauty, losing would at least allow you to offer yourself. But unfortunately, you're not. It seems you still don't know my identity." Qian Renxue said confidently, "A 50,000 year soul bone. Not lacking." Ning Xiaotian rolled his eyes at her. 70,000 years. Qian Renxue said nonchalantly, "Deal." Ning Xiaotian grabbed Qian Renxue's hands, his eyes shining, and said, "Let's make it official. I always keep my promises." Qian Renxue stared in disbelief. "You just said it yourself. You come from the Hall of Worship, the strongest combat force of the Spirit Hall. If you go back on your word, who will I complain to? With a written agreement, at least I can report to His Holiness the Pope." Ning Xiaotian's face was full of skepticism. "You?" Qian Renxue's chest heaved with anger, and then she quickly took out paper and pen from her soul guide, writing down the agreement in a flurry. She then pulled out royal red clay, pressed it down, rolled it, and elegantly tossed it to Ning Xiaotian. "The little girl is foolish. What use is this agreement to me? This is black history, something to show off, hee." Ning Xiaotian glanced at the future angel goddess and quickly stored the agreement in his soul guide. "Ahem, now tell me, what is your strategy against the Heaven Do Empire?" Ning Xiaotian said casually, "At least for now, our goals are the same. I plan to use poison." Qian Renxue pondered. "So you haven't used it yet?" Ning Xiaotian looked at Qian Renxue as if she were a fool again. Using poison is shallow. Besides, due to the advanced intervention of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Yang Wudi's younger brother Yang Wushuang was never captured by the Spirit Hall. Where are you going to find such powerful poison? Find me? I'm not going to waste time with you. What kind of look is that? Qian Renxue felt insulted, her anger rising. "In light of our status as colleagues, I'll give you 2 pieces of advice." Ning Xiaotian said. "What advice?" Qian Renxue asked. "First piece of advice, remember, everything has a cause and effect. There is a cause before there is an effect, and human death is the same." Ning Xiaotian looked at Qian Renxue seriously. "What do you mean?" Qian Renxue frowned slightly. The poisons in the world all have traces to follow. Can you ensure that no one will notice? Especially since you plan to poison many people. Can you ensure that you won't be suspected? Ning Xiaotian looked at Qian Renxue with a scrutinizing gaze. Qian Renxue was momentarily stunned, then fell into deep thought. After a moment, she lifted her head and sighed. I can't. Ning Xiaotian continued. The Tiando Empire currently has 4 princes. Are you aware of their individual hobbies? Naturally. Qian Renxue nodded. Even that avalanche prince who is younger than you, I'm also observing. Well done. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure 100 victories in 100 battles. Ning Xiaotian nodded and then said, everyone has some flaws, especially those born into royalty. So, do you understand how their personalities and hobbies might produce causal relationships in daily life? Qian Renxue seemed to understand, saying, do you mean? As a hunter, you must have enough patience. Just wait slowly. Wait for them to show their flaws. Let them die in a justified manner. Die without any surprise. Ning Xiaotian looked up at the sky and said softly. Qian Renxue took a deep breath, then looked seriously at Ning Xiaotian, saying, it seems I underestimated you. You are even more terrifying than your father. Her? Ning Xiaotian tilted his head, scrutinizing. What about the second piece of advice? Qian Renxue crossed her arms and looked straight ahead. Imperfection is perfection. A sincere person can be very dangerous once they are no longer sincere. And a playboy can be even more dangerous once they stop being a playboy. Ning Xiaotian said solemnly. You mean Avalanche? He is the most mischievous prince in the royal family. Last time he went out to play, he even knocked over a commoner's stall, but he still brags about it. Qian Renxue said, placing her hand on her waist to illustrate. Oh, but I heard that Prince Shueshing dotes on him, and even said he is very similar to himself when he was young. Ning Xiaotian sighed and continued. You decide for yourself. Perhaps I made a misjudgment. I understand, Qian Renxue said seriously. Remember, imperfection is perfection. Ning Xiaotian suddenly looked up at Qian Renxue, staring intently into her eyes, and said seriously, and your demeanor is just too perfect, so perfect that it raises suspicion. As for other places, Ning Xiaotian slightly nodded and said, Senior Brother Qinghe, you are really good looking. You. Here we go again. Thank you. You're welcome. P.S. In order to arrange soul bones for the protagonist, I've been troubled. I guess this counts as giving the protagonist a boost. Chapter 83. Senior Brother Qinghe. Pay attention to moderation. By the way, there's one more thing. Ning Xiaotian glanced at Qian Renxue again and said cheerfully, a few days ago, my dad sent Shuya a top-grade cordyceps. You should know, right? Of course. Shuya's health has been getting better lately. Qian Renxue nodded and complained a bit. This is all you're doing. You don't know anything. Ning Xiaotian shot her a glance and said meaningfully, how do you know it's a good thing? What do you mean? Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes and turned to look at Ning Xiaotian. Wondering if there was more to the story, Ning Xiaotian touched his chin, slightly bowed his head, his voice calm and serene, and said, that cordyceps is very nourishing, especially for the kidneys, and with Shui Ye's current body. He then turned his head, sizing up Qian Renxue, and said, Qinghe, you are at the prime of your youth. Do you need me to get you a piece? No need. Qian Renxue snorted lightly, instantly turning her head away. Her pupils slightly slanted, disdainfully saying, so what? Shui Yi has been an emperor for many years. His self-control is not bad. Don't you know what it means to be at the peak and then decline? How can the current body of Emperor Shui Yi withstand that kind of medicinal power? Besides, Ning Xiaotian moved closer to Qian Renxue, tilted his body, and gently nudged her arm with his elbow. You won't create opportunities for yourself? After saying that, Ning Xiaotian took out a porcelain vial from his soul guide and handed it over, raising his eyebrows, and said, this is specially prepared for you. Colorless, tasteless, safe and harmless, dissolves in water and takes effect with just a drop, absolutely undetectable. This vial will last you a long time. Remember to use it wisely. Specially prepared for me. Qian Renxue's pretty face flushed red, and she quickly turned away, then swatted Ning Xiaotian's elbow away. Huffing, you're so young and don't learn well. Carrying such things with you, really shameless. You don't understand. Boys need to protect themselves when they go out. I'll be traveling far in the future. This is a good thing to avoid disasters. Then do you want it or not? Ning Xiaotian tilted his head back, raising an eyebrow, and retorted unhappily. I do. Qian Renxue did not turn back. Her right hand quickly reached back and snatched the porcelain vial. Qinghe, remember to moderate your use. Ning Xiaotian leaned in again, nudging his elbow, and said softly, go away. Qian Renxue flicked her sleeve and left. Senior brother. Wait for me. Ning Xiaotian quickly chased after her, keeping just a step behind Qian Renxue. Then he looked around, seeing no one. His small eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. Though the view was dazzlingly golden, he could still vaguely discern the outline. So perky. Ning Xiaotian's eyes brightened. Then he looked up, and his gaze dimmed again. The camouflage effect of the head-soul bone actually had such a wide range. What a pity. Someone is coming. Qian Renxue's tall and slender figure paused, stopping in her tracks. Qinghe, take me to see other places. Ning Xiaotian blinked, quickly ran forward, and charmingly took Qian Renxue's right hand. In the inner courtyard of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening, and the afterglow of the setting sun presented a rosy hue, shyly slipping into the horizon. The evening breeze carried a hint of chill, and Ning Xiaotian took a deep breath, feeling a coolness in his chest, his spirit uplifted. Lowering his head, Ning Xiaotian followed closely behind Ning Fengzhi, flanked by two burly men who were none other than the Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo. With a clap, upon seeing Ning Xiaotian enter the room, Sword Douluo decisively closed the door, then stood on either side of the door with Bon Douluo, their expression serious, taking on the role of gatekeepers. Could it be that they are going to discuss making me sacrifice my beauty? Ning Xiaotian felt his scalp tingle, his body tense, with men on both sides, and wolves in front and tigers behind. He definitely couldn't escape. Ning Xiaotian felt uneasy and shifted his body awkwardly, then resignedly looked up and said, Dad, what's the matter? Tianer, how well do you understand our sect's method of controlling distractions? Ning Fengzhi slowly walked to the center of the room, took his seat in the main position, and spoke in a low voice. Damn, this is so serious. Ning Xiaotian was filled with doubts and secretly speculated. Could there be other secrets to this technique? However, the information I encountered within the sect does not differ much from what is described in the original work. The doubts in Ning Xiaotian's heart grew heavier, but he still straightened his back and spoke calmly. As far as I know, the mind diversion control was developed specifically for our family's inherited martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, with the aim of reducing soul power consumption for disciples during battles. This mind diversion control has a total of 5 levels. The 3 apertures controlling heart, the 4 apertures constant heart, the 5 apertures scattering heart, the 6 apertures wishful heart, and the 7 apertures linglong heart. Each level represents the number of soul skills that can be controlled simultaneously and the number of times they can be released at the same time. For example, when a soul master reaches the 4 apertures constant heart, they can simultaneously manipulate 4 types of soul skills to assist 4 targets, accurately applying the most suitable enhancement to those who need it most. The content was indeed not much, and Ning Xiaotian finished speaking after a while, then looked at Ning Fengzhi eagerly. Not bad. Tianer has indeed put in some effort. Ning Fengzhi nodded and said, however, Tianer, the true mind diversion control actually has 3 more levels behind it. What? Ning Xiaotian was taken aback. He had been in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect for 5 years since his birth, and was hearing for the first time that there were 3 more levels to mind diversion control. But the child clearly remembered that the mind diversion control only had 5 levels. Ning Xiaotian questioned it, because that is what the sect has always wanted the world to see. Ning Fengzhi said quietly, the last 3 levels are too important. If exposed, it could pose a threat to the sect's existence. After saying this, Ning Fengzhi's tone became heavy again and said, the cultivation method for the last 3 levels of mind diversion control is a forbidden secret of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Only the successive sect masters can receive the complete inheritance, and even the exceptionally qualified direct descendants within the sect must undergo the strictest selection, confirming their absolute loyalty to the sect before they can be personally informed by the current sect master and granted the methods for the next stage of cultivation. After speaking, Ning Fengzhi picked up the teapot on the table, poured a cup, took a light sip, and continued. Tianer, you have now obtained your first soul ring, and coincidentally, your martial soul has evolved and awakened the eye of breaking veins from our ancestors. So it is time for me to tell you this sect's absolute secret. Breaking veins. Could it be that the last 3 levels of mind diversion control relate to the human body's meridians? Ning Xiaotian recalled his speculation at the ice and fire yin-yang eye and couldn't help but ask. Exactly. Ning Fengzhi nodded appreciatively, then sighed again and said, Tianer, you should know about the flaws of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda martial soul, right? P.S. The upcoming chapters will extend and strengthen the original work's mind diversion control, explaining why Ning Fengzhi's blue amount seems bottomless and why Sword Douluo chose to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. It will also explain the origin of Ning Xiaotian's eyes, which may cause discomfort for fans of the original work, please take this book as the standard. The author also thought for a long time before deciding to strengthen it, as the ultimate skills of the top 3 sects, the Haotian sect, are all bugs, while the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect seems too shabby. Of course, saying it's a strengthening doesn't mean it's that impressive, but it explains the evolution direction of the protagonist's eyes. Chapter 84. The Mind Diversion Control Technique. Well, I understand. Ning Xiaotian nodded. According to the sect's records, the founder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect was a titled Duo with a 9 Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul, and at that time, the sect was still called the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. In the early days of the sect's establishment, many descendants also awakened the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile. But for some reason, Ning Xiaotian's expression dimmed, and he sighed. As time passed, later generations of descendants who awakened their martial souls could only awaken the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile at most. There were even cases where the martial soul was clearly the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile, but could never break through level 79. Looking up at the equally disappointed Ning Fengzhi, Ning Xiaotian continued. Later on, not only did our sect's name change from the original 9 Treasure Glazed Tile sect to the current 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, but it has also been hundreds of years since an awakening of the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile has occurred, let alone a descendant awakening the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile. This has always been a mystery within our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Xiaotian lamented. He had also thought about this issue and even suspected whether it was due to the excessive extraction by soul masters that led to a decrease in gems or mineral elements on the continent. After all, gems, minerals, and gem-type martial souls are all somewhat related. Of course, these are all baseless speculations. Shall I say, I know nothing. Yes. Although many records have been lost, every time I think of it, I still greatly admire the sect's former glory. Ning Fengzhi raised his head, his eyes filled with longing. And after speaking, he looked at Ning Xiaotian seriously and said, "Now, this glory needs you to realize it. Is this the reason why your old master is thinking of sacrificing his brother's unparalleled beauty?" Ning Xiaotian nodded slightly and said solemnly, "To restore the glory of the sect. It is my duty." Good. Ning Fengzhi quickly stood up, walked in front of Ning Xiaotian, patted his shoulder with satisfaction, then raised his head, hands behind his back, and continued, "Tianer, in fact, the ancestors developed this part of mind diversion control to solve the flaws of the martial soul. As for the effects known to the outside world, they are merely capabilities that come with practicing this technique." What? Ning Xiaotian was dumbfounded, even doubting his ears. Did I cross into a fake Douluo Continent? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect actually developed a method to solve its own martial soul's flaws? No, if it really succeeded, let alone others, Ning Fengzhi would have already broken through level 80. So, in the end, it was a failed development? Since the sect has such a cultivation method, why has no one ever heard of anyone cultivating the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul to level 80? Even my dad. Ning Xiaotian quickly raised his doubts, stopping at the right moment. It's not that simple. Ning Fengzhi smiled bitterly, then showed a look of regret and said, "This part of the mind diversion control technique, although it has now been perfected, up to now, no one has successfully cultivated it completely. Even if someone really succeeded, it is still uncertain whether it can solve the flaws of the martial soul. It seems I was overthinking it." Ning Xiaotian's expression dimmed, feeling somewhat disappointed, and continued to ask, "Then since it is already a perfected technique, why has no one ever successfully cultivated it completely? Is it because the difficulty of cultivation is too great?" Yes, Xiania. Cultivating this technique is not only extremely difficult, but also requires enduring pain that ordinary people find hard to bear. A slight mistake could lead to life-threatening danger. Ning Fengzhi paused his tone, then showed a painful expression, saying, "This is a cultivation secret forged with blood." Tightening his grip on the staff, Ning Fengzhi staggered back to his seat, sorrowfully saying, "This part of the mind diversion control technique has brought hope to our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, but it has also brought death over the centuries. Countless exceptionally talented ancestors have died because of this technique. Now, even I doubt whether this technique can truly resolve the flaws of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul. The price the sect has paid has been too great. Perhaps solving the flaws of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile martial soul is merely an unattainable luxury." Ning Fengzhi's eyes were complex, his low voice mixed with a hint of hope, but more of it was bitterness and endless sorrow. Are the last 3 levels of mind diversion control that terrifying? Ning Xiaotian furrowed his brows, an endless chill rising in his heart. "If I practice it, Wouldn't I also be in danger of losing my life? Listen, this is what I want to tell you next. It's about the origin of this cultivation method, which is also the beginning of all tragedies. Ning Fengzhi rubbed the corners of his eyes, revitalized himself, sat up straight, and continued. The last 3 levels of the mind control method are the heart of 8 apertures, the heart of 9 apertures, and the heart of 10 apertures. Ning Fengzhi's expression turned serious, his voice crisp and powerful. The heart of the 8 apertures corresponds to 12 hidden meridians in the human body, relating to the waist and limbs. Once successfully cultivated, the body's flexibility will greatly improve, allowing for spontaneous movement, while the total soul power will slowly increase by 12. The heart of the 9 apertures corresponds to 12 hidden meridians in important organs such as the heart, liver, lungs, stomach, and kidneys. Once successfully cultivated, it can greatly enhance physical strength, endurance, and overall physical quality, with the total soul power also slowly increasing by 12. As for the heart of the 10 apertures, Ning Fengzhi tightly gripped the corner of the table, his tone grave. It corresponds to 12 hidden meridians in various parts of the brain. After cultivation, mental strength will increase to some extent, improving perception and control of the body, but it will not increase the total soul power. Whether it has other effects remains unknown. After finishing, Ning Fengzhi looked up at Ning Xiaotian and said, "Moreover, the last layer is the most dangerous part of this cultivation method. For hundreds of years, no one has ever fully cultivated it, and it can be said that countless predecessors have died trying to cultivate this final stage. Of course, this data was recorded by the ancestor who developed this method when he was at level 79. If a title Douluo were to cultivate it, the increase in soul power would probably not be as significant. Ning Fengzhi. After all, a title Douluo already possesses 9 soul rings, and the strength and capacity for soul power are not comparable to a 79-level soul sage. Furthermore, the human meridians are inherently narrow, naturally limiting the capacity for soul power. Although the strength of the meridians will be enhanced after cultivation, it still pales in comparison to the physical quality increase brought by the 9 soul rings. After speaking, Ning Fengzhi turned his gaze to the bone doll at the side of the door and said, "Your grandfather Bone is currently the only one in the sect who has fully cultivated the heart of the 9 apertures. His martial soul is a top-tier defensive beast martial soul, and his physique is already robust, but his total soul power has only increased by less than 10. Of course, the greatest benefit of cultivating the last 3 layers is not the increase in internal soul power, but the absolute control over one's own soul power and body." Ning Fengzhi's eyes sparkled, and he spoke with great confidence. This is also why he could become the continent's #1 support soul master, with a cultivation of level 79. P.S. First, I will talk about the effects, then the origins. It might be a bit dry, so I hope everyone understands. This could be considered a rough version of the method to open the human meridians. It does not have the effect of washing the marrow and refining the bones. But because the process of opening the meridians is too painful, it can instead stimulate the nerves to enhance mental strength and unleash potential. After reading this, you'll understand why someone like Ning Rongrong wouldn't dare to practice it. Chapter 85. Ancestor Ning Yun. Hidden meridians? Are these also meridians? Ning Xiaotian noticed the key words in his father's speech and couldn't help but ask. At the same time, he exclaimed in his heart, "This is definitely not a martial arts world, right? The people of Douluo Continent actually have such operations." Indeed, the hidden meridians in the human body are also the key to cultivating the last 3 layers. Ning Fengzhi nodded. Then his expression became somewhat complex, a mix of admiration and pain, which eventually turned into a sigh as he said, "This brings us to what I mentioned to you before about Ancestor Ning Yun. He is the beginning of all this. He developed the method of distraction control, bringing hope to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school." Ning Fengzhi paused, his expression somewhat somber, and said, "At the same time, it also brought pain and despair. Why do I feel a tingling sensation on my scalp?" Ning Xiaotian's heart tightened, and images of the martial arts world flashed through his mind. The impact on the meridians, going berserk, bleeding from the 7 apertures, attacking anyone in sight. Scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and other terrifying images. How so? Ning Xiaotian subconsciously asked, his eyes wide open, and then suddenly felt a chill crawling up his spine, and he instinctively shrank his head. He quickly ran to the seat beside Ning Fengzhi and sat down, glancing at the 2 big shots at the door, suddenly feeling as steady as a rock. "Dad, please continue." Ning Xiaotian. "Did I scare him?" Ning Fengzhi looked at Ning Xiaotian with a strange expression, then sat up straight, nodded slightly, and continued. This ancestor was able to develop this secret method thanks to his martial soul. His 7-treasure glazed tile tower martial soul was the only one in the sect's history to undergo a mutation and was born with powerful mental strength. When his martial soul first awakened, his mental strength was already strong enough to perceive the flow of his own soul power. Before he turned 30, this ancestor had cultivated to level 79, and, at that time, his mental strength was already able to internally view all his body's meridians through the perception of his own soul power. 30 years old, level 79? Ning Xiaotian felt as if he had misheard and couldn't help but repeat it. If this talent had no flaws in his martial soul, what title Douluo would it be? Wouldn't it be easy to achieve? Indeed, Ancestor Ning Yun reached level 79 before the age of 30. As he spoke, Ning Fengzhi's gaze fixed on Ning Xiaotian's eyes and said, moreover, he also awakened a pair of eyes with unique abilities, which could see the flow of soul power within a soul master, thus peering into the opponent's meridians. He called this pair of eyes the eyes of breaking meridians, meaning the eyes that can discern the meridians, and the word breaking also represents his wish and determination to break the shackles of his martial soul. You also know that our 7-treasure glazed tile tower martial soul has the ability to appraise treasures. The records indicate that Ancestor Ning Yun's eyes were mutated from this ability. Returning his gaze, Ning Fengzhi continued. At that time, all the clansmen in the sect believed that Ancestor Ning Yun could rely on his unparalleled talent to break the shackles of his martial soul's flaws and ultimately achieve title Douluo, restoring the glory of our ancestors. Unfortunately, he failed. At this point, Ning Fengzhi slowly clenched his fist and raised it to his chest, lowering his head to gaze at it dreamily. After a moment, he dejectedly closed his eyes and murmured, 5 whole years passed, and he could not advance from level 79 to level 80. It was clear that the flaws of his martial soul had held him back. He was unwilling. Ning Fengzhi's eyes suddenly opened wide, and his fist slammed heavily on the table beside him as he said in a deep voice, who reached level 79 before the age of 30, was fully qualified to cultivate to title Douluo. Dad is completely immersed in the story. Ning Xiaotian fell silent, biting his lip, staring blankly at his father Ning Fengzhi, his heart filled with pity. Ning Fengzhi was also a highly gifted soul master in his youth. Unfortunately, after the sect encountered difficulties, he devoted all his energy to the construction of the sect. Even so, he managed to reach level 79 in his cultivation. But then he hit a bottleneck with his martial soul and could never break through. Perhaps, deep down, he felt a sense of unwillingness. Leaning slightly back against the chair, Ning Fengzhi took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, continuing. However, Ancestor Ning Yun did not give in to despair. Instead, he calmed himself down and began to study himself, hoping to find a solution to the flaws in his martial soul. The first half of Ancestor Ning Yun's life was spent focusing on cultivation, and he carried too many expectations on his shoulders. Perhaps it was this expectation and focus that allowed him to break through again after calming his mind, leading to new discoveries within himself. Hearing this, Ning Xiaotian unconsciously leaned forward, his pupils constricted, and his expression extremely focused. Ning Fengzhi continued Ning Yun's ancestor, relying on his powerful spiritual strength, took a look at himself and discovered that many of his meridians were still in a blocked state. Some meridians could be detected with careful probing, while others were very hidden. If it weren't for a breakthrough in spiritual strength, he might never have realized it in his lifetime. After speaking, Ning Fengzhi picked up the teacup. Wait, Ning Xiaotian stared blankly as his father lifted the teacup, took a sip, and then put it down, feeling as if time was dragging on. Ning Fengzhi finally continued. Thus, Ning Yun's ancestor boldly attempted to choose the thickest meridian in the arm that was still blocked. Then, through exquisite control of his soul power, he impacted the blocked area in this meridian, enduring the pain like needles pricking his flesh, and ultimately succeeded in unblocking this meridian. So tough, Ning Xiaotian was dumbfounded. After unblocking this meridian, Ning Yun's ancestor looked inward and was astonished to discover that when his soul power flowed freely through that meridian, his body unexpectedly felt a subtle emptiness. He quickly sat down in meditation, circulated his soul power into a cultivation state, and indeed found that the total amount of soul power in his body had slightly increased, and the speed of circulation had also improved a bit. Even his wrist seemed to have become a little more agile. This discovery brought him hope. He wondered if unblocking all these blocked meridians would allow him to break the level 79 limit. So he began to study this intensively and recorded all the meridians he found to be blocked. Ning Fengzhi glanced over at Ning Xiaotian, listening, and nodded slightly. Continuing, he classified these meridians according to their size and degree of concealment, naming the thicker and more easily detectable meridians as obvious meridians, while those that were thin and exceptionally concealed were called hidden meridians. Additionally, he discovered that the locations of these hidden meridians were mostly extraordinarily dangerous. So he further classified them according to the level of danger at their locations. This is also the reason for the division of the three realms behind the mind control technique. After categorizing and recording the meridians he discovered, he began his experiments and successfully opened all the obvious meridians in his body. His capacity for soul power increased again, and his cultivation speed accelerated. Did the faster speed mean that he inadvertently opened the transportation network between the meridians, turning bends into straight lines, causing the circulation of soul power within his body to accelerate? Or was it because the network of meridians available for soul power to operate increased, broadening the large circulation? Thinking of this, Ning Xiaotian was already extremely excited, unable to contain himself any longer, and hurriedly asked, "So did ancestor Ning Yun successfully break through to level 80 later?" "Alas, no." Ning Fengzhi saitrekretchuli. "Dad, what happened next?" Ning Xiaotian asked again. Later, this senior decided to take the risk to challenge the even more dangerous hidden meridians. Ning Fengzhi sighed and continued. With his powerful mental strength and control over soul power, he successfully broke through some hidden meridians, but when he attempted to break through 2 hidden meridians in the heart area, he faced continuous setbacks and was severely injured as a result. P.S. A sect for hundreds of years, so many people stuck at level 79 with stories of countless ancestors, including father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, who became depressed after being stuck for decades. It is only natural that a few unwilling and fearless individuals would try various strange methods to solve the flaws of their martial souls. This book is set in a situation where mind control was developed out of desperation. Chapter 86, Origins and Failures. The heart, hidden meridians, and 2 of them. Perhaps this is related to arteries and veins. Ning Xiaotian speculated secretly. Are these derived meridians from the arteries and veins? Is Ning Yun's ancestor really that brave? He dares to charge in like this. However, Ning Fengzhi's expression relaxed slightly, as he was fortunate that the sect had healing-type soul masters. After some treatment, Ning Yun's ancestor's injury stabilized. During the recovery period, although Ning Yun's ancestor did not attempt to break through the hidden veins again, he continued his research. He gathered all the disciples of the sect at that time to participate in the study, using the eye of vein breaking to observe the direction of soul power and the meridians throughout these disciples' bodies. In the end, he discovered that most of the visible veins within the disciples were in a smooth state, with only a very small number experiencing blockage, similar to his own situation. At this point, Ning Fengzhi, who had initially appeared somewhat downcast, gradually showed signs of joy and continued. Moreover, the number, location, and severity of the blocked meridians varied for each disciple, averaging about 10 per person. Ning Fengzhi raised his hand and looked at his arm. The visible veins seemed to have been like this since birth. If he didn't actively clear them, they would only become more congested with age. Lowering his hand, Ning Fengzhi turned to Ning Xiaotian and said seriously, "The hidden veins are even more dangerous. They are small and secretive, located in perilous positions, and they can shrink over time, becoming harder to detect." From this, the ancestor Ning Yun drew a conclusion. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Ning Fengzhi's azure pupils as he said, "The form and quality of a martial soul are innate. Strength relies on genetics or beneficial mutations. However, the speed of soul power cultivation after awakening and the amount of soul power stored in the body can be influenced by external factors, and the degree of meridian smoothness is an important influencing factor." "Impressive," Ning Xiaotian said solemnly. Ning Fengzhi slightly bowed his head and then looked ahead with a sense of melancholy, sighing, "With the same kind of martial soul. Some people awaken with an innate soul power of level 5, while others may have level 3 or even no soul power at all. Yet some can reach level 8 or 9, even with the same innate soul power, spending the same amount of time and effort. Some people cultivate faster while others cultivate slower. Even among soul masters of the same level, the total amount of soul power they possess can vary. This is probably one of the reasons." Ning Fengzhi sighed and withdrew his gaze, continuing, "Ancestral Ning Yin was unwilling to give up on further developing his hidden veins, even though he knew it might cost him his life. But this was his hope, his dream. However, before continuing to break through the hidden veins. He felt he should leave something for future generations. The brave pioneers, circumstances create heroes. Such phrases emerged in Ning Xiaotian's mind. The method of distraction control was developed under such circumstances. Ning Fengzhi continued. Through high-intensity practice of multitasking to stimulate the brain, enhance mental strength and control over soul power, and then use this to open up one's own visible veins, subsequently using this as a foundation to gradually open up the more secretive and perilous hidden veins. After speaking, Ning Fengzhi turned to Ning Xiaotian and said solemnly, "The true method of distraction control contains detailed annotations on the meridians and the routes for soul power. The first 5 levels of cultivation are the prerequisites for opening one's own visible veins, and opening the visible veins is the foundation for the last 3 levels of cultivation. Only by achieving the 5th level, the 7 orifices exquisite heart, can you possess enough mental strength and soul power control to open up all the visible veins on your own, while also accumulating enough experience for the cultivation of the last 3 levels." More importantly, as if remembering something, Ning Fengzhi's complexion suddenly turned pale. "Xiania, when you open up all the visible veins, the extreme pain will again increase your mental strength, and it will also allow you to endure greater pain. Without this endurance, you're simply not qualified to cultivate the last 3 levels. Moreover, because the hidden veins are small and located in extremely dangerous positions, outsiders cannot help." Damn, is this really something humans can practice? Ning Xiaotian's scalp tingled. A slight misstep might lead to internal bleeding, and if luck is bad, a vigorous effort could result in instant death. Damn, this is terrifying. Besides, this is different from the cultivation methods I imagined. Isn't it just circulating soul power around, opening up the meridians in no time? Ning Xiaotian began to doubt life. Taking a sip of tea, Ning Fengzhi calmed his mind and continued. After leaving this part of the distraction control, Ancestor Ning Yun began to push forward with his hidden veins. What happened in the end? Did Ancestor Ning Yun succeed? Ning Xiaotian asked anxiously. He failed. Ning Fengzhi shot a glance at Ning Xiaotian, his expression complicated, and sighed. Though he successfully opened 2 hidden veins located in the heart area, he failed when trying to open the hidden veins in the brain. While opening the 3rd brain hidden vein, Ancestor Ning Yun could not endure the pain, momentarily lost focus, causing the meridian to be pierced by soul power, resulting in massive bleeding in his brain, and there was no cure. What a pity. This ancestor did not break through to level 80 even at the moment of death. After speaking, Ning Fengzhi shook his head, seemingly lamenting the ancestor's failure at that time. However, the portion of distraction control he left behind, along with the results he achieved before his death, gave future generations a glimmer of hope. Ning Fengzhi added, as a result, later ancestors, upon reaching level 79 and feeling it was hopeless to break through, chose to cultivate the last 3 levels of this method. Even if they failed, they would at least leave some experience for future generations. This method has been passed down to this day and has been thoroughly perfected. The meridians marked within are confirmed to be cultivatable through the lives of countless ancestors, especially the hidden veins in the brain. Many ancestors forcibly bypass the first 2 levels to directly cultivate this last level, confirming with their lives that these hidden veins could be opened. Ning Fengzhi sai Shuli. Tianer, open it and take a look. Ning Fengzhi wiped the corners of his eyes and took out an exquisitely crafted wooden long box from the soul guide device, pushing it in front of Ning Xiaotian. What is this? Ning Xiaotian stood up, reaching out to pull the box closer, then slowly opened it. A head soul bone, and it's a gemstone type. Ning Xiaotian's eyes widened, filled with horror. How could this soul bone be shattered like this? The soul bone before him resembled a bull's horn, with a large hexagonal sapphire embedded in the forehead, with several cracks spreading like glass fractures from the center of the gemstone across the entire soul bone. And around the gemstone, the gray-white bone surface was dull and lifeless, like weathered deadwood. Turn the soul bone over and take a look. After saying this, Ning Fengzhi suddenly turned his head away, and 2 lines of clear tears instantly filled his eyes, sliding down his cheeks. Chapter 87. Could it have exploded? Dad is crying? Ning Xiaotian was taken aback, his outstretched hands instinctively retracting. The room was brightly lit, the temperature pleasant, yet it gave him a chilling feeling. A cold sweat trickled down his neck. Damn it, it's just a soul bone. Seeing that Ning Fengzhi did not turn back, Ning Xiaotian hurriedly poured himself a bowl of mental chicken soup, then leaned back, trembling as he stretched out his right hand to grasp the edge of the soul bone and slowly lifted it. What the hell? It's actually deep red. Ning Xiaotian stumbled back into his chair, his pupils filled with shock. Brain hidden veins, head soul bone, this is terrifying. My God, could it have exploded? Xiania, did you see? Ning Fengzhi wiped away his tears and turned to look at Ning Xiaotian. Dad, what's going on? Ning Xiaotian gripped the edge of the chair, dragging his body to sit steady, and spoke in a trembling voice. Ning Fengzhi took a deep breath and said, "This is the inheritance soul bone of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, with a history of nearly 90,000 years. It was originally supposed to be passed down by the sect master. Our ancestor Ning Yun was once its holder, but after he created the mind control technique, this soul bone was no longer held by the sect master. Instead, it was used to assist our clan members in developing their brain's hidden veins. In other words, whoever is willing to try to open their brain's hidden veins can absorb it. Unfortunately, not everyone who wears it possesses the mental strength and endurance like our ancestor Ning Yun." Ning Fengzhi lowered his head, his expression bitter, and said softly, without exception, "Most of them end up dying in a rather unpleasant way." Exploded. Ning Xiaotian felt a chill run down his spine, his pupils constricting and his mouth trembling. Right? Ning Fengzhi nodded slightly. Those with the strong were similar to our ancestor Ning Yun, while those with a slightly weaker cannot endure the pain. Release their soul power, and then, ugh. Ning Xiaotian instantly bent over, his mind filled with images of heads exploding, his right hand flailing like a windmill. Dad, no need to continue. Ning Fengzhi silently handed over a handkerchief and continued. This matter was declared over hundreds of years ago. The other gem and spirit-type head-soul bones collected by the sect have been nearly exhausted, and the 3-layer distraction control has been thoroughly confirmed and perfected. However, it was also classified as a taboo by the then sect master, prohibiting any advancement in cultivation. Therefore, no one has been able to cultivate to the last layer, even to this day. Ning Fengzhi reached out to cover the box and looked at Ning Xiaotian, saying seriously, "Tian'er, you are the only direct descendant in the sect for hundreds of years to possess the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. In the future, you must bear the responsibility of revitalizing the sect. This soul bone is entrusted to you by your father, and you must not forget the predecessors who sacrificed for the sect." "I understand, father." Ning Xiaotian suppressed his discomfort and sat up straight, glancing at the wooden box on the table with a complex expression before quickly putting it into the soul guide device. Ning Fengzhi nodded and continued. "As for the distraction control, I do not want you to practice the final layer. It is too dangerous. Moreover, your martial soul is already the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile, so there is no need to take such risks." After a pause, Ning Fengzhi added, "Additionally, the 2 hidden meridians at the heart's position of the 9 apertures Qi heart, I also do not want you to attempt. Too many ancestors have sacrificed at this stage, and you do not need to take this risk." Saying this, Ning Fengzhi turned to look at Bone Douluo at the door and said, "Currently, in the entire sect, only you, Grandpa Bone, have relied on your strong physique to achieve this realm. Both Grandpa Jian and I are stuck at these 2 hidden meridians. Looking at it this way, my 9th layer should be quite stable." Ning Xiaotian stroked his chin, lost in thought. He had consumed the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot vegetable, and his physical strength was already impressive. Now, his body also retained the characteristics of the sun, moon, and stars orchid, and his spiritual power could slowly increase through cultivation. As long as he followed the steps to practice distraction control, his spiritual power would definitely increase significantly. If he could get a soul bone for his head, it would be as stable as an old dog. Speaking of which, it's no wonder Bone Douluo can take so many hits when sparring with Sword Douluo, repeatedly fighting and losing, yet bouncing back to life shortly after being beaten until he vomits blood. Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but glance at Bone Douluo. Since cultivating the 9 apertures Qi heart can enhance the body's vitality and physical quality, then the 2 hidden meridians at the heart's position must have the strongest effect if they can be opened. This child wouldn't he have any bad thoughts, would he? Ning Fengzhi suddenly became worried and turned to look at Bone Douluo, giving him a glance. Bone Douluo immediately understood, stepped forward, and said, "That's right, Tenor. Your Grandpa Bone risked his life to forcefully break through the 2 slightly withered heart hidden meridians to win against your Grandpa Jian back in the day. It was truly a life-and-death situation, although he won against the old sword master in this regard." Bone Douluo still felt a bit of fear whenever he recalled the perilous situation back then. This also led him to not mention the cultivation method for the final layer to Ning Fengzhi until now. The mind, can it be recklessly broken through? Although Grandpa Bone usually seemed a bit off, he indeed made a valid point. "Tian'er, Your martial soul is already the 9 treasure glazed tile. It is indeed unnecessary to take such risks. Sword Duguyan nodded and stepped forward to continue the conversation. When Ning Fengzhi found him back then and said he had a way to further enhance his swordsmanship and strength, showing him the first 7 layers of distraction control, he indeed benefited from the assistance of distraction control, not only breaking through his cultivation, but also successfully using this method to reach the ultimate control over his soul power and body, even comprehending his own unique soul skill of the unity of man and sword. Although there were many benefits, it was truly not something just anyone could practice. Thinking back to his own cultivation of distraction control, Sword Duguyan couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Back then, it was quite painful for him. Ning Fengzhi watched as Bon Duo and Sword Duguyan spoke up for him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. They truly are good brothers. Back then, he even took out his family assets to win over these 2 big shots. There was no choice. The situation in the sect was dire, and without a title Duguyan to hold the fort, things could go south very quickly. Fortunately, the intelligence gathered was accurate, and both Sword Duguyan and Bon Duo were indeed worth the effort to win over. The child understands. I definitely won't casually practice the later 3 levels of the realm without sufficient confidence. Ning Xiaotian looked at the 3 powerful figures and nodded earnestly. That's good. Ning Fengzhi smiled. By the way, Dad, here is something for you. Saying this, Ning Xiaotian took out a book from his soul guide and handed it to Ning Fengzhi, saying, "This is a training method I developed at the Spear Hall, and its effectiveness has been confirmed to be quite good." The test subject was that guy Yin, Ning Xiaotian added in his heart. Thinking back made him feel quite nostalgic. Ning Fengzhi reached out to take it and began to flip through the pages. Additionally, the book summarizing the theory of soul masters compiled by the child at the Spirit Hall will be reorganized and handed over to you in the next few days. Also, please compile a list of reliable offerings within the sect who have good talent. If we can find suitable herbs for them at the Eye of Ice and Fire, it should enhance the sect's strength again. Ning Xiaotian added. Tianer has indeed thought it through. Ning Fengzhi nodded and continued. This training method is truly exquisite, and I will implement it in the sect as soon as possible. Dad, have you found a suitable 8th soul ring yet? Ning Xiaotian, eager to know, quickly raised his head and asked, "What type of soul beast are you planning to hunt?" "I have sent someone to search, but there is currently no news." Ning Fengzhi replied, "We are preparing to hunt the golden ironclad dragon, which is recorded as the most suitable soul beast in the sect. Isn't the soul skill produced by this soul beast similar to Ning Rongrong's 8th soul skill in the original work? Both are shield-type protective skills." Ning Xiaotian pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "This soul beast is indeed very suitable. After all, Ning Rongrong's 8th soul skill is derived from a divine soul ring, making it the most suitable for soul masters themselves. Therefore, the ancestors' arrangement for the 8th soul ring is indeed reasonable, with the Bon Doluo's martial soul providing a 50 defense ice armor, and then adding a shield. I can directly charge in as a Sword Duguyan, who is a strong attack type. And Ning Fengzhi adding a shield means he is directly embodying the role of a spring water commander. P.S. Some readers pointed out that distraction control is not unique to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. I checked the original text, and it really is not. It has existed for many years. It's just that other forces do not value it, while the 7 treasure glazed tile school has inherited it. It's too late to change. So let us consider it as originating from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Sigh, a miscalculation. Chapter 88. Eat my broken tendons in silence. This distraction control is definitely a technique worth delving into for me. Ning Xiaotian, who had no intention of cultivating, lay flat on the bed with his mind wandering. Xiaotian, what is wrong? Duguyan, sitting elegantly with her knees hugged, tilted her cute little head and asked. Ning Xiaotian had been absent-minded since returning to his room tonight and had not been training, which made her a bit worried. "It's nothing, Yenner," Ning Xiaotian instinctively replied, then turned his head to look at Duguyan with a smile. The azure short skirt tightly wrapped around her full and perky backside, and the beautifully curved folds of the skirt cascaded down to her knees, revealing her long, fair legs, which shimmered under the moonlight. "Really?" Duguyan's emerald-like eyes sparkled, her willow brows slightly furrowed with concern. Ning Xiaotian nodded slightly, then suddenly sat up quickly, wrapping his arms around Duguyan's waist. With a surprised gasp from the girl, he pulled her down to lie beside him, holding her against his chest, his right hand gently stroking her smooth hair. Then he closed his eyes and fell silent. After Ning Fengzhi passed that soul bone to him today, he felt an indescribable burden suddenly weighing on him, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Family, relatives, Ning Xiaotian felt a sense of melancholy. Duguyan seemed to sense something as well. She turned her flushed cheek against Ning Xiaotian's chest, her gaze flowing, her small hand gently moving, as if to comfort him. The two fell into silence for a moment. Xiaotian, how about I give you a back rub? My grandfather often asked me to help him with his back. Duguyan's sideways face suddenly looked up, her hopeful gaze fixed on Ning Xiaotian, her voice crisp and without any hesitation. Thank you, Yinner. Ning Xiaotian looked at Duguyan's eyes, sparkling with anticipation, and nodded slightly. Duguyan's face instantly filled with a smile as she quickly propped herself up to sit up straight. Ning Xiaotian also turned over, resting his chin on crossed hands. Duguyan's touch was very gentle, helping to calm his heavy heart. He closed his eyes, enjoying this tranquility and peace. And the thoughts that had been somewhat blocked began to clear up. Consuming star anise, ice grass, and fiery apricot vegetable has made my physique more resilient, and my potential has greatly increased. Additionally, unblocking the visible and hidden meridians can further enhance my physique, and my body's flexibility will also greatly improve, which is very beneficial for combat. Now, my body also possesses the characteristics of the sun, moon, and stars orchid, allowing my mental strength to accumulate and slowly grow over time. As long as I diligently practice distraction control, my level of control and application of mental strength will surely reach an astonishing level in the future. For example, strong mental strength means enhanced perception of things. If I can further develop it into dynamic perception or even mimicry perception, Ning Xiaotian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling. Wouldn't that mean I could foresee every attack from my opponents, anticipating their moves? Against wide-range, long-distance soul skills, I might be somewhat at a disadvantage. But if used in close combat, every move of my opponent would be under my control. If I could have a few countermeasures against opponents, then even as an auxiliary soul master, I would possess a certain combat ability for self-defense. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaotian's mind involuntarily conjured up battle scenes. In a team battle, a certain agility or strong attack soul master rushes forward to get in close, and I capture them with dynamic vision. I would directly pull out a sturdy sword and, relying on my powerful physique, wildly swing at my opponent. If I'm lucky and they can't stop in time and get hit, then I would strike it rich. By the way, there are also my eyes. Ning Xiaotian's eyes lit up again. Dad once said that the mental strength of our ancestor Ning Yun was so formidable that he could see the flow of soul power within a soul masteress body through the eye of broken meridians, thus peering into their entire meridian system. Does that mean I could do the same? If I can get close to an opponent and, through some means, injure their meridians or cut off their supply of soul power, wouldn't that directly interrupt their soul skills, breaking tendons and silence? Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but think of the two negative states from the game in his previous life, but he had to maintain them continuously. Otherwise, if there was a gap or if he was healed by a healing soul master, wouldn't he be directly counterkilled? Approaching his opponent, Ning Xiaotian recalled Tang San's ultimate skill, Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, and his leg bone. From the original work, the speed of Ghost Shadow Misty Steps was simply a bug. Even at level 29, Tang San could evade Zhao Wujia's attacks, who was at the Soul Sage level, with minimal consumption. The Soul Bone was even more direct, teleportation, just a bit too much soul power consumption. However, even if he rushed to the front, the opponent would be on guard. If he didn't break the defensive technique or was struck down by the opponent first, all of this would be meaningless. Not to mention breaking meridians. Perhaps the boxing techniques I learned in my previous life could be developed further. Ning Xiaotian pursed his lips, lost in thought. The boxing style taught by the Bon Douluo in the sect was somewhat similar to the military boxing I learned in my previous life, perhaps even better. It was all basic moves, very ruthless and swift, likely related to his experiences and martial soul. Resilience is truly useful. Tai Chi emphasizes using stillness to control movement, softness to overcome hardness, avoiding the real to target the virtual, borrowing strength to exert strength, and using skillful force to guide the opponent, making them lose balance or disperse their power, then taking advantage of the gap to counterattack with full force. This boxing technique seems quite good for defensive counterattacks. If it could be interspersed within continuous attacks, perhaps it could achieve successive strikes, like Wing Chun. Wing Chun's strength lies in close combat, with quick punches and tight defenses, flexible stances, and a balance of offense and defense, combining hardness and softness with low energy consumption. But all my boxing techniques are just half-baked, feeling like a half measure. After all, he once idolized Long Ge. The sect has created a barrier between us. It disperses all power. Ning Xiaotian still clearly remembers Long Ji's words. as well as his concept of Qian, using the formless as the form, the infinite as the finite. The pursuit of the essence of martial arts fighting. It directly hit his martial arts heart from back then. Qian is a comprehensive free fighting technique that integrates the essence of various martial arts from around the world. Cut to interrupt the opponent's attack, regarded as defense. Fist to actively strike, regarded as offense. When the two intersect, seize the opponent's vulnerabilities and flaws in their techniques, adapt and form a counterattack method, focusing on defensive counterattacks. Qian represents the idea that all martial arts can be integrated into one, all methods converge into one. Can I do that? If I could use Qian as the core to incorporate these boxing techniques, then as long as I catch my opponent's flaw once, my attacks would be relentless, leaving them no time to breathe, and I could even use the opponent to restrain them, unafraid of group attacks. If I could also exploit the gaps created by the opponent's imbalance to intersperse lethal strikes, like hand-bone skills or inch punches, inch power, hidden strength, Ning Xiaotian's But can it really be done? The inch punch technique uses multiple joints of the body as links, accelerating and contracting muscles at the moment of striking to unleash rapid and powerful explosive force. But after all, it is pure physical strength. It is impossible to break defenses. What if it is combined with soul power? Can the explosive force of an inch punch drive soul power into the opponent's body? Does that count as a hidden strength? Can it really possess enough power? It remains unknown as I have not experimented. What if there is a soul bone to support it? The hand bone can enhance arm strength and also protect the arm, like Tang San Xinyu hand. Soul bones can definitely be considered first. Qian Renxue still owes me a 70,000-year-old one. As for integrating boxing techniques, it is impossible for me to do it alone. Ning Xiaotian furrowed his brow, and moreover, the boxing techniques he learned in his previous life were all self-taught, incomplete in themselves, with only the concept being whole and the moves having flaws. Why not organize these boxing techniques first, teach them to the sect and the single attribute families, then I can benefit for free, taking my time to learn and improve. Practice is the only way to gain true knowledge. Damn it, let us do it. P.S. Sorry, I've been feeling nauseous today, my body is uncomfortable, and my mind is all muddled. I only felt better after taking a hot bath and managed to write this chapter. I advise everyone, when sleeping with the air conditioning on at night, remember to cover your belly. I am a counterexample. After this chapter, the protagonist's mindset begins to change. Chapter 89, Experiment and Results. It's better to act than to think. Why not go outside now to try if the inch punch combined with soul power can produce power? Tonight is a beautiful night with the moon shining brightly, and I have wooden stakes in my yard. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaotian's heart surged with a strong desire to practice. He felt that if he didn't go out to try now, he might not be able to sleep tonight. Liena, you don't need to help me with my back. Ning Xiaotian suddenly propped himself up with both hands, tilted his head, and said softly, Xiaotian, what is wrong? Duguyan's curvy and delicate figure paused. Her small fist stopped in midair, tilting her head, her emerald green eyes filled with confusion. So cute. Ning Xiaotian's heart stirred, quickly sitting up and launching a surprise attack on Duguyan's charming face, giving her a peck and softly saying, You've worked hard. After saying that, Ning Xiaotian licked his slightly salty lips, joyfully got out of bed, and swiftly ran out of the room. Duguyan stared blankly for 5 seconds. Then her fair and crystalline face quickly flushed with a charming red, alluring and captivating. She hurriedly covered her face with both hands, the warm temperature making her heart sway. Her graceful figure swaying with the waves. Xiaotian, she murmured dreamily, watching the direction Ning Xiaotian left, happily getting out of bed. Outside in the yard, Ning Xiaotian was standing in front of a wooden post, sideways, with his feet apart, bouncing back and forth to warm up. He suddenly stopped, steadied his stance, and with his right hand bent and aimed at the top of the post, he clenched his fist and raised his wrist. Then his gaze sharpened, and he exerted force suddenly. Bang! Xiaotian, what are you doing? Duguyan asked, confused. Ning Xiaotian turned his head and waved his hand, saying, I'm doing an experiment, Yinner. You stand back for now. Oh, okay. Duguyan obediently stepped back to the door, her emerald green eyes staring intently. Next, it was time to use soul power. Ning Xiaotian took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and aimed his fist. Then he closed his eyes, simulating the force application method of an inch punch, using his neck, shoulders, elbows, wrists, and the 14 joints in his feet as links, mobilizing all the muscles and soul power in his body to throw a punch. To be safe, he first exerted force without actually punching, repeatedly demonstrating it several times. feeling a strange, stretching sensation in the muscles around his chest and shoulders, while the mobilized joints felt warm and cozy. This is the feeling. Ning Xiaotian suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the wooden stake, repositioned himself, and then mobilized his soul power to strike. Bang! Crack! Ah! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Did the young master's courtyard explode? What are you waiting for? Hurry over, Xiaotian. The closest to him, Duguyan, saw Ning Xiaotian's painful howl as he knelt down, holding his arm, and screamed in panic as she quickly ran to check on Ning Xiaotian. Tears instantly streamed down her face, like a flood breaking through a dam. How could this happen? Woo-woo. Liena, don't cry. Quickly go call for help. Ning Xiaotian felt that he could still be saved. Gritting his teeth through the excruciating pain, he trembled and said, Healing type, Soul Master. Have the guards outside summon a healing type, Soul Master. Also, stop all guard from entering. Okay. Duguyan rubbed her swollen eyes, hurriedly got up, and ran out, sobbing. What the hell is going on? Ning Xiaotian half knelt, clutching his right arm, cursing in anger. The upper half of his right body was as red as if it were on fire, accompanied by tearing pain, and he felt unbearable swelling in all his joints. His right arm felt as if it had been electrocuted, an excruciating pain. Upon closer inspection, there was a purple lightning-like pattern spreading from his shoulder to his forearm. However, was this experiment considered a success? He looked up ahead. The wooden stake still stood firm, with the part close to the ground intact, but the top had completely exploded. Splintering wood scattered on the ground in an oval-shaped fan pattern. Most of those scratches were about 2 fingers wide and several meters long, with a lot of wood chips haphazardly embedded in the ground. It seemed that the inch punch could combine with soul power to form hidden strength. But this was the side effect. Ning Xiaotian's face twisted in pain, thinking, how could I dare to use this? Is my physical body not strong enough? While taking out a potion from the soul guide to ease the pain, he continuously analyzed the reason in his mind. This burning, tearing sensation was clearly a muscle strain. Let's take a look with the broken vein eye. Damn it, I can't use the broken vein eye either. Ning Xiaotian instinctively blinked to relieve the soreness in his eyes. It seemed that the broken vein eye also required soul power to maintain its activation, and he had relied entirely on his instincts to exert force earlier. Without considering the soul power supply, after the punch, his soul power was instantly depleted. As he endured the intense pain while applying the medicine to his arm, he thought that this should be due to his meridians being injured. Soul power flows through the body, mainly relying on the meridians. The traditional Chinese medicine concept of qi flowing through the 8 meridians is based on this principle. The massive soul power that had suddenly poured in was too rough. My meridians are not strong enough, Ning Xiaotian sighed. Moreover, according to the distraction control, there were definitely still visible meridians in this half of my body that had not been opened, which was why there was swelling and pain in my joints. Did I charge in? I need to practice distraction control quickly, so my mental strength can take effect. If these visible meridians are not opened, even if my move is perfected, using it once will still cause pain? What is the point of that? Xiania, are you hurt? Ning Xiaotian looked up upon hearing the voice and found that it was Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo. Under their arms, they were carrying someone. One was Duguyan, with swollen red eyes and a worried expression, and the other was a healing type soul master cultivated by the sect. Elder Liu quickly helped Tianer with the treatment. Sword Douluo said as he set down the healing soul master. Yes. Elder Liu quickly activated his martial soul. Tianer, your entire upper right body is covered in injuries. Bon Douluo stepped closer, looking at Ning Xiaotian illuminated by the light, and said solemnly, Old Bon, we'll talk about it later. Sword Douluo placed a hand on Bon Douluo's shoulder to stop him, and while speaking, he did not forget to glance at the pile of wood shavings on the ground nearby. Perhaps this is why the guards are not allowed inside. According to what Duguyan said, Ning Xiaotian was injured while practicing punches, but he is an auxiliary soul master and yet can cause such an effect. There can only be one possibility. Bon Douluo's face showed shock. Then he turned his head and nodded to Sword Douluo, saying, I'll go tell the guards to disperse and bring Fengzhi over. Sword Douluo nodded. After saying this, Sword Douluo turned his head to look at Duguyan, who was already in tears and had a somewhat pale face, and gently said, Yinner, you should go wash up inside first. Grandpa Jian, it's not necessary. Duguyan shook her head. After that, she took out a handkerchief from her soul guide and wiped her delicate face, saying, just a little wipe is fine. Wipe what? If you do that, your eyes will be filled with dust later. Yinner, be good, quickly go inside and wash up properly. I won't die. Ning Xiaotian opened his eyes, looking at Duguyan's handkerchief that was somewhat darkened under the moonlight, feeling both touched and pained, and immediately reprimanded her. Oh, Duguyan timidly went inside. Sword Duo swallowed the words he was about to say. P.S. Valentine's Day is approaching. I wish everyone who confesses their love success, and that lovers can finally be together. Chapter 90. Skills and Soul Bones a quarter of an hour later. Elder Lu retracted his martial soul and turned to Ning Fengzhi, who had arrived, saying, Master, there are no major issues. But my martial soul is not good at treating injuries to bones, so the young master might need some time to recover. Thank you, Elder Lu. Ning Fengzhi slightly cupped his hands and continued, You should go rest now. And the matter of Tian'er getting injured tonight must not be mentioned to anyone. Yes, Master. Elder Lu bowed and left. Let's go back inside. Ning Fengzhi glanced at Ning Xiaotian, who was being supported by Duguyan, then turned to Sword Duo and Duo, slightly nodding while casting a glance at the headless wooden stake and the messy ground below it. Moments later, he followed Ning Xiaotian into the house. Duo shot a sidelong glance at Sword Duo and followed suit. Why is it me? Sword Duo tugged at the corner of his mouth, glancing at the wooden stake. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept through, instantly turning the entire wooden stake into powder, blowing the scattered wood shavings to the wall. The ground was once again restored to order. Is this a self-created soul skill? Ning Fengzhi looked at Ning Xiaotian, who was slightly clenching his fist and then helplessly letting it go, seeking confirmation. Tonight, I listened to the distraction control and recalled the basic punching techniques I learned from Grandpa Bone over the past few years. I had some insights. Ning Xiaotian nodded seriously. Unfortunately, Ning Xiaotian raised his powerless right hand and sighed. This skill requires a great deal of strength and resilience from the Soul Master's physical body. And I fear that the prerequisite for learning it is to cultivate the distraction control to the 5th level and open up all the visible meridians in the body. After that, Ning Xiaotian shared the principles of the inch punch and his experimental feelings about the hidden strength with everyone present, of course, without mentioning any other punching techniques from his past life. Disrupting the meridians? Cutting off the supply of soul power? A genius idea. Sword Duo's eyes lit up. This skill seems to be extremely compatible with me, Duo said excitedly. But to unleash its maximum power, I fear one must also have eyes like Tian'er that can see through soul power and meridians. Ning Fengzhi nodded, adding, haven't you all noticed? Anyone can learn. It's just that the requirements for physical strength are too high. After all, soul masters have limited training time, Ning Fengzhi sighed. Spending too much time training the body is not worth the cost. Not necessarily, Ning Xiaotian interjected. I was just going with the flow at that time. And with just one strike, I exhausted all my soul power. If I could control the soul power and reduce the supply, the burden on the body should be significantly lessened. Moreover, the power should also be considerable. Ning Xiaotian pondered. The principle of the inch punch is to rapidly contract the muscles, instantly unleashing the energy throughout the body. If we treat the muscles as the spring of a gun, then the soul power is the bullet, regardless of whether the bullet is made of leather, wood, or iron. As long as it is loaded into the chamber of the gun, that propulsion will always exist, and its lethality will not be small. Indeed, Sword Duo carefully recalled the principle and nodded, then turned to Duo, saying, let old Bone try again tomorrow. His physical body is quite good. Duo nodded. It can be tried. Ning Xiaotian nodded and continued. However, in my conception, this is a hidden move. To let it play a better role, many factors need to be considered, such as how to approach the opponent, how to parry the opponent's counterattack, and when to create an opening to strike. Xiania. These are things I don't need to consider. Duo crossed his arms confidently. Do you think everyone is as tough as you? Sword Duo shot a disdainful glance at Duo. Recently, their sparring had always ended in a tie, and this inability to continue beating down the little brother made him feel frustrated. Duo raised an eyebrow. He hadn't lost a fight recently and was eager for a decisive battle to win. Sword Duo turned his head away, not looking at him, and pondered to her. Do you have any thoughts on this hidden move? Grandpa Jian. I do have some thoughts, but I still need time, and I can't complete it alone. Ning Xiaotian nodded and sighed. Oh, tell me about it. Sword Duo slightly nodded, showing some interest. Grandpa Jian, there's no rush. Let me organize it first. Ning Xiaotian shook his head, then looked at Ning Fengzhi. Dad, do we have any head soul bones at home? If he could obtain a good head soul bone to greatly enhance his spiritual power, his eye of breaking meridians might be able to see the meridians further, which would greatly benefit his cultivation of distraction control and opening up visible meridians. Yes, but none are suitable for you. Ning Fengzhi nodded and sighed. Gem-type head soul bones are extremely rare. I have never stopped searching, but unfortunately, I still haven't found any that are over 10,000 years old. Dad, can't the mental type ones work? Ning Xiaotian asked in confusion. He naturally understood that gem-type soul bones were extremely rare in this world. Even flowers and trees could become soul beasts, but stones becoming soul beasts were unheard of. Fossils can occasionally be found. Gem-type soul bones generally drop from soul beasts with rock, soil, or ice characteristics that live in deserts, volcanoes, or glacial areas. This is not because these soul beasts are made of stone, but because certain parts of their bodies have accumulated a large amount of soil and ice elements. Hunting these types of soul beasts is not difficult because they mostly move slowly, but that doesn't mean the elemental concentration in their bodies can condense into gem-type soul bones. More often, they're just blocks of earth attribute defensive soul bones. Moreover, the living environment of these soul beasts is extremely harsh, making it difficult for humans to survive for long in such conditions. With their digging skills fully mastered, they often stay underground for half a month, and the higher their cultivation, the longer they can remain. It is very difficult for humans to see them on the surface. Encountering one is a matter of luck. Not to mention the pitiful drop rate. The rarity is evident. Tian'er, others from your clan may, but you absolutely cannot. Your body retains the characteristics of the immortal herb, and your mental strength will continuously improve with daily cultivation, which means you do not lack the enhancement of mental strength that a soul bone provides. Ning Fengzhi shook his head and said solemnly, never sacrifice the future for immediate needs. It seems that way. Ning Xiaotian couldn't help but think of the 60,000-year-old wisdom soul bone that Tang San obtained. The purple extreme divine light is a skill inherent to the purple extreme demon eye when it reaches a profound level, while the soul bone itself only serves to condense mental strength, greatly enhancing Tang San's mental power. Dad, I understand, Ning Xiaotian said. Ning Fengzhi nodded and continued, Tian'er. Head soul bones are different from soul bones in other parts. The higher the age of the soul bone in other parts, the greater the attribute and soul power enhancement it brings to the soul master. However, the enhancement of head soul bones to soul power and attributes is minimal. Their greatest benefit is the enhancement of mental strength and auxiliary skills. Chapter 91. Again, and again, are you trying to sacrifice my beauty? And you, in the future, are not lacking in mental strength. What you lack is a perfectly matched auxiliary skill. In fact, it also depends on luck. Perfect matches are very difficult. Ning Fengzhi sighed inwardly and said, even a 10,000-year gemstone-type soul bone, as long as the skill matches, could potentially exert effects far beyond an ordinary 100,000-year soul bone as your mental strength continues to grow. Ning Xiaotian nodded slightly. No wonder in the original story Ning Fengzhi allowed Ning Rongrong to absorb the head spirit bone from that year. If Ning Rongrong's mental strength was sufficient, her illusory space could possibly establish a mental link with tens of thousands of troops. If unleashed against the enemy, it would suppress their mental strength and create illusions. This is truly a terrifying ability. This is practically a battlefield secret skill. Unfortunately, the little sister is not strong enough. If I, the older brother, were to handle it, I would definitely become the most eye-catching one on the battlefield, the best commander of the allied forces. Of course, I might also face sniping. Ning Xiaotian's heart trembled slightly, as if sensing the malice from the enemy troops. Speaking of skill compatibility, Ning Xiaotian squinted his eyes, and instantly he thought of the Oscar. The 2,000-year mirror skull he revealed was the real deal. A normal 100,000-year soul bone simply couldn't compare with a mirror clone skill. It could assist a comprehensive soul master. It seems that head soul bones really shouldn't be rushed. The suitable ones are the best. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaotian immediately withdrew his thoughts and said solemnly, I understand, father. Well, you're still young, no need to rush. Ning Fengzhi nodded with satisfaction. If your self-created soul skill takes too much time, you can set it aside to avoid delaying your cultivation. Yes, I already have plans for this. Ning Xiaotian noted it. His physical characteristics determined that his cultivation was most effective during the hours around noon and night. Of course, it required the sun and the moon. As for the remaining time, it could be reasonably arranged for other activities, such as studying boxing techniques and strengthening his physique. The body and soul power complement each other. Naturally, he couldn't neglect either. That's good. Ning Fengzhi's eyes were filled with relief as he smiled and continued. I will invite Lady Yi to treat your injuries tomorrow. Her 9-heart sea buttercup martial soul is exceptional in healing. The 9-heart sea buttercup martial soul. Ning Fengzhi paused for a moment, and then his eyes brightened as he turned to the sword-law. I remember she awakened at 5 years old, right? Yes. However, it's not certain she can awaken the nine-heart sea buttercup martial soul. You know, their family. The sword Douluo was also taken aback, then spoke in a strange tone. Oh, let us wait and see. Ning Fengzhi's expression dimmed as he touched the gem on his staff and said lightly, not spending the bride price is also a kind of trouble. 5 years old? Nine-heart sea buttercup martial soul? Duguyan's strong sixth sense warned her that another charming girl might come to compete for her husband. Thinking of this, Duguyan pouted her full lips and looked at Ning Fengzhi with a resentful gaze. What a bad guy. So unorthodox. Is he trying to sacrifice my beauty again? Ning Xiaotian was taken aback and squinted his eyes to examine Ning Fengzhi. Surprisingly guessed it. The child really doesn't understand the father's hardships. Ning Fengzhi straightened his posture awkwardly and said, Tanner, Yinner, you both should rest well. After saying that, he waved his hand and led the two strong men out of the room. Xiaotian, Duguyan saw that the shameless man had left and immediately acted coyly, gently wrapping her left arm around Ning Xiaotian's, swaying and rubbing against him. What's wrong? Ning Xiaotian enjoyed the softness and turned his head to look at Duguyan. Puzzled, countless ancestors told them that at such times, it's best to lower one's IQ by 200 in front of their wife. Otherwise, any explanation would just be a cover-up, leading to endless troubles. Duguyan's puffed cheeks deflated, and she pouted, It's nothing. I'll help you back to your room. Your wife is still angry. Ning Xiaotian rolled his eyes and immediately turned to gaze into Duguyan's emerald green eyes, speaking affectionately, Yinner, you're really wonderful. Oh dear, let us go. Duguyan's pretty face instantly flushed with a charming blush, and she turned her head shyly, pushing him away. All right. Ning Xiaotian walked with his head held high. It seems I need to find an opportunity to deal with Xinian. Ning Xiaotian squinted his eyes and thought. That guy was a dead pervert in the original work, enjoying using the soul skill of Dream Fragment to brutally kill talented soul masters participating in the soul master competition. There might even be delicate little girls among the talented youths he killed. It's simply inhumane. Even if I killed him, it wouldn't add to my troubles. I just don't know if he has obtained that gem-like head soul bone now. Sigh. I might as well wait for the next soul master competition to use the broken pulse to take a look. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaotian's restless heart calmed down a bit as he turned to look at the soft girl in his arms. She had cried for a long time tonight and fell asleep shortly after lying down. Her eyes were still a bit red and swollen. Ning Xiaotian tenderly pulled the blanket to cover her delicate body and then leaned down to give her a soft kiss before closing his eyes. The girl seemed to think of something nice and twisted her delicate body, tightening her small hand, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. In the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in the square. Xiaotian, there are so many people. Duguyan timidly held on to Ning Xiaotian's right arm and said weakly. A few days ago, Ning Xiaotian's arm was healed by a woman with a nine-heart begonia martial soul, and she can now hold on her most secure right arm again. Over there, wearing leather, is the P family. Over there, tall and strong, is the Yu family. And over there, dressed simply and slim, is the Min family. Ning Xiaotian tilted her head and leaned close to Duguyan's ear, whispering, they're really so tall and strong. Like little mountains. Duguyan stuck out her tongue and said softly, Tianer, come over and meet the esteemed seniors. Zhang Fanghua, seeing that she was warmly entertaining the ladies while her son was just watching, was quite displeased and called out loudly, Come here, come here. Ning Xiaotian pulled Duguyan and quickly ran over, bowing and saying, Hello, Annie. Hello, sister. Hello, little sister. Hello, grandma. Duguyan followed closely behind, supporting her husband. Good. The ladies all praised in unison. This is our Xiang. Ning Xiaotian looked blankly at the plump little child handed over by a simple, yet charming young woman. The child was chubby, with rosy cheeks, swaying her hands and asking to be held. Come, have some candy. Ning Xiaotian dazedly took out a milk candy, skillfully unwrapped it, and held it up to the child's mouth. Wow, I want some too. The little sister in Zhang Fenghua's arms suddenly burst into tears, screaming at the top of her lungs. Okay. Ning Xiaotian, in a flurry, unwrapped another piece and stuffed it directly into the little sister's mouth. Both little ones instantly quieted down. I feel like it's more reliable to raise a sister, Ning Xiaotian thought as he looked at Bai Qinxiang, who was smiling with her eyes squinted, smacking her lips while eating candy. Suddenly, a certain heartstring was touched. So cute. I might have a sister complex. Rubbing his head, Ning Xiaotian turned to glance at Duguyan, and his mood instantly stabilized. Indeed, the future 36D is more suitable for me. Chapter 92. Accepting two little brothers by Qinxiang protectively held the milk candy in her arms, her little head looking at Ning Xiaotian, mumbling indistinctly, "Gugu is really good. Xiang. Good girl." The charming young woman's clear eyes instantly turned crescent-shaped with a smile. Her daughter was happily eating and even politely calling out, making her heart sweet. Since leaving Haotian's sect, the Min family had been living very frugally. As the daughter-in-law of the clan leader, she had to set an example, and there was usually no spare money to buy good food for her daughter. With the family's decline and her daughter becoming shy, she always felt indebted. "Young Master Tian, Xiang really likes you." The charming young woman looked down at Ning Xiaotian and said with a smile, "Of course. The white rabbit milk candy is so fragrant." Ning Xiaotian turned back to look at Bai Qinxiang, who was sweetly eating candy, rubbed his hands, and tentatively asked, "Can I hold you?" "Of course you can." The charming young woman smiled brightly, happily presenting Bai Qinxiang to Ning Xiaotian. Gugu. Candy. Seeing Ning Xiaotian getting closer, Bai Qinxiang's eyes lit up, her little hands instantly reaching out, her chubby little fingers scratching eagerly. Ning Xiaotian smiled and extended his hand. Young Master Tian. Ning Xiaotian's expression became awkward, and he trembled as he withdrew his hands, then squinted and turned his head away. "The sect leader wants you to go over." The guard sensed the sudden silence in the air, shrank his neck, and said weakly, Okay." Ning Xiaotian nodded, then turned to look at Duguyan beside him and said, "Yenner, you stay here with mother and watch over things. I'll go over for a bit." Alricht." Duguyan nodded. "Let's go." Ning Xiaotian turned around, called out, and followed the guard toward the male group. "Auntie, give me a hug, Xiang." As soon as Ning Xiaotian left, Duguyan immediately stretched out her hands, excitedly said. Rongrong was already over 2 years old, and in terms of cuteness, she had lost her advantage in front of the younger and more tender Xiang. "Tianer, I have important matters to discuss with the 3 clan leaders. You and the children of clan leader Niu and clan leader Yang are of similar ages. Go and help them familiarize themselves with the sex environment." Ning Fengzhi gave Ning Xiaotian a glance and said softly. Ning Xiaotian instantly understood and said, "Okay, father. Young Master Tian, my name is Niu Ben. I'm Yang Wugo." Yango. Ning Xiaotian was taken aback, squinting as he looked up and down at this robust little brother, internally stifling a laugh, unsure whether to let it out. "It's just an extra character. Wugo, where's your little dragon girl? It feels like being the big brother in the future is going to be tough. The younger brothers are all quite capable." Ning Xiaotian puffed out his chest, smiled and nodded, then turned to the crowd and cupped his hands, saying, "Father, 3 seniors. We'll take our leave now." Good. The 3 big shots nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead," Ning Fengzhi said lightly. Half an hour later. "Young Master Tian, what is this building for?" "It's a simulated training ground." Ning Xiaotian said vaguely. "And that egg-shaped one?" "Egg?" Ning Xiaotian gave Niu Ben a strange look, then glanced at that egg, his